After being blown up in the apocalypse, Xia opened her eyes to find herself in a cave. Everything around her looked very primitive. "What's going on? Where am I?" she asked, feeling more alert and cautious. Suddenly, she saw a very handsome man standing in front of her. He had strange silver eyes, a face like a sculpture, delicate features, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. His skin was a healthy wheat color, and he wore a beast hide around his waist. His long, strong legs and fit body showed wild strength. He was so handsome it was almost overwhelming. Beast hide? She looked at his waist, wondering if this was ancient times. Before she could think more, she heard the man's cold, annoyed voice. "Xia, how dare you give me the love potion? Do you think I wouldn't dare to hurt you?" His eyes were dark and full of anger, like he wanted to tear her apart. She couldn't understand what he was saying. Because she didn't know what was happening, she didn't dare speak. Ling saw she was silent and thought she agreed. His expression grew more annoyed. He reached out and grabbed her chin hard, hurting her. "If you want it so much, I'll give it to you," he said. Then he suddenly flicked her away. Xia fell onto a stone bed. The bed was hard, and she hurt herself badly. Her anger grew. She didn't care who the man was, and yelled, "What love potion? I don't understand you at all. Are you a crazy dog, biting people randomly?" Ling snorted coldly, full of mockery. The potion inside him was making him feel terrible, like his body was about to explode. He looked at Xia's disgusting, ugly face with deep disgust in his eyes. But the potion made him want to get close to her, even though he felt like vomiting from disgust. When he saw the man leaning toward her, Xia instantly understood what he was trying to do. She panicked and kicked him hard, right where it hurt him most. Xia, you're asking for death." Ling stared at her in disbelief, eyes fierce and dark. His body tensed, his forehead bulging with veins, looking terrifying. For a moment, he even wanted to bite her to death. But then he thought of something and didn't do it. His face showed unprecedented anger. Is he crazy? Did she drug him? The one resisting and struggling was also her, even kicking herself. Xia knew she had just kicked a vital spot and wasn't sure if she had injured herself badly. She smiled nervously. But at this moment, she couldn't think much and quickly crawled up and ran away. Inside the cave, Ling roared angrily. "Xia, you better wait for me." His voice was deafening. Xia naturally heard it. She shivered all over and ran even faster. She didn't stop until she was far outside the cave. Then she patted her chest, still feeling scared. "Oh my, that was so frightening just now." She almost lost her innocence, and it was all because of a primitive person. Although she didn't know exactly where she was, she felt like she had traveled back to ancient times. Otherwise, how could there be people wearing animal skins? Suddenly, her head ached, and immediately, a memory that didn't belong to her flooded her mind. After finishing the memory, she felt a terrible, bitter taste in her mouth, like she had eaten something bad. This was a story from her previous understanding of a Beast World game. The original character was a minor, ugly, lazy character who was just a cannon fodder. The main female character, Chu Youyou, was a player who somehow ended up in this game world and was taken in by the male protagonist No. 1. Male protagonist number 1 was the man from the cave, named Ling. He was the most handsome and powerful, and one of the original character's beast husbands. The original character also had 4 other beast husbands, all top-notch orcs from the tribe. They were all forcibly arranged by her father, the tribe leader. This unwilling marriage naturally caused chaos, and they didn't want to be close to her, avoiding her like a plague. There was a plot in the story where the original character secretly added love potion juice into Yiling's food to sleep with him. Thinking about what had just happened in the cave, Xia believed it was this part of the story. She didn't know how the original character died, but she just happened to arrive here. Thinking of this, she felt terrible. When the female player was taken back to the tribe by Ling, the original character, this minor role, would play her part as a tool. Between the female player and male protagonists number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5, she would shine and contribute. Until the female player and these men fell in love happily, the original character could then disappear. Xu Xia massaged her forehead in frustration. What a mess. She had barely survived the apocalypse, and now she was in this primitive world. But it seemed peaceful, much more stable than the apocalypse. She believed she could live well here. She decided not to get involved with the male protagonists, no matter how sweet and loving their relationship with the female player was. Anyway, she wouldn't be their tool. Additionally, she needs to find a chance to break the bond with her original partner's 5 beast husbands. Is it not better to be alone? Why does she need a man? She stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and looked around at her surroundings. It was the hottest part of the day, with the blazing sun hanging high in the sky. Tall, ancient trees surrounded her, old vines intertwined, and various unknown wildflowers bloomed vibrantly. The air was filled with the scent of earth and the fresh smell of plants. Occasionally, she could hear the roars of beasts and the chirping of birds, sounding like an old, mysterious song from a distant past. A few female animals were sunbathing on animal skins. When they saw her, they whispered secretly and cast subtle, sneering glances at her. She didn't care. These females either liked Nightwing or preferred her other beast husbands. Xu Xia didn't need to listen. She already knew they were talking about her. They probably said she was shameless, wanting to be with her beast husbands, and even using potions. She wanted to find a place to test whether her supernatural abilities had awakened. Not far away, she saw an enormous black python, its body curled and dragging a huge prey behind it. Its cold snake eyes were frightening but also surprisingly human-like. Wait, a giant python? She looked at the creature. In the entire wolf tribe, there was only one snake, namely male lead 2, Mo Lin. He was chased by the snake tribe for unknown reasons years ago. Although Mo Lin was very powerful, he couldn't withstand an attack from the entire snake tribe. When he was on the brink of death, he was rescued by the original owner's father, who was out hunting. The original owner's father saved Mo Lin from the snake tribe and brought him back to the tribe, then had a shaman heal him. After recovering, Mo Lin joined the wolf tribe and became a member. Because he owed a debt of gratitude to the original owner's father, he agreed to marry her. The giant python saw her, its eyes flickering slightly, a hint of human-like disdain flashing in its gaze. It then turned into a tall man, dragging the prey and walking away. Xu Xia was stunned, watching the transformed figure with complex emotions. Is that Mo Lin? The mysterious and unpredictable male lead 2 throughout the game? His appearance, if described carefully, had a sharp and deep beauty, like a deity carved in ancient stone, cold and distant, icy yet unapproachable. She quickly regained her composure and headed to the back mountain based on her memory. Here, ancient trees towered, old vines intertwined, and the atmosphere was filled with the primal scent of the forest. Not far away, a small river flowed quietly, its water clear enough to see the fish and shrimp swimming inside. The fish and shrimp are much larger than those in the apocalypse, and they are completely natural and pollution-free. Xu Xia swallowed hard, feeling a bit thirsty and very hungry. But she didn't rush over. She closed her eyes and tried to connect with the plants around her. During the apocalypse, her special power was wood-based, and she had trained it to level 7. It could grow plants, attack or trap things with vines, heal simple wounds, and sense movement within a certain area. In the apocalypse, she relied on this power to gather supplies a lot. Unfortunately, she met a very strong zombie and was accidentally killed by an explosion. Soon, a small green vine appeared in her palm. She was happy inside. Her power was still there, even though it had dropped to level 1 for some reason. That was okay, level 1 was still okay. The spiritual energy in this beast world was abundant, and she would improve her power eventually. Under her control, the vine in her hand shot out quickly, wrapping around a large tree nearby, then flew back swiftly. She looked at the green vine in her palm, feeling very pleased. Having this power gave her more security in this world. Xuxia put the vine into her palm and went to squat by a small river. She cupped her hands to wash her face. The cold water cooled her down from the heat, but her skin felt strange, pitted and greasy, as if her face was covered in bumps. It made her feel sick. She looked at her reflection in the water. Her hair was messy and sticky, mixed with some dead leaves. She was wearing a rough animal skin skirt, dirty and torn, and it emitted a foul smell that almost made her. Her face was even worse, dark, rough, greasy, covered with pimples and pustules, some oozing yellowish fluid. It was disgusting. Her small, cloudy eyes, flat nose, big thick lips, and buck teeth all made her look terrible. Her body was fat and bulky, as if all her flesh was squeezed together, with no waist at all. Xuxia was so shocked by her own ugliness that she couldn't help but say, "Ugh." She immediately vomited violently, nearly throwing up bile. "Oh my God, I look so ugly." Her mood was collapsing. She wasn't considered pretty, but she was usually delicate and charming. When did she become so ugly? She hated her current look. She decided she needed to wash up properly and fix her face. Although she wasn't obsessed with beauty, she cared a lot about her appearance and refused to let herself be so sloppy. It was too disgusting. She reached up to touch her face, but it was greasy and gross, so she quickly pulled her hand back. She endured her nausea and began washing her hair. It was dirty, smelly, covered in mud and oil, tangled and unmanageable. She used her hand as a comb, struggling for a long time before finally smoothing some of the knots. However, she couldn't wash it clean no matter what, and the river water at her feet turned black, while her hair remained greasy. Sigh, if only she had shampoo. At that moment, she suddenly heard a ding sound in her mind.
Ding.
The super charm system is now activated.
Ding.
Welcome to the Beast World, host. I am your system assistant. Pleased to serve you. Xuxia was stunned. The super charm system? As a dedicated reader of novels in her past life, she naturally knew what a system was. This was an essential tool for travelers crossing into new worlds. Could it be that she had awakened her own special system? She felt a surge of joy. But what exactly was this charm system? Did it mean she had to become a heartthrob? System assistant, can you tell me what your function is? She asked while washing her hair. The system chuckled and explained, this system aims to help the host increase personal charm, win over target individuals, and gain their favor. Each time you gain enough favor, you will receive a reward. Win over target individuals? Favor? Rewards? Xuxia pondered these keywords, a flicker of interest to her eyes. Can you be more specific? Who do I need to win over? How do I gain favor? And what are the rewards? She cared most about the rewards, but she didn't know what they were. The targets are the 5 beast husbands of the original owner, Ling, Mo Lin, Yunju, Bai Qi, and Xuanming. You need to interact with them to increase their favor toward you. Favor levels are dislike, indifferent like, love, and deep love. Each level up grants a generous reward. Completing all levels unlocks the ultimate big gift pack. The system explained softly, then continued. Rewards include various items like beauty pills, weight loss pills, survival skills, daily necessities, health tonics, and rare treasures. Of course, what you just thought of, shampoo, is also included. Xuxia raised an eyebrow. This system seemed a bit interesting. But the thought of winning over those 5 men made her head ache. Especially Ling, who was so fierce, she didn't want to provoke trouble. And there was Chu Youyou, the female protagonist player. What's their current favor level toward me? What stage are they at? She asked without rushing to agree. Check for yourself, host. When the system's voice fell, an electronic screen appeared in front of her. It displayed the target character's affection level panel.
Host, Chu Youyou.
Age, 16 charm, 0 appearance, 10 very ugly, health, 60 out of 100, weight, seriously overweight, affecting movement. Skills, Wood element supernatural ability, level 1. Target characters and their affection levels. Ling, dislike, -100. Mo Lin, dislike, -90. Yunju, dislike, -90. Bai Qi, dislike, -85. Xuanming, dislike, -90. Xuxia looked at all those negative numbers, mostly -90 and even -100. She grimaced. She knew some beast husbands disliked her, but she didn't expect it to be this bad. She looked very upset. I can't complete your task. Please find someone else. She has supernatural powers from her post-apocalyptic awakening, so she can survive well alone in this world. Why should she seek approval from others? But she also knew she might not succeed. It was just asking for trouble. The system immediately got anxious. Host, don't rush to refuse. Although you have powers, this world is very dangerous. There are many fierce beasts and even some supernatural forces. With the system's help, you'll live much better. Xuxia thought for a moment. The system's words made sense. This world is very dangerous, even more so than the apocalypse. With the system's help, life would be much easier. But then she remembered she had to win over 5 men, and they all disliked her. Especially Ling, with a dislike of -100. Thinking of his cold, sinister eyes, she felt a bit scared. Even if she was shameless and willing to be a sycophant, it would still be very hard to succeed. The system noticed her worries. Host, don't worry. I will help you. As a beginner, I also have a beginner's gift pack for you, which contains some things you really need right now. As soon as it finished speaking, a large gift pack appeared in front of Xuxia. She reached out and clicked it open, revealing 3 items: shampoo, body wash, and cleanser. Seeing these 3 items, she couldn't help but feel excited. These are exactly what she needs most right now. Especially the shampoo. Her hair was greasy and water alone couldn't clean it thoroughly. Xuxia looked at the 3 items, and her heart began to tilt toward acceptance. The system saw her wavering and continued to add incentives. Host, every time your affection level increases, you will receive generous rewards. These rewards can not only help you live better in this world, but also help you become more beautiful, lose weight, and improve your strength. Think about it, once you have these things, do you still need to worry about fierce beasts or natural forces? When it comes to becoming more beautiful and living better, Xuxia's heart skipped a beat sharply. She looked at her ugly, distorted reflection in the river water, and a strong desire rose in her heart. Who could stand to be so ugly? Even if she wasn't obsessed with looks, she couldn't tolerate it. Looking at herself, she was no better than a zombie from her previous life. After hesitating for a long time, she clenched her teeth and said, "All right, since it's part of the beginner's gift package, I'll give it a try. Is there a time limit or any punishment if I can't complete it?" If there were penalties, she definitely wouldn't accept. Seeing her agree, the system quickly said, "Don't worry, host. There is no time limit for the task. You can take your time. Also, we are very considerate. If you can't finish, there won't be any punishment." That's good. Xuxia nodded in satisfaction and didn't continue talking to the system. She focused on washing her hair. Her hair was extremely dirty. The bubbles disappeared instantly after forming, so she had to keep squeezing and was heartbroken. If she ran out of shampoo, there was nowhere to buy more. She washed her hair repeatedly, 3 or 4 times before it was finally clean. The river surface was covered with a layer of black oil and floating unknown leaves. Even the surrounding water was dark and murky. She used cleanser and body wash to clean herself thoroughly. Using a large rock for cover, she took off her dirty beast hide skirt and threw it on the shore, then immersed herself in the water, scrubbing hard. Fortunately, no one was around, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. The original owner hadn't bathed in a long time. Thick mud stuck to her body, dry and hard. Even with body wash, she couldn't wash it off completely. Her fingernails were also black with dirt and mud, and all 10 toenails were the same, hard and firmly attached, impossible to remove even with a low clasp. She found a pointed stone by the river and carefully scraped the mud from inside her nails. For the spots she couldn't clean by rubbing, she used a rough goose-soft stone to grind her skin. It didn't hurt. In fact, it felt quite comfortable, like scratching an itch. Sure enough, she was tough-skinned. Susia's mouth twitched as she couldn't imagine a woman being so dirty. In the beast world, women are called females, but it's basically the same. Layer after layer of mud was scrubbed away, falling into the river. The surrounding water was no longer just murky. It was pitch black, like ink had been spilled into it. Susia washed for a long time before she was finally clean. Fortunately, the weather was hot, so she wasn't worried about catching a cold. After washing, she felt completely refreshed, as if she had become lighter and fairer. Her whole body felt comfortable and clean, and her mood improved. She was about to get out of the water. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded behind her, followed by splashing water and a huge whirlpool forming. Susia was startled, thinking it was an earthquake or a landslide, and instinctively looked in that direction. She saw a slaughtered wild buffalo floating in the river, not yet dissected, as if someone had thrown it in to clean it. When she looked toward the shore, she saw Mo Lin standing there, also looking at her with a surprised expression, as if he didn't expect to see her there. Susia didn't expect to meet Mo Lin here. She was completely, her face turning bright red. She instinctively crouched down, hiding her body in the water, with only her head visible. At this moment, Mo Lin probably thought she was waiting for him here on purpose, trying to him. The original owner had done all kinds of things to sleep with beast husbands. Thinking of this, she felt terrible. Mo Lin also thought the same, his gaze turning cold and full of disgust. This female was becoming more shameless. When she returned earlier, Mia said she had given Ling a love potion. Now, to mate with him, she was resorting to such disgusting tricks. It was truly nauseating. Hurry up and get lost. His cold voice was like the cold winter months. Susia was annoyed listening to him. She felt she was the one at a disadvantage, yet it seemed like she was the one losing out. Even though this man was her beast husband and her target for conquest, she didn't want to indulge Mo Lin's bad temper. Is this riverbank your home? Can you come here? But I can't. I was just taking a bath here, and you suddenly barged in. You saw my body without an apology and told me to leave. Is this the rule and courtesy of your snake beast clan? Her words were sharp, reasonable, and justified, leaving Mo Lin unable to refute. He looked at her uneven, greasy face, which now seemed somewhat cleaner than before, at least not so sloppy. Though he was curious about her unusual decision to bathe today, he didn't mind. He just found her reaction strange, as if he didn't expect her to say that. In the past, this female would look at him with infatuation and flattery, never arguing even when he scolded her, only eager to please him. Today, she looked completely different, her words clear, and she seemed to care about cleanliness. Mo Lin looked at the murky, oil-covered river surface, a flicker of disgust passing through his eyes. I didn't know you were here. He took the buffalo to the riverbank to prevent it from being washed away, and then walked away. Susia watched him go and sighed with relief. She went to the shore, washed the dirty animal hide skirt, and wore it wet. Using the river water, she looked at herself. After cleaning, her skin looked much whiter, although her face was still covered with pimples and acne, making her look very ugly, but at least she felt cleaner and fresher. Looking at her face full of pimples and pustules reflected in the water, she sighed again. The original owner ate meat all year round and didn't like fruits or wild vegetables, which caused her body to produce too much oil, leading to so many pimples. She remembered that the original owner hadn't had a movement for a long time, at least a week. She twitched her mouth, clearly constipated. All right, she needed to find a way to go to the bathroom. Looking at the wild buffalo by the river, she swallowed hard. She was very hungry now, feeling her stomach tighten, and thought about how this was Mo Lin's doing, then quickly looked away. Susia moved her mind, and a thin vine appeared in her palm. Her gaze fell on the fish and shrimp swimming in the river. She thought, and the vine flew out of her hand. It quickly wrapped around a few big fish in the river. She pulled them out and threw them onto the shore. Xia stepped forward, looked at the struggling fish on the ground, and smiled happily. She picked up a fish, weighed it, and felt it was quite heavy. It should be enough for her to eat for several days. Holding the bone knife Mo Lin threw by the river, she skillfully cleaned the fish and carried a few back. She saw the set of bathing and washing supplies on the shore and bent down to hold them in her arms. She didn't cook the fish by the river. If Mo Lin saw her delay, he might think she was deliberately trying to flirt, and he would probably dislike her even more. At that point, it would be harder to win him over. Xia first put the bathing set back in the cave. By now, Ling had already left, though she didn't know when. She felt a little relieved. She didn't want to face that cold face again, and was also afraid that the man might hurt her. Thinking about the kick she had given earlier, she looked a bit guilty and wondered if it would cause trouble. She put down the bathing set and left the cave with the fish. She remembered there was a small hill near the tribe, a place rarely visited, and with no wild animals around. She planned to go there to cook the fish. This place was quite remote. The original owner used to come here alone when she was feeling upset. She followed her memory to the valley, where weeds grew thick and tall trees, about 5 or 6 people could hug, surrounded her. The shade from the trees blocked the sunlight, making it quite cool. It was a good place for grilling fish. Without a lighter, she had to use primitive methods to start a fire, by rubbing wood to create sparks. Actually, there was a bonfire at the tribe's square. Every night, men, women, and children would gather to roast meat, sing, dance, and enjoy lively celebrations. But she didn't want to go this time. After some effort, the fire finally caught. Watching the flames burn, Xia skewered the prepared fish onto a sharpened stick and slowly roasted it over the fire. As the fire grew bigger, the fish sizzled and released a fragrant smell. She swallowed hard, feeling even hungrier. Although there were no seasonings, the fish was fresh and natural, free of pollution. Roasted until crispy and fragrant, it tasted very good. In the end of the world, finding unpolluted fish was as rare as winning a big prize. Not just fish, but also shrimp and various seafood. Basically, food, clothing, and supplies were either contaminated or infected with viruses, making them unsafe to eat or use. Xia sighed inwardly, shook her head helplessly, and enjoyed the delicious taste in her mouth. Soon, she finished one fish, still feeling barely full, and forced herself to eat a second. After eating 3 large fish, she finally felt somewhat satisfied. The original owner had a big appetite. No wonder she was so fat. Her stomach was stretched out. But not eating was uncomfortable. She wrapped the remaining fish in leaves and planned to take it back for breakfast tomorrow. As for tonight, she would just go hungry and consider it weight loss. The sun was already leaning west, so she extinguished the fire and prepared to head back. Just a few steps away, suddenly someone fell from the sky. Bang! Landing right in front of her, startling her greatly, and she instinctively stepped back. She looked over and saw it was a woman, dressed in a skirt similar to those in the end-of-the-world setting. The woman was lying face down, revealing white arms and pale thighs, with one high-heeled shoe on her foot, the other shoe nowhere to be seen. This outfit made her immediately realize the woman's identity. But wasn't Chu Youyou supposed to be brought back by Ling? Why did she appear like this? And fall right in front of her? Xia looked up at the sky. Was she sure she wouldn't be crushed? She doubted it. She walked over, turned the woman over, and saw her skin was quite fair, with a delicate face. Not particularly beautiful, but not ugly either, just an ordinary girl. She looked about the age of someone just graduating from college. In a world where most animals have dark, rough, and yellowish skin, she is considered a rare beauty. She checked the others' breathing and found it steady, so they were just knocked out. She felt conflicted. Should she take the person back to the tribe, or leave them far away? Chu Youyou is the main female character. If she stays in the tribe, all the beast men there will be attracted to her, including the original owner's 5 beast husbands. Compared to Chu Youyou, she might become even more disliked. Xia, unlike the original owner, wouldn't take reckless risks, but she also wouldn't allow any threats to exist. Moreover, Her task was to win over the 5 beast husbands, so Chu Youyou's presence was even more problematic. Having made her decision, she bent down, carried Chu Youyou on her shoulders, and headed deep into the forest, planning to leave her far away. She didn't care whether the person was alive or dead. Having survived many years in the post-apocalyptic world, she had learned to be cold and selfish because that was necessary for survival. The forest was thick with trees, blocking out the sky, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the leaves. She deliberately walked far away, afraid that Nightwing might find her and bring the person back. It would be safer to kill her, but deep down, her conscience wouldn't let her do it. She found a hidden spot, confirmed it was far from the tribe and unlikely to be visited by hunters, then dropped Chu Youyou on the ground. "Good luck to you," she said coldly. Seeing that night was falling, she dared not stay in the forest any longer, so she turned and left. On her way back, she gathered quite a few wild fruits and lucked out by finding a nest with 8 bird eggs. She also found plenty of wild vegetables, but didn't pick any, fearing a beast might jump out from a corner since it was getting dark. She planned to come back tomorrow to gather more and check if Chu Youyou was alive or dead and whether she was still here. When she returned to the tribe, it was already completely dark. The bonfire in the square burned brightly, illuminating the surroundings and keeping the night's chill away. The men, women, and children gathered around the fire, roasting meat, talking and laughing, creating a lively scene. Just as she was about to walk over, Mia saw her and paused slightly before coming over. Mia was the most beautiful female in the tribe, with a fiery figure, an open personality, and 7 beast husbands, all outstanding beastmen of the tribe. But she was not satisfied and wanted the original owner's other beast husbands, especially Nightwing and Mo Lin. Because of this, she disliked the original owner and often caused trouble for her. Xuanming saw Mia coming and could tell what she wanted without guessing, just some teasing and insults aimed at her. "Xuanming, we all know about you giving Ling the love potion today. You're so shameless. Ling doesn't like you at all, and you use such mean tricks." Mia looked at her with a tone full of disdain and mockery. Her voice was very loud, so everyone nearby heard her and looked over with expressions of contempt and disgust. Xuanming didn't care about the looks around her. She calmly looked at Mia and said, "And? What does that have to do with you?" Mia was annoyed by her indifferent attitude, and her face turned sour. Then she saw the wild fruit and bird eggs in Xuanming's hand and sneered, "You're so useless. As a female, you have to find your own food. If I were you, I'd just run into a wall and end it." Suddenly, everyone around started laughing. Of course, some beastmen also felt sympathy for Mia. As Mia finished speaking, a tall figure stepped out of the crowd, holding a piece of roasted meat, and walked straight towards Xuanming. The man was tall and slender, with very beautiful features, more beautiful than a woman, with red lips and slightly upturned eyes that looked charming. He didn't seem feminine, though. His waist was wrapped in a beast hide, adding a wild beauty to him. He was very attractive, making it hard to look away, and he was one of the many admired by the females in the tribe. This was the 3rd beast husband of the original owner, Bai Qi, who was a 9-tailed white fox and a 5th-rank beastman. Xuanming remembered that the 9-tailed white fox clan was very powerful on this continent and even led the Beast King city, making them noble. She didn't know if Bai Qi had any connection to the Beast King city or why he entered the wolf tribe. All she knew was that every year, when the tribe's beastmen went to the Beast King city to trade salt, Bai Qi never went. While Xuanming was thinking about these things, Bai Qi had already stopped in front of her and handed her the roasted meat, saying with a calm expression, "Take it." There was no emotion in his tone. This scene stunned everyone present, including Mia, who looked at Bai Qi in disbelief, seeming unable to understand why he was doing this. Wasn't he also very annoyed with Xuanming? But then, thinking about how he was the one who usually gave her meat to eat, she felt a bit upset again. Bai Qi really disliked Xuanming, but he had never failed to give her meat. He was a very responsible beast husband. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become so fat. Xuanming glanced at him, smiled sweetly and reached out to take the grilled meat.
Thank you.
Her voice was clear and pleasant, like a nightingale singing. Her appearance, with pimples and blemishes, was very mismatched with her sweet tone. Bai Qi looked at her strangely. Thank you was the first time she had said those words. Every time he gave her meat, she acted confident and never said thank you. If he gave her little meat or poor quality meat, she would scold him angrily. Although he found her behavior strange today, he didn't take it to heart. He was about to turn and leave. But thinking of her usual behavior, he quickly added, I just don't want people to misunderstand. I can't even afford to keep a female. After saying this, he turned and walked away. Mia heard this and immediately burst into laughter, her eyes full of mockery. Before she could say anything sarcastic, several pieces of meat flew from different directions and landed at Xuxia's feet, as if they were trash being thrown away. There were 3 pieces, from different animals. She looked toward where the meat came from and saw that they were thrown by Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming. Ling didn't give any meat and sat alone eating grilled meat. She didn't seem to be upset, but she also didn't know how the effects of the love potion were resolved. Xuxia knew Ling disliked her very much and didn't even bother with superficial politeness. But she didn't care. She had taken the love potion and kicked people before. Why would she expect someone to give her meat?
Impossible.
Although the love potion was originally her doing, what she did was no different. Mia watched this scene, her jealousy almost impossible to hide. She sneered coldly, they're just giving you charity. Xuxia looked at her coldly and said nothing. Mia was right, the 3 pieces of meat, weren't they just charity from those men? Being thrown like trash, was that how they were dismissing her? Her expression grew cold. She wanted to smash the meat back into those men's faces. But having survived the chaos of the apocalypse, she knew how precious food was. She thought better not to waste it. Although her actions might seem insulting, the meat was good and fresh. People who had gone hungry knew exactly what that hunger felt like. It was truly painful. She was about to bend down to pick up the meat from the ground. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out loudly and angrily. Don't pick it up. Xuxia froze for a moment, turned her head, and saw a man walking over with a furious expression. His features were ordinary but slightly firm, tall, and strong. He was wearing only a beast hide around his waist, barefoot, with healthy wheat-colored skin. This is the original master's older brother, Su Mu, a 4th-tier orc. In the wolf tribe, his strength is quite good, second only to her 5 mates. He also dislikes the original master very much and generally ignores her. Today, he seems to be in a strange mood. He walks up to Xuxia, notices the 3 pieces of meat on the ground, and looks very displeased. He glances at the 3 men and angrily says, What do you 3 think you're doing? Is this how you treat your female? Although he also dislikes Xuxia, she is his biological sister. Seeing her insulted like this makes him feel ashamed. If the original master's father and mother were here, they would also feel ashamed. Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming remain silent, as if they haven't heard anything. Their attitude makes Su Mu even angrier. He then turns his anger toward Ling, who is sitting alone, calmly eating roasted meat. His face looks displeased as he says, Ling, don't forget that my sister is your female. As her male, you have a responsibility to take care of her. Are you trying to starve her by not giving her any food? Su Mu raises his voice, causing all the nearby orcs to look at Ling. Ling pauses, looks at him with silver eyes, and his handsome face is full of cold frost. His voice is icy. What? I give my female food and I need to report to you? Su Mu is frozen by his cold, piercing gaze, and his momentum drops instantly. But he still forces himself to say, You giving her food doesn't require my approval, but not giving her any food. Are you trying to starve her? Don't forget, no matter how bad she is, she's still your female. Ling's lips curl into a mocking smile, and his silver eyes immediately focus on Xuxia, showing obvious disdain. Look at her size. She's ugly enough, and she's fat like a pig. Fasting would be good for her to lose weight.
Ha ha ha.
Laughter erupts around the square. Everyone agrees that Ling's words make sense. especially the females, who look at Chu Youyou with jealousy. They envy that she has 5 such strong and excellent mates, yet she is still not satisfied and keeps causing trouble. Now she's even fat like a pig, and with that ugly face, she looks disgusting. No wonder she secretly ate the love potion fruit. Who could sleep with such an ugly person? In the beast world, females value strength, but being fat and being strong are 2 different things. Hearing the laughter and the strange looks around her, Chu Youyou, despite having a thick skin, feels embarrassed now. She glances at Ling with a grim expression, teeth clenched. This man, his words are too cruel. Is this revenge for her secretly eating the love potion fruit and then kicking him? But she was determined to lose weight. She didn't care about others. Even she couldn't stand her own appearance. Sumu looked embarrassed, opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. Seeing his sister's face covered with pimples and scars and weighing around 300 pounds, he grimaced. Not to mention Ling. Even he couldn't bear to look at her. Fortunately, she had taken a bath, so there was some improvement. "Brother, I won't eat tonight," Chu Youyou whispered to Sumu. After speaking, she bent down to pick up 3 pieces of meat from the ground, planning to save them for breakfast tomorrow. Sumu watched her move, frowned, feeling embarrassed himself, and ordered, "If you're serious about losing weight, then throw the meat away." She looked at him strangely. "Brother, food is precious. Many beastmen can't get enough to eat. How can I throw it away? That's wasteful." Sumu looked at her with a strange expression. How could his lazy, gluttonous, and rough sisters say such things? But recalling her past behavior, he thought she was deliberately saying that, probably planning to secretly eat the meat later. "Since you know food is precious, then eat less. Look at how fat you've become," he said, glaring at her round figure with disgust. After saying this, he turned and left.
Chu Youyou.
She looked down at her own chubby body. Honestly, even she disliked it. She must lose weight, until she becomes as fast as lightning, dazzling their eyes. No, their wolf eyes. She didn't care about the mocking or disdainful looks around her and took the meat and walked away. Not far from where she left, she suddenly sensed a cold aura. She turned her head and met Mo Lin's icy snake-like eyes, which startled her. Does this man walk silently? He had silently circled around her. Is something wrong? She stopped and looked at him, cautiously speaking. Mo Lin looked at her deeply, his dark pupils shining with a cold light in the night. His voice was icy. "What did you mean by what you said by the river today?"
Chu Youyou blinked, confused.
She had said many things by the river. Which one was he referring to?
"What are you talking about?"
"I don't remember," she said, not pretending to be naive, but genuinely unsure. Mo Lin gazed at her quietly, his eyes narrowing slightly. He then asked, "Do you think that river is your home? Can you come here? But I can't."
Chu Youyou.
She didn't expect that was what he was talking about. At that time, she was just speaking casually to counter Mo Lin's words. Because this man had a bad attitude and told her to leave, she instinctively retorted. I was just talking casually, I didn't mean anything by it. Please don't take it to heart." She forced a light laugh and explained softly. Mo Lin looked at her deeply, unsure if he believed her words. After a moment, he suddenly said, "Don't try to me like today again." Coldly, he left those words and turned to walk away.
Chu Youyou. Him?
When did I ever him? She was clearly taking a bath at the time, and this man suddenly barged in, okay? She secretly rolled her eyes and cursed softly, self-absorbed, annoying man. But this was also good, so she wouldn't have to find ways to win him over. Thinking this, she also stepped away and headed back to the cave. Ling happened to pass by and overheard her last words, self-absorbed, annoying man. His steps paused slightly, and his silver eyes looked deep at Chu Youyou, expression unreadable. Chu Youyou sensed his gaze behind her, too intense to ignore. She turned her head and met his mysterious silver eyes, which made her jump in surprise. This man had probably been standing here for a long time listening to everything. But thinking she was scolding Mo Lin, not him, she felt instantly at ease. Ling cast a deep glance at her, lost in thought. Soon, he withdrew his gaze and walked away. Xia watched his back as he left, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. This man's presence was too strong. She felt a bit overwhelmed. Thinking about what just happened, she frowned, feeling quite annoyed. There were 5 beast husbands, and 1 or 2 of them were hard to win over, and even disliked her. The difficulty of winning them over was too high. Yunju and Xuanming were even worse. They ignored her completely, as if she was air, and disliked her even looking at them. She felt a bit discouraged. But then she remembered the bathing set in the cave and the reward from the system, and her spirits lifted again. Although she now had special powers, the dangerous beast world still made her feel weak. If she could get the system's reward, it could change her life and make her stronger, helping her survive better. Thinking this, she gained motivation. It's just winning over men, she could do it. At worst, she could just lose her pride. She carried the meat and headed toward the original owner's cave. The original owner lived alone and didn't share the cave with the 5 beast husbands. Each had their own cave. To avoid bothering her, they even dug their caves far away. The original owner's cave was at the foot of the mountain. Ling lived on the mountaintop. The main reason was that the original owner was too fat, making it hard to climb the mountain easily. Mo Lin was even more cunning. He built the cave on the steep cliff at the back of the mountain. Snakes prefer dark places. Not only are they dangerous, but most people can't go there. Yunju, Xuanming, and Bai Qi lived on the half-mountain peak, not as strange as the others, but still far from the original owner's cave. Usually, when female members of the tribe found a partner, they would move in with their mate. The original owner wanted to, but only if others agreed. Xia thought it might be better this way. If all 5 beast husbands lived together from the start, not only would they dislike it, but she herself wouldn't be used to it either. There should be a process of getting used to each other. She quickly returned to the original owner's cave. The cave was very dark, with only a few moonbeams shining in, but she could see inside clearly. Her eyes swept over the place. Bones and meat she had chewed, rotten food, unwashed stone bowls, moldy animal skins, and other messy things piled together. She had hurried in and out during the day and hadn't looked carefully before. Looking closer, she realized it was more like a trash dump than a living space. A foul smell of mold, decay, and strange odors filled the air, mixing together and making her feel sick. The only relatively clean spot was the stone bed, but it wasn't much better. Dark, dirty, and stinky, with a hole torn in it. She was already tired of criticizing everything about the original owner. At the cave entrance, she picked some clean broad leaves and washed them in nearby water. She wrapped the meat with the leaves and set it aside. She thought about roasting it tomorrow, but wasn't sure if leaving it overnight would spoil it. Fortunately, the temperature at night was low. The 3 pieces of raw meat and the roasted fish from before were placed together. She didn't eat the piece of roasted meat Bai Qi gave her. She wrapped it with a clean broad leaf along with the others. She planned to find some vines later to weave a basket, or else she wouldn't have a place to put everything. Then she began to accept her fate and tidied up the cave. Things to throw away were piled at the entrance, and those to wash were prepared for the next morning at the river. The dirty, stinky animal skin on the stone bed was also torn off and placed outside the door. It was so dirty she couldn't sleep on it without cleaning it first. As for the moldy animal skins, she looked at them with some regret. They looked good, but hadn't been dried properly. They had been piled together for who knows how long, damp and moldy. Luckily, she cleaned and dried them. They should still be usable. After a busy session, she threw out a lot of trash, and the cave became much emptier. Apart from the stone bed, there were only 2 stone bowls in the corner and a bone knife. Everything else was gone. All the animal skins were piled at the cave entrance, and not a single good one was left. The cave was cleaned up, but there was still a bad smell in the air that wouldn't go away. Xia planned to pick some fruits and flowers tomorrow to smoke and freshen the air. She looked at the empty, hard stone bed, which had no animal skins at all. It was uncomfortable to sleep on, and the cold at night might cause her to catch a cold. In the animal world, the temperature difference between day and night is huge. Without covering herself, she would definitely get cold. Her gaze fell on the entrance of the cave, looking at the dirty animal skins. She didn't have the courage to bring them inside to cover herself. She sighed softly and decided to find some dry firewood nearby to bring back, then built a fire in the middle of the cave. The fire kept her warm and also scared away wild animals. She didn't expect the 5 beastmen to come and protect her at night. After a busy day, she was already exhausted and hungry. Her eyes involuntarily fell on the roasted meat and fish wrapped in broad leaves, and she swallowed hard. I can't eat. If I eat more, I'll really get fat and die, she whispered to herself, trying to motivate herself. Then she reluctantly looked away, avoiding the roasted meat and fish. But she was really hungry. The fish she ate in the afternoon had already been digested. Her eyes kept drifting back to the roasted fish, and she felt extremely greedy. But seeing her full body of fat, she held back again. To distract herself, she sat by the fire and began practicing her supernatural powers. In the animal world, the spiritual energy of wood is very abundant, making cultivation smooth and easy, much better than in the apocalypse. Su Xia believed she would soon be able to advance to level 2. Thinking about her terrible face, although her supernatural power dropped to level 1, reducing its healing effect, she could still do simple detoxification. Her face was obviously full of toxins, likely due to excessive oil secretion and toxin buildup. To completely heal herself, she needed to detox first. She opened her palm, facing upward, and a small green vine sprouted from her hand, emitting a faint green glow. It was very beautiful. The vine grew longer and longer, climbing onto her face, covering it with green light to detoxify her. As her supernatural energy seeped into her face, she felt an intense itch, as if something was about to come out. She wanted to scratch it several times but was afraid of leaving scars, so she didn't dare. She endured the itching and focused on using her powers to detoxify. After about a cup of tea, she felt as if her nose, eyes, and entire face were covered with a dark, muddy substance. She couldn't breathe or see clearly. The smell was very bad, like rotten eggs, almost making her sick. She retracted her supernatural power and reached up to touch her face, nose, and eyes. Everything was covered in black, smelly grime. Is this the toxin coming out of her face? She wondered, feeling extremely nauseous. She quickly ran out of the cave, not forgetting to bring her cleanser. Although it was dark outside, the bright moonlight made it easy to see the path. Many people in the tribe, young and old, were still awake. Some gathered in groups chatting, some bathing by the river, and others doing different things. Some were hiding in the woods or corners, secretly meeting. In this animal world, people are very open, especially at night. You can hear sounds of intimacy everywhere. It made her ears hot, face red, and heart race. She saw several couples doing that right there, anytime and anywhere. Just find a tree or corner.
Chu Youyou's lips twitched.
She didn't understand why they didn't go into the cave, but preferred to do it out in the open. Thinking this was an animal world, where everyone was basically an animal, she didn't expect any shame. She calmly walked toward the river, pretending not to hear or see anything. After decades in the apocalypse, she had seen everything. Compared to the disgusting zombies in the apocalypse, this was nothing. When she reached the river, she heard the sounds again from afar. She glanced sideways and saw the grass flattened in a large area. It was too dark at night to tell who was there. Just as she was about to look away, a face suddenly appeared. Under the moonlight, she recognized Mia. As for the other beast person, she didn't need to guess. She knew which of Mia's mates it was. Su Xia remembered that Mia had mocked her not long ago. If Mia saw her now, she might think she was spying intentionally and might mock her even more. To avoid trouble, she moved downstream, staying away from that area. Finally, she squatted by the river and started washing the dirt off her face. She washed 3 times until her face felt fresh, then stopped. Under the bright moonlight, She looked at her reflection in the water. Although she still had many pimples, they had visibly reduced, and the pus was gone. Her skin looked much better. She touched her face, feeling pretty good. She planned to continue using her powers to detoxify her face for a few more days, hoping it would heal completely. Just as she was about to get up and leave, she suddenly heard splashing upstream. Curious, she looked over. In an instant, she froze in place. Under the moonlight, a man stands in the river, bathing. His upper body is bare, with bronze skin shining attractively in the moonlight. He has six-pack abs, perfectly symmetrical and very well-defined. Water droplets slide down his body and fall into the river. This man's figure is really impressive. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Her eyes unconsciously glance downward at his lower body, but it is submerged in water. She then looks up at his face. He is very handsome, with deep features, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and perfect lips. He radiates a wild, untamed aura that is very attractive and somewhat aggressive. Isn't this her fifth beast husband, Xuanming? A fifth-level beast man, whose true form seems to be a dark wolf, and he is the only one in his tribe. He is a rare breed. The man senses something and suddenly looks up sharply, his gaze as sharp as a drawn sword. Xuanming is startled and quickly withdraws her gaze, turning to run. But in the next moment, her body suddenly stiffens. Because the man calls out her name, his cold voice filled with anger. Xuanming, you're so bold to sneak a look at me bathing. As he speaks, the man stands up from the river and strides toward her. Xuanming doesn't hesitate and immediately runs away. Who would stay if they could run now? In the original story, the protagonist secretly watched Xuanming bathe and was caught on the spot, almost beaten to death. She definitely doesn't want to experience that feeling again. She also cursed Xuanming countless times in her heart, thinking he's so pretentious. She went to the river to bathe and was just looking around openly, yet he blames her for spying? She was just watching openly, wasn't she? Of course. She didn't forget to take her cleanser with her when she ran. If she lost it, there would be nowhere to buy a new one. Xuanming watched her run away with something in her hand, feeling curious about what it was. It looked strange, and he had never seen anything like it. But it was quite delicate and pretty. He didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that this female had secretly watched him bathe. His handsome face darkened. Last time, Xuanming secretly watched him bathe, and he scolded her harshly. Now she was doing it again. She really doesn't learn her lesson. Xuanming ran back to the cave in one breath, relieved that Xuanming didn't chase after her. She sat by the fire, thinking about Xuanming's remarkably fit body, and couldn't help but swallow hard. She had to admit, this man's figure was truly excellent, probably the best she had seen since arriving in this beast world. He was also very handsome, with a strong, aggressive aura. Such a man was almost too perfect to be real. Unfortunately, she felt extreme dislike towards him. The difficulty of winning him over was also very high. Xuanming sighed, thinking she should just wash up and go to sleep. The process of winning him over could only be done slowly. Just as she was about to climb onto the stone bed to sleep, suddenly, a voice from the system sounded in her mind. Ding! Host, the target's favorability has changed. Would you like to check now? Hearing the system's voice, she paused for a moment, then quickly reacted and said, check. She also wanted to see what had changed. In the next second, a virtual panel appeared in front of her. Host, Xuanming, age, 16 charm, 10 initially 0, max 100, appearance, 20 initially 10, max 100, showing some improvement but still not attractive, health, 60, full score 100, weight, severely overweight, affecting movement skills, wood element supernatural ability, level 1, target and favorability, Ling, minus 90, dislike, Mo Lin, minus 80, dislike, Yunju, minus 85, dislike, Bai Qi, minus 75, dislike, Xuanming, minus 80, dislike. Xuanming looked at the changing numbers with surprise. She remembered her original charm was 0, now it had become 10. Though 10 charm points were still very low, at least she had some charm now, no longer a complete zero. She didn't know exactly how it increased, but it should be related to her behavior. Her appearance also increased by 10 points, from 10 to 20, probably related to her bathing and detoxification. The favorability of her 5 beast husbands also changed. She remembered Ling's favorability was originally -100, indicating complete dislike, but now it had improved to -90. Xuanming found it strange. Both the love potion and kicking him had caused his favorability to increase. Could it be that Ling, that scoundrel, had some masochistic tendencies? As for Xuanming, his original favorability was -90, now it was -80. She didn't expect that running away would actually increase his favorability. She shook her head, thinking men were really hard to understand. The favorability of Mo Lin and Bai Qi also increased by 10 points each. Yunju's favorability increased the least, only by 5 points, but at least it increased. She didn't know exactly how favorability increased, but it was definitely related to her actions. Although all the numbers were negative, it was still a good start. She glanced at the system panel and then turned it off. She walked to the stone bed and lay down. The hard surface made her uncomfortable all over, and there was nothing to cover herself with. Coldness made her shiver, and she couldn't fall asleep no matter what. She decided to sit by the fire again, leaning against the stone wall to sleep. She planned to endure one night and find some dry grass tomorrow to make a proper bed. The night was quiet, but the tribe grew livelier, with loud sounds of laughter and shouting all around, like singing. The noise was so loud it was hard to ignore. Xuanming's mouth twitched, secretly thinking that the nights in this beast world were truly lively, with these sounds happening anytime and anywhere. Even someone from the end of the world like her found it hard to handle. She didn't know how long passed before she drifted into a hazy sleep. Meanwhile, Xuanming was about to return to his cave. Halfway there, he saw faint light coming from Xuanming's cave. For some reason, he changed his course and headed toward it. When he arrived, he saw a large pile of animal skins outside the cave, various animal pelts, dirty, smelly, some even moldy. Clearly, they hadn't been washed or dried. Xuanming frowned deeply. These pelts were all hunted and brought back by the 5 of them, but Xuanming had ruined them. It was a waste of good things. A cold look appeared in his eyes as he stepped into the cave. It seemed he wanted to scold Xuanming harshly. But when he entered, he was stunned by what he saw. The whole cave was empty, with only a few pieces of meat wrapped in large leaves, some roasted fish, and 8 bird eggs. The rest was gone. The cave was very clean and tidy now, no longer the mess it used to be. It was obvious someone had tidied up. A fire burned brightly in the center of the cave. Xuanming sat by the fire, hugging her knees, curled up, her head resting against the stone wall, sleeping like that. She looked quite pitiful. Xuanming sneered inwardly, thinking, pitiful? Serves her right. Such a good pile of pelts, ruined by her. Let her freeze to death. He wanted to turn and leave, but his gaze fell on Xuanming's ugly face, and he stopped in his tracks. For some reason, he felt she seemed different somehow. He couldn't quite say what was different. He had a strange feeling that her face didn't look so ugly anymore. Xuanming was startled by this thought and thought he must be crazy. How could he find this ugly girl not ugly? He must be crazy. But she did look cleaner and fresher now. Xuanming was usually lazy and gluttonous, eating and sleeping all day, and extremely messy. Today, she surprisingly knew how to take care of herself. Could it be that the sun was rising from the west? The dark figure's gaze shifted again to the meat wrapped in broad leaves and the roasted fish nearby. One piece of roasted beast meat was already cooked, while the other 3 pieces were still raw. The cooked meat was given by Bai Qi, and the other 3 pieces were thrown by him, Mo Lin and Yunju. She had thought Xuanming had already eaten all of these meats. But surprisingly, she hadn't eaten any and still kept them. Are you really planning to lose weight?
Can you resist?
The expression on Xuanming's face slightly tensed, showing a hint of disbelief. He wasn't sure how long she could hold on. Perhaps by tomorrow morning, these pieces of meat would be gone. In her hazy state, Xia vaguely felt someone in front of her. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xuanming had appeared in the cave without her noticing, staring at her with a curious look. The flickering firelight danced on his face, making him look even more handsome and extraordinary. His deep eyes shimmered with a faint glow, filled with curiosity, as if pondering something. Startled, Xia thought this man had come to find her to pick a fight. Her sleep instantly vanished. She sat up straight, moved back a little, and created some distance between them. Her gaze then fell on his face as she forced a light smile and explained, I didn't mean to spy on you while you were bathing. I just happened to go to the river to wash my face, and didn't know you were bathing there." Although she truly didn't mean to, she found it hard to believe her own excuse. It was because the original owner's actions before weren't exactly proper. Seeing Xuanming's face darken gradually, her voice grew softer until she finally fell silent. He looked at her deeply, his expression mysterious. Whether he believed her or not was unclear. Fortunately, he didn't get angry or punish her. Instead, he simply said with a stern face, "Better that way." Then he turned and left the cave. Watching his back as he departed, Xia secretly let out a breath of relief. She muttered under her breath, "Man." She then withdrew her gaze, yawned, leaned back against the stone wall, and prepared to sleep again. But this time, she simply couldn't fall asleep. Her mind was a mess, sometimes images of being blown up in the apocalypse, sometimes the various disastrous outcomes of the original protagonist's reckless actions in the original story. These two scenes kept flashing through her mind like a movie, constantly circling and refusing to go away. That night, Xia didn't sleep peacefully. The tribe was lively and passionate, with loud sounds of intimacy echoing nonstop, making it impossible for her to rest. Especially in the second half of the night. The noises grew even louder, accompanied by strange sounds. She blushed with embarrassment, tossing and turning by the fire, unable to sleep. She deeply admired these beast men. Their energy was simply incredible. At the same time, I am very curious. Do these orcs never need to sleep? Before crossing over, in the end-of-the-world scenario, I was busy surviving every day, fighting zombies, searching for supplies, with no time to think about such things. At night, I would go to bed early to restore my energy. Unlike the orcs in this world, who are full of energy all day long, constantly hunting or mating. She decided not to sleep and sat up to practice her supernatural powers. When she opened her eyes, it was just dawn. After a night of practice, her abilities had improved a lot, and soon she could advance to the second level. Xia stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. She ate all the leftover grilled fish from yesterday, but she only ate half of it. Her gaze fell on the piece of grilled meat Bai Qi gave her last night, and she couldn't help tearing off a small piece to eat. The grilled meat had been left out overnight and was hard and tough, hard to bite. But it was salted, so it had some flavor in her mouth. She took 2 bites and stopped because it was too difficult to chew. She planned to go to the forest later to find some fruit. Eating more fruit wouldn't make her fat, only cause her to lose weight. It could also help with digestion and movements. She roasted the 3 pieces of raw meat from yesterday. If she didn't, they would spoil. She thought about when she could find a stone pot. Having one would make eating much easier, no longer limited to just roasting. The 3 pieces of raw meat roasted quickly, smelling delicious, crispy outside and tender inside, softer than the ones left overnight. Unfortunately, there was no salt in the cave, nor any other seasonings. The other beastmen had some, but in limited quantities. Xia couldn't resist eating a small piece, but since she was trying to lose weight, she didn't continue. She wrapped the remaining meat in broad leaves and set it aside for lunch later. Just as she stood up, a sudden system notification sounded in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully losing weight. Lost 2 gene, about 1 kilogram. Health points +2, appearance +1, charm +1, and the favorability level has also changed. Would you like to check? Xia's eyes lit up with surprise. She had been hungry all night and didn't expect to lose 2 gene. Although Hygiene isn't much for her, who is quite overweight, any progress is good. She quickly checked the system data. Host, Xuanming age, 16 charm, 11 appearance, 21 health, 62 weight, severely overweight, affecting mobility. Skills. Wood element supernatural power, level 1, target and favorability levels. Night feather, -90, disgusted Mo Lin, -80, disgusted Yunju, -85, disgusted by Qi, -75, disgusted Xuanming, -60, disgusted. She quickly checked the data above, noticing only Xuanming's favorability score had changed. She remembered last night it was -80, and now it had improved to -60. A full 20 points increase in favorability. A slight smile appeared on her face, and she felt very happy. Last night, Xuanming came to the cave and must have seen the changes inside. Who would like a messy woman? Being clean and fresh always leaves a good impression. She removed the system panel and took all the animal skins she had left unwashed at the cave entrance last night to the river to clean. It was still early, but many orcs and females were busy by the river. They washed animal skins, washed their faces and hands, or fetched water. Some females were even grooming and dressing up by the water. Sometimes they talked and laughed, making the scene lively. When they saw her, they all looked at her strangely and whispered among themselves. Is that Xuanming? She got up so early? Look at all those animal skins she's holding. Is she planning to wash them? With her laziness, she probably just wants to show off. She's not really going to wash those skins. Haha, she's the laziest female in our wolf tribe. Expecting her to wash animal skins? Might as well wait for the sun to rise from the west. Exactly. I bet she'll just throw them away and then ask Night Feather and the others for new ones. Though these comments were quiet, they all reached Xuanming's ears. She secretly rolled her eyes and ignored the females. The original owner's reputation was already ruined beyond repair, and trying to fix it overnight was impossible. She found a quiet spot and started washing the animal skins. All these skins were from the original owner, obtained from 5 beast husbands and her father, and they were top quality. But the original owner never washed them. She dirted them and then threw them aside. She never dried them in the sun either, so some had mold and worms, making them unbearable to look at. Xuanming thought the original owner had wasted these skins. They were meant to be her future clothes and blankets. They could even be used to make shoes, so she couldn't just let them go to waste. She washed what she could. If some couldn't be cleaned, she would throw them away. Fortunately, most of the skins were still usable. She only discarded a few that were too damaged. The females and orcs by the river watched in surprise as Xuanming diligently washed the skins. Soon, they started whispering among themselves. Oh my, Xuanming is really washing animal skins? And so many? Am I dreaming? When did she become so diligent? Is the sun rising from the west? Have you noticed she has changed? She doesn't seem as ugly anymore. It's different. She looks less sloppy, and her pimples and boils have reduced a bit, but overall, she still looks unattractive. These voices reached Xuanming's ears, and she felt helpless inside. The original owner's image was deeply ingrained in people's minds. Changing their opinion was really not easy. She ignored the gossip and focused on cleaning the animal skins. Without soap or laundry detergent, she couldn't clean them well, so she had to scrub hard, making her hands turn red. The animal skins were thick, dirty, smelly, and hard to wash. After washing all the skins, an hour had passed. She was exhausted, with a sore back and aching hands, and she broke out in a heavy sweat. She washed her face, moved her arms and legs a bit, and finally felt better. Just as she was about to carry the clean skins back, she saw a female approaching her, smirking mockingly. Xuanming, have you changed? You actually know how to do proper work now? Xuanming looked at the female. She was pretty, about 17 or 18, with a proud and disdainful look in her eyes. It seemed she looked down on Xuanming. She checked her memory of the original owner and found this female was named Miao, Mia's sister, who, like her sister, disliked the original owner intensely. The reason was simple. Mi Yao liked Yi Lin and had confessed to him, but was rejected. Mi Yao was deeply hurt and sad, and from then on, she hated the original owner because she was Yi Lin's female. Even knowing Yi Lin didn't like the original owner and even despised her, Mi Yao still looked down on her. Now, she was glaring at her with hostility and jealousy. Su Xia withdrew her gaze and said coldly, "It's none of your business." Then she carried the clean animal skins and walked away. Mi Yao watched her leave, grinding her teeth in anger and cursing silently. Bah, what a joke. She really thinks she's something special? Her sister Mia was the most beautiful female in the tribe, with 7 beast husbands, all outstanding beast men. She also had 5 beast husbands, but neither their strength nor appearance matched her sister's. She didn't have as many as her sister Mia. She believed she was pretty too, and always wanted to surpass her sister. Yi Lin was the strongest and bravest male in the tribe, also the most handsome, and all the females in the tribe liked him. Mi Yao thought that if she could get Ling, her sister would surely be jealous. She confessed her feelings to Ling, but was cruelly rejected. Mi Yao felt embarrassed and hated herself, grinding her teeth in anger. She didn't blame Ling. She only hated Su Xia, who was so ugly, lazy, greedy, and mischievous. How could she be a match for Ling? It seemed heaven was unfair. If it weren't for her father, the tribe leader, she would have been kicked out long ago. No matter what Mi Yao thought, Su Xia simply hugged her animal skin and went back. As she passed the tribe square, she saw many beastmen gathered there. Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Yunju, Xuanming, and her brother Su Mu were all present. Of course, other beastmen were also there. It was a large crowd, at least 100 beastmen. Her father, Su Lai, was at the front, talking to the beastmen about where they planned to hunt today and reminding them to stay safe. It was clear they were going out hunting. Su Xia's heart moved, and she walked over with her animal skin. Su Lai saw her immediately, his face darkening as he scolded, "What are you doing here? Hurry and go back." This daughter was truly disappointing, lazy, greedy, unpleasant, overly flirtatious, and she was also extremely ugly, which made him ashamed. Su Lai couldn't understand. He and the females looked good, and his son Su Mu was decent-looking, so why was his daughter so ugly? But he didn't doubt that Su Xia was not his child because her eyes looked just like his. Since she was his, he felt angry. Seeing the disgust in Su Lai's eyes, Mi Yao felt speechless. How much did he dislike the original owner? She pursed her lips and ignored his disdainful look, saying calmly, "Father, I want to go hunting with you all." In the original story, the heroine Chu Youyou was brought back to the wolf tribe by Ling. Although Chu Youyou had already appeared earlier and she had sent the person away yesterday afternoon, she never underestimated her heroine's charm. Maybe she would meet Ling again and be taken back to the tribe. She had to watch closely herself. Also, eating grilled meat and fish every day was getting boring. Her mouth was almost numb from it. She urgently needed to improve her life. Su Lai was surprised, thinking he must have heard wrong, and asked, "What did you say?" Mi Yao repeated, "I said, I want to go hunting with you." After she finished, everything around fell silent. Then, a burst of laughter erupted from the square. "Haha, did you hear that? Su Xia actually said she wants to go hunting too? That's so funny. She's a lazy and greedy female, and she still wants to join the hunt? No way." The orc wanted to say that Su Xia has a problem with her mind, but when he was about to speak, he glanced at the leader in front and swallowed the words. Even though the leader disliked Su Xia, she was his daughter. If he said something, he would definitely be unhappy. "I think she just wants to get close to a few of the orcs, haha." Other orcs also made teasing comments. But because the leader was present, they didn't go too far, though their words still sounded unpleasant. Even Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Yunju, and Xuanming frowned and looked at her. They all thought similarly, assuming she wanted to get close to them and show disgust. Su Xia didn't care about the teasing or the disdainful looks from the orcs. She only looked calmly at Su Lai. "Father, don't worry. I won't hold everyone back. I've awakened a wood-type ability and can protect myself. After speaking, she placed the animal hide she was holding on a large stone in the square, then extended her right hand, activating her inner energy in her palm. Soon, a tiny vine sprouted from her palm, lush green and lively, appearing right before the orc's eyes. In this world, there are special abilities. For example, Yiling's true form is a silver moon ice wolf, which controls ice. Mo Lin, by Yunju, and Xuanming also have their own innate talents and abilities. The orcs in the tribe also have these abilities and can freely switch between their true form and human shape. But females are not allowed to have such abilities and do not possess innate powers. Now, Xuanming told everyone she had awakened her ability, and everyone was shocked. The laughter on the square suddenly stopped. All the orcs stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they saw, the tiny green vine in her palm. Could females also awaken abilities? This was unheard of and unseen before. Su Lai was also stunned, staring at the small vine in Xuanming's palm, and he took a long time to recover. He had lived so many years and had never seen a female awaken an ability. Not only him, but all the orcs present had never seen it before. In the past, they would have sneered and refused to believe it. But now, the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe. Xuanming watched everyone's shocked expressions, feeling secretly pleased, but her face remained calm. She even activated her ability again, making the vine in her palm grow longer and wrap around her fingertips, looking very lively. This time, everyone looked at her with different eyes, curious, interested, and a bit jealous. A few of the beastmen looked at the green vine in Xuanming's palm, their faces showing less disgust, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. It seemed that this female had truly changed. Su Lai was the first to regain his composure. He looked at her with complicated eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Is this really your awakened ability?"
Yes.
Su Lai's expression lifted slightly, and he asked again, "When did you awaken it?" "Yesterday." Xuanming told the truth without hiding. After all, this ability came from the end of the world, so there was no need to hide it. Su Lai looked at her deeply, lost in thought, but didn't ask further. He then looked at the other beastmen present and said loudly, "Since Sia has awakened her ability and wants to go hunting, let's go together. You all need to look after her and make sure she doesn't get hurt." Now that his daughter had awakened her ability, he wouldn't stop her. It was a big deal for a female in the tribe to awaken her ability. Perhaps in the future, his daughter could lead the tribe to a new peak. Thinking this, Su Lai's gaze on Xuanming became more approving, even with a hint of pride. Xuanming thought to herself, "This look of pride doesn't seem very trustworthy." Sure enough, the next second, she heard Su Lai continue, "Since you've awakened your ability, forget about the past. Just do well from now on. Try to earn everyone's approval early and make your father proud, understand?"
Su's mouth twitched fiercely.
Make him proud? She felt like this old man just wanted to show her off to others. She was speechless inside, but didn't reveal her thoughts. She obediently replied, "Got it, father." No matter what his plan was, for now, it seemed to be in her favor. Seeing she could go along, she quickly laid the cleaned beast hide on a large nearby rock to dry. If the rock was too small, she spread it on the grass. The beastmen around watched her move, surprised. This tribe's famous lazy female was actually cleaning the beast hide voluntarily? Had she really changed?
Xulie looked pleased.
His daughter finally didn't seem so annoying anymore.
See? She's doing work now.
Who would still say she's lazy? Xuanming didn't know what Su Lai was thinking. If she knew, she might laugh herself to death. Just washing a beast hide and she's no longer lazy? She didn't pay attention to the surrounding orcs' shocked expressions. She was focused on drying the animal skins. When she finished, all the orcs gathered in the square had transformed back into their original forms. Looking around, there were wolves of many colors. Some were pure white snow wolves, others were pitch black like ink, and there were gray, brown, and mixed colors. They varied in size and shape, but all looked very fierce and intimidating. Xuanming quickly counted. estimating at least 100 wolves. Her father, Su Lai, had also turned into a majestic gray giant wolf, larger than all the others present. His eyes were sharp and cold, making him look very dangerous. She swallowed nervously and discreetly took a few steps back, putting some distance between herself and the giant wolf. Although she knew it was her father and he wouldn't hurt her, her instincts still made her feel scared. This wolf looked too fierce. After transforming, Su Lai immediately looked at her. Seeing her step back, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. What does that mean? Fear? Did this scoundrel forget who brought her into the world? He walked over to Ling, his mouth opening and closing as he spoke human words. Ling, Xia is yours now. Take her with you. Before Ling could agree, he turned his head and looked at Xia, making it very clear she should sit on Ling's back.
Su's mouth twitched fiercely.
It felt like she was being forced into a carriage. The original owner was extremely fond of Ling, often using her father's status to make Ling do this or that. She even made Ling carry and hold her. Ling hated the original owner very much. If it weren't for Su Lai, he would have already killed her. Su Lai naturally understood his daughter's feelings. Even if he disliked her, she was still his own flesh and blood, so he would do his best to help her. Xia didn't refuse her father's kindness. She looked at Ling. She saw that he had already transformed into his true form, a large wolf covered in silver fur. He was twice as big as a normal wolf, over 2 meters long and nearly a meter tall. His fur looked like snow, and his eyes were a strange silver, cold, sharp, but also very captivating. Standing there in the square, he looked very imposing and majestic. No wonder the original owner liked him so much. She walked over to Ling and, before he could react, quickly climbed onto his back and sat down. His fur felt really soft and smooth. Sitting on him was steady, and she didn't have to worry about falling off. Ling shivered slightly, turned his head to look at her, and his expression was fierce and slightly savage. He surprisingly let this unattractive female sit on top? That's really crazy. Ling really wanted to push this unattractive female off, but thinking it was the leader's idea, he held back. Forget it, just treat her as an object. Once they enter the forest, he would just throw her somewhere. Su Lai saw everyone was ready, and his commanding voice sounded ahead. Let's go. He spoke human language. As he finished, he leapt forward with a wolf's body and ran out of the tribe first, moving very fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ling withdrew his thoughts and quickly followed with wolf-like speed. The other beastmen saw this and followed behind. Mia was nearby, watching the large group leave, her eyes fixed on Xia's disappearing figure, full of jealousy. This ugly, lazy, and mean female had awakened her special power and even had the leader take her hunting. Now she was sitting on Ling's back. It's just infuriating. What does she have that I don't? What right does she have? Mia clenched her silver teeth tightly, almost furious. Her hands hung at her sides, clenched into fists, with sharp nails digging into her flesh, but she didn't feel pain. Her gaze was cold, like a dark, poisonous snake, staring intensely in the direction where Xia disappeared. Meanwhile, Xia sat on Ling's back, feeling the bumps from the running wolf beneath her, but she wasn't very afraid. Instead, this rushing feeling made her excited and happy. The world around her was strange and wonderful, so magical. She gently stroked the wolf fur on Ling's back. It was very comfortable, soft and smooth, better than any blanket she'd used before. She couldn't put it down. Ling felt a touch on his back and shivered, almost throwing her off. He turned his head, his cold silver wolf eyes full of violence, glaring fiercely at her as a warning.
Chu Youyou.
She grimaced and felt speechless inside. This dog of a man, she only touched his wolf fur twice, and he's so disgusting about it? And he's glaring at her? She pouted but didn't touch him again, only holding tightly to his wolf fur to prevent herself from falling off. Ling saw that the unattractive female on his back was calm and no longer made any moves, and his cold, violent gaze softened. Mo Lin turned into a huge black python, over 10 meters long, with a massive body and cold vertical pupils, looking very intimidating. He looked ahead, his eyes flickering, and suddenly, for some reason, he swam over to Su Xia's side. Then his body coiled up, wrapping around her on the wolf's back, trapping her in the middle.
Ah!
Help! Suddenly, Su Xia was frightened by the giant snake's owner and screamed loudly, instinctively holding Nightling's neck tightly. Her voice was very loud and pressed close to Nightling's back. The scream clearly reached Nightling's ears, making his wolf ears buzz loudly. His face darkened, his fur bristled all over, and his wolf eyes flashed with rage, almost throwing her away in anger. This ugly female. Can't she behave herself? Su Xia also realized her mistake, feeling she was too close, almost hanging on Nightling. She awkwardly loosened her grip and instead grabbed the fur on Nightling's back, forcing a dry laugh. Sorry, I didn't mean to. She really can't stand creatures like snakes. She's naturally afraid, so it's not her fault. Mo Lin was also stunned by her reaction, a hint of confusion flashing in his vertical pupils. Is he really that frightening? Why haven't other females been so afraid of him before? He stared at Su Xia for a long time. Then he twisted his body slightly, shrinking a bit, wrapping around Nightling's wolf body, and poked out his snake head, cold vertical pupils fixed on her as if examining. Su Xia felt her scalp go numb under his gaze, uncomfortable all over, trying her best to ignore it. Mo Lin's true form looked truly creepy, and she didn't know when she would get used to it. Nightling was also annoyed by Mo Lin's actions, unable to hold back, and spoke coldly. Mo Lin, let go quickly. Why is this snake clinging to him? If it weren't inconvenient now, he would definitely give this black snake a hard hit. Mo Lin ignored him, still wrapped around Nightling's wolf body, as if he didn't exist, his cold vertical pupils still fixed on Su Xia. He seemed curious why she was so afraid of him. Seeing that he didn't listen to her words, Nightling's face darkened completely, his fur bristling, showing signs of losing control. This stinky snake. Su Xia was afraid they would fight, so she quickly spoke. Mo Lin, can you let go of Nightling? If you keep clinging to him, he can't walk properly. Hearing this, Mo Lin's cold snake pupils finally looked at Nightling. Sure enough, he saw the other's wolf face looking unhappy, his silver eyes dark and showing signs of losing control. His eyes flickered slightly, and he released Nightling, returning to his original size, moving around Su Xia. Bai Qi also transformed into his true form, a completely white furry fox with 9 tails behind him, looking very beautiful. He was originally walking at the back. Now he speeds up and moves closer to Su Xia, flanking her on the left and right, curiously observing her. I really can't understand what has changed about this lazy, greedy, and extremely ugly female. Why did the leader agree to let her come out hunting? And she has awakened a special ability? It's truly strange. Bai Qi's true form doesn't look as intimidating as Mo Lin. Instead, it looks very beautiful and pleasing to the eye, a fluffy bundle. Su Xia is a fan of plush toys. Seeing such a beautiful fox, she can't help but reach out to touch it. The fur looks very soft and easy too. However, before her hand could touch it, Bai Qi alertly jumped back, keeping some distance, with a cold look in his eyes. It seemed that if she dared to reach out again, he wouldn't be polite. Su Xia awkwardly withdrew her hand, touched her nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. It seemed she forgot that Bai Qi also strongly disliked her and didn't like her touching him. Seeing her withdraw her hand and not making any further move, Bai Qi looked away. But he didn't come closer again, maintaining a certain distance. Yunju also transformed into his true form, a large, majestic wolf covered entirely in lush green fur, about twice the size of a normal wolf, similar in size to Ling. He was originally ahead, but now he slowed down and moved near Su Xia, along with Mo Lin and Bai Qi, all secretly observing her. Su Xia's change today was so great that it made him curious. However, when he saw her sitting on Yiling's back and occasionally reaching out to touch Bai Qi, a look of disdain quickly flashed in his wolf eyes. How shameless. He then looked away, no longer paying attention to her, and focused on the journey. Xuanming was the same. He transformed into a huge, jet-black wolf, walking at the back with a cold expression, emanating an aura of do not approach. He thought Xu Xia had improved, but now seeing her sitting on Yiling's back and still wanting to touch Bai Qi, he realized he had overthought. If Xu Xia knew that her only intention was to touch Bai Qi and that it made them dislike her, she probably wouldn't dare to reach out. The group moved very quickly, and in just a few minutes, they had already traveled far from the tribe. After more than an hour, they arrived at the Teagel Forest. The Teagel Forest is tall and dense, with trees so thick that they block out the sun, casting mottled shadows. The forest is very quiet, with only occasional sounds of insects and birds, which can feel a bit eerie. But for beast men, this place is their paradise. Xu Xia sat on Yiling's back, curious as she looked around, her eyes full of wonder. This was her first time coming to Teagel Forest, even though the original owner had never been here, mostly just wandering near the tribe. Yesterday, Chu Youyou was secretly thrown into Silver Pine Forest in the southwest of the tribe, not here, so she probably won't encounter Chu Youyou. But she remained alert and asked the system, "Tong's Tong, can I call you that?" "Yes," the system quickly responded in her mind. "Host, what's the matter?" Yesterday, when Chu Youyou came through, wasn't she secretly thrown into the forest by me? How is she doing? She asked the system internally. Although the female protagonist came from modern times and had little self-protection ability, her shining aura meant she probably wouldn't be in trouble. Sure enough, the system replied, "Host, after you threw Chu Youyou into Silver Pine Forest, she did encounter some danger, but she was saved by Mu Han, a 5th-level orc from the Winged Tiger tribe. She is now being taken back to the Winged Tiger tribe and is staying in Mu Han's cave." As expected,
Chu Youyou.
she remembered Mu Han was probably male lead number 6, a winged tiger, who later became one of Chu Youyou's beast husbands. Because of her interference, these two met earlier than expected. Knowing Chu Youyou had gone to the Winged Tiger tribe, she didn't bother with it anymore. In any case, she wouldn't run into her anytime soon, nor would she easily come to bother her. "Tong's Tong, can you detect if there are other travelers or reborn people besides me and Chu Youyou?" Thinking of something, she continued to ask internally. Since she and Chu Youyou could travel to this world, others could too. The system thought her quite alert. No wonder she was the chosen host. It then scanned this world and said, "Besides you and Chu Youyou, I haven't detected any other travelers." "Wait, there seems to be a reborn person right in the Winged Tiger tribe." "What? Really? Who is it?" Xu Xia casually asked, surprised to find there really was someone, and she was curious about who had been reborn in the Winged Tiger tribe. The system was silent for a moment, as if confirming, then answered, "It's a female from the Winged Tiger tribe, Yunju." "Yunju?" Xu Xia repeated the name, feeling it sounded familiar. After thinking for a while, she remembered she had seen her as a villainess in a book. Yunju was the most beautiful female in the Winged Tiger tribe, and she had liked Mu Han since she was young, always wanting to become his partner. Mu Han, as male lead number 6, was very handsome and powerful, almost as strong as Ling and Mo Lin, and was the strongest among the young generation of the Winged Tiger tribe. Liking a female character naturally makes her very popular. Yunju would like Mu Han, which is very normal. Unfortunately, Mu Han doesn't like Yunju. Later, when he met Chu Youyou from another world, he fell in love with her at first sight. To become Chu Youyou's partner, he fought fiercely with 5 others, Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xuanming. In the end, Chu Youyou stopped them, tears in her eyes, saying, "Please stop fighting for me. I don't deserve this. I love each of you." Eventually, he accepted her, and later he also accepted several others. By the end of the story, they formed a happy group, living together peacefully. Getting back to the main point, Yunju, as another villainous female character, ultimately died a very tragic death. She was like a difficult sister to the original heroine. Now that Yunju has been reborn, she probably won't like Mu Han anymore. After such a tragic past, if she still liked Mu Han after rebirth, it would be strange. But no matter what, she will definitely seek revenge on Chu Youyou. System. Does Yunju remember her past life?
Chu Youyou wondered aloud.
The system was speechless inside. Since she's reborn, she must remember everything. She looked embarrassed, feeling she had asked a silly question. Yunju's rebirth and her memories of the past, combined with Chu Youyou going to the winged tiger tribe, suggest her life won't be easy. But this has nothing to do with her. She just needs to know and not ask further. Ling took her deep into the Teagel Forest, then stopped after walking a while. His body shimmered with white light, about to transform into a human form, without even greeting Xia. Seeing he was about to leave her behind, she twitched her brow and cursed silently. Dog man, not even a hello. Just as he was about to change, she quickly jumped down and stood firmly on the ground. Ling saw her move, raised an eyebrow, and looked at her with surprise. Then his face turned cold with disgust, and he said, "Stay where you are, or if you get hurt, I won't care." Without waiting for her reply, he turned into a wolf and disappeared quickly. He was probably going hunting. Xia didn't mind his attitude, but looked around curiously. She found that besides her, there were no other beast men nearby, which surprised her. So, was she left here alone? Her father had asked Ling to bring her, but now he just left her here alone. What kind of bringing was this? Her face darkened with displeasure. It is impossible to stay honest. She came along only to find supplies. How can she find them if she stays honest? But she didn't go directly to look. First, she pulled some flexible and strong vines nearby, then sat under a big tree to start weaving a basket. Having a basket makes it easier to carry things. Resources in this wild world are very rich, with all kinds of good stuff everywhere. Without a container, she can't carry anything. She chose a long, flexible vine as the main frame of the basket, gently feeling its texture and strength, which seemed fine. Then she began weaving the bottom of the basket, crossing the vines to form a round base. Gradually, she wove upward to shape the body of the basket. In her past life, she watched survival shows and saw others weave baskets. She knew the process but had never done it herself. Now, with no choice but to try, she carefully attempted to weave. Fortunately, her hands are quite skillful. After a little practice, she got the hang of it, and her movements became faster. Soon, she finished a basket. It doesn't look very pretty, but it's decent enough. The bottom is very sturdy, so it can hold things without a problem. Whether it looks good or not doesn't matter. What matters is it can carry stuff. To make it easier to carry, she tied 2 thick vines to the top of the basket, one on each side, knotting them tightly so they wouldn't come loose. Xuanming looked at the basket, which looked quite proper, and felt satisfied. She put it on her back and started searching for supplies. The Teagel area is rich in resources, with wild fruits everywhere. Wild bananas, goat's milk fruit, jujubes, and wild loquats. This is the hot season, and the mountains are full of big, sweet fruits. She didn't walk far before filling half her basket. It was heavy, but the basket was sturdy. She didn't dare pick too many wild bananas because they spoil easily and aren't easy to store. She picked quite a few jujubes, which can be made into candied fruit. When winter comes, they'll make good snacks. She also found 2 chestnut trees, tall and big, full of nuts, many of which had already split open. Chestnuts are good food, considered coarse grains, but very filling. You can eat them raw, roasted, or boiled. First, she collected the spiky husks that had fallen from the trees into her basket. After gathering the ones on the ground, she looked around for a long, thin stick, then carefully climbed the tree. It took a lot of effort to climb up because her body was too heavy to move easily. She stood on the main trunk, which was the thickest part of the tree, because she was afraid to stand on the thinner branches and risk falling. One hand held the trunk, and the other gripped the stick as she carefully tapped at the dense spines. The spines on the tree fell off with a rustling sound. Not long after, the ground was covered with prickly burrs, weighing at least 20 kilograms. She was happily knocking them when suddenly a voice came from behind. "What are you doing?" Su Xia almost got scared to death and nearly fell from the tree. Luckily, she grabbed the trunk in time to avoid falling to her death. She looked back in shock. She saw Xuanming standing there, looking at her with a strange expression, as if he didn't understand what she was doing with these things. Seeing it was Xuanming, she sighed in relief and glared at him angrily. "Can't you walk quietly? Don't you know that startling people know animals can scare them to death?" Xuanming said nothing, just stared at her on the tree with a strange look. She was so fat. How did she manage to climb up? And in his mind, Su Xia was lazy and greedy, always lying in the cave, waiting to be fed. It's not just climbing trees, getting her to walk faster was hard enough. Now, she's not lazy anymore, and she's very diligent. She's brave enough to go hunting and even climb trees? Could it be because she has gained some special power that she's changed? Seeing him stare at her without speaking, she paid no mind. She threw down the stick in her hand and carefully slid down the tree. Then she squatted on the ground to pick up the burrs. She wanted to peel chestnuts to take back, but that was too much trouble, so she decided to pick them up directly and peel the shells slowly at home. Xuanming watched her, unable to help, asking, "What are you doing with these? They hurt your hands, and the fruits inside are small, not enough to fill your teeth." In the beast world, almost no one collected these things. First, they hurt, and second, there's little meat, so hunting for meat was more practical. Su Xia glanced at him. "Don't underestimate them. These are delicious, very filling, rich in nutrients, and can be stored for a long time. They can also be kept for winter." After saying that, she continued picking. Soon her basket was full. There were still many burrs on the ground, but nowhere to put them. Fortunately, vines were everywhere in the beast world. She pulled some vines nearby and squatted on the ground to weave a basket. Xuanming heard that burrs could be stored for a long time and was surprised. He wondered how she suddenly knew so much and where she heard it from. But he didn't pay much attention, since there wasn't much meat in these things anyway. Even if she took it all back, it wouldn't last many meals. At first, he didn't understand what she was weaving with the vines, but as the basket gradually took shape in her hands, he understood a bit. He looked at the basket filled with burrs and realized she was making this. His expression slightly lifted. It was very convenient for storing things. "What do you call this? How did you learn to weave this?" Xuanming couldn't help but ask. Su Xia paused her hand, casually replying, "This is called a basket, used to carry things. As for the weaving technique, I just figured it out myself." She couldn't very well say she learned it from watching TV during the apocalypse, so she gave a vague answer. Xuanming didn't speak, only stared at her with a serious look, lost in thought. She didn't mind, and focused on weaving the basket. This time, her basket looked much better and she worked faster.
Ding.
Xuanming's favorability has changed. Would you like to check? Suddenly, a system message appeared in her mind. She was a little surprised, glanced at Xuanming, but didn't check immediately. Instead, she asked herself, what is his current favorability score? -40. The system answered clearly.
Su Xia was a bit surprised.
She remembered that this morning, Xuanming's favorability was -60. In less than a day, it had increased by 20 points. She guessed it was because she revealed her special ability, and now she was weaving baskets and picking up prickly things. A diligent and capable female always leaves a good impression. She smiled slightly, looked back at Xuanming, and asked happily, "Aren't you going hunting?" There were no prey around him, so he probably hadn't caught anything or found any tracks. "Of course I am going hunting. Be careful yourself." Xuanming glanced at her and left with those words. A flash of black light appeared around him, transforming instantly into a huge black wolf. He leapt into the air and disappeared into the forest. Su Xia watched him go, smiled slightly, then quickly looked away. She moved the 2 baskets filled with things to the base of a tree, leaving them there temporarily, planning to come back for them later. No one in the beast world would want these, so she wasn't worried about theft. It was still early, so she decided to continue exploring nearby. She carried her empty basket and walked on. After walking a short distance, she suddenly stopped and looked in one direction.
Huh?
Is that wild? Not far away, there was a patch of plants that looked very much like wild, growing very well with broad, lush green leaves, looking quite appealing. But it was much thicker than what she remembered from her previous life, and the leaves had some subtle differences. The wound was not deep, and soon she dug out the entire root. It was roughly the size of an adult's palm, thick and plump, covered in dirt, but definitely wild. She felt very excited inside. Is a good thing. It can be used as a spice and also helps keep warm, especially during cold, snowy seasons. Drinking hot soup at night feels very comfortable. There were at least dozens of these wild plants in this area, each one very sturdy. Shouldn't be wasted, so she dug up more just in case. After confirming it was wild, she started working hard, digging out the roots and placing them in her basket. There seemed to be many plants, but when she dug them up, the actual amount was not that much. She took all the healthy-looking ones, leaving the smaller or unripe ones to grow more. After finishing the whole patch of wild, she had dug about 20 plants, enough for her to use for a while. She was exhausted, sweating all over. Even her back was wet. Her animal skin skirt was hot and sticky, pressing against her skin, making her very uncomfortable. Xuanming looked up at the sky. The sun was rising higher, and it was probably around 11 a.m. No wonder it was so hot. Sweat flowed over her face, making her pimples itch terribly. She wanted to scratch them but saw her hands were muddy, and she grimaced, giving up. She noticed a stream nearby and quickly went over. She squatted by the stream, washed her hands, then cupped some water to wash her face, feeling much better instantly. Her face didn't itch as much anymore. The stream reflected a face full of pimples, uneven and very ugly, and she sighed inwardly. It was really ugly, even she disliked it. Xuanming thought she hadn't used her special ability to detox today, but it didn't matter. She turned her palm upward, and vines sprouted from her hand, growing rapidly and climbing onto her face. The green leaves at the top of the vines emitted a faint green glow, covering her entire face and beginning the detox process. She was focused on detoxing and didn't notice her surroundings. Suddenly, a tall, furry, bright green wolf peeked out from the bushes. It was Yunju wolf, hunting nearby. It had come to drink water but saw Xuanming. Seeing the vines emerging from her palm and glowing green, it realized she had awakened a special ability yesterday, likely a wood element. Seeing the vines climbing onto her face and glowing, it was curious but didn't show itself, hiding in the shadows and watching. Soon, it saw black, muddy stuff start to appear on Xuanming's face, forming a thick layer that covered her entire face, blocking her eyes and nose. From far away, he could smell a foul odor that made him feel sick, and his eyes showed strong disgust. He watched Xuanming calmly retract the vine, and then calmly wash the dark dirt off her face. As her face was cleaned, Yunju clearly noticed that her pimples seemed to be gone, leaving only faint scars. So, this ugly person is using her special power to treat her face? Could it be that Xuanming's power is healing? The tribal shaman's power is usually wood-based and also used for healing. But it looks a bit different. Yunju's gaze fell on Xuanming's face. Even though he disliked her, he had to admit she looked much better now, at least less disgusting. Of course, she was still very ugly. She was so fat that she looked stupid, with small eyes, a flat nose, a very large mouth, and big buck teeth. Even if her pimples were gone, she would still be considered unattractive. He didn't stay there long. After drinking a few sips of water, he quietly left. Xuanming didn't know Yunju was secretly watching her, and she quietly left too, still feeling her dislike strongly. After washing her face, she cupped some water to drink, which made her feel less hot. Suddenly, she felt a bit hungry. She had eaten a few grilled fish and half a piece of grilled meat that morning, and they had long since been digested. She picked some wild fruits nearby to eat. They were quite sweet, but didn't fill her at all. In fact, she felt hungrier the more she ate. Her mouth was also craving something savory. She wanted to eat meat. Thinking about dieting, she held back her hunger. It was better to eat fruit. It would help with digestion and movements. She hadn't gone to the bathroom since arriving, so she was clearly constipated. Xuxia ate a few wild fruits, rested for a while, then carried her basket and continued looking for supplies. She didn't pick carefully. Anything useful or edible she saw, she put into her basket. Before long, her basket was almost half full. Most of what she collected were seasonings, wild vegetables, and quite a few herbs. Some could treat colds and chills, others could stop bleeding. She even dug up several plants of sanchi. The forest was very rich in resources. She didn't go far, just searched nearby, and found many good things. In a large, spacious cave of the winged tiger tribe, Chu Youyou sat on a stone bed, staring blankly at the strange, primitive environment in front of her, feeling scared and confused. She remembered clearly that she was trying on a dress in a clothing store when suddenly she fainted. At first, she thought she had encountered human traffickers and was secretly knocked out, worried she might be sold to some remote mountain village. But when she woke up again, she found herself in a primitive forest. No one knows. She was so scared at the time, and she encountered an incredibly huge, colorful python. She had never seen such a large snake, at least 10 meters long and very thick. It was much bigger than the one in the movie Anaconda. Suddenly, the colorful python lunged in front of her. It stuck out its tongue at her, with cold, vertical pupils staring at her. She screamed in fear and almost fainted. Just when she thought she would be eaten by the python, a white tiger with wings saved her. The white tiger was also flying. Chu Youyou was stunned. Oh my, a tiger with wings that can fly? Is this a fantasy world? Then she saw the white tiger transform into a handsome, tall man, wrapped in a beast's skin around his waist, looking very attractive. Chu Youyou had never seen such a good-looking man before, far better than the young actors in the entertainment industry. He was both handsome and gentle. Seeing him made her legs weak, her eyes sparkle, and she even wanted to have little tigers with him right away. Everything that followed happened naturally. She was taken back to a tribe by the man and stayed in his cave. At the same time, she realized she had traveled to a beast world. In her previous life, she loved reading beast world novels and fantasized about traveling to such a world, being pursued by handsome men. She never thought she would actually travel here. In her modern life, she was quite ordinary in every way, blending into the crowd and never enjoying the spotlight. Now in the beast world, females are rare and precious, and one can even have multiple mates. Her appearance was ordinary, but her skin was fair. A white complexion can hide many flaws. In this beast world, where most have dark, rough skin, her fair skin is the most beautiful. She would surely be loved and chased after by many beastmen. Thinking about being pursued by many beastmen made her excited and eager. Chu Youyou was lost in her wonderful fantasy, unable to pull herself away, unaware that danger was quietly approaching. Not far from this place, in a certain cave, Yunju looked around in confusion. She realized she had been reborn into a time before Chu Youyou arrived at the winged tiger tribe, after losing everything. In her past life, she was betrayed and framed by Chu Youyou, which led her to become the tribe's common female and die from torture. Although she knew it was her own fault, the pain and hatred were so deep that it felt like yesterday. She never thought she would have a second chance at life. Yunju sat on the stone bed, laughing loudly and freely, tears streaming down her face. She clenched her teeth and said, "Thank heavens, Chu Youyou. In this life, we will have another contest. I will never lose to you again." In her past life, she knew many things, and in this life, she also knew them. She planned to create those things early on to see how Chu Youyou would attract Muhan. Was it just because of her fair face? In her past life, she was obsessed with Muhan and did anything to be with him, but ended up suffering greatly. Meanwhile, Chu Youyou, stepping on her corpse, enjoyed the love and attention from Muhan and many other beasts, living a happy life. She hated it. Luckily, she was reborn, and everything was still possible to change. Yunju got up from the bed, her eyes cold with hatred. This time, she would never lose to Chu Youyou again. She wanted to take back what was hers and make that fake, evil woman taste the pain of despair. She walked out of the cave, eager to learn what was happening now. But not far from the cave, she overheard some women talking. Did you hear? Muhan brought back a very beautiful woman and let her stay in his cave. Really? What does she look like? Is she prettier than Yunju? That's impossible. Yunju is the most beautiful woman in our tribe. No one can compare to her. But the new woman is quite pretty, with very fair skin, different from us. These words reached Yunju's ears, making her face change slightly, and a bad feeling grew in her heart. Muhan brought back a woman? And she's living in his cave? And her skin is very fair? Could it be Chu Youyou? Yunju frowned. No, that couldn't be. Chu Youyou should be in the wolf tribe at this time, so how could she suddenly appear in the winged tiger tribe and be brought back by Muhan? Whether the woman brought back was Chu Youyou or not, she had to see for herself what was really happening. Feeling anxious and confused, she quickly turned and hurried to Muhan's cave. Fortunately, it wasn't far away, and she arrived soon. She immediately saw Chu Youyou sitting on the stone bed, looking at her with a blank expression. Yunju was struck like lightning, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Chu Youyou, could it really be her? This woman from her past life, who caused her so much suffering, was so fake and evil, and yet she had appeared in the winged tiger tribe ahead of time? What was really going on? How is she different from her past life? Did she remember things wrong? Or is there something she doesn't know? Yunju feels confused and anxious, unable to understand what is happening. But when she sees Chu Youyou, her anger boils over, and her eyes almost shoot fire. She stares fiercely at Chu Youyou, wishing she could rush forward and tear her apart. She knows she can't be impulsive. If she really harms Chu Youyou, Muhan will definitely not forgive her. The lessons from her past life are enough. She doesn't want to go through it again. She takes a deep breath and forces herself to stay calm. Chu Youyou looks at Yunju with confusion. She doesn't recognize this woman and finds her strange, always staring but not speaking. She knows she is from the winged tiger tribe, but doesn't understand why she is here. Could she be Muhan's partner? Thinking this makes her a little upset. But then she feels something is wrong. If Muhan had a partner, it wouldn't make sense for him to bring her to his cave. Who are you? Are you here to see Muhan? He's not here right now, Chu Youyou says as she gets up from the stone bed, looking at Yunju with a strange expression, testing her. Yunju hears her words and wishes she could tear off her fake face. But she holds back. She smiles stiffly, forcing a small smile that feels unnatural and awkward. She tries to sound calm and gentle. You're the female Muhan brought back, right? You look really beautiful. I've never seen a female as pretty as you. Chu Youyou feels happy to be complimented. Thank you. You look very nice too. The woman in front of her is indeed very beautiful. Her skin isn't snow white but healthy wheat-colored, tall and with curves that seem ready to burst. Her features are delicate and sharp, with amber eyes and loose, golden hair like seaweed, casually. She wears a tight animal skin skirt, giving off a Western beauty vibe. She looks nothing like herself. She secretly sneers. Men usually prefer petite, delicate women like those from the water towns of the south, soft and gentle. This woman, although pretty, is too tall and big-boned. Men probably wouldn't like her. She wouldn't trigger their protective instincts. Thinking this makes her feel more confident. Yunju listens to her words and feels furious. This fake woman is constantly pretending. Thank you for the compliment. You're also very beautiful, especially your skin. So white, very different from ours. Muhan will definitely like you. Chu Youyou was praised and felt a little shy, blushing, but she smiled even more happily. Really? I think my skin is quite fair. Muhan also says I look good. Seeing her proud and unguarded expression, Yunju's resentment surged in her heart, but she didn't say anything. She was afraid that if she kept talking, she might lose her temper and attack her. After casually exchanging a few polite words, she hurriedly left. She wanted to find edible food, weave baskets, make pottery, prepare delicious food, and build a house before Chu Youyou could do those things. Once she finished making everything, the credit would belong to her. At that time, what would Chu Youyou have to do? In her previous life, she had seen Chu Youyou do these things, so she remembered how to do them too. Chu Youyou didn't know about this. When she saw the other person leave, she didn't mind and just thought Yunju was curious to come and see her. Xuanming didn't know what was happening in the Tiger Tooth tribe. At this moment, she was happily collecting supplies in Teagel Forest. Her basket was already full. She placed it under the original chestnut tree, planning to carry everything back later. Today, she discovered a large cabbage field. The cabbages were huge, big enough to last her several days. She picked all of them and brought them back. Her 4 baskets were filled with big cabbages, almost overflowing. She also dug up quite a few wild vegetables like water celery, shepherd's purse, and bracken. She found various mushrooms, including shiitake, wood ear, enoki, king oyster, tea tree, and bamboo fungus. She even found a cluster of silver ear mushrooms. Teagel Forest isn't very big, but it's rich in fungi, thick, plump, and very large, never before harvested. Many of these fungi just lay rotting in the soil, which was really a pity. She picked some good ones, leaving the smaller or less healthy ones to continue growing. In this way, she collected 2 large baskets, almost overflowing, almost spilling out. Good things are never too many. Even if she couldn't eat them all, she could dry them for winter. After becoming a beast man, her strength increased a lot. She moved the basket full of fungi to the chestnut tree, placing it with the basket of supplies. She counted and found she had 8 baskets in total, each very full, all from her harvest today. Although she was exhausted and sweating heavily, she felt very happy inside. Suddenly, her face looked strange, and her stomach hurt a bit. She felt the urge to go to the bathroom. In her memory, the original owner hadn't pooped for over a week. Since crossing over to now, she still hadn't gone to the bathroom. I used to feel nothing and thought I didn't need this function. Now I finally need to go to the bathroom, and I am very happy. Sure enough, eating more fruit is good. Quickly, I picked a few broad leaves, washed them in water, and then hid in nearby bushes to relieve myself. I didn't take off my animal skin skirt, I just lifted it up and squatted. Looking at the clean leaves in my hand, I grimaced. In this world, there is no toilet paper. People use leaves or water to clean after going to the bathroom. I can't run around, so I have to make do with leaves for now. I need to quickly make some paper from grass. I can't keep using leaves forever. What was the raw material for paper again? I think it was straw. I remember you need to cut the straw into small pieces, steam it to soften, then wash and pulp it so the fibers spread out. Next, you make paper by spreading the pulp on a screen and drying it. But finding straw is a problem. If I find straw, I probably find rice too. Thinking about the white, fragrant rice makes me tear up and feel very sad. I don't know where the rice fields are here. I'll ask the beastmen later. While squatting and relieving myself comfortably, I suddenly heard rustling in the bushes, along with a whiff of blood and a sense of danger. I instinctively looked back, and I was terrified. My soul almost left my body. A huge saber-toothed tiger was standing behind me, its mouth wide open, glaring fiercely at me. It clearly saw me as prey. I turned pale with fear, forgot about wiping, and grabbed my animal skin skirt to run. As I ran, I cursed in my mind. What kind of luck is this? I just wanted to go to the bathroom and ran into a saber-toothed tiger? The tiger roared loudly, "Who?" Then it leapt forward quickly and chased after me. Help! Save me! I looked back while running and saw the tiger still chasing me, its fierce face making my heart tremble. I knew I couldn't outrun it, but I couldn't just stop and wait to die. My current power is only level 1. I can handle simple detox or healing, but I can't fight enemies. I could only run as fast as I could. The tiger was very fast and kept chasing me, almost catching up. I was so scared I thought I would die, shouting inside, "Help! Please!" The system's mouth twitched, its voice filled with sympathy, but no intention to intervene. It slowly said, "Host, hold on a little longer. Male lead 2 is nearby and has heard the noise. He's coming this way.
You won't die. What?
Mo Lin is here? Where? Chu Youyou's heart lifted with hope. She was running for her life while looking around, trying to spot where Mo Lin was. But after scanning the area, she saw no sign of him. Not even a single snake. Instead, a saber-toothed tiger was chasing her, its mouth wide open, ready to bite. Oh my God, help! She was so scared her heart was pounding. To avoid being bitten, she quickly rolled into the grass nearby, narrowly escaping death. But she rolled down the hillside. Before rolling down, her animal skin skirt was caught by the tiger, tearing a corner off. Chu Youyou was still trembling with fear and didn't care about anything else. She desperately protected her head and kept rolling downhill. It was steep, and she kept tumbling without end, feeling like she was rolling toward the horizon. She was dizzy, in terrible pain all over, and didn't know how long she had been rolling before finally stopping. It seemed the tiger was also left behind. Lying on the ground, she gasped for air, feeling her bones almost shattered. She was in pain and uncomfortable. After a while, she managed to catch her breath. Many parts of her body were scratched and bleeding, hurting terribly. She raised her hand to rub her aching arms and legs, then touched her head. Fortunately, her head was fine. Otherwise, she might have gone crazy from the fall. She didn't care about her injuries now. Still trembling, she sat up and looked around, trying to figure out where she was. Then she noticed something was wrong. Where was her animal skin skirt? She looked down and saw she was completely, with nothing on her. Her skirt was gone. Her face changed color. She suddenly remembered that before rolling down the hill, the tiger had caught a corner of her skirt and torn it off. Her face darkened. Without her skirt, did she have to go back completely? Her body was bare, with nothing on it.
How could she do that?
She didn't have a habit of running around. She caught sight of some broad leaves nearby, her eyes brightening. Quickly, she picked several large leaves, chose the biggest ones, and wove them with vines into a simple skirt to wear. Although crude, at least it covered her body so she wouldn't have to run around. After finishing, she used her supernatural power to heal herself. She kept healing until the bleeding from her cut stopped and the wounds gradually closed. The pain also eased, and she finally relaxed. Then she began to look for the way back. At that moment, sounds of fighting came from the hillside, accompanied by the roars of tigers and the hissing of snakes.
Roar.
Along with the hissing of a snake spitting its tongue. The noise was very loud. Chu Youyou's heart moved, guessing that a saber-toothed tiger and Mo Lin, who was rushing over, had started fighting. She carefully crawled up the hillside, ready to see what was happening. Although it was steep, it was not hard to climb. She quickly reached the top of the hill. She hid in the bushes, and through the branches, she saw a huge black python tangled with a fierce saber-toothed tiger from afar. The black python's body was as thick as a barrel, and it was over 10 meters long. A faint black mist surrounded it, making it look very mysterious. The black mist seemed to have a corrosive effect. Every time the tiger touched it, it let out a sharp, miserable cry, and patches of its fur were corroded away. Clearly, this was Mo Lin's special power. Chu Youyou hid in the bushes, watching the fight from afar, feeling very shocked. She knew that the beast men in this world were very strong, and their true forms were powerful, but this was her first time seeing a beast man fighting a wild beast. And it was a very fierce saber-toothed tiger. Her eyes stayed fixed on the fight, noticing that although the tiger was fierce, it seemed no match for Mo Lin. Soon, the tiger was wrapped tightly by Mo Lin's body. Its huge head was tightly coiled by the snake's body, squeezing more and more, almost deforming. The saber-toothed tiger struggled desperately, opening its bloody mouth to bite him, but it couldn't reach. After a while, it was squeezed to the point of rolling its eyes, breathing heavily, clearly near death. Chu Youyou watched the scene from afar and couldn't help but gasp. Mo Lin, as expected of a peak 5th-rank beast man, and the saber-toothed tiger, considered the king of the forest, were no match for him. Soon, The tiger was suffocated to death. Mo Lin released the tiger, and his body hovered in the air. His black scales shimmered with a cold light in the sunlight, looking very terrifying. In the next second, the black light flashed around the black python, and its size quickly shrank. Finally, it transformed into a tall, very handsome beast man. His features were sharp and deep, like a deity carved on ancient stone, cold and distant, icy but not approachable. It was Mo Lin. Xuanming brushed off the dust from her body, crawled out of the bushes, and looked at the dead saber-toothed tiger on the ground, feeling relieved. That tiger was finally dead, which had made her hold her breath halfway through and almost choke, and she was nearly bitten to death. She looked at Mo Lin with a grateful expression and said, "Thank you for saving me. If this man had arrived a little faster, she wouldn't have had to roll down the hill. But anyway, he did save her, so thanking him was necessary." Mo Lin's gaze fell on her, noticing she was wearing a grass skirt, and he twitched his mouth. What is she wearing? How much can a few leaves cover? Her body was covered in layers of fat, piled on top of each other, which was quite unappealing. It would be better if she wore animal skins. At least they wouldn't be so obvious. A glance of disdain flickered in his eyes as he muttered silently, "Really ugly." However, her skin seemed a bit whiter and less rough and messy. The pimples on her face had all disappeared, making her look much more pleasing. She finally looked somewhat feminine, but she was still ugly. Especially that big, protruding tooth, which was really unattractive. He wished he could pull each one out and replace them all. Xuanming felt a bit confused under his gaze, especially since he kept staring at her mouth with a look of disgust and a hint of danger. This man, could he be thinking of pulling her teeth out? Although she knew her big, protruding tooth was ugly, she couldn't just pull it out casually. She wondered if it would affect her eating or speaking, fearing she might leak air. She instinctively took 2 steps back, covering her mouth and watching him cautiously. "What do you want to do?" Seeing her defensive stance and wary eyes, Mo Lin felt inexplicably annoyed. His face darkened with displeasure. "I didn't mean anything. I just want to see if your big tooth can be fixed. If it can, you should get it done soon so it doesn't look so bad." That tooth really spoiled her appearance. Even though her skin had become whiter and her pimples gone, that tooth was still very unattractive. And her layers of fat made him want to use a bone knife to cut away the excess meat. He didn't realize that his attention to Xuanming was increasing. If it had been before, he might have been disgusted just by looking at her. Now he was even thinking about how to fix her teeth. Xuanming looked at him in surprise. Could this man really care about her teeth? No, it was probably disdain. But her tooth really was ugly. She also wanted to correct her big, protruding tooth, but this wasn't the end of the world, nor was it the modern world of Chu Youyou, where teeth could be reshaped. She could only hope that her favorability would increase, and she would receive a system reward to fix her teeth later. She didn't keep her hand over her mouth the whole time. She lowered her hand and half-smiled, saying, "Of course I can be cured, as long as you don't dislike me and treat me a bit better. Then my teeth can be fixed." Mo Lin was slightly stunned, confused by her words. He wondered, if I don't dislike her and treat her better, then her teeth can be cured? What kind of nonsense is she talking about? Why does she look like she doesn't understand? But he didn't bother arguing with her. His gaze fell on her with disgust, and he sneered coldly, "Hurry up and change. It's really painful to look at. Are you doing this on purpose to me?" Xuanming was speechless from his stare and rolled her eyes. "Dog man, he's so strangely confident. Who wants to him? My beast-skin skirt was torn by a saber-toothed tiger. If I don't wear a grass skirt, do you want me to run around? If you find it too painful to look at, then don't look," she said bluntly. Anyway, she was comfortable and cool in her clothes. She had covered what needed to be covered and didn't reveal anything inappropriate. What was there to dislike about her? Such a fuss. Mo Lin's face darkened even more when he heard this, more certain that she was deliberately trying to him. Thinking this, a look of disgust flickered in his eyes again. He didn't bother with her anymore. He transformed back into his true form, his tail curling around his saber-toothed tiger as he left. He didn't even say goodbye to Xia, nor did he care about her safety or how she would fare. The leader only instructed Ling to take her, not him. Saving her earlier was already rare enough. Mo Lin moved very quickly, afraid that if he slowed down, Xia would cling to him. Seeing him leave without a word, leaving her here, her expression was a bit upset. She then pursed her lips, watching his disappearing figure, and silently cursed, "Dog man." She turned around and followed the route she remembered back to where she had left the baskets. She saw 8 baskets lined up under the chestnut tree, each full to the brim. A small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Today's harvest was pretty good. When the tribe's beastmen returned from hunting, she could go back. With so many beastmen around, they could find a way to carry the supplies back. She moved all 8 full baskets to a spot separate from Ling. She hadn't forgotten that the dog man had told her to wait where she was. 5 beastmen, except Bai Qi, were all quite unkind, each worse than the last. Especially Yunju, who didn't even bother to speak to her. The word dislike was practically written on their faces. She sighed softly, feeling that the task of winning them over was difficult and far away. She shook her head, pushing aside these messy thoughts, and started to carry the items. Each basket was filled to the brim, heavy and full. She carried them back and forth several times, exhausted and sweating heavily. Fortunately, she managed to move everything to the other side. Xia rested for a while, ate 2 wild bananas, then a sheep milk fruit, and sat under a tree waiting. It was still early, and they hadn't returned from hunting. She wondered if she should go nearby to see if there was anything else. From afar, she saw a huge silver-haired wolf approaching. The wolf had fierce eyes, was covered in blood, and carried a large prey in its mouth, dripping with blood. It looked like a rhinoceros, but not quite, and she didn't know the species. It was very large, and looked like it had a lot of meat. Clearly, it had just returned from hunting. If not Ling, then who could it be? She looked surprised but didn't plan to go over, just sat under the tree. Ling was even more mischievous than Mo Lin and disliked her more. She didn't want to go over and invite trouble. Even if he was her target, she didn't want to keep showing friendliness only to be ignored. Seeing her obediently sitting there without running around, Ling was slightly surprised. When did Xia become so well-behaved? Seeing that she didn't act overly infatuated or say disgusting things like usual, Ling's eyes flashed with surprise. Not coming closer was better, to avoid feeling sick himself. He thought she was self-aware. He put the prey he was holding on the ground. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and he transformed into a human form. Seeing Xia sitting there in a grass skirt, her body covered in fat, clearly exposed, his face darkened instantly. What kind of strange outfit was she wearing? But he was too lazy to care, thinking that many people liked to act weird. Ling glanced at the 7 or 8 baskets placed next to her. He had never seen such things before and didn't know their names, but he could tell they were woven from vines. They looked very convenient for carrying things. He wondered where Xia had gotten them. His gaze fell on the baskets, which were all full, wild fruits, vegetables, thorns, various mushrooms, and other miscellaneous items. Seeing the mushrooms, he couldn't help but frown. "What are you doing bringing these back? These things are poisonous, don't you know?" He pointed to the basket filled with mushrooms. Xia shot him a quick look and explained, "These mushrooms are not poisonous. They are edible, very tasty, and nutritious." Ling clearly didn't believe her and frowned. "Don't blame me if you eat something that makes you sick. I won't be responsible." He didn't believe her and didn't bother explaining much. Once she made it, she would know if it was poisonous or not. However, to cook food, you need a pot. Without a pot, even with many ingredients, it's useless. She remembered something and looked at Ling, asking, "By the way, do you know where to find a stone pot? The kind with a hollow middle and a smooth, concave bottom. Although stone pots heat slowly, they can still be used. As for clay pots or iron pots, forget it. These things don't exist in the primitive beast world. Unless they make clay or find iron, they can't produce or craft these items." Ling clearly didn't understand and frowned at her.
Stone pot? What's that?
Su Xia patiently explained. It's a stone container used for cooking food. It's hollow in the middle and can hold water or food. It's best if it's thin, because thick ones heat slowly. Ling still looked confused, furrowing his brows. How can a stone hold water or food? That's nonsense. She felt a bit speechless, but knew she couldn't blame him. The world hadn't developed the use of stone pots yet. She thought for a moment and tried to explain more simply. It's a stone with a hollow middle and an oval-shaped bottom. You can put things inside, then build a fire underneath to cook the food. But it shouldn't be too thick, or it will heat slowly. Hearing this, Ling finally seemed to understand a little. You mean like a clay jar used for cooking but made of stone?
Yes.
Su Xia nodded, thinking Ling was finally a bit smarter. Ling didn't say anything, just frowned and thought deeply. It seemed he was trying to remember where such stones might be. After a moment, he looked at her and said, "There are many strange-shaped stones on Panchir Mountain. Maybe you can find what you're looking for there." Panchir Mountain? Her eyes lit up. She quickly got up and moved closer to him, asking eagerly, "Is that place far from here?" Seeing her suddenly approach and face him, her face only slightly smaller than a millstone, he turned away in disgust and coldly said, "Not far. If you go quickly, it's about half an hour." She didn't miss the disgust in his eyes. Though she felt a little uncomfortable, she didn't take it to heart. She looked up at the sky, seeing the sun setting in the west, around 3 in the afternoon. Half an hour there, and back would take about an hour. She figured they'd return around 5 o'clock, and it should still be daylight. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to return and meet up with the tribe's orcs. She looked at Ling, hoping he would take her to Panchir Mountain. But she remembered how much he disliked her, so she doubted he would agree easily. Su Xia sighed inwardly, but still tried to speak. Ling, can you take me to Panchir Mountain?" Ling frowned and immediately refused, no. His voice was cold and firm, with no hesitation. She had already expected him to refuse, so she wasn't too disappointed. She thought for a moment and said, "As long as you take me to Panchir Mountain and find the stone pot, I can make delicious food for you, something you've never tasted before." Ling glared at her with silver eyes and sneered sarcastically, "No need. I wouldn't dare eat what you make. Someone who can't even roast meat properly shouldn't expect her to make tasty food." Listening to his teasing words, Su Xia felt awkward. It was true that the original owner couldn't cook meat, but that wasn't her. She wouldn't take the blame. Thinking that the original owner truly didn't know how to do anything and only ate, it was no wonder Ling didn't trust her. Su Xia clenched her teeth and decided to use a trump card. "Ling, don't forget, Father asked you to take care of me, but you left me here alone and went hunting." She deliberately paused and continued, "I just encountered a saber-toothed tiger and almost got eaten. Luckily, Mo Lin was nearby hunting and saved me. If he hadn't come, I might already be inside the tiger's stomach. If I tell Father about this, how do you think he will react?" Even if it would make Ling dislike her, she didn't care. With a stone pot, she could cook delicious food, making their diet more diverse, no longer just roasting meat, fish, or wild fruits every day. Moreover, she believed that once she made tasty food, Ling's favorability towards her would naturally increase. There's a saying, to win a man's heart, first win his stomach. Ling's expression changed suddenly, and he looked at her sharply, his silver eyes fierce. "Are you threatening me?" Su Xia was not afraid and met his gaze, speaking seriously. "What do you call that?" "I'm just stating the facts." Ling's lips pressed into a thin line, looking unhappy. He indeed hadn't fulfilled the chief's orders to take good care of her. But if he took Su Xia with him, how could he hunt? She would be a burden. That's why he told her to stay put before leaving. He didn't expect her to disobey and run around everywhere. Getting eaten by a saber-toothed tiger was her own fault. But in the end, he knew it was his mistake. If Su Xia truly told the leader, even if the leader disliked her daughter, he would probably blame himself. Ling looked at her with a cold gaze, his tone a bit icy. "So, what do you want to do?" Seeing his tone soften, Su Xia happily said, "As long as you take me to Panchir Mountain and find the stone pot, I will pretend this never happened.
How about that?
Ling stared at her for a moment, seeming to weigh the pros and cons. After a moment, he coldly said, "Fine, I will take you there." Seeing his agreement, Su Xia's face lit up with a bright smile, almost blinding. "Thank you, Ling." She knew she looked ugly now, and her smile might be even worse, but she still wanted to smile. Ling looked at her smiling face and found it painfully bright. He really was crazy to agree to take her to Pancher Mountain. The two no longer delayed. Ling found a hidden cave nearby, dragged the prey inside to hide it well, and made some cover at the cave entrance to prevent other beasts from discovering and eating it. Su Xia's 7 or 8 baskets were left in the original spot. Only she would want these. Chu Youyou, the traveler, and Yunju, the reborn person, weren't here either, so they wouldn't come to take them. But to avoid being destroyed by wild animals, she did some simple protection around the baskets and covered them with wild grass. "Are you done yet?" So slow. Ling saw her treating those messy things like treasures, looking impatient and coldly urged her. As he spoke, he transformed into a tall, silver-white wolf with sharp silver eyes, looking majestic and very impressive. "All right, hurry up, hurry up." Su Xia pouted unhappily and muttered, then climbed onto his back with an empty basket and sat down.
Sit properly.
"If you fall off and get hurt, I won't care." Ling snorted coldly and quickly flew toward Pancher Mountain with her on his back. She was really afraid that this dog-like man would deliberately toss her off, so she wanted to hold onto his neck, but thinking about how much he disliked her, she didn't dare. She just grabbed his fur with both hands to prevent falling. The Silver Moon Grey Wolf's speed was very fast. Even carrying a person, it wasn't much slower. The wind howled past her ears, making her face sting a little. She couldn't help squinting her eyes, feeling that the scenery of the primitive forest was quite beautiful, all green in sight. It was like an ocean of green. I don't know if Ling did it on purpose, but during the run, he intentionally jostled her several times, almost making her fall. Luckily, she managed to grab his fur at the back. Su Xia's face looked a bit unhappy. I wouldn't believe this dog man was not doing it on purpose. She also learned to be smart. Every time Ling intentionally jostled her, she would hold onto his neck and almost hang on him, making him feel very disgusted. Ling was indeed very grossed out, especially since this ugly creature was only wearing a grass skirt, with her and his back separated by a few leaves. Whenever they jostled, those bits of flesh pressed against his back. Because she was so fat, they drooped down and hung over his stomach. It was disgusting, and he felt a shiver all over. All he wanted was to shake this ugly creature off. But this ugly creature clung to him like an octopus, making it impossible to shake her off. Ling's face darkened like a pot, and he cursed her hundreds of times in his mind. His running speed slowed down naturally. He didn't dare to jostle her on purpose anymore, as he was truly disgusted. Su Xia also noticed his speed slowed significantly. She sneered inwardly, knowing he was disgusted by her, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Let this dogman always dislike her and jostle her. That was payback. But she also knew to stop at the right time, so she didn't continue to hold on to him and sat quietly, behaving herself. After all, she was his target for the plan, and she couldn't really make him angry. Ling saw she stopped holding on to him and heaved a sigh of relief. He obediently continued on his way. They didn't know how long it had been when they arrived at the foot of a mountain. "Here we are, get off." He stopped walking, spoke in a cold voice, and turned to face her. Su Xia got off his back and looked at the big mountain in front of her. It was a tall, majestic mountain, stretching endlessly, with no end in sight. The trees on the mountain were lush and green, mixed with strange, oddly shaped giant rocks, making the scene very unique. "Is this the Pancher Mountain you mentioned?" she asked softly. Ling's silver eyes glanced at her and replied faintly, That was his answer. Then, a flash of white light appeared, transforming into a human form, and he headed up the mountain without waiting for her. Seeing this, Su Xia quickly followed. As she walked, she looked around at the environment. Her eyes were filled with various stones, strange shapes, some square, round, pointed, flat, rectangular, or irregular. She even saw some wild chives growing in the cracks of the stones. She felt a little happy and quickly walked over to pick them. Wild chives could remove the fishy smell, and they tasted great when stir-fried or used in noodles. They could also be used as seasoning. During the apocalypse, she liked to add more chives when eating noodles, such a wonderful flavor. Even without meat, she could eat it all up. Ling noticed her movements and looked at her with a hint of doubt. Why pick stinky grass? It has a strong smell, and almost no beast people like it. He wanted to ask her what she was doing but was too lazy to talk, so he kept quiet. Xuanming didn't know what he was thinking. She put the wild scallions from her hands into her back basket and started looking for a stone pot and a stone mill. The stone mill is used to grind flour, soybeans, and similar things. Although she didn't have flour or soybeans now, the beast world has plenty of resources. The mountains are full of treasures. She believed she would find them someday. After searching for a while, she finally found a suitable stone pot. It looked like a mortar with a hollow center and a bottom that slopes inward, resembling a big pot. The inside was very smooth, probably made by humans.
It was almost like a natural stone pot.
Xuanming's face lit up with excitement. With this big pot, she could cook food, especially meat. Cooking it in this big pot with some seasoning would taste amazing. Just thinking about it made her drool. She reached out and touched the inside of the stone pot, noticing how smooth and polished it was, not rough at all, and not very thick. She felt very satisfied. With this pot, she could improve her meals. Although she was on a diet, she still wanted to enjoy delicious food. Ling saw her smiling like a fool at a dented stone and knew she had found the stone pot she was looking for. But the pot was heavy. How could she carry it back? Don't count on him. He wouldn't agree. Xuanming wasn't in a hurry to carry the stone pot back. She also wanted to find a stone mill. She didn't see a stone mill but found a relatively flat and smooth stone, about the thickness of. She thought it looked good. She planned to have the beast people polish it so she could use it as a stone griddle for barbecues. Just thinking about it made her happy. She struggled to carry the stone over to the big pot. Then she kept searching and didn't find the stone mill but saw a smaller, well-shaped stone nearby, looking very much like a mortar. It could be used to crush things like garlic, chili, and other seasonings. Her eyes lit up. She ran over and picked it up, then put it into her back basket. The stone was small and not very heavy, so it wouldn't damage the basket. She also found some other stones of different shapes. Some looked like plates, some like bowls, and even stone knives. Basically, she took everything she thought might be useful. Ling saw her putting all these strange stones into her basket and looked at her with surprise. Is that ugly monster going crazy? But I don't want to think about it. Anyway, this ugly monster is just a strange person and can't be judged by normal rules. Xuanming doesn't care about that man's strange look. She keeps searching. Finally, she picks a big, round stone to use as the top part of a grinding stone. As for the base, she'll find it later. These stones are very large and heavy. Except for the smaller ones in her basket, she can't move the stone pot or the stone at all, let alone carry them back. She looks at Ling, her eyes flashing. She walks over and smiles, saying, Ling, can you help me with something? Ling raises an eyebrow and looks at her coldly, refusing without hesitation no. Her calm and indifferent response doesn't surprise her. She keeps smiling. Then she tries a different approach, softly saying, Ling, these stones are really important to me. I need them to improve my life. If you help me carry them back, I can promise you one thing. Ling raises his eyebrows, surprised, and looks at her. Any condition? His expression is half smiling, with a teasing tone.
Chu Youyou feels nervous.
She knows this man isn't easy to deal with. She grits her teeth and nods, saying, as long as the condition isn't too much, I can do it. Anything is fine. She deliberately makes the condition reasonable and easy to fulfill. Ling scoffs and looks at her body, which is a bit overweight, and says disdainfully, since you say that, I have two conditions. First, you must lose 50 pounds in a month.
Second,
He pauses, seeing her nervous expression, and continues, "Second, don't do anything disgusting like before, such as hanging on me or doing other things that make me uncomfortable." Hearing his conditions, she feels relieved. She was already trying to lose weight. Who can tolerate nearly 300 pounds? She's still a woman and can't stand it. But losing 50 pounds in a month is quite difficult, and she's not sure she can do it. Is this man trying to starve her? But she also knows she really needs to lose weight. He didn't ask her to lose 100 pounds in a month, so he's somewhat considerate. As for the second condition, as long as Ling doesn't bother her, she won't do anything to disgust him. Okay, I agree. Xuanming thinks for a moment and nods in agreement. Ling sees her agree quickly and feels suspicious, wondering if she might be lying. But she was not afraid she might regret. If she dared to regret or failed to do as promised, he would see how he would deal with her. He stood up and walked to the place where the baskets, stone pots, and stone mills were kept. Looking at the full baskets and 2 large stones, his expression darkened. With so many things, how am I supposed to carry them? Do you want me to carry them all back? He could carry them, but not with her. Not to mention bringing her back. Xuanming looked at the ground full of stuff, feeling a bit awkward. Well, since you're going to turn into a beast, the basket can hang on you, and the stone pot can be held in your mouth. As for the stone mill, I'll make a sturdy basket to carry it, also hanging on you. I'll tie 2 baskets on either side, and then I can sit on top. Yiling's face darkened even more when he heard this. He would be holding a basket in his mouth, with 2 hanging on his back, and still carrying her. He was a proud 5th-level peak beast man, now turned into a beast of burden. But once he promised, he couldn't easily go back on it. Seeing that he was silent, as if he accepted her suggestion, Xuanming quickly pulled some tough, flexible vines nearby. She sat down heavily on a stone and started weaving the basket. She was quite skilled. In just the time it took for a cup of tea, she finished a sturdy basket. Ling watched her work, his silver eyes flashing with surprise. He thought these baskets must have come from somewhere else, but it turned out she had woven them herself. Not just the wolf tribe, even the Beast King city didn't have such things. He was very curious about how she learned to make these and where she learned it from. "What do you call this?" "It's pretty convenient for carrying things," he asked softly. His voice was no longer so cold, but calm. Xuanming glanced at him and casually said, "This is called a basket. I came up with it myself. It's used for carrying things." Yiling's deep silver eyes looked at her suspiciously, clearly not believing her. In his mind, Xuanming was lazy, greedy, mischievous, a little obsessed, untidy, and not very smart. Could she really have figured out how to make such things? But he also felt that she had changed. At least she was less lazy, less untidy, and smarter. The pimples and pustules on her face had gone down, and her skin was a bit whiter, but she was still ugly. "You seem different," he suddenly said, his deep silver eyes studying her carefully. Xuanming was startled by this remark, stopping her work and looking at him. She pretended to be calm and asked, "What do you mean I'm different?" She was a little nervous, afraid that this dog of a man might see through her. But she was not the original owner and couldn't live according to her original personality. Yiling's deep silver eyes continued to stare at her without answering. She finished weaving her basket, stepped forward, bent down, and placed the half-stone grinder inside. She also tested its sturdiness by lifting it. Fortunately, the vines she found were strong and flexible enough to support the weight of the grinder without any problem. Then, a flash of white light appeared around her, transforming her into a fierce beast form that looked very impressive and commanding. He opened his wolf-like mouth, grabbed 2 baskets, and swung them onto his back, hanging them securely with one hand. Seeing this, Xuanming quickly sat on his back. Ling felt the weight and looked a bit unhappy, but he didn't say anything. The wolf-like creature, holding a stone pot in its mouth, leapt into the air and quickly ran away from the rocky mountain, heading towards the gathering place in the Teagel Forest. Even with a person and stones on his back, he moved very fast. About half an hour later, they arrived at the gathering spot. By now, many orcs had gathered here, and the ground was piled with all kinds of prey, very bloody and smelly. The orcs were chatting and laughing in groups of 3 or 5. Su Xia sat on Nightling's back and saw her father Su Lai, her brother Su Mu, Mo Lin by Qi, Qingzhu, Xuanming, for beast husbands and other members of the tribe. It looked like they had just returned from hunting and were waiting here for her. The orcs saw Nightling holding a big stone in his mouth, with 2 strange objects hanging on his back, and Su Xia sitting there. Especially Su Xia. What was she wearing? It looked like a grass skirt, with a few leaves hanging on her body, covering only the important parts. The rest of her flesh was exposed, sagging and piled up in layers, looking quite unappealing. However, her skin seemed a bit whiter now, and her pimples and boils were gone. Su Lai looked at Su Xia's outfit with a dark expression but didn't say anything. As Nightling's steps drew closer, the orcs gathered around. Nightling, what is that? I've never seen anything like it. It looks like vines woven together. There are 7 or 8 under that tree, covered with grass. I saw them first. I don't know who put them there. Hey, what's inside? All stones, and they're all strange shapes. Yeah, Nightling, why did you bring so many stones back? What about your prey? Faced with the orc's chatter, Nightling's face darkened terribly, but he didn't respond. He opened his wolf mouth, and the stone pot he was holding in his mouth fell to the ground. Coldly, he said, "Get down quickly." This was directed at Su Xia on his back. She didn't argue, and quickly jumped down, yielding through the 2 baskets hanging on her back onto the ground. With a flash of white light, she transformed into a human form. Su Lai approached, ignoring Su Xia's wearing a grass skirt. He didn't care what she wore as long as she wasn't running around. He looked at the stone pot on the ground and the strange-shaped stones in the baskets, frowned, and asked, "Yiling, where is your prey? Why did you bring back so many strange stones?" Mo Lin, by Qi, Qingzhu, Xuanming, Su Mu, and others gathered around, curious. Others didn't know what those baskets contained, but Xuanming did. He had seen Su Xia weave before and knew they were used to hold things called baskets. But he couldn't understand why she brought back so many strange stones. Yiling heard Su Lai's question, her expression darkening further, but she didn't speak. Next to her, Su Xia stepped forward first to explain, "Father, these stones are all I asked Yiling to find. The stone pot can be used to cook food, and the other stones each have their own purpose." Hearing this, everyone looked at her with confusion. A stone pot? To cook food? They looked like they didn't understand. In this beast world, it was still uncivilized. Although they had learned to use fire and eat cooked food, it was mostly just roasting. The tribe's shaman often used clay pots to boil medicine, maybe similar to that? Thinking this, Su Lai didn't reject the idea that these were stones. If what Xia said was true, that the stone pot could cook food and improve their diet, then it was a good thing. Although this daughter was lazy, greedy, a bit silly, and not very pretty, she had recently changed and even awakened some special abilities. Mo Lin, by Qi, Qingzhu, Xuanming, Su Mu, and others, though puzzled, didn't question her. They had seen Xia's change and thought she might really come up with something useful. Yiling didn't stay there long. She was about to go drag the prey she had hidden in the cave back.
Soon she left.
Su Xia went to the place where 7 or 8 baskets had been placed. Although the protective cover was damaged, the wild grass on top was well covered. She pushed aside the grass and saw that the contents inside were intact, and she breathed a sigh of relief. This basket contained mushrooms. When she lifted the grass covering it, everyone saw the mushrooms inside, and their faces suddenly changed. Most beasts believed mushrooms were poisonous and wouldn't touch or pick them. Seeing her pick so many poisonous mushrooms, they all looked shocked and frightened. Blue Bamboo frowned as he looked at the poisonous mushrooms. He couldn't help but angrily say, "Su Xia, why did you pick so many mushrooms? Do you want to get everyone sick or die yourself?" His voice was cold and filled with strong dislike. Su Xia turned to look and met a pair of indifferent emerald eyes, like green jade in the forest. So beautiful it was almost unbelievable. The man had a stunning face. His skin was not the usual bronze of Beast World, but white and smooth like jade. His eyebrows were like ink paintings, lips as if coated with gloss, and his jawline was perfect. He was tall and slender, wrapped in animal hide around his waist. His cold aura mixed with a bit of fairy-like grace and wildness. So handsome, it seemed unreal. If Ling was bold, and Mo Lin was stern, Bai Qi was beautiful and androgynous, Xuanming was wild and free, then Yunju was cool and distant. If he wore a white robe or blue clothes, he would look like a fairy from a fantasy TV show. She was surprised at first, then realized this was the original owner's fourth beast husband, Yunju. Yunju was cold and indifferent, often silent or making others angry with his attitude. Because of this, he didn't get along well with the tribe's beast affinity either. But since he was powerful and good-looking, many females in the tribe still liked him. However, he deeply disliked the original owner. He wouldn't even look at her, let alone speak to her. It was as if looking at her would pollute his eyes. So, Xia hadn't spoken to him since she arrived here. Seeing Yunju's cold expression and obvious disgust in his eyes, she curled her lips. What a handsome man with such a bad temper. These mushrooms are not poisonous. You can eat them, she explained, then stopped paying attention to Yunju. Yunju's icy emerald eyes showed disdain and suspicion. His thin lips parted slightly, and his voice was cold. You say they're not poisonous? If you eat and die, that's on you? Or are you just trying to get back at everyone because they dislike you?
Chu Youyou frowned slightly.
This dogman's words were really rude. His mouth was more poisonous than anyone's. He was even more annoying than Ling. Just as she was about to speak and argue back, a stern voice interrupted.
Stop arguing.
Since Xia says these mushrooms are safe, we'll keep them for now. Later, a shaman will check them, said Su Lai, walking over. He shot a displeased look at Yunju. He knew his daughter wasn't pretty or charming, but criticizing Xia like that made him unhappy. Yunju saw the leader's displeased look and held back, not saying anything further. Su Lai's gaze turned to the baskets and the full contents inside. Wild fruits, vegetables, and other miscellaneous things. There are quite a few rough edges on it. This thing has little flesh and is prickly, so almost no orc would bother with it. However, occasionally, the females of the tribe do. He pointed at the several baskets on their backs and asked, Xia, what are these called? They look like woven vines. Where did they come from? The tribe doesn't have these, nor do other tribes. Even the Beast King city has never seen them. Father, these are baskets. I wove them from vines. They're used to carry things more easily. Xia smiled softly and explained quietly. Baskets? For carrying things? The orcs present looked at the 7 or 8 full baskets on the ground. They found that carrying things with them was indeed very convenient and practical. Especially during hunting and gathering, they could hold many items and free up their hands. But how did this strange-looking girl weave such delicate baskets? Bai Qi looked at Xia, his androgynous face showing surprise. He is a 9-tailed white fox, naturally interested in beautiful, delicate things. Coming from the Beast King city, he has seen many things but had never seen such baskets before. Did you really weave this yourself? He asked gently, his voice warm and soothing, no longer cold and distant. Xia looked at him and nodded slightly. Yes, I made it. Bai Qi didn't doubt her lie because if she couldn't weave, her story would be easy to catch. A look of admiration appeared in his eyes as he praised sincerely, You are very talented. Ding, Bai Qi's favorability increased. Would you like to check? At that moment, a system voice sounded in Xia's mind. She raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Bai Qi, knowing his favorability had gone up. She didn't check immediately, planning to wait until they returned to the tribe and had free time to look at it slowly. Thank you. If you like, I can teach you how to weave it later, she said happily with a gentle smile. Even if her smile wasn't very pretty, she couldn't help but want to smile.
Okay.
Bai Qi nodded slightly and didn't refuse, his voice gentle. He really needed a basket like this to carry things. Seeing Xia and Bai Qi chatting happily, Cui Lu's green eyes flashed with disdain, and a trace of mockery curled at the corner of her lips. Among them, Bai Qi was the only one who took care of this strange girl, delivering meat to her daily without fail. Afraid she would starve and become even fatter, like a moving human-shaped pig, with a flat, broad nose, small eyes, and that big bucktooth, making her even uglier. Especially when she smiled, she looked quite creepy, like a man-eating monster. He truly admired Bai Qi, able to stay calm and friendly even when facing such an ugly person. He wanted to make a sarcastic comment, but saw Su lying nearby and held back. Just then, Ling returned with their prey, which he had hunted earlier and hidden in a nearby cave. He dragged it over now. Seeing everyone gathered, Su Lai spoke. "It's getting late. Let's all go back." "Yes, leader," everyone replied in unison, then transformed into beast forms and took their prey with them. All of Su Xia's baskets were carried by these beasts. Whoever hunted smaller prey would take it home. Su Lai ordered this, or no beast would want to carry her. Ling was really disgusted by Su Xia and didn't want her to sit on his back. Seeing the leader had already gone ahead, his body flashed with white light, transforming into a beast. He grabbed the prey with his mouth, threw it onto his back, then turned to Xuanming, who had also turned into a beast, and said, "I'll leave her to you." After speaking, the wolf grabbed a stone pot from the ground, leapt into the forest, and disappeared quickly. He moved so fast that Xuanming wouldn't refuse. Watching Yiling's quick retreating figure, Su Xia grimaced. That dogman actually left her to Xuanming, how annoying. She turned to look at Xuanming, whose dark night wolf form was more mysterious than Yiling's silver moon-gray wolf. His dark eyes and black fur made him look like a king of the night, full of danger. Xuanming glanced at her, a cold look in his dark eyes. He was used to being alone and didn't like female contact, especially not sitting on him. Su Xia was fat and ugly, with sagging flesh, so she didn't want to sit on him either. Even though her impression of him had improved a little in the past 2 days, she still didn't want to. She felt a chill when he looked at her, afraid he might leave her too, and then she would have to walk back. The tribe was so far away. How long would it take to walk back? She didn't want to walk. Thinking this, she ignored her pride and quickly climbed onto his back before he could refuse. Xuanming, let's go quickly, or it will be dark soon, she said with a forced smile. Xuanming saw how fast she moved and slightly frowned, but he didn't shake her off. He bent down, grabbed the prey from the ground, leapt into the air, and rushed toward the tribe. Su Xia sat on his back, feeling the wind loudly, and the scenery around them quickly receded. She dared not hold onto Xuanming's neck, only gripping his fur to avoid falling off. This man, when angry, really would hit someone. After about an hour, they reached the wolf tribe. By then, it was already dark, and a bright full moon hung in the sky. The tribe had already lit bonfires, illuminating the entire area. The men, women, and children of the tribe, seeing their hunters return, were very happy and gathered around eagerly. "Chief and the others are back. Look, Mo Lin's tail is curled like a saber-toothed tiger, so impressive. He managed to hunt such a fierce beast. Hey, why is Ling holding a strange-looking stone? And what are those? I've never seen them before." The tribe members chattered excitedly, their eyes shifting between the prey, baskets, stone pots, and people like Su Xia and Xuanming. Finally, their gaze settled on Su Xia and Xuanming, who was carrying her. "Oh my god, isn't that Su Xia? How come she's sitting on Xuanming's back? Did I see that right?" "You're right, it's Su Xia. She actually let Xuanming carry her back and Xuanming didn't toss her off. That's so strange. What is she wearing? A grass skirt? Just a few leaves can't cover much. She probably dressed like that on purpose to attract a few beast husbands, right? I think so. Who dresses like that? Such a mess. But this ugly girl seems to have changed recently. She's not so sloppy anymore, and she looks much whiter. Her face's pimples and boils are gone too. Yeah, she looks a bit whiter, but I heard she awakened a special power. Maybe it's related to that. Who knows?
She's really lucky.
If only I could awaken a special power too. The female members of the tribe looked at Su Xia with mixed expressions: jealousy, envy, disdain, mockery. Everyone was whispering and gossiping. They felt Su Xia seemed a bit different, but couldn't quite say what. Mia was among the crowd, watching Su Xia, who was brought back by Xuanming, with a very dark expression. Her hands hung at her sides, clenched into fists, her sharp nails digging into her palms without her noticing. That ugly girl. What kind of hypnotic potion did she give Xuanming and the others? Why would they all be willing to carry her? Mia's heart was about to explode with anger, her face twisted into a fierce expression. Su Xia naturally heard the surrounding gossip, but didn't care. She looked at her father, Su Lai, Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, and Yunju, the 4 beast husbands. Seeing them surrounded enthusiastically by the tribe's orcs, especially when they saw the prey they brought, with admiration on their faces. Su Xia pouted, knowing she couldn't join in such a situation, and chose not to go over and join the crowd. She patted Xuanming beneath her. "Put me down." Xuanming slightly bent down upon hearing her, and she jumped off his back. As her feet touched the ground, she felt a cold, sharp gaze on her. She frowned slightly, turned her head, and saw Mia with a grim expression. Su Xia curled her lips into a cold smile and nonchalantly withdrew her gaze. Seeing her look at her with such indifference, Mia's face darkened to the point of dripping water. This ugly girl. Doesn't she see her own appearance? With all that fat on her body, she dares to wear a grass skirt and flirt with Ling and the others? It's truly disgusting. She looked closely and saw that the leaves under Su Xia's had worn out, revealing 2 pieces of flesh clearly, her face darkening terribly. Su Xia also sensed something was wrong, feeling a sudden chill behind her. She reached back and touched, discovering the leaves behind her had rotted away. Her face turned bright red, and she hurriedly covered her backside, awkwardly pressing down. The grass skirt had been worn out from the bumps all the way here. In other words, she had just sat on Xuanming's back with her bare bottom. No wonder she felt Xuanming's back was especially hot all along. Thinking about sitting bare-bottomed on a handsome guy's back made her so embarrassed she could dig a 3-bedroom house with her toes. It was truly a scene of social death. Su Xia just wanted to find a hole to hide in now. She looked up at Xuanming and saw he was also looking at her, his dark eyes filled with playfulness and teasing. Obviously, he also noticed the leaves behind her had rotted. Her face flushed as if blood could drip out, and she didn't bother with the strange looks from others in the tribe, covering her and running away in a hurry. She deliberately chose a place with no people on the way.
Ha ha ha.
This fool, really embarrassing. Mia watched Su Xia run away, her face slightly better, full of glee. Serves her right. Wearing so little, her was exposed. Truly shameless. Hearing Mia's teasing, Su Xia's face turned even redder, but she didn't say anything. She just wanted to go back quickly and change into a new beast-skin skirt. It was too embarrassing. She covered her and ran back to her cave quickly. Fortunately, it is now night, and everyone is out hunting, so no one notices her. When she returns to the cave, she plans to change into a new animal skin skirt. Suddenly, she remembers that this morning she washed all the animal skins and skirts inside the cave. They are still drying at the tribe square and haven't been brought back. Now, in the cave, there isn't a single piece of animal skin or even a skirt. Mia's face turns bright red. She can't just walk out with her covered like that, right? If someone sees, she'll lose face. Although the beast world is open, and they can do whatever they want anytime, she's not comfortable running around. She looks down at the tattered grass skirt, her face darkening with embarrassment. Her stomach is also very hungry. Besides some roasted fish she ate this morning and a few wild fruits at noon, she's been starving all day. There's no food in the cave, and without animal skins, she can't cook anything. Going out now isn't a good idea. It's dark, but everyone is still at the lively square. Maybe she should wait until the tribe's beastmen go to sleep before sneaking out to get more skins? No, that's not possible. The tribe is very lively at night, singing and making noise all the time. Who knows when they'll go to sleep? By the time those beastmen rest, she'll probably be starving to death. She paces anxiously inside the cave, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, she sees some beastmen carrying stone pots, grinding stones, and several baskets filled with supplies. Her heart races, and she quickly covers her and hides inside the cave, afraid they might see her. She awkwardly toes the ground. The beastmen don't see her. They think she's not there. After placing the items down, they leave quickly. When she hears their footsteps fade away, she breathes a sigh of relief and steps out of the cave. She sees the stone pots, grinding stones, and baskets full of supplies at the cave entrance, her face full of joy. She plans to leave the stone pot here and build a simple stove nearby in the future, so she can cook here. The half of the grinding stone is also left here, hoping she can find a matching other half later. There are 7 or 8 baskets filled with various stones, some for crushing garlic, some for grilling on iron plates, and others that look like stone bowls, plates, and knives. These items are all left here and not taken inside. The baskets contain her harvest from the Teagel Forest today. There are various wild fruits, mushrooms, wild vegetables, herbs, and 2 baskets of thorns, along with over 20 pieces of wild and some seasonings like wild onions, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and calming herbs. Unfortunately, there are no chili peppers, garlic, or salt. Chili peppers and garlic can be looked for later, and she might ask Bai Chi for some salt to share. She could also trade something with others. Su Xia carried all the baskets filled with supplies into the cave, sweating heavily. Luckily, everything was inside now. She looked at the 2 baskets of thorns, which still had their shells intact. They could stay a few days without spoiling, so there's no rush to process them. Mushrooms spoil easily, especially if stored together, so she planned to spread them out to dry tomorrow. At the cave entrance, a woman's voice was heard. "Xia, are you there?" Su Xia looked up quickly and saw a middle-aged woman walking into the cave. She was a bit plump, with regular features, healthy wheat-colored skin, wearing an animal hide skirt, and her hair tied back. It was Muing, the original owner's mother. She looked at the woman in front of her with no strong feelings, neither good nor bad. Muing deeply disliked the original owner, always scolding and hitting her, and not allowing Su Lai and Su Mu's father to give her meat. Even though she was her biological mother, she behaved like a stepmother. This was all caused by the original owner's own actions. With her bad temper, no one liked her, like a beast hated by another beast, a big joke in the wolf tribe. Muing, as the original owner's mother, had lost face and suffered much. Whenever the original owner did something embarrassing, Muing would vent her anger on her, hitting her hard and mercilessly. The original owner was very afraid of Muing and would hide whenever she saw her. Though she was weak, that didn't justify mistreating her. "Mother, why are you here?" Su Xia asked calmly as Muing entered. Muing looked at her face, which was becoming more delicate, and her eyes showed surprise. This ugly girl suddenly looked so clean. The pimples and boils on her face were gone, but her big buck teeth still made her look ugly. She looked so ugly she didn't seem like she was her own daughter. She even wondered if she had been swapped at birth by some other female. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to such trash? Muing looked around the cave and saw 7 or 8 baskets inside. She now knew these were called baskets, which made storing things convenient. She had heard that this debt-collecting ghost had made them. "I also collected a bunch of strange stones and miscellaneous items and brought them back. Not only that, I heard that this debt-collecting ghost awakened a special ability and became more diligent and clean. I decided to come and see for myself. Did you hear that you awakened a special ability?" Muing looked at her with a curious expression. Su Xia looked at her with a cold expression and nodded. "Yes, I awakened it yesterday. It's a wood-type ability. It's still very low level and not very useful." Muing heard that it wasn't very useful and scoffed, not believing it at all. Her gaze fell on her face. Although she didn't know how her pimples and boils disappeared, she was sure it was related to her ability. How could that be considered not very useful? She really was a debt-collecting ghost. She didn't tell Muing about her awakening, and she only heard about it from others. Thinking of this, her face darkened again. She looked at her coldly and asked, "Did you make Mia angry today?" Xia immediately understood her purpose for coming today. She was here to confront her. Although she was her daughter, she was protecting others, as if Mia was the one she gave birth to. She really couldn't understand what the other person was thinking. She looked at Muing and asked with a half-smile, "Mom, who did you hear that from?" Muing met her gaze and, for some reason, felt a little guilty. She angrily said, "Don't worry about who I heard it from. I just want to know if it's true or not." Xia looked at her quietly and asked, "Did Mia tell you that?" Besides Mia, that scheming girl, no one else would be so bored. Muing's expression changed slightly and she coldly said, "So what if she did? Mia is more obedient and prettier than you. If she's a swan, you're a ugly duckling. Why compare yourself to her? And don't make her angry." She was blunt and insulting. Although Xia was her daughter, no one knew that Mia was also her child. However, Mia was not born from her and Su Lai but was secretly born from her with other beasts in the tribe. Su Lai, as the leader of the wolf tribe, even if female wolves were scarce, he wouldn't share his mate with other beasts. Muing naturally didn't want to be only with Su Lai as her beast husband, so she secretly had affairs with other beasts, hiding it from Su Lai. She secretly gave birth to several offspring, and Mia was one of them. But Su Lai didn't know, and no one else did either. However, Mia herself knew, otherwise, she wouldn't keep complaining to Muing. There isn't much description about Muing in the Beast World story, and Mia's background isn't mentioned either. Xia did not know the truth. She only felt that Muing was being overly kind to Mia. This made her even more confident in her biased favoritism and her defense of the other person, which made her laugh with anger. "Whatever Mia says, you believe it. She says I made her angry. So you come here to question me? Mom, am I your daughter? Or is she? Why are you turning away from me?" She truly couldn't understand how such a mother could exist. Muing looked into her clear eyes, feeling guilty, and quickly looked away. She angrily said, "Stop talking nonsense. Mia is smart and sensible. She knows right from wrong and she wouldn't lie. If you think she's so good, then just treat her as your daughter." Xia looked at her coldly and said, "If you believe everything Mia says, then just let her be your daughter." Muing was speechless and looked upset. She really wanted to say that Mia was her own daughter. But if she did, Su Lai would be the first to punish her. She looked at her and, feeling ashamed and angry, asked, "Don't change the subject. I just want to know, did you bully Mia again today?" Xia almost laughed out loud from anger. This old woman was really biased, favoring her so much. She believed whatever Mia said without checking. If she liked Mia so much, then let Mia be her daughter. "Yes, I bullied her. What are you going to do about it, Mom? Are you going to hit me like before?" She looked at Muing with a half-smile, asking. But her eyes were full of coldness. Muing felt uneasy under her gaze. She wanted to act, but sensed that this vengeful woman seemed a bit strange. Especially her eyes, clear and bright, as if they could see through people's hearts. She suppressed her strange feelings and didn't move to attack. Instead, she looked at her and angrily warned, "I warn you, don't bully Mia again or I won't forgive you." After speaking, she turned to leave. Her eyes caught sight of the strange things in the baskets, and she stopped in her tracks. She looked serious and pointed at the contents in the baskets, saying, "What are all these? Why did you bring back this messy stuff? Picking so many wild fruits, do you think you can eat them all? And pulling so many weeds. Are you bored or what?" Seeing that one basket was full of various mushrooms, her face changed in disbelief as she looked at Xia and angrily said, "You idiot. Don't you know mushrooms can be poisonous? Why bring back so many? Hurry up and throw them away." As she spoke, she reached out to toss the mushrooms away. Xia's face instantly darkened. She quickly stepped forward to stop her and said coldly, "Stop. Who gave you permission to touch my things?" Her voice was icy, with a hint of anger. She was too lazy to explain that the mushrooms weren't poisonous. No one would believe her anyway. Muing's hand froze, and she looked up angrily at her. "How dare you talk to me like that? Seeing her wearing a tattered grass skirt and pointing at her nose, Muing scolded her harshly. Look at yourself.
What do you look like now?
Leaves hanging on you, your backside exposed. It's embarrassing. Where is your animal hide skirt? Hurry up and change it. Her long, sharp nails almost poked her face, and her expression was fierce, like an old witch. Xia tilted her head to avoid the nails, her face even colder. My affairs are none of your business. She was too lazy to explain that her animal hide skirt had been torn by a saber-toothed tiger. Every extra word was a waste of time. Muing was nearly furious. She pointed at her, trembling with anger. You shameless woman. Xia's face instantly turned cold, emotionless and icy. Calling her daughter a shameless woman, she couldn't believe she said it out loud. She looked at her with a cold gaze and said word by word, I repeat, my affairs are none of your business. You have no right to interfere. If this old woman weren't the original owner's mother, she would have already struck her. Seeing her icy stare, Muing felt a strange fear in her heart. But thinking of the rumors in the tribe and Mia's crying, she suddenly got angry again. She looked at Xia and shouted, I don't care about you. If your father hadn't spoiled you with your attitude, you would have been kicked out of the tribe long ago. Do you think I want to control you? I'm doing it for your own good. For my own good? Xia sneered and looked at Muing with sarcasm. Your so-called for my own good means believing Mia's one-sided story and coming to question me? She snorted coldly. Yes, I know I am useless. I have embarrassed you and made you lose face. But think about it. Are you a good mother? Have you treated me well? Her words made Muing's face turn pale and look extremely uncomfortable. She looked at Xia, her lips moving as if to explain, but she found she had no words. Because what she said was the truth. She indeed hadn't treated her well and hated her from the bottom of her heart. She wished she didn't have this daughter and had believed Mia's one-sided story. But even so, she didn't think she was wrong. She was Xia's mother and naturally had the right to discipline her. Muing looked at the grass skirt on her and then at her delicate face. Suppressing her strange feelings, she said in a serious tone, I don't care what your reasons are. Just change out of that outfit quickly. You look ridiculous. Without waiting for her reply, she turned and walked away. As she reached the cave entrance, she heard Xia softly say, My animal skins and skirts were washed this morning and are drying in the square. If a Mu thinks I'm embarrassing, she can come and take them back. You should know her. A ready tool, no need to waste it. Muing's face darkened. She snorted coldly, but said nothing and left. Xia watched Muing's back and looked at her with a cold expression. This old woman was much worse than Su Lai and Su Mu, the father and son. Although Su Lai and Su Mu also disliked the original owner and were disappointed in her, they still cared and protected her deep inside. But Muing truly hated her. She liked Mia very much and always sent her the best things. She suspected Mia might secretly be the child of this old woman and another beast. The thought startled her, and the more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, why would a mother protect someone else and then bully her own daughter? It made no sense.
Chu Youyou.
She remembered Mia had a sister named Miao, and her father was Qing Yan, a Tier 4 peak beast man of the wolf tribe. She didn't know who a Mu was, only that she had died a long time ago. She asked the system inwardly, Does Mia and Muing have any relation? The system didn't hide anything and quickly replied, Mia was born from Muing and Qing Yan of the wolf tribe. They also had a daughter named Miao, who is Mia's sister. Qing Yan's 2 daughters were born from her and a Mu. They secretly stayed together for nearly 20 years. The system paused and continued. Besides that, Muing also had 2 sons with a beast from the leopard tribe, named Ling Yu and Ling Yun. She also had a lover from the wild lion tribe, who had 2 sons, Lei Shi and Lei Nua. From the snake tribe, she had another lover and bore a son and a daughter, named Han Lin and Mei Xian. All these children live with their respective lovers. After hearing this, Xia was stunned. This old woman was everywhere and she could really give birth. Apart from her and Su Mu, she secretly had 8 more children. No wonder she liked Mia so much. It turned out she was her own child. Even Mi Yao was her own. Suddenly, she felt a bit sorry for Su Lai, imagining a lush green field above his head. Does my cheap father know about this? She couldn't help but ask herself inwardly. The system replied, he doesn't know. Besides your mother, the 8 children, and their lovers, no one else knows. However, now you need to be added to that list, the system added.
Chu Youyou's mouth twitched sharply.
She really didn't want to know about these things. She was curious about how Muing managed to hide from Su Lai and secretly have children with those lovers. Then she realized this was in a beast world. She remembered that female wolves usually have a pregnancy period of about 60 days, or 2 months. In such a short time, they could hide anywhere and the cubs would be born. When they reappear, it's easy to find a reason for the delay, and Su Lai would notice. She hesitated whether to tell Su Lai about this. After all, it was her original father, and hiding it felt a bit wrong. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to say anything for now. Without proof, just her words wouldn't convince Su Lai. This was a matter between husband and wife, and as a daughter, she thought it was better not to interfere. Of course, if there was a chance in the future, she wouldn't mind reminding Su Lai. Su Xia shook her head, pushed aside her distracting thoughts, and decided to check the favorability levels of the beast husbands. System, check all data and favorability levels, she commanded inwardly. Okay, the system responded. Suddenly, a screen appeared before her, glowing with a faint blue light. Host, Su Xia age, 16 charm, 20 appearance, 25 health, 65 weight, severely overweight, affecting movement. Skills, Wood element supernatural ability, level 1, target and favorability levels. Ling, -60, dislike. Mo Lin, -55, dislike. Yunju, -70, dislike. Bai Qi, -35, dislike. Xuanming, -40, dislike. She quickly scanned the previous data and saw all the numbers had changed significantly, with some increasing. She looked surprised. She remembered that in the morning, her charm was 11. Now it's 20. An increase of 9 points. Her appearance had also improved slightly. Yiling's favorability was -90 in the morning. Now it's -60, an increase of 30 points. Su Xia raised an eyebrow, surprised. Today, she threatened him, deliberately disgusted him, and even asked him to carry stone pots and grindstones for her, acting like a beast of burden. She thought his dislike value would be maxed out, but surprisingly, it didn't increase further. Instead, it rose by 30 points. Could it be that Ling has a submissive tendency? Do you enjoy being mistreated? The more you are mistreated, the happier you feel? She stroked her chin, lost in thought. If this guess is true, she could use it to improve her favorability. But she still needed to observe carefully. She couldn't let the dislike level she had just lowered rise again. Then she continued reading. Mo Lin's favorability increased by 25 points, Yunju by 15 points, Bai Qi by 40 points, and Xuanming by 20 points. Among them, Bai Qi's favorability increased the fastest, now at -35. It's probably related to his abilities and her actions. A diligent, capable, and smart female is always more likable, even if she looks very ugly. Tong, I remember you said that when each beast master's favorability reaches a certain level, they get a reward. What is the standard for feeling indifferent? Su Xia asked inwardly. Negative numbers definitely mean dislike. She guessed that to reach a neutral feeling, the favorability should be at least 0. The system quickly responded, Host, a favorability of 0 to 59 is considered neutral. 60 is liking, 70 is love, and above 90 is deep love. If it reaches the maximum score of 100, there will be a super lucky gift pack. The system's voice became a bit cheerful and tempting as it spoke. Her eyes sparkled upon hearing this. A super lucky gift pack? Just the name sounds impressive. Tong, what's inside the super lucky gift pack?
She couldn't help asking.
The system smiled mysteriously. Host, the super gift pack contains random rewards. It could be a rare treasure, a secret manual, a life-saving elixir, a heaven-defying cultivation talent, or a space. Whatever you get depends on luck, and it will never disappoint. Xuxia's eyes lit up, feeling a bit excited. But then she remembered that the favorability of her 5 beast masters was still negative, and her smile faded slightly. She felt the task was heavy. Fortunately, Bai Qi's favorability was already at -35, not far from 0. She planned to focus on increasing Bai Qi's favorability in the next couple of days. Once it reached 0, she would escape the dislike stage and enter the neutral zone. As long as one beast master's favorability reached neutral, she could get a reward. Thinking this way, she suddenly became energized. She glanced at the wild vegetables and mushrooms in her basket and had an idea. There's a saying, to win a man's heart, first win his stomach. Currently, her conditions were limited, and she couldn't make fancy dishes, but she could still cook a hearty bone mushroom soup. The tribe had plenty of animal bones, which the orcs wouldn't want. They were simply discarded. Later, she casually took 2 bones to make soup, adding some mushrooms and fungi. No need for many spices, just a little salt. She didn't have any salt herself, but she could ask Bai Qi for some, thinking he probably wouldn't refuse. Xuxia closed the system page and was about to go out to get 2 bones when she noticed she was still wearing a torn grass skirt. She looked embarrassed, realizing she hadn't changed into her beast skin skirt. She could only wait for now, not sure if Muing had gone to the square to help her gather beast skins. If not, she might have to wait until late at night to go out. With nothing else to do, she decided to start processing today's harvest. She didn't rush to deal with the thorns. They were temporarily placed in the corner of the cave. Wild vegetables and fruits were also set aside. These 2 could be stored for a few days. If not eaten, they could be dried. She placed the basket of herbs separately, planning to take it to the river tomorrow for cleaning and drying, in case she needed them later. Mushrooms couldn't be stored for long, so she needed to process them quickly before they spoiled. She split the mushrooms in half to let them breathe, preparing to dry them out tomorrow. They should be fine if left overnight. She saw some roasted meat wrapped in broad leaves nearby, left over from the morning, originally 3 pieces. She had eaten half in the morning, leaving 2.5 pieces. Her stomach was already growling loudly, and when she saw the roasted meat, she couldn't resist grabbing a piece to eat. But as soon as she took a bite, she found it cold and hard, difficult to chew. The flavor was far worse than when it was freshly roasted in the morning. But she was really hungry now and had no other options. She gnawed on half a piece, and her hunger eased a bit, so she decided to stop eating. Her jaw ached from chewing. She planned to put the remaining 2 pieces into the soup when cooking later, to make use of them without waste. Soon, Muing returned, carrying a pile of beast skins and several beast skin skirts, looking unhappy as he entered the cave. Seeing her, his face darkened even more. He threw the things onto the stone bed and said irritably, I have to do work for you again. Hurry up and change that embarrassing grass skirt you're wearing. After saying that, he turned and left. Xuxia looked at the pile on the stone bed, raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. She clapped her hands, stood up, and chose a beast skin skirt to change into. She threw the discarded grass skirt outside the cave. Finally, she didn't have to run around anymore. Thinking about today's events, she felt extremely embarrassed. She wondered what that dogman, Xuanming, was thinking. Maybe he thought she did it on purpose. She stepped out of the cave and headed to the tribe square to pick up a few bones for making soup. It was a clear night, with a bright silver moon hanging high in the sky and stars twinkling like a galaxy, looking very beautiful. In the post-apocalyptic world, the air was heavily polluted and the sky was gray, so stars and such beautiful night scenes were no longer visible. Xuxia quickly arrived at the tribe square. In the center of the square, a bonfire was burning brightly, its flames flickering and illuminating the surroundings. The tribe's men, women, and children sat around it in small groups, eating roasted meat, chatting, and sharing funny stories. Young orcs and females danced around the fire with passion, creating a lively and joyful atmosphere. A few small beasts jumped and played nearby, but when they saw her, they hurriedly ran away in fear, as if she was a fierce beast. However, some secretly looked at her with curiosity, noticing her differences and hearing about her awakening special powers. She didn't mind, and was about to pick out 2 suitable bones to make soup. Suddenly, Bai Qi strolled over to her, handsome and elegant, with an androgynous appearance that was stunning. His gaze was noble and refined, like a mountain stream or a clear sky with white clouds. He held a piece of roasted meat and gently looked at her, softly saying, "Here, take it." "Thank you." Su Xia glanced at the roasted meat he offered, smiled slightly, and didn't refuse. She reached out to take it. Just then, Ling, sitting nearby, suddenly looked over with his silver eyes shining attractively in the firelight. He looked at Su Xia with a half-smile, teasing, "I remember someone promised me to lose 50 gene, about 25 kilograms, in a month. If you eat such a big piece of meat, will you still lose that fat?" Hearing this, Su Xia paused, and her smile faded a little. This man was always around, causing trouble. She glanced at Ling lightly, but instead of arguing with him as usual, she smiled and looked at Bai Qi, accepting the roasted meat happily. "Thanks." Bai Qi looked at her deeply, nodded slightly, and said nothing, then turned and sat back in his original spot. She watched Bai Qi walk away and then glanced at Ling, deliberately taking a bite of the roasted meat in front of him. She exaggeratedly chewed and shook her head, saying, "Bai Qi's cooking is really good. The meat is crispy on the outside and tender inside. It's really delicious." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a cold gaze on her. Without needing to look up, she knew who it was. Besides Ling, who else could it be? She pretended not to notice and deliberately took a big bite of the grilled meat, eating with her mouth greasy and making a slurping sound. This grilled meat was indeed very tasty, seasoned with salt and spices, much better than the half-cooked, cold, and hard piece she had in the cave earlier. But she didn't need to eat so exaggeratedly, just to annoy that dog man Ling. She also wanted to test whether this dog man was the type to enjoy being mistreated. That way, she could figure out how to approach him. Ling watched her deliberately provoke him, his lips pressed tightly, and his eyes cold as ice. This fat woman really deserved to be dealt with. He sneered silently, but didn't lose his temper. He looked away and calmly bit into his grilled meat. He secretly wondered how to deal with her. Seeing that he didn't react, Su Xia pouted, feeling bored. This dog man had strong self-control. He didn't lose his temper at all. "System, has the dog man's favorability changed?" she asked inwardly. The system quickly replied, "Yes, it increased by 5 points. The favorability is now -55. Keep trying, host." She was slightly stunned, glancing at Ling, who sat there coldly eating his grilled meat. Suddenly, she understood. This dog man was the kind who only wanted what was not easily available. The more you ignored him, the angrier he got. The more you opposed him, the more he paid attention. In short, he was quite petty. Actually, most men are like that deep down. They don't want what's handed to them, but tend to like what they can't have. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Su Xia's mouth. She decided to tease him more in the future. Maybe she could even boost her favorability. Of course, she had to stop at the right point and not let her dislike level spike again. In a corner of the square, Mo Lin sat in the shadows where the firelight didn't reach, holding a piece of grilled meat and eating it slowly and gracefully. His gaze fell on Su Xia, who was deliberately provoking Ling, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He seemed in a good mood. She seemed to be becoming more interesting. He glanced at the tiger meat nearby, wanting to send it to her. But then he remembered Ling's earlier remark about losing 50 pounds in a month and silently dismissed the idea. Anyway, she had already eaten the meat given by Bai Qi, so if he didn't give her more, she wouldn't go hungry. Bai Qi looked calm. The reason he had just given Su Xia the grilled meat was because he was her nominal partner. Even if he disliked her, he would still fulfill his responsibilities. Moreover, Her performance today truly impressed him, and he was curious about what she might do next. As for her bold claim of losing 50 pounds, he didn't take it seriously. Is it possible to lose 50 pounds in a month? Yunju sat among the crowd, looking at Su Xia with indifference and disdain. He had a cold and aloof personality and looked down on clever tricks and schemes, thinking they were childish. With her body as fat as a pig, he couldn't understand where she got the confidence to think she could lose 50 pounds in a month. It was simply wishful thinking. Xuanming sat nearby, his gaze heavy as he watched Su Xia. For some reason, he found it amusing to see her deliberately provoke Ling. He even secretly hoped she would get angrier, maybe making that Ling lose his temper. A wicked smile appeared on his face, playful and teasing. Su Xia naturally sensed the gazes on her, but paid no attention. She carried some grilled meat to a corner, where there were a pile of bones unwanted by the beast men, with all the meat scraped clean. She picked 2 decent-looking leg bones, though she had nothing to carry them in now, so she held them in her arms. She saw plenty of animal entrails on the ground, various animal organs that the beast men didn't want. Organs are actually good food, livers, hearts, lungs, all edible. Especially the large intestines, which taste great when stir-fried with chili and garlic. They didn't have chili now, but she could handle stir-frying them, and the flavor wouldn't be bad. Unfortunately, the beast men in the tribe didn't know how to process organs and thought they were dirty, so they threw them all away. She picked a few that looked like wild boar organs and a large pig intestine, planning to take them back to stir-fry tomorrow. She was in a good mood and was about to carry these bones and organs back. Suddenly, she heard a mocking voice. Su Xia, what are you doing holding a bunch of bones and disgusting stuff? Are you planning to eat them? Su Xia turned to see Mia approaching, her face full of sarcasm. She glanced at her, knowing Mia was looking for trouble, and a cold feeling appeared in her eyes. But she was too lazy to bother and turned to leave. Seeing that Su Xia ignored her, Mia's face darkened. She quickly walked over and stopped her, angrily saying, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Su Xia stopped and looked at Mia, who was full of anger, with a strange expression. By the way, Mia was her half-sister, born from the same mother but different fathers. Even her younger sister, Miao Yao, was related to her. But whether they had blood ties or not, it didn't change her dislike for Mia, this female. Repeatedly picking fights. Only a fool would enjoy that. She looked at Mia coldly and said, move aside. Good dog, get out of the way. Mia was slightly stunned. She was a female wolf, not a pig dog. Thinking about the bad reputation of pig dogs, robbing and causing trouble, beasts fighting beasts, her face instantly turned grim. She pointed at her angrily and shouted, You ugly thing! How dare you call me a pig dog?
Chu Youyou felt speechless.
She was talking about good dogs, not blocking the way, but she didn't say Mia was a pig dog. But since pig dogs are still dogs, the meaning was similar. She sneered, That's you I'm calling out. If you don't want to be a dog, then get lost. She usually tolerated the male leads because they were her mission targets, to gain favor. But what is Mia? Does she think she's made of clay? Easy to bully? When had Mia ever been insulted like this? She immediately got angry and raised her hand to slap Su Xia's face. You cheap female. Dare to insult me. Watch me smash your mouth. She wasn't afraid of the leader blaming her. Muing would protect her. Although she couldn't openly call Muing, she often called her that privately. Seeing the slap coming, Su Xia sneered inwardly. Before the slap landed, vines suddenly shot out from her palm. Then she forcefully swung her hand, knocking Mia flying. Mia fell to the ground nearby, grimacing in pain and looking very embarrassed. Her wood element supernatural power was only level 1 and had no attack power, but that was enough against fierce beasts. Mia, a delicate female, had no special skills, so knocking her away was easy. All the beasts present were stunned, their eyes fixed on the vine growing from Su Xia's palm. Is this her awakened supernatural power? It looked clearly like wood, yet she could use it like this? Ling also looked at her in surprise, knowing she had awakened a supernatural power but not paying much attention. Now, seeing her use vines to knock Mia away, his mouth twitched.
He thought Mia deserved it.
Everyone with eyes could tell Mia had started the fight. She was weaker, and being knocked away was her own fault. Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Yunju, Xuanming, and others had different expressions, their thoughts unclear, but their eyes stayed on this side. The female beasts in the square were delighted, as Mia, the most beautiful female in the tribe, was usually proud and looked down on them. Seeing her get beaten by Xuxia made them feel happy inside. Mia's 7 beast husbands were also here. Seeing their female being knocked away, their faces looked very bad. They quickly went over to help her, surrounding her and asking with concern, "Mia, are you okay?" One handsome orc glared angrily at Xuxia and said coldly, "Xuxia, Mia was just joking with you. You actually used your powers to knock her away. Isn't that too much?" Xuxia knew that Mia's 3rd orc husband was Wolftooth. She smiled coldly and asked, "If I hadn't awakened my powers, when that slap just now fell, would you have stood up for me?" Wolftooth and Mia's 6 orc husbands were speechless, unable to answer. They were all warriors of the tribe and knew well that without strength, they were vulnerable. If Xuxia hadn't awakened her powers and Mia's slap had really hit her face, they probably would have ignored it. Seeing their silence, Xuxia sneered again and said, "Since you won't stand up for me, what right do you have to question me now? Mia hit me, and I can't fight back? That's not right." "Well said." Ling suddenly stepped forward, clapping his hands with a cold smile on his face. He looked coldly at the 7 orc husbands beside Mia, his eyes filled with mockery, indifference, and a hint of disdain. Then he sneered and said, "In the orc world, strength is everything. If you can't defend yourself, it's your own fault. Don't dare to blame others." Although Ling disliked Xuxia, he was still technically her partner. He could bully her, but if others did, it was like insulting him. Mia's 7 orc husbands' faces turned red with shame, and they felt very embarrassed but couldn't argue back because Ling was speaking the truth. Xuxia looked at Ling, who suddenly came out to defend her, feeling surprised. She wondered why this dog man looked a little handsome now. But then she remembered how much he disliked her, and her face darkened. She thought to herself that she was overthinking. Mia watched Ling defend Xuxia, her jealousy driving her mad. Her eyes turned red. Everyone knew Mia liked Ling, and Ling knew too, but he still came out to support Xuxia. What was so special about that ugly girl? Wasn't he also very annoyed with her? Did he only defend her because she was his mate? Mia's jealousy twisted her face, and her mind was filled with malicious thoughts. "Xuxia, I will never let you go. Just wait and see." Ling saw Mia's jealous, twisted face and frowned slightly, a look of disgust flashing in his eyes. What a waste of a beautiful face. Then his gaze fell on Xuxia, and his silver eyes looked deeply at her. Xuxia felt confused under his stare. What was this dog man trying to do? Was he upset that she had embarrassed him and wanted to come after her? Thinking about it, she became alert and stared at him cautiously. Ling saw her wary gaze and his face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead, feeling quite annoyed. What does this fat woman mean? Is she afraid he might take action against her? He pressed his lips tightly together, his expression cold. He looked at her deeply, but didn't lose his temper. Instead, he turned and left. She watched his back as he walked away, pouting, unsure of what this stubborn man really wanted. However, she could be sure of one thing. He seemed less hostile toward her than during the day. Could it be that he actually liked being mistreated? She withdrew her supernatural power, looking thoughtful. Mia's 7 beast husbands saw Ling leave and secretly relaxed. They all advised Mia to go back. Mia's face turned pale as she glared at the 7 of them. In the end, she didn't say anything and turned to leave. She was afraid that if she stayed longer, she might lose her temper and want to attack Xuxia, which would only make Ling dislike her more. Mia sat among the crowd, watching Mia's back with a look of mockery. Her proud and arrogant sister had a day so miserable, she found it very satisfying. She grew up always overshadowed by Mia, simply because she wasn't as beautiful as her sister. She was often compared unfavorably. Although she was also pretty, she was always portrayed as the ugly duckling. Even Mu Qing, her adoptive father, didn't treat her as well as he did Mia. Miao knew she was Mu Qing's daughter, but because she was born from his affair, she couldn't openly call him father. She could only call him that in private. Su Xia, uninterested in the varied reactions of the people around her, was about to return with bones and internal organs. Thinking she had no salt and that her stove wasn't set up, she turned and headed toward Bai Qi. Bai Qi saw her suddenly approach and looked at her calmly. Is something the matter? Su Xia held the bones and animal organs, smiling as she said, Bai Qi, do you have any salt? Could you share some with me? I can trade you something. Also, if you're not busy, could you help me set up a stove? Bai Qi looked at the bones, organs, and pig intestines in her hands, his brow furrowing slightly. He didn't know what she wanted to do with these things that no beast man needed. He didn't ask further and simply said casually, I can give you some salt. You don't need to trade anything for it. But what exactly is a stove? Su Xia remembered that this world didn't have the concept of a stove and explained with a smile, a stove is a place used for cooking with fire. It concentrates the heat, making cooking easier. When the time comes, I will tell you how to build it in detail. Bai Qi understood a little and nodded slightly, while looking into her clear eyes. Okay. Su Xia was happy to see him agree. Bai Qi is indeed easier to talk to than the other 4 beast husbands. Thinking about the lack of water containers like wooden buckets or basins in the cave, fetching water was very inconvenient. She lowered her head slightly and shyly asked, could you help me make 2 wooden buckets and basins by hollowing out the top and middle parts, leaving the bottom and sides intact? They should be round, with the buckets taller and having handles for easy carrying. The basins should be shorter, also round, but without handles, just some protruding parts on the sides for gripping. Bai Qi is a 9-tailed white fox and foxes have claws, so making 2 wooden buckets and basins shouldn't be a problem. After hearing her description, Bai Qi glanced at her with some curiosity. He wondered how she suddenly knew so much and where she learned it from. But he didn't ask and simply nodded. All right, but it might take some time. Su Xia quickly waved her hand and smiled.
No rush. Take your time.
She felt very happy, thinking that once the stove and the wooden containers were ready, her life would be much easier. They soon left the square. She followed Bai Qi to his cave and took some salt, about half a bowl, stored in a stone bowl. Although rough and yellowed, and not very good quality, salt was very precious in this beast world. Even 500 gene of prey could only exchange for half a bowl of salt. Bai Qi giving her so much was very generous. She smiled happily and thanked him. Then they agreed to build the stove together tomorrow and happily went back. Back in the cave, it was dark inside, with only a sliver of moonlight shining through the entrance. It wasn't very bright, but she could see. Su Xia wondered where to put the salt. Besides a stone bed, everything else was piled on the ground or in a basket. There was no place to store things. She sighed helplessly and found a relatively dry corner to place the salt, elevating it on a flat stone to prevent moisture. If the salt got damp and dissolved, she probably wouldn't even have a place to cry. She thought about making a set of tables and chairs someday, but there was no space to sit. Making tables, chairs, and benches would require tools and nails. Where could she find nails in this beast world? She quickly dismissed the unrealistic idea. She could instead cut some bamboo to weave a bamboo table and chairs. But unfortunately, she wasn't very good at weaving, and she sighed again. Forget it. Later, I will bring back some wooden stakes to use as seats. Looking at the bones, pig intestines, and internal organs in my hand. The stove isn't finished yet, so I can't cook bones soup tonight. I can only set it aside and use an empty basket to hold everything. Next, I deal with the pig intestines and internal organs. I burn some ash from plants and wash the items by the river. Su Xia squats on a big rock by the river, tearing off fat and impurities from inside the intestines. She puts the cooled ash into the intestines and rubs them to remove mucus, using the ash's absorbing power. She keeps washing until there's no strange smell, then cleans everything thoroughly. She also cleans the internal organs at the river and finally carries them back. Back at the cave, she puts the pig intestines in a clean stone pot at the door, soaking them in salt water to remove the smell and make them tastier. She plans to wash them again in the morning and then stir-fry them. As for the other internal organs, Xuxia cuts a piece with a bone knife, then salts it and puts it in a stone bowl. The rest she packs into the basket. The stone slab she originally planned to use for grilling is now temporarily used as a chopping board. She is busy with her tasks. Meanwhile, Ling, Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming return to their own caves, each with different expressions. On the way back, Yunju looks at Ling walking ahead. Thinking about how he defended Xuxia earlier, she quickens her pace to catch up and frowns, asking, "Why did you help that ugly girl tonight?" Nearby, Mo Lin and Xuanming also perk up their ears, curious about the question. Ling pauses slightly, his silver eyes looking at Yunju as he catches up, with a calm expression. "Why? Can't I help her?" Yunju glances at him and scoffs. "Aren't you the one who hates her the most?" Not only does he dislike her, but he also despises her more than the four of them. Every time he sees that ugly girl, he feels like he's looking at a pile of dung and wants to stay far away. Ling raises an eyebrow, glancing at him with a nonchalant attitude. "If I dislike her, can I help her?" Yunju frowns slightly, her green eyes showing some displeasure. "That's not what I mean. I just think you're acting a bit strange today." "It's true. I am acting a bit strange." "That's not like you." Xuanming steps forward, the moonlight shining on him, casting a long shadow. He looks tall and handsome. His features are sharp and natural, with deep eyes, slanted eyebrows, and perfect lips. He exudes a wild, untamed aura that's very attractive and somewhat aggressive. Mo Lin also came over, with sharp and deep features, a cold and distant look, radiating an aura of aloofness. He did not speak, only gazed at Yiling's stunning face with a questioning look. Yiling's attitude had changed so much that they couldn't help but feel curious. Yiling glanced at a few people, his silver eyes flickering slightly, and finally explained, "After all, she is our mate. If Mia's several beast husbands bully her, it would shame us all." In fact, he himself didn't know why he decided to help Xuxia today. He felt like he was acting on impulse, and even he found it hard to believe. Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming thought about it and agreed. No matter how much they disliked Xuxia, she was their partner, and that was an unchangeable fact. Letting her be bullied by other beast men would also harm their reputation. Moreover, the leader would have opinions too. Mo Lin was a rather cold person. He only hummed once and said nothing further. Yunju remembered how Xuxia had used her supernatural ability to heal her face in Teagel Forest and said, "By the way, Xuxia's awakening is in the wood element, and the healer is also in the wood element. Do you think her supernatural ability is a healing type?" Healing abilities are very rare, especially in a world like theirs where injuries and bleeding are common. Ling raised an eyebrow, with a half-smile, and said, "So you hope her ability is healing?" Yunju rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "It's not that I hope so. I saw her use her ability to heal her face in Teagel Forest. Her pimples and pus were cured by her ability, and she even expelled a lot of black, dirty stuff. It was disgusting." Thinking back to that scene in the forest, dark, dirty, and smelly, with a thick layer covering her face, he still felt uncomfortable. Ling, Mo Lin, and Xuanming were all slightly stunned. They had already noticed that Xuxia's face had become more delicate, but they didn't know why. Unexpectedly, it was her own supernatural ability that had healed her. If that's the case, it's very likely her ability is a healing type. Seeing the surprised expressions of the three, Yunju felt pleased and continued, "If her ability really is healing, that would be a good thing for us. The beast world is full of dangers, and they often go out hunting, where injuries and bleeding are common. Having a healer nearby could ensure timely treatment." Ling snapped back to his senses, a thoughtful look crossing his silver eyes, as if he was pondering something. Mo Lin and Xuanming felt the same way. After that, the four of them didn't speak again, and each went back to their caves to rest. Mia, filled with jealousy and resentment, returned to her own cave. She couldn't sleep all night, her mind full of Su Xia's gradually becoming delicate face and the scene of Ling protecting her. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more uncomfortable she felt, to the point that she lost the desire to mate with Langya. Langya, like a passionate male wolf, tried several times to approach Mia and mate with her, but she irritably pushed him away. "Don't touch me, I'm not in the mood tonight." She looked impatient and unhappy. Langya was pushed away several times, his face darkening as he looked at Mia, displeased. "Mia, what's wrong? If I remember correctly, it should be my turn tonight, right? Mia has 7 beast husbands, taking turns at night. Tonight, it was finally her turn, but she didn't want to get close, which naturally made her unhappy. She was angry and heard his words, immediately furious. "What's wrong? Didn't I satisfy you before? Can't you wait a little longer?" Langya's face darkened, looking very displeased. They only get to mate once every 7 days. How could she be satisfied? But he didn't say this out loud or lose his temper. Mia is the most beautiful female in the tribe and has been pursued for a long time, so she became one of Mia's beast husbands. But she still felt unhappy and looked displeased. "What's wrong with you? We're partners. Isn't intimacy natural?" Mia sneered, full of mockery. "Partners? You just crave my body, wanting me to give you cubs." Langya was speechless, unable to refute, because what Mia said was the truth. When he pursued Mia, it was partly because he liked her, but naturally also because he wanted cubs. More importantly, he was also craving her body. "Have you given me cubs? Don't forget, we've been together for several years." Langya couldn't help but tease her. Even though he really wanted cubs, he never blamed her for it, thinking they were still young. Hearing this, Mia's face changed. The matter of having cubs wasn't something she could decide alone. Besides, she didn't want to have cubs so soon. If she did, she would have to take care of them, and her figure might change. What if Ling and Mo Lin haven't succeeded in chasing her yet, and she despises them? "I'm not in the mood tonight. You go sleep outside." She coldly left these words, turned over, and ignored him. Langya's face was ugly. He clenched his fists, but then helplessly loosened them. If she wouldn't let him touch her tonight, and he had to wait another 7 days, was she trying to suffocate him? Since that's the case, don't blame me for looking for another female. Wolf Fong said this and turned to leave. He was holding back anger and needed to find a female to vent his feelings, or he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Mia heard this and sneered coldly, showing indifference. If Wolf Fong dared to look for another female, she would find another beast partner. Anyway, there are many males who want to be her beast partner. Wolf Fong naturally heard her sneer. His steps paused, but he didn't turn back. He strode out of the cave. He was afraid that if he stayed longer, he would get too angry. Mia watched his back as he left, a look of mockery crossing her face. Then she thought of Ling and Su Xia, her expression darkening. She clenched her teeth and said, "Su Xia, I won't let you have an easy time." Meanwhile, Su Xia finished her chores and folded the animal skins on the stone bed. She cleared a basket to hold the skins and skirts made from animal hides. There was also a piece of animal skin spread on the stone bed, sewn together from several skins, with a thick layer of dry grass underneath to make it softer to sleep on. This was to avoid the hard surface hurting her back. Smelling of sweat and thinking she hadn't taken a bath, she took a clean animal hide skirt and went to the river to wash. On her way back, she saw Mia's beast partner Wolf Fong and Mia hiding behind a stone, talking in low voices. She couldn't hear what they were saying. Su Xia frowned slightly, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. Although she didn't want to interfere, her curiosity about what they were talking about grew. Why would they hide behind a stone in the middle of the night? She quietly slowed her steps and approached the large stone. As she got closer, their voices became clearer. "Wolf Fong, do you really think I look better than my sister? Are you lying to me?" Mia's sister, Yao, touched her face, blushing slightly, and whispered. She knew she wasn't as beautiful as Mia, and she knew Wolf Fong was just trying to make her happy, but she didn't mind hearing it. Her vanity was greatly satisfied. Wolf Fong looked at Yao's face, which wasn't as stunning as Mia's, but was younger and pure. Her figure was good, curvy where it should be, slim where it should be. But she didn't have Mia's explosive curves. Right now, he was filled with anger and needed to vent. Even though Yao's appearance was only a 6 in his eyes, she was now a 9. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and he looked at Yao with intense eyes, speaking in a low, hoarse voice. Of course it's true. You're more pure and kind than your sister and smarter too. Just looking at you makes people feel comfortable. Although these words are somewhat insincere, they are not entirely false. Mia has a proud and fiery personality. She often shows her displeasure when angry. Usually, the 7 of them are very tolerant of her. Compared to Mia Yao's gentle and kind nature. Mia Yao blushes when praised and shyly asks, "Do you prefer Teagel like that or me?" Ling quickly replies without hesitation, "Of course, I like you." After saying this, he takes her hand and gently kisses the back of it. Seeing she does not resist, he becomes even bolder. Mia Yao's face turns red, and her eyes are full of teasing. Sister, you probably never imagined that your beast husband has already betrayed you." Although she doesn't like Lengya, she doesn't refuse and instead happily cooperates. In this open beast world, females can have multiple beast husbands. She doesn't mind taking Lengya for herself. First, because Lengya is indeed good. He is a top-tier 4th-rank beast man, handsome too. Although he doesn't match Ling and Mo Lin and the others, he is still better than most beast men in the tribe. Thinking this, she goja Lengya's neck and shyly says, "I also like someone strong like you. Just looking at you makes me feel good." Hee. Lengya chuckles softly, becoming even more daring. Both of them have their own thoughts and soon roll into each other. Xia, hiding in the shadows, thinks to herself, "I knew my instincts were right. These two definitely have something going on. Is Mia Yao trying to steal her sister's partner?" She clicks her tongue softly, then silently leaves without looking back. She doesn't want to get involved in others' affairs, as long as they don't cause trouble for her. Xia returns to her cave, about to sleep, but her gaze falls on the cave entrance. She thinks about whether she should block it with a door. Although the tribe is safe and no one would come at night, she still feels uncomfortable with it open like this. She quickly lies down on the stone bed. The bed is covered with dry grass, soft but without any cover on top, making her shiver from the cold. She takes out animal skins from her basket to cover herself. They're a bit small, only covering her stomach and not her feet. She decides to build a small fire in the middle of the cave. The flames light up the entire cave and keep her warm. Xia lies back on the stone bed, covering her stomach with one animal skin and her feet with another. Tonight, she decides to just make do and sleep. She plans to find someone tomorrow to borrow a bone needle and fish intestine thread to patch the animal skins into a thin blanket. Perhaps tired from the day, after taking a bath, her mind is fuzzy with trivial thoughts, and she falls asleep quickly. However, I was awakened in the middle of the night by loud noises. The sounds of the tribe's beasts and females mating echoed loudly, one after another, like a contest, very clear and especially loud in the quiet night. I couldn't sleep because of the noise and felt very annoyed. Looking at the dark night outside the cave, I furrowed my brows. Every night, it's like singing all night long, staying awake until late, and not calming down until the early morning. I truly admire the energy of these beasts, hunting during the day and working hard at night. All so energetic. Do they never need rest? Xia did know that most of the females in the tribe had several mates. 4 or 5 was common. They took turns at night, and it was natural to stay awake all night for those rare times. Other nights they could rest, but when it was her turn, she felt like she had been injected with adrenaline. The females in the tribe didn't need to work. They were supported by their mates, only responsible for reproduction. At night, they mate with the males and most of the day they rest. Usually in the morning, they wash animal skins and then go out to roast meat when hungry. Most of the rest of the time, they just lie around. Xia turned over, thinking that this couldn't go on. Tomorrow, She must block the door with a board to block some of the noise. She sighed, lay back down, covered her ears with animal skins, trying to block out the outside noise. Fortunately, the sounds gradually faded in the second half of the night, and she drifted into a hazy sleep. Inside the Xuanming mountain cave, it was spacious and deep. The bright moonlight shone through the cave entrance, illuminating his handsome face, outlining a wild and untamable beauty, with a hint of ferocity and freedom. His muscles looked even stronger and more powerful in the moonlight, seeming to contain endless strength and passion. Xuanming lay on a stone bed, listening to the sounds of mating from all around the tribe, and he was already used to it, perhaps even numb. But tonight, these sounds kept him tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind involuntarily recalled the scene when Xuanming sat on his back, wearing a tattered grass skirt, after returning from hunting in Teagel Forest. The leaves behind her had rotted away, and she just sat on his back. He hadn't noticed at the time, only feeling a large lump of flesh pressing down on him, close to his ribs, warm and making him feel sick. Xuanming remembered how that lump of flesh stuck to him, making him shiver with disgust. But then he also thought about how she sat on his back, bouncing around without a word, not daring to hold on to his neck. And when she returned to the tribe and saw that the leaves behind her had rotted away, she looked so ashamed and embarrassed she almost wanted to die. Thinking about it, a small smile naturally appeared on his lips. He suddenly realized that Xuanming didn't seem as annoying as before. At least, today she seemed interesting to him. Not like in the past when she was so irritating. But then he thought of her nearly 300-pound body and her large buck teeth. Xuanming's smile froze instantly, and the initial good feeling, he had vanished completely. He found he still couldn't accept Xuanming's ugliness. She was really ugly. Then he remembered how, that evening at the tribe square, she slapped Mia but then quickly counterattacked, and how she had awakened her wood-type healing ability. It seemed she wasn't that bad after all. At least, much better than before. Xuanming realized his feelings about Xuanming were complicated, less dislike than before. But he still couldn't like her. He turned over and lay on his back on the bed, hands behind his head, staring at the rocky ceiling, lost in thought. He didn't know when he fell asleep. Yiling's cave was at the top of the tribe's mountain, surrounded by dense trees, quiet and mysterious. Yiling lay on a wide stone bed, silver moonlight shining on his chiseled face, casting shadows of different shades. His silver eyes were deep like the night sky, shining with a cold light. Tonight, he was also annoyed by the noisy mating sounds from the tribe and felt a strange urge. His face darkened, and he turned over irritably. But then, his mind involuntarily thought of Xuanming's face, her chubby, bloated face, her flat, broad nose, tiny eyes, and large buck teeth. Her huge body was covered in layers of fat, especially around her waist, which drooped down to her hips, and her hips were enormous, at least several times bigger than others. A wave of disgust swept over him, and all desire disappeared instantly. He sat up sharply, his face looking cold enough to drip water. What the? Why was he thinking of that fat woman? And so clearly, even remembering her waist fat and large hips. Yiling's face looked grim, and his silver eyes flashed with violence. It must have been the noises from the tribe that affected him, making him want to mate. He simply covered his ears and lay back down, closing his eyes to sleep. This time, Xuanming's face didn't appear in his mind, and he quickly fell asleep. Yunju and Mo Lin weren't doing well either, each with their own thoughts. Bai Qi, on the other hand, slept soundly, deeply asleep, completely exhausted. He gave Xuanming coarse salt, then went straight to the nearby moonlight forest, where he chose 2 sturdy trees to break. He then found a way to cut them into sections, hollowing out the inside according to Xuanming's method, leaving the surrounding and bottom parts intact, and carefully smoothed them. After working for nearly an hour, he finally managed to carve out 2 wooden buckets or basins. His fox claws were quite worn from the effort, and he wasn't sure if it would affect his hunting skills. He naturally had no mood to think about these messy things. After finishing, he went back to sleep. The next day, as soon as the sky showed the first light, Xuanming woke up. She was awakened by the cold. Last night, in the late hours, the fire in the cave went out. She was deeply asleep and didn't wake up in time to add more firewood, and her animal hide slipped to the ground. She was coldly awakened this way. She yawned, got up, picked up the animal hide that had fallen, brushed off the dust, and casually placed it on the stone bed. Seeing that it was already dawn, Xuanming decided not to sleep anymore. She got up and left the cave to wash up outside. She rinsed her mouth with the salt given by Chi last night, washed her face, and felt much more awake. She casually nibbled on 2 wild fruits for breakfast, just to lose some weight.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host. You have successfully lost 5 gene. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in her mind. Xuanming was slightly stunned, then realized what the system was saying, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Lost 5 gene? That's pretty good. Since yesterday, she had been busy nonstop and ate very little, so it was no wonder she lost weight. She looked down at her waist, where layers of fat and an extremely large buttocks, along with legs thicker than an elephant, were visible. Her arms were also very thick, to the point of being indescribable. Overall, she looked like a moving little mountain. Losing 5 gene made no noticeable difference to her current body shape. She probably needed to lose at least 50 gene to see a real change. She didn't say anything, turned around, and took the mushrooms and herbs she picked yesterday to the river to wash and dry for later use. Fresh mushrooms and herbs are hard to preserve, so they must be processed as soon as possible. She carried 2 baskets to the river. One basket was filled with various mushrooms and the other with different herbs. Each herb was tied with vine to prevent mixing them up. When Xuanming arrived at the river, she saw many women washing animal hides, some washing their faces or grooming themselves by the water. She immediately spotted Meow not far away, squatting by the river, combing her hair and getting ready. A pink wildflower was tucked into her hair, swaying in the breeze. Although it looks a bit rustic, it has its own charm. Ling sits on a large stone nearby, holding a bone knife, wiping it back and forth with a small piece of animal hide about the size of a palm. But his eyes keep glancing at Mia, and a happy smile plays on his lips. Mia, although dressed up, occasionally looks at Lengia with shyness and nervousness, her face flushed. The two exchange glances, clearly having some secret. Xuanming clicks her tongue, thinking that if Mia knew they were secretly meeting, she might get very angry. She shakes her head, not wanting to get involved in others' affairs. Then she looks away, carrying a basket to wash downstream. A few females by the river, washing animal hides, glance at her and slightly curl their lips. But then, their eyes fall on the basket in her hand, and they pause slightly. They saw this basket yesterday and knew it was called a basket, used for carrying things. The hunting orcs from yesterday said it was made by Xuanming. They didn't believe Xuanming could make such a delicate item, but since all the orcs said so, it must be true. This basket is so convenient for carrying things. They really want one. They wonder if Xuanming is willing to teach them how to make it. The females exchange glances and put down the animal hides they are washing, then walk over. As they approach, they see inside the basket different kinds of mushrooms. Next to it, there's another basket filled entirely with grass. The females are instantly confused. Getting poisonous mushrooms is one thing, but pulling so much grass, are they crazy? Xuanming naturally notices the females approaching, glances at them, and says calmly, "Do you need something?" The females look at each other. Finally, a bolder female speaks up, "Xuanming, are you really planning to eat those mushrooms in your basket?" Last night, they heard Xuanming had picked many mushrooms and confidently said they were not poisonous. Even the leader was joking and agreed to let her bring them back to the tribe. Xuanming's gaze falls on her face. She recognizes this female. Her name is Muing. She has a delicate appearance, is diligent and capable, well-liked, has 6 husbands, and has given birth to several children. She nods slightly. Of course. Why else would I pick them? Seeing Muing and the other females look at her in shock, as if she's crazy, She smiles faintly and doesn't mind. She simply explains, I know everyone generally thinks mushrooms are poisonous. That's true. Some mushrooms are indeed toxic and should not be touched. But not all mushrooms are poisonous. The ones I picked are safe to eat. As soon as the words were spoken, everything around fell silent. Su Qinghe and a few females exchanged uncertain glances, their expressions full of disbelief. Some fungi are not poisonous? Can they eat them? They had never heard of such a thing. In their understanding, all fungi were poisonous. How could there be non-toxic fungi? If some fungi are not poisonous, then how does Su Xia distinguish which fungi are safe and which are toxic? At this moment, a mocking voice sounded, Ha, Su Xia, stop lying here. If these fungi are not poisonous, then all fungi in the beast world are safe. Why does everyone avoid them? Su Xia frowned and looked toward the source of the voice. It was Mia, who had somehow come to the riverbank unnoticed. Mia walked over, eyes full of jealousy, and sneered, Su Xia, I know you want to change how everyone sees you, but you shouldn't joke about people's lives. These fungi are clearly poisonous, yet you say they're safe. What are you thinking? Mia had come early in the morning to pick a fight. She was really annoying, like a fly in a dung pit. Her face turned cold, and she looked at Mia with a stern gaze, saying coldly, I know whether these fungi are poisonous or not. You don't need to scare everyone with false words. Mia's face grew uglier after being rebuffed. Su Xia, you're talking nonsense. These fungi are clearly poisonous, but you say they're safe. I think you're deliberately trying to harm everyone. Su Xia was furious, her expression icy. She didn't bother arguing with Mia and simply ignored her. She turned her gaze to Su Qinghe and the other females and beast men by the river, speaking softly, these fungi are really not poisonous. If you don't believe it, you can each take some to the shaman to check whether they are toxic or not. They had returned late yesterday and hadn't yet taken the fungi to the shaman for testing. It was understandable that some didn't believe her. The females and beast men present looked at each other uncertainly. Seeing her calm and clear-eyed expression, and knowing she also had wood elemental powers, and that the tribe's shaman was also a wood elemental user, they began to believe her a little. But this involved everyone's safety, so a few females took some fungi from their baskets and left, presumably to have the shaman check if they were poisonous. Su Xia didn't mind. She believed these fungi were harmless anyway. Mia saw her confident attitude and was furious. Just as she was about to mock her again, she caught sight of Lengia nearby. Seeing him standing there watching the scene without coming to help her, her face darkened further. But she didn't think much of it. She just assumed that because she had told him not to touch her last night, he was still angry. She pouted, her expression full of mockery. She has grown more confident and dares to show her attitude to herself. It seems she hasn't been punished enough. She plans not to let Wolf Fong touch her for the next month, until Wolf Fong can't stand it anymore and comes to beg her. Mia glared at Su Xia, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. As she passed by Mi Yao, she always felt something was off with her today, but she couldn't quite tell what. She only felt that the other person's gaze was a bit guilty. She stopped and squinted to look at Mi Yao, her eyes sharp. She had never paid much attention to this sister before, but now she found that her sister was quite pretty. She was starting to dress up, wearing a pink flower on her head, adding some color and a unique charm. Suddenly, she felt unhappy. She didn't like any of the pretty females in the tribe, not even her sister. Mi Yao grew more nervous under Mia's sharp gaze, her face stiff as she asked, Sister, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Mia looked at her deeply, with a mysterious tone. You look very nice today, but unfortunately, the flower on your head is a bit ugly. I'll help you pluck it. Without waiting for Mi Yao's reaction, she reached out and pulled the pink flower from her head, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it hard. It instantly turned to mud. Mi Yao's face turned pale, her eyes full of anger, but she held back and didn't explode. She whispered, If sister doesn't like it, I won't wear it next time. Mia sneered and shot her a contemptuous look. This sister had been like this since she was young, always too afraid to speak up when bullied. So boring. She snorted disdainfully and walked away. Mia watched Mia's back as she left, gritting her teeth silently, her face dark with anger. This despicable female was just too much. One day, she would make Mia regret it. Meanwhile, Wolf Fong also looked unhappy. His gaze was cold as he watched Mia's figure leave. Then he glanced at Miao and turned to walk away quickly. Su Xia saw this scene and twitched her lips. This Mia seemed to have a problem with her mind. She shook her head and didn't pay much attention, continuing to wash her mushrooms and herbs. After washing the mushrooms and herbs, she carried her basket and prepared to go back. Not far from the riverbank, she saw the few females who had left earlier returning. They looked excited when they saw her and quickly ran over. They stopped in front of her. One of the female creatures waved a half-broken mushroom in her hand and said excitedly, "Su Xia, these mushrooms are really not poisonous. We took them to the shaman to check, and he said they are safe to eat." A few other females nearby nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, these mushrooms really aren't poisonous." The shaman even tested them on wild animals, and there was no problem. Hearing this, the female by the river and the orcs looked very surprised. Are the mushrooms really safe? Can we eat them? Then why did some orcs get poisoned by mushrooms before? Could it be that they can't tell the difference? That they ate poisonous mushrooms by mistake? But since the shaman said these mushrooms are safe, they must be fine. Su Xia didn't know what they were thinking, but she could guess a little. She looked at the females in front of her and smiled softly. "I've always said these mushrooms are safe. If you like, you can go pick some in the forest. They're good for making soup or grilling." Everyone was very happy to hear this. If these mushrooms are edible, their food options will increase. Seeing their excited expressions and their eagerness to go pick mushrooms immediately, Su Xia reminded them, "But be careful. Don't pick brightly colored mushrooms. They are often poisonous. The ones with pale colors are usually safe, but not always. Some white mushrooms can also be toxic. When you pick them, bring them back so I can check." The females nodded in understanding. "Can you teach us how to tell which mushrooms are poisonous and which are safe?" Su Qing, who had been quiet, walked over and asked softly. Su Xia looked at her and smiled gently. "Of course, but I don't have time today. I'll teach you tomorrow." Today, she had promised Bai Qi to help build a cooking stove, so she was busy. Su Qing was happy to hear her agree. She looked at the basket in Su Xia's hand, feeling a little shy. Blushing, she said, "Su Xia, could you teach us how to weave baskets?" Su Xia was surprised. She didn't expect Su Qing to want to learn basket weaving. But that's normal. Baskets are very useful. She nodded with a smile. "Sure, but I'm busy drying things now and have other things to do later. I'll teach everyone when I have free time. If you want to learn, just come find me." After all, teaching one person or a group makes no difference to her. Plus, it might help improve their impression of her. Su Qing and the other females were very happy and said they would come find her when she was free. They noticed that Su Xia had changed a lot and didn't seem as annoying anymore. Although she was still quite ugly, her personality became more likable, and she appeared smarter and wiser. She was completely different from the lazy, greedy, mischievous, and overly infatuated Su Xia of the past. It was as if she had transformed overnight. Although they didn't understand what had happened, they didn't bother to investigate. Miao stood nearby, looking at Su Xia with complicated feelings, but she didn't approach and soon left. Su Xia had noticed Miao long ago, but didn't pay attention. As long as she wasn't bothered, she didn't care. She exchanged a few words with these females, then took the washed mushrooms and herbs and headed back. She spread the cleaned mushrooms and herbs on some relatively flat large stones near the cave to dry. After a few days of drying, they could be stored for later use.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, which has initially improved everyone's impression of you. The reward is losing 30 gene, 15 kilograms. Would you like to lose weight evenly or target a specific area? Su Xia was stunned when she heard the system's voice in her mind. An initial improvement in everyone's impression and such a hidden task. And the reward was to lose 30 gene? That was a pleasant surprise. She didn't rush to answer, thinking about how to lose those 30 gene. She looked down at her waist, where layers of fat hung, greasy and drooping below her hips. She found it disgusting to look at herself. She wished she could just cut it off with a knife. It used to be impossible. She could only control her diet and lose weight gradually. Now she finally had a chance to get rid of this disgusting fat. She was almost excited enough to celebrate with fireworks. Targeted waist slimming, she silently decided, as she truly couldn't stand her waist. No, she couldn't stand her entire body. Every part was ugly. She was hideously ugly. She could only change slowly. As she gave her command, the system began to take effect. Xuanming felt a strange sensation in her waist, as if something was slowly disappearing. She looked down and saw her waist fat decreasing visibly. Although losing 30 gene from nearly 300 gene wasn't very noticeable overall, it was quite obvious when focused on her waist. Her waist started to develop some curves. She was still fat, but her waist became firmer. It was no longer the greasy, layered fat that made her hard to look at. Xuanming touched her waist and nodded with satisfaction. Finally, she looked somewhat normal. As her waistline shrank, her chest and hips appeared even larger. Especially her hips, which looked unusually big, at least several sizes bigger than others. She turned to look at her large hips, her mouth twitching in dismay. Really hard to watch. Fortunately, compared to her previously greasy waist, her big hips didn't seem as hard to accept. Also, she noticed that as she lost weight, her body seemed healthier. The tiredness and heaviness caused by her previous obesity also lessened quite a bit. She felt very happy and more motivated to keep losing weight. No, she was more determined to complete her task. Trying to lose weight slowly on her own might take forever. Getting system rewards was much more practical. Xuanming was in a very good mood, humming a little tune as she hung the mushrooms and herbs to dry. Just after finishing, she returned to her cave and saw Bai Qi coming over. He also brought 2 wooden buckets and 2 basins. The wooden buckets could hold about 20 liters of water. They had handles for lifting, and both the inside and outside were very smooth, looking quite nice. They were the same size. The basins were shallower, one large and one small. The large one could be used for bathing or washing clothes, and the small one for washing vegetables or face. Both were very smooth, with a little ear-shaped protrusion on each side for easy grip. Did you make these? Xuanming looked at Bai Qi in surprise, not expecting him to be so quick. Last night, he just said he needed wooden buckets and basins, and today they were already finished. And they looked really good. Bai Qi nodded and responded with a simple as if answering her question. He didn't ask if they fit well. He had worn out his fox claws making these buckets and basins, and didn't want to make them again. His gaze fell on her waist, and he paused slightly. Why did she seem to have lost so much weight overnight? Especially her waist. Her excess fat was gone, and now she had some curves. Although she was still very fat overall, about twice the size of other females, at a glance, it was obvious she had slimmed down. His eyes flickered slightly as he remembered last night at the tribe square, when Ling said Xuanming wanted to lose 50 gene, about 25 kilograms, in a month. He had just taken it as a joke and didn't take it seriously. After all, losing 50 gene in a month wasn't easy. How could it be possible? He never expected she actually lost so much weight overnight. He didn't ask how she did it, as he wasn't really concerned about that. She simply handed over the roasted meat she was holding. You haven't eaten this morning, right? I just finished roasting it. Xuanming looked at the roasted meat being offered. The delicious smell made her stomach rumble with hunger. She had already eaten 2 wild fruits this morning and worked all morning, so she had already digested her food. She instinctively swallowed, really wanting to eat. But thinking about her diet, she forced herself to hold back and didn't reach out. Last night at the tribe square, she ate that piece of roasted meat in front of Ling, mainly to deliberately tease that bad man. Eating it was satisfying, but she felt regretful inside. Such a big piece of meat. She had been hungry all day and worked hard all day for nothing. Although she really wanted to eat, Her goal was to lose weight, so she had to persevere. She looked at the meat, hesitating for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, Bai Qi, I ate wild fruits this morning, so I'm not hungry. As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach unexpectedly let out a protest, making a loud gurgling sound. Su Xia's face stiffened, and she awkwardly toed the ground. Her stomach, it wouldn't make noise early or late, but it chose this moment to do so, as if deliberately embarrassing her. She secretly glanced at Bai Qi, only to see him with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, looking at her with a half-smile, full of teasing. Her face turned red as a monkey's, and she lowered her head in embarrassment, counting the ants on the ground. She was thinking about how to fix this awkward situation. Bai Qi also knew she wasn't truly not hungry, just holding back because of her diet. Compared to before, being able to do this was already very impressive. He gave a faint smile and didn't try to tempt her with the roasted meat. He simply said softly, "Since you're not hungry, just leave it for now. Eat it when you're hungry." Su Xia secretly looked at Bai Qi, seeing him calm and normal. She felt relieved. Her blush faded a bit, and she didn't feel so embarrassed anymore. If it had been other beast husbands, they might have mocked her harshly. She thought Bai Qi was really kind, much better than the other four. Bai Qi didn't realize her thoughts. Seeing her obedient and gentle look, he suddenly felt something. He realized that Su Xia had really changed a lot. Her personality had become more likable, and although she was still unattractive, she was much better than before. His eyes flickered slightly, but he said nothing. He simply said softly, "You said you wanted to build a stove, right? Let's go. Since we have time now, I'll help you set it up." Just as Su Xia was about to reply, she heard a system voice in her mind. "Host, Bai Qi's favorability has increased by 10 points, now at -20. Keep working hard, host." She was stunned when she heard the system. Bai Qi's favorability increased by 10 points? She looked at Bai Qi with surprise. Could it be because her eye-catching belly fat was gone, and she didn't eat his grilled meat, showing a firm attitude to lose weight? So her favorability increased? But then she thought, even if the favorability went up, it was still negative. 20 and -30 are just different levels of dislike. Anyway, she felt a bit resigned and didn't care too much. She refocused her thoughts and smiled at Bai Qi, saying, "All right, let's build the stove at the left side of the cave entrance. That area is wider." Bai Qi nodded without objection. The two of them left the cave and started working. Su Xia cleared the area on the left side of the cave entrance, pulled out weeds, and asked Bai Qi to move the stones away, creating space to build the stove. "Bai Qi, go find some medium-sized stones. Make sure they are flat and roughly the same size. We'll use them to build the stove. Also, find a larger, flatter stone for the countertop," she said, glancing at Bai Qi beside her. Although Bai Qi didn't fully understand, he followed her instructions to find stones. After about half an hour, Bai Qi brought back a pile of stones, all of a suitable size and looking quite flat. There was also a large, flat stone. She didn't ask where it came from. She didn't inquire further. In this animal world, there are trees and mountains everywhere and stones are abundant, so finding them isn't difficult. She looked at the stones and felt satisfied. "Bai Qi, help me stack these stones by size. Big ones at the bottom, smaller ones on top, to form a table shape," she said, trying to make herself understood with gestures. Then she pointed to the large flat stone and continued, "Put this one on top as the surface." Bai Qi seemed to understand vaguely, though he found it strange how much she knew. He didn't ask questions and simply followed her instructions. They worked all morning and finally finished building the stove. They placed the clay pot on top. The simple stove was complete. Su Xia looked at the stove and felt quite satisfied. Although it was rough, it was the first thing she built herself in this world, giving her a small sense of achievement. But it would be better to cover it with mud and sand to prevent it from collapsing. Not just any mud and sand would do, only thick, sticky ones that wouldn't fall apart. She didn't know where to find such mud yet, so she decided to look for it later. There's no rush now. She could take her time.
Ding.
"Host, Bai Qi's favorability increased by 10 points. Now it is -10. Keep working hard, host. At that moment, Xu Xia's mind was filled with the sound of the system. She listened to the system and raised an eyebrow. Has the score already dropped by 10 points? Not bad, not bad. If it increases by another 10 points, it will be 0. She looked at the pig intestines marinated last night in the stone pot, then glanced at Bai Qi with a smile and said, Bai Qi, thank you for helping me build the stove. Don't grill meat at noon. I'll make something delicious for you. I promise you'll want to eat more. She planned to make a spicy stir-fried pig intestine dish to impress Bai Qi and see if she could raise the score by those 10 points. Although there were no chili peppers, luckily she was skilled at cooking. The taste probably wouldn't be too bad. When Bai Qi heard her say she would make something tasty, his eyes instantly fixed on the marinated pig intestines in the stone pot, and he grimaced. He looked at her with a strange expression and said disdainfully, Are you saying that the tasty thing is wild boar intestines? The orcs in the tribe never ate these kinds of offal or internal organs, thinking they were very dirty and usually discarded. She actually used this as food and planned to eat it herself. Bai Qi felt a wave of stomach discomfort and looked at her with a complicated expression. Xu Xia didn't know what he was thinking, but from his expression, she could guess a little. She didn't mind and explained with a smile, Bai Qi, don't judge by the smell of these pig intestines. As long as you clean them thoroughly, they taste very good. I guarantee you'll want to eat more. Bai Qi grimaced again, finding it hard to imagine how these smelly pig intestines could taste good. He was doubtful inside. He was still a fox beast with a very sensitive nose and was highly aware of different smells. How could he eat such a smelly thing? If it had been before, he would have already walked away, too lazy to say another word to her. But in the past 2 days, he realized that this female had truly changed. She became somewhat incomprehensible to him, and instead of wanting to leave, he felt a faint sense of anticipation. He wanted to see how she would turn these smelly pig intestines into a delicious dish. Seeing that he didn't object, Xu Xia happily prepared herself. She asked Bai Qi to make her a wooden spatula. Without a spatula, how could she stir-fry? Bai Qi didn't refuse and asked her how to make it, then quickly left. After Bai Qi left, she washed the marinated pig intestines thoroughly, then cut them into small pieces with a bone knife. She prepared some minced garlic and chopped green onions. She also found some dry firewood nearby and set it aside. All the ingredients were ready. Bai Qi returned holding a smooth wooden spatula and handed it to her. I made it like you said. Is it okay? Xu Xia took it, tried holding it and found it quite comfortable. Very good. Thank you, she said happily. She then started a fire and began stir-frying pig intestines. As the temperature rose, the fat inside the intestines rendered out, filling the air with a tempting aroma. Garlic and chopped green onions were added to a stone pot and stir-fried, releasing a burst of fragrant smell. The pig intestines went in next and were stir-fried again. She added some salt and various herbs collected from the forest, cooking on high heat. Her movements were very skillful. White Qi watched in amazement. He had never seen such cooking before. He sniffed gently and didn't smell anything unpleasant. Instead, his nose was filled with a rich, inviting scent that made him salivate. His stomach growled, and his tail, which was usually hidden, unconsciously revealed itself, white and fluffy, swaying back and forth. The ground behind her was swept clean. This was a little nervous habit of his when excited. Xu Xia noticed this and looked at Bai Qi's 9 tails sweeping around, smiling secretly. This fox really couldn't hide his feelings. She pretended not to notice and continued stir-frying, the aroma growing more intense and mouth-watering. Soon, the smell spread out, attracting the attention of the tribe's beastmen. Such a delicious smell. Where is it coming from? It seems to be drifting from Xu Xia's cave. I wonder what she's up to. Chu Youyou? That lazy and greedy female? What is she making that smells so good? It's making my mouth water. Let's go see. The beastmen in the tribe started discussing eagerly, drawn by the enticing aroma. The smell was so tempting it made their mouths water. Even Mia and Meow, the sister duo, curiously came over to see what Xuxia was up to. As the aroma grew stronger, many beastmen and females gathered around Xuxia's cave. They stared at the bubbling deliciousness in the stone pot, unable to help swallowing. What is that? Why does it smell so good? One beastman asked in surprise. Xuxia paused her actions and looked at the beastman. Knowing he was one of her beast husbands, named Song Yuan, a fourth-rank beastman with quite strong strength, she smiled and explained, "This is stir-fried pig intestines. It's very tasty." Song Yuan was stunned upon hearing it was pig intestines, his expression very strange. Stir-fried pig intestines? How can something so smelly be edible?
Huh.
It seems I can't smell the bad odor. Instead, it smells very good. Song Yuan looks surprised and uncertain, finding it hard to believe. That stinky pig intestines can actually smell so delicious? Other beastmen and females also look amazed, staring at the tasty dish bubbling in the stone pot, unable to help but swallow. Mia pushes herself into the group of beastmen, smelling the fragrant air, feeling jealous. This ugly creature, when did she learn to cook? And it smells so good. She underestimated her. Then, thinking of something, a mischievous smile appears on her face. This ugly creature made so many pig intestines, she must be eating them herself. Eating so much at once might give her stomach trouble or make her very weak, maybe even cause her to faint. Meow smells the aroma in the air, her eyes flickering with thought. Ling, Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming are also attracted by the smell. They want to see what is so fragrant. They walk all the way to Xuxia's cave. Yiling's silver eyes flicker. What is this fat woman up to now? And making such a delicious smell? He pushes through the beastmen and enters the cave. He sees Xuxia busy at the entrance. There's a strange stone platform built with stones, with a round stone pot in the middle, filled with a golden yellow substance. No idea what it is. Xuxia stands in front of the platform, holding a wooden tool, stirring constantly, with a fire burning underneath. Yiling's silver eyes immediately focus on her waist. He notices that the layers of fat that looked greasy and disgusting are gone, replaced with some curves. His expression is shocked, full of disbelief. Last night, he clearly remembered her waist was full of fat, hanging down to her hips. Today, most of it has disappeared. Even if she's dieting, it shouldn't be so fast. And she specifically lost weight around her waist. Yiling is extremely surprised and can't understand it. Mo Lin also notices Xuxia's change, especially her waist, with a flicker in his eyes, lost in thought. Yunju and Xuanming also see her waist and look surprised. The females around also notice Xuxia's change, staring at her waist with disbelief. Have you guys noticed? Xuxia seems to have lost weight. Yes, I noticed too. Her waist has slimmed down a lot, and she has curves now. Yeah, how did she suddenly lose so much weight? It's incredible. She said she wanted to lose weight before, but I didn't expect her to actually do it. The females around discuss excitedly. Although surprised, they don't envy her. Even if Xuxia has lost weight, she still looks just as good as two of them. They wouldn't be jealous. Mia looked at Xuxia's waist, pursed her lips, and realized she had indeed lost a lot of weight. Although she was surprised, she didn't pay much attention. With her big buck teeth, even if she became very thin, she would still look strange. Listening to the surrounding gossip, Xuxia paid no mind. At this moment, she had finished stir-frying pork intestines and placed some in a stone bowl. There was quite a bit left in the pan, and the aroma was very tempting. She extinguished the fire underneath, picked up chopsticks, and took a bite of the pork intestines to taste the flavor. The chopsticks were made from branches last night and polished smooth with a bone knife. They were of even length and felt comfortable to hold. She used the chopsticks to pick some pork intestines and put them in her mouth. Although the taste wasn't as good as the stir-fried pork intestines from the apocalypse, it was still quite nice. Glug glug. Suddenly, everyone around started swallowing loudly, staring eagerly at the stone plate in her hand, eyes shining. If not for embarrassment, they would have snatched it immediately. Ling, Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming all felt the irresistible aroma wafting into their noses, making their stomachs rumble with hunger. The four exchanged glances, each showing surprise in their eyes. Could this really be made by Xuxia? She actually managed to make something so fragrant? Hearing the sounds of swallowing and the countless intense gazes around her, Xuxia's lips twitched. She handed the plate of pork intestines to Bai Qi, along with the chopsticks, and smiled. Try it and see how it tastes. Bai Qi had long been tempted by the aroma and didn't hesitate. He took the chopsticks, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. Although he had never used chopsticks before, seeing Xuxia eat pork intestines with them, he quickly learned. His movements were a bit clumsy and not very smooth, but he managed to pick it up. He chewed the pork intestines gently. His eyes lit up instantly, and his face showed disbelief. Delicious. Really very delicious. The pork intestines were stir-fried to be crispy on the outside and tender inside. Biting into it, the oil burst in his mouth, fragrant and crispy. With the addition of various spices, it was simply irresistible. Bai Qi had never tasted anything so delicious before, and for a moment, he forgot it was made from pig offal. He ate without raising his head, his 9 tails happily sweeping behind him. In that moment, there was no trace of the elegance or nobility of a fox beast. It looked more like a dog gnawing on a bone. Xuxia's lips twitched slightly, feeling somewhat speechless. She looked up at Ling, Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming, and with a faint smile, said, "What? Do you want to try some too?" The 4 of them froze at her words. Try some? How could they possibly want to eat that? They already knew it was made from pig intestines that Xuxia took from the tribe square last night. But they didn't understand. What was once a foul-smelling thing, after her hands touched it, not only did it stop smelling bad, but it also became very fragrant. Seeing Bai Qi happily eating with his mouth full, they could tell the taste was excellent. Yiling's face stiffened. He glared at Bai Qi and secretly cursed, "This fox is really useless." He turned away coldly, showing disgust, and said, "Who wants to eat your dirty stuff?" Only someone with no taste like Bai Qi would eat that. Bai Qi, who was happily eating, paused when he heard this. Then, his 9 tails flicked up sharply, clearly irritated. He looked up at Ling, his beautiful fox eyes narrowing slightly, and said in a sharp tone, "Ling, who are you calling tasteless?" Foxes are known for their refined taste and love all beautiful things. They hate being called tasteless or having bad judgment. Ling snorted softly, not caring about provoking this fox, and sneered, "Anyone who eats pig offal is just asking for it."
You.
Bai Qi instantly became angry. An irritable fox is the most dangerous. He immediately transformed into his true form, massive, snow-white, fluffy, with 9 tails curling and flicking without wind, his aura rising sharply, as if ready to fight. Yiling's silver eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. He also changed into a tall, silver-white wolf, agile and very handsome. He adopted an attack stance, his eyes sharp and fierce. He had long wanted to fight this fox to test his strength. The two were tense, ready to strike at any moment. The surrounding beast men and females watching the scene stepped back a few paces, making space for them. The females around watched as Ling and Bai Qi prepared to fight and grew excited. Male fights are rare and exciting to watch, especially Bai Qi, who is gentle and known for his good temper in the tribe. He can tolerate even Xuxia, who is quite ugly and rarely gets angry or fights. It seemed Yiling's comment about foxes having no taste really had provoked him. A clear female voice suddenly rang out among the beast group, sounding a bit displeased. All the beast men looked over and saw that it was Xuxia speaking. At this moment, she was leaning against the edge of the stone pot, her chubby face expressionless. Fat hands held chopsticks, grabbing a piece of stir-fried pig intestines from the pot to eat, enjoying it very much. She didn't care at all about the 2 males about to fight. She was only worried about damaging her cave and losing her place to stay. All the animals Su Xia's words made the soon-to-fight Ling and Bai Qi pause. Both turned to look at her, their eyes showing some subtle emotion. Especially Ling, whose silver eyes flickered with a hint of danger, as if saying, "You dare go to his place? No way." If this fat woman dared to go over, she would only be asking for trouble. Seeing Ling's warning gaze, Su Xia pouted, feeling a bit speechless. This dogman, why so fierce? She wasn't planning to live in his cave. It's so high up, she's too lazy to climb. She was just trying to scare them a little. The stove, the stone pot, and the cave were her most important possessions right now. If they got damaged, she would feel heartbroken. Bai Qi looked at her pained expression and understood what she was thinking. Building the stove wasn't easy, and it would be a pity if it got broken. He also wanted to come over and enjoy some delicious food. Thinking this, the anger in his heart eased a lot. He transformed back into human form and walked over to Su Xia, his handsome face showing a hint of apology. "Sorry, I was impulsive just now. We almost fought at your cave entrance." She looked at him unexpectedly, not expecting this fox to apologize. She shook her head. "It's okay. There's still pig intestines in the pot. Do you want to eat more?" She pointed at the stone pot behind her. Bai Qi looked at the stone pot behind her, which still had a lot of pig intestines left, and his beautiful fox eyes lit up instantly. "Yes." He nodded without hesitation, looking excited. Although it was pig offal, it was truly delicious. He had never tasted such good food before, and wasn't full yet. Su Xia smiled warmly, using the stone plate he had eaten from before to serve a full plate of pig intestines, and handed it to him. "Here for you. There's still plenty in the pot. It should be enough." Bai Qi took it eagerly, not polite at all. He grabbed the chopsticks he had used before and sat on the stones left at the cave entrance to continue eating. The surrounding beasts and females watched him eat so happily, unable to help but swallow hard. Especially the females, seeing Bai Qi's somewhat elegant, though not really, eating manner and smelling the fragrant aroma in the air, they felt even hungrier. Mia's jealous eyes turned red. She never expected that this ugly creature could make such delicious food. She really couldn't understand. The pig intestines were clearly very smelly, but how did this ugly creature make them taste so good and smell so nice? The smell was so tempting that she couldn't help but want to eat. But she felt too embarrassed to go and ask for some. She snorted coldly, looked unhappy, and walked away. "It's just cooking food. Who can't do that?" She thought about trying herself when she got back. It didn't make sense that this ugly creature could cook well, but she couldn't. Her own cooking would definitely be better. Humph. Ling changed back into human form. She watched as she handed Bai Qi a plate full of pig intestines, and Bai Qi was eating it so happily. Maybe because of her thoughts, she felt it smelled even better. He couldn't help but swallow hard, and his gaze unconsciously fell on the small remaining half-pot of stir-fried pig intestines in the stone pot. His silver eyes flickered with hesitation. He wanted to eat, but was too proud to ask. Su Xia noticed his gaze and found it amusing inside. If he wanted to eat, just eat. No one would mock him. Why be so conflicted? She deliberately picked up a piece of pig intestine, put it in her mouth, and ate happily, smacking her lips. Ling. His face darkened even more. He looked away in disgust and didn't look at her again. That stubborn, fat woman, she was definitely doing it on purpose. And Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming all involuntarily looked at the stir-fried pig intestines in the stone pot and at the plate Su Xia had just lifted to eat. It smelled so good. It must taste great. Su Xia watched their reactions with amusement. She smiled faintly, looking at the three of them with a half-smile, and said, "There are some pig intestines left in the pot. Do you want to try some?" Hearing this, their faces stiffened. They exchanged glances, feeling a bit tempted, but they couldn't bring themselves to ask. They didn't know how to speak up. Especially Yunju, who was cold and indifferent, cared a lot about appearances. Even if he wanted to eat, he wouldn't ask. Xuanming was used to being independent and wouldn't take the initiative to ask. And Mo Lin wanted to try, but seeing that the other two weren't asking, he hesitated, worried that asking would make him seem greedy. Thinking this way, he gave up. Xuanming watched the three of them, clearly wanting to eat but too proud to ask, looking conflicted. She couldn't help but smile inwardly. She realized that these three beast husbands cared a lot about their pride. She found it amusing but kept her expression calm. She spoke softly, "Since you all won't eat, I'll give it all to Bai Qi. Last night, he made a wooden bucket and basin for me, and today he helped build the stove. He's been working hard, so I'll treat him to this." After speaking, she put all the remaining stir-fried pig intestines from the stone pot onto a stone plate in front of Bai Qi. The plate, which had just been emptied, was suddenly filled again, piled into a small mountain. Bai Qi looked at the full plate of pig intestines before him, his beautiful fox-like eyes full of surprise and happiness. Although his stomach was already full and a bit stretched, he didn't mind. If he couldn't finish it, he could save some for tonight. Such delicious food was worth having more of. He looked up at Xuanming and happily said, "Thank you." Xuanming smiled slightly and casually replied, "Don't be so polite. You helped me, so you deserve this." Thinking that Bai Qi had already eaten 2 large plates and might not be able to eat more, she added, "If you can't finish it, you can take it home and eat it tonight."
It's okay.
Hearing this, Bai Qi felt even happier and thought she was very considerate. His gaze toward her softened a lot, and he began to think that this unattractive female wasn't so annoying after all. Congratulations to the host. Bai Qi's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability, 0. It has reached the indifferent stage. As a reward, the host is granted teeth correction. Would you like to proceed with the correction now? The system's voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Xuanming raised an eyebrow and felt pleased. She didn't expect her favorability to drop to 0 so quickly. She chose not to correct her teeth now. With so many beast men present, if her crooked teeth suddenly disappeared, it might raise suspicion. She decided to wait until everyone had left and no one was around before slowly correcting them. Bai Qi stood up happily and thanked Xuanming. He carried the stone plate away, not forgetting to take the chopsticks with him. As he left, he deliberately passed by Ling. Ling watched a large plate of pig intestines pass in front of him and for a moment wanted to eat it away. But thinking it might be embarrassing, he didn't do it. Seeing Bai Qi's proud face, his expression darkened further. That fox was not just annoying, he was definitely doing it on purpose. Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming watched Bai Qi leave with a big plate of pig intestines, their eyes showing envy. Especially Yunju, whose normally cold and indifferent personality made him resistant to most things, but not to delicious food. The aroma of the pig intestines just now kept wafting into his nose, making his craving grow stronger. Now, watching Bai Qi walk away proud, he felt even more regretful. If he had spoken earlier, maybe he could have shared some too. Mo Lin and Xuanming didn't say anything, but judging by their expressions, they also seemed quite regretful. Xuanming watched their reactions with a small smile, feeling amused inside. She looked up at the three of them and said cheerfully, "The pot is already empty. If you want to eat, I can make something else. I happen to have some prepared internal organs from yesterday in my cave. They taste just as good as pig intestines. Do you want to try?" If it weren't for wanting to gain their favor, she wouldn't bother to cook. The three of them immediately looked at her with surprised expressions. Could she make something else? When did this ugly girl, no, Xuanming, become so capable? Could she be hiding some bad intentions? Seeing their expectant and doubtful looks, Xuanming secretly rolled her eyes and cursed under her breath. "Dog man, doubting me? I'd be happy to cook for you." She snorted and said unhappily, "I'm not just cooking for you for nothing. I need you to do some work. My cave is missing a set of tables and chairs. The table can hold things, and the chairs are for sitting. Find some wooden poles and a flat, wide piece of wood. Stone slabs are fine too, with support underneath. I'll draw a design for you. What do you think? Want to eat? How can you not work?" The three exchanged glances, each seeing confusion in the other's eyes. They didn't really know what tables and chairs were, but from her description, they roughly understood the purpose. It was obviously a good thing. They could imagine that having those tables and chairs would make eating or doing other things much more convenient. And from her tone, as long as they helped make the furniture, they would get something delicious? Thinking this way, the three no longer doubted her. And Mo Lin was the first to nod. Okay, we'll go make it for you now. Xuanming didn't speak but nodded in agreement. Yunju snorted softly, as a sign of approval. Seeing their agreement, Xuxia took a stick and squatted on the relatively soft, grass-free, muddy ground. She quickly sketched a simple design of the table and chairs, including the needed dimensions. Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming all leaned over to look. Other orcs and females nearby also gathered around. They wanted to see what these tables and chairs looked like. If they were good, they wouldn't mind making one in their own caves. Even Ying was curious and came over to look. Xuxia looked at the gathering orcs and females, feeling amused inside, but not showing it. She pointed to the very simple drawing on the ground and explained, "This is the table and chair. Just follow this style. The dimensions are here too. The height must match, neither too high nor too low, so sitting will be comfortable." She originally thought that without tools and nails, making tables and chairs would be impossible. Until Bai Chi dug out 2 wooden buckets and basins for her, she suddenly remembered that beastmen all have sharp claws. No tools? That's okay. They can use their claws to carve, as long as they carve it into the shape she wants. Thinking about Mo Lin's true form being a giant snake, he doesn't have claws, so it might be difficult. She looked at Mo Lin and thought for a moment, then said, "Mo Lin, if it's inconvenient for you, you don't have to go." Mo Lin's brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his stern face. Although his true form is a snake, that doesn't mean he can't do this. Is this ugly female underestimating him? No need, I can go. He coldly spoke and turned to leave first. Yunju and Xuanming exchanged glances, but said nothing, and also left. Ling watched their backs as they left, a flicker of hesitation in his silver eyes. Xuxia looked at his conflicted expression and sneered inwardly. She deliberately didn't mention letting Ling go, just to see if that dog man would take the initiative to bring it up. "Aren't you despising me? Not interested in pig waste? Not interested in my cooking? Then don't eat it. If you want to eat, come beg me." Ling looked at her half-smile face, with the words "beg me" clearly written on it. His face darkened, and he was very annoyed inside. This fat, ugly woman with a small mind, she's getting more and more annoying. It's impossible for him to beg her. He snorted coldly and walked away with a gloomy face. Xuxia saw him leave and didn't care. She wasn't willing to do it anyway. If he can endure and stay silent, let's see how long this dog man can hold out. Ding, host, warning, warning. Yiling's dislike value is skyrocketing and has reached the maximum level. Suddenly, her mind was filled with a series of alarm sounds from the system, painfully ringing her ears. She was stunned. She didn't pay attention to the females and beast men at the cave entrance, who seemed eager to speak but hesitated, and hurriedly got up to return to the cave. The beast men and females outside the cave looked at each other in confusion. There was no food, and Xuxia didn't want to bother with them, so she could only leave helplessly. Inside the cave, Xuxia's face was grim as she asked the system, "Tong Tong, what is the maximum level of dislike value?" -100. Currently Yiling's dislike value is at the maximum level. All your efforts these days have been in vain. The system's voice was full of schadenfreude. Xuxia's expression grew even uglier. "Tong Tong, I remember that last night Yiling's favorability was -60, right?" The system made a sound again, adding fuel to the fire. "However, today when you made pig intestines, your score is -50.
Chu Youyou fällt speechless.
This dog system actually had the mind to watch her joke. But at this moment, she had no energy to argue with the system. Thinking about Yiling's dislike value dropping from -50 to -100 just because of a meal, she wondered if this dog man was too petty. She frowned and couldn't help but reflect. Had she gone too far? Ling was at least a 5th-tier peak beast man, half a 6th tier, and the strongest among the younger generation of the tribe. Apart from her father, he was the strongest in the entire wolf tribe. Moreover, He was incredibly handsome, to the point of being breathtaking, making it hard for people to look away. Unfortunately, he had a bad temper, a poor personality, and a sharp tongue. His sharp tongue was on par with Yunju. Xia took a deep breath, calming her restless mind. Forget it, if her dislike value reaches the maximum, so be it. She could start over. Isn't it just about liking to eat? That's easy. She could find new ways to make delicious food in the future. She didn't believe she couldn't reduce her dislike value. Thinking this way, she stopped feeling angry. System, check the profile and favorability. She mentally instructed the system. Okay. The system responded. Soon, a transparent blue light screen appeared in front of Xia, displaying her profile. Host, Xia age, 16 charm, 35 appearance, 30 health, 70 weight, 263 gene, seriously overweight, skills, wood element supernatural power, level 1, target and favorability, Ling, -100, maximum dislike, Mo Lin, -30, dislike, Yunju, -50, dislike, Bai Qi, 0, indifferent, Xuanming, -20, dislike. Seeing the glaring -100 next to Yiling's name, she grimaced. This dog man. She secretly clenched her teeth, a flash of anger in her eyes. The favorability of the target is based on how the person feels about the host. -100 dislike means extreme aversion, unbearable. That was also her value when she first arrived. She took a deep breath, silently repeating to herself, no anger, no anger. Getting angry makes you age faster. Moreover, it's not worth getting upset over a dog man. Xia's gaze shifted downward and continued to look. She noticed Mo Lin's favorability increased by 25 points, Yunju's by 20. Bai Qi's favorability was 0, meaning she was indifferent now, no longer disliked. Xuanming's favorability increased by 20 points. Except for that dogman Ling, the others had all improved quite a bit. Her mood improved significantly. She looked up, and her charm value increased from 20 to 35. Her appearance improved by 5 points, reaching 30. This was probably related to losing weight and slimming her waist, which also boosted her health score. However, when she saw the number 263 gene, about 132 kilograms, displayed in the weight column, her mouth twitched wildly, almost twisting crooked. Initially, this system didn't show specific numbers, only indicating that she was severely overweight. Now it displayed the exact figure, but thinking of 263 genes still made her feel very upset. This was after she had lost 37 gene, about 17 kilograms, and she couldn't imagine what she looked like before. No wonder she was disliked and rejected by the 5 beast husbands and despised by the tribe's orcs. With this weight, walking must be very difficult. Thinking about how she once climbed a tree in Teagel Forest to knock down chestnuts, she grimaced. How did she manage to climb up then? Xia was somewhat impressed with herself. She needed to lose weight quickly to look normal, at least not to look strange. She closed the system panel. Remembering her reward, she quickly said, System, start teeth correction. Don't let others notice immediately. Let it gradually look normal. The best time is 7 days to 2 weeks. She had already lost 30 gene, about 14 kilograms, from her waist, and everyone would instantly notice her change. If her buck teeth suddenly disappeared, they might think she was a monster and burn her. A slow correction was better. Okay, the system responded and began adjusting her teeth. Xia felt a gentle force surround her mouth, as if it was helping her teeth shift. It was a very strange feeling, neither painful nor itchy, just a bit numb, like countless tiny hands gently touching her teeth. She knew the system was working on her teeth correction. She needed to think of a good excuse. Losing weight could be explained as dieting, but how to explain her buck teeth suddenly disappearing? This was a beast world, not an apocalypse or modern society, where there was no such thing as teeth surgery. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in her mind. Maybe she could use her wood-type supernatural ability as an excuse. Her wood-type healing power could perhaps be used to treat her teeth. Anyway, others didn't know exactly what her abilities were. She was worried that the shaman might suspect something. Shamans also had wood-type healing abilities. But it wasn't a big problem. Shamans, though they had healing powers, weren't very strong, only able to treat simple wounds. She guessed their level was just a bit higher than hers, at most level 3. Thinking about her own ability being only level 1, she sighed. In the past few days, she had been busy gathering supplies and changing her living environment, so she hadn't practiced her supernatural powers much. She knew she had to level up her ability quickly, at least higher than the shamans. She withdrew her thoughts and refocused on her teeth. Although she couldn't see the changes, she could feel her teeth gradually becoming straighter. It would take about 7 days to half a month for everything to be fully corrected, which was a bit disappointing. She didn't waste time and turned all the internal organs she prepared last night into delicious dishes. Although there was no chili, there were plenty of spices and wild vegetables, along with some wild fruits she gathered yesterday in Teagel Forest. She made stir-fried beef with firethorn berries, pork heart with garlic, and slow-cooked beef tendons that were tender and fragrant. There was also stir-fried pig lungs and nourishing pig kidney soup. Each dish was quite generous in portion, enough for Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming to share. She tasted each one and found the flavors quite good. Though not as good as in her previous life, they still had their own unique taste. She noticed the 2 bones she brought back last night in the basket and thought it was still early. She took them out, washed them, and put them into a clean stone pot to make soup. She washed some shiitake mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, bamboo fungi, and monkey head mushrooms to add to the broth. Then she sliced 2 pieces of and slowly simmered the soup over a gentle fire. The stone pot heated slowly, and making bone broth took a lot of time. It was now late afternoon, so it would probably be evening before it was ready to drink. Mo Lin and the others didn't know when they would return. Xuanming glanced at the nourishing pig kidney soup and wondered if she should send it to Ling. But she had just been harsh to him at noon. Sending the soup now would seem too obvious. She really couldn't bring herself to do it. But if she didn't send it, the dogman already disliked her to the max. If she didn't do something, he might end up hating her forever. This task of winning him over seemed hopeless, and she wouldn't even get any system rewards. She fiddled nervously with her fingers, staring at the bowl of pig kidney soup with a sour expression like she had eaten a lemon. If she sent it now, she would definitely be mocked harshly by that dogman. Forget it. She decided not to send it. There was no need to humiliate herself. Xuanming clenched her teeth and decided to put her dignity first. She finished by swallowing the entire bowl of pig kidney soup herself. Oh no, drinking such a large bowl of pig kidney soup was a waste of fat. Her heart was full of regret. At this moment, Ling was sulking alone in his mountain cave. His home was a spacious cave at the mountain top, his private territory. Usually, few beastmen or females came to bother him. The cave was simply furnished, but had a rugged beastman style. A soft animal hide was spread on the stone bed, and some hunting tools and trophies were piled in the corner of the cave. At this moment, Nightwing was sitting on the stone bed, looking grim, as if a layer of cold frost could be scraped off his face. He was playing with a sharp bone spike, his silver eyes full of cruelty, with an expression that seemed to say, "Don't anyone dare to bother me. This fat woman is getting more and more unreasonable and annoying." His voice was cold and sharp as he cursed. But in his mind, he couldn't help but think of Xuanming's provocative face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the bone spike in his hand made a clicking sound. He suddenly stood up, ready to go hunting. Although he didn't lack food today, he still wanted to go hunting. Otherwise, all his pent-up anger would have nowhere to go, and he was about to burst. As he stepped out of the cave, a gentle breeze blew in, carrying a faint aroma of food from below the mountain. Nightwing's steps suddenly stopped. He took a deep breath of the scent, and his silver eyes showed confusion. This smell clearly was the aroma of some food, and it sounded very tempting. It was just like the pig intestines Xuanming made at noon. So delicious that he started salivating. Nightwing understood immediately what was going on. This fat woman, all she does is eat and eat. Why isn't she fat to death? His face darkened further, and he cursed softly with a grim expression before stepping forward. Meanwhile, Muing's face was also grim as she came to find Susia. She had heard that Susia used her powers yesterday to throw Mia away, causing Mia to lose face. When she heard this, she immediately became angry. Mia was her and Xin Yan's daughter, born from their secret affair. She was not only beautiful but also obedient, sweet-talking, and perfect in every way she wished. She didn't know how much she loved this daughter, and had always felt guilty about her. Because Mia couldn't openly call her mom. She had wanted to come and question Susia, but was delayed by other matters. At noon, she also heard that Susia made pig intestines, and the stinky thing was so fragrant that it completely overturned her understanding. Muing was curious and couldn't help but want to see what this daughter she disliked so much was up to. When she reached the cave entrance, she saw a strange platform had been built there. In the middle of the platform was a stone pot, boiling with something inside. There were 2 clean bones and several fungi floating on top, bubbling hot. Muing already knew these fungi were not poisonous. The shaman's words must be correct. She glanced at it without caring, thinking those 2 bare bones didn't look tasty at all. Her eyes shifted to the side and saw a few delicious-looking dishes on the stove, served on stone plates. Muing was instantly stunned. What is this? Why does it smell so good? She had never seen such food before, let alone tasted it. In the beast world, most food was just roasted meat. She had never seen such delicate dishes. She couldn't help but reach out and grab a piece of stir-fried pig heart within garlic. It was a bit hot, but incredibly delicious. She almost wanted to swallow her tongue. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my, what kind of divine food is this? Why does it taste so good? It's way better than roasted meat. That girl, when did she learn to make such tasty food? Could it be because she awakened a wood-type ability? But even with a wood-type ability, she shouldn't be able to cook these dishes. Muing was full of doubt but couldn't figure it out. She couldn't help but eat another piece of stir-fried firethorn fruit with beef, and it was even more delicious. Firethorn fruit is usually sour and bitter, hardly eaten by anyone except females. Yet this girl managed to make it taste so good. And the stir-fried pig lungs, tender and flavorful, were simply delicious. Muing completely forgot why she came here, forgot her dislike for Susia, and didn't even think about picking a fight. Now, her eyes and mind were filled with the food on the table and the bones simmering in the stone pot. She didn't know what was so tasty about those 2 bones, but smelling them so fragrant, the taste must be good too. Thinking this way, she started eating without hesitation. After all, she was this girl's mother, so it was only right for her to eat some. At this moment, she completely forgot how she usually treated Susia. Her dislike and disgust were written all over her face. It smells so good. Muing ate with her mouth full of oil, still commenting. Her hands were greasy too, so she ate with her fingers. Normally, she would eat roasted meat with her hands. In the beast world, there were no chopsticks and no one used them. This girl really makes good food. I just heard that Bai Chi ate pig intestines so eagerly, he couldn't lift his head, and he even took a big plate back. She didn't believe it at first, but now it seems true. She was completely immersed in the food and didn't notice a figure slowly approaching. Standing in front of the stove, she kept reaching into a few stone bowls, grabbing food and putting it into her mouth, her face covered in oil, and her hands also greasy. She looked like she hadn't eaten in hundreds of years. Susia immediately narrowed her eyes and looked cold. This old woman, who often mistreated the original owner, had now come to steal her food. Not only was she stealing, but she was also using her hands to grab it. She didn't bother to wash her hands, which was disgusting. She kept a calm face and walked over with a water bucket. She placed the bucket heavily on the ground with a loud thud. Muing was happily eating and didn't notice anyone approaching. Suddenly hearing the noise, she was startled. The food in her mouth got stuck in her throat, feeling uncomfortable. She struggled to swallow it down with great effort, finally feeling better. She turned around and saw Susia standing behind her, looking at her coldly. Mu Qing was surprised and felt a strange sense of guilt. But thinking she was this girl's stepmother, the guilt quickly disappeared. Coming back and not making a sound? Do you want to scare me to death? Mu Qing glared angrily at her and started scolding. Xuxia looked at her guilty yet confident expression and sneered inwardly. This old woman, stealing her food and acting innocent? She didn't spoil Mu Qing either, coldly asking, "Who allowed you to eat my things?" Mu Qing immediately got angry, pointing at her nose and shouting, "I'm your stepmother. What's wrong with eating your food? What's your attitude?" Xuxia was amused and her eyes grew colder. This old woman shameless? She should think about how she treated the original owner, beating and scolding her, and stopping Su Lai and Su Mu from giving her animal skins and meat. She was the biological mother, yet she acted like a stepmother. Now she even had the nerve to question her. What face did she have? With such a big face, she sneered coldly and mocked, "You know I'm your stepmother, but tell me, how do you usually treat me? Do you consider me your daughter?" Although the original owner was irresponsible, that wasn't a reason to mistreat her. Mu Qing's face turned pale and then red from her retort, and she angrily said, "I do consider you my daughter. If I didn't, I would have abandoned you in the forest to feed wild animals long ago." She smirked sarcastically, thinking the old woman was shameless and speaking so confidently that she almost believed it herself. She sneered coldly, full of sarcasm, and said, "Then I really should thank you. Thank you for not throwing me into the forest to feed the wild animals, and thank you for all these years of care." She emphasized the word care with a heavy tone. The sarcasm was obvious. Mu Qing could clearly hear it and immediately became angry. "Xuxia, what do you mean?" She rolled her eyes and didn't care about Mu Qing's anger, coldly replying, "It means exactly what I said." Mu Qing's face turned pale with anger, wishing she could tear her apart. But thinking about her purpose for coming, she forced herself to hold back. Her expression remained very unpleasant, and her eyes darkened as she stared at her, gritting her teeth and saying, "I heard you used your powers to hit Mia last night. Is that true?" Xuxia instantly understood that this old woman was here to get Mia back in line. Her face grew colder, and she replied calmly, "That was her own fault." Mu Qing trembled with rage, raising her hand to slap her hard across the face. Her eyes turned cold, and she quickly grabbed Mu Qing's wrist, her tone icy. "Mu Qing, you'd better think carefully about the consequences of that slap." The implication was that if she slapped her, she would return it tenfold or even 100 times. Mu Qing's wrist was seized, and she felt like she was caught by a fierce beast's claw, her face turning pale from the pain. She looked up angrily at Xuxia, only to meet her cold, murderous gaze, which made her heart tremble. When did this mean woman become so terrifying? She used to be afraid of her, hiding whenever she saw her, let alone look at her with such a deadly stare. This was truly unbelievable. Thinking of this, Mu Qing's anger grew stronger, and her pain made her struggle. She shouted, "Xuxia, let me go." But Xuxia didn't loosen her grip. In fact, she tightened it, her voice slow and cold. "Mu Qing, I really don't understand. I am your daughter, yet you keep protecting Mia over and over. Do Mia, and you have some special connection?" Mu Qing's face instantly changed, panic flashing in her eyes. But she forced herself to stay calm and angrily said, "What are you talking about? What does Mia have to do with me? I only took care of her because she looks obedient and has no mother since she was young. I felt sorry for her, so I showed her some kindness."
Don't slander me.
As she spoke, her eyes flickered with guilt, clearly feeling guilty. Xuxia listened and sneered coldly. This old woman really knew how to pretend. But she didn't show it on her face, only smiling faintly and saying, "Really? It would be best this way. If I know that your kindness to Mia is based on hurting me, don't blame me for being unkind." She initially wanted to use this secret to threaten the old woman, hoping to make her more cautious. But thinking about Mu Qing's many lovers, most of whom are fierce orcs, she realized that if pushed too far, they might do something reckless. She didn't believe Mu Qing cared much for her as a mother or daughter. If her secret was threatened, Muing might even kill to cover it up. So she decided to abandon that idea. Without absolute strength, it's better to hold back. Muing didn't understand her thoughts, but felt strangely guilty. Especially when she looked at her with a half-smile, she felt her secret was seen through. She was nervous but tried to act tough, shouting, "Stop scaring me. I am your mother. I can harm you? And you, how dare you treat me like this? I will tell your father, and let him teach you a lesson." Su Xia sneered even more. "Go ahead, see if your father believes you or me." After saying that, she suddenly pulled away from Muing, disgusted, and used a stone bowl to scoop some water from the wooden tub to wash her hands. Her hands were greasy and covered in oil, making her look disgusting. This move made Muing's face look even worse. But she knew she wouldn't get her way today, so she coldly said, "Let's see how your father deals with you." She left angrily, casting a lingering glance at the few dishes on the stove that she had eaten part of. Thinking that this vile woman wouldn't share food with her, she left with a gloomy face. Su Xia watched Muing's back as she left, a cold smile curling on her lips. Old woman, does she really think she's still the original owner? Although the original was lazy, greedy, and mischievous, she was afraid of the strong and feared this mother. She looked up at the messy, greasy dishes on the stove, one of which she had eaten a bit of, and a look of disgust flashed in her eyes. This old woman, grabbing food with her hands, so disgusting. She wouldn't eat these things. If Mo Lin and the others found out Muing had touched the food with her hands, they probably wouldn't eat it either. Luckily, there was some bone and mushroom soup simmering in the pot. When Mo Lin and the others returned, it would be ready to drink. If it wasn't enough, she could just make more later. There's plenty of ingredients in the tribe. Looking at the dishes on the stove that Muing had touched, her eyes flickered. She tidied them with chopsticks, making them look less unappetizing, then brought them to Su Lai to eat. Since he and Muing are partners, neither of them should dislike each other. Furthermore, she also took the opportunity to observe his attitude towards Muing and Mia. Since she couldn't carry everything with her hands, she used a basket to hold the items, stacking them with some padding in the middle. Along the way, the aroma of the dishes attracted many female and beastman onlookers. Seeing her holding the basket, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Soon, a female beastman couldn't resist approaching and asked, "Su Xia, what are you carrying? It smells so good." Su Xia stopped and looked at the female beastman who spoke. She saw it was Yunxiang from the tribe, who had an ordinary appearance, a rounded and strong figure, and looked a bit rough-skinned and slightly dark. Although not pretty, she wasn't ugly either. At least she looked better than Su Xia herself. Yunxiang had 4 beast husbands. She was diligent, capable, and highly fertile, having given birth to 7 children. These details flashed quickly in Su Xia's mind. She smiled and said, "These are some delicious dishes I made. I was planning to send them to my father. Would you like to try some?" Yunxiang's eyes lit up instantly, but then she thought of something and looked disappointed. She shyly waved her hand. "No, it's okay. I just wanted to ask if you could teach me how to make food." Although she really wanted to eat, she felt shy. After all, these dishes were specially prepared by Su Xia for the leader. Although the leader disliked her daughter, everyone could see that it was because he was upset about Su Xia's past misbehavior, and deep down, he still cared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have assigned her 5 top beast husbands or prevented others from bullying her.
Chu Youyou friendly.
"Sure. Come find me tomorrow, and I will teach you." Yunxiang was very happy to hear her quick agreement. "Thank you. I'll come see you tomorrow." "Okay, I suggest you first find a stone pot and build a stove. One like the one at my cave entrance, you probably have seen it. If you don't know how to build it, you can ask Bai Qi. He helped me build my stove." Su Xia looked at Yunxiang and offered her advice. Yunxiang nodded seriously. "Okay, I'll remember."
Thank you, Su Xia.
Although she used to be lazy, greedy, and mischievous, and disliked her, she had changed a lot now. Not only had she awakened her special ability, but she also learned to identify various foods, and now she even made dishes she had never seen before. She seemed like a completely different person. "You're welcome." She smiled and didn't say much more, then continued carrying her basket towards Su Lai's residence. The leader's house was located farther away from other beastmen's homes, in a separate area. Besides the leader, the shaman, and the priest also lived here. They are not living in caves but in stone houses. There are 3 stone houses built with stones, sturdy and spacious. Very striking. This also shows the special status of the 3 people. Su Xia arrived at the largest stone house, which is Su Lai's residence. As the leader, of course, he lives in the biggest house. When she arrived, the door was open, and she saw a tall figure inside, bending down and holding something.
It was Su Lai.
She gently called out, "Father." Hearing her voice, Su Lai turned his head toward the door and saw her standing there with a basket in her arms, smiling at him. They looked at each other. Su Lai was slightly surprised, his gaze shifting from her face to the basket she held. A pleasant smell wafted from it, making him frown slightly. "What are you holding? It smells so good." Su Xia looked at him with a smile and said, "I made some tasty dishes and brought them here for you to try." Su Lai looked at her with a strange expression. "You made these? What kind of good food can you make?" This daughter had been spoiled by him since she was young. She was spoiled, stubborn, lazy, and greedy. She couldn't even grill meat properly, let alone cook fancy dishes. She usually ate ready-made food. She awkwardly smiled, knowing what kind of person the original owner was and not caring about Su Lai's attitude. She just chuckled. "Father, I've changed a lot now. I've learned to make many good dishes. Try them, they taste really good." She then entered the stone house, placed the basket on a nearby stone table, and brought out several dishes. The stone table was actually a large, polished stone, round in shape, with a solid base like a big round pillar. The surface was flat, perfect for placing things. Su Lai's gaze fell on the dishes, which he had never seen before. But the aroma kept wafting into his nose, making his craving grow stronger. He couldn't help swallowing and suspiciously looked at Su Xia. "Did you really make these?" It was hard to believe she could produce such delicate food.
Of course I did.
"Why would I lie to father? Don't underestimate me," she replied with a shrug and a pout. Su Lai saw her expression and chuckled. He thought to himself that since she had awakened her special ability, could identify poisonous mushrooms, and even made such delicate baskets, he wouldn't say much. He decided to believe that these dishes were indeed made by her. After all, no female in the entire wolf tribe knew how to make such things. Not only in the wolf tribe but also in other tribes, and even in the Beast King city, no one could do it. As for whether there are more distant places, Su Lai doesn't know and hasn't been there. He has a vague guess that his daughter might have gained the favor of the beast god. Otherwise, how could he explain these series of changes? Su Lai walks to the stone table, reaches out, and grabs a piece of garlic roasted pig heart to put in his mouth. He thought this food, which looked very good, might not taste that great. After all, it was made by his lazy and greedy daughter. To his surprise, the flavor was extremely good, tender, smooth, and very delicious. It was many times better than any roast meat he had eaten before. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, face full of disbelief. My goodness, his daughter actually made such delicious food? Seeing his reaction, Su Xia found it funny but kept a calm face. She handed him a pair of chopsticks, saying, "Father, I made these chopsticks myself. They are very convenient for picking up food and won't burn your hands. Try them." Su Lai took the chopsticks, looked at the 2 thin sticks in his hand, and looked confused. "This thing, how do I use it?" It was his first time seeing chopsticks, and he didn't know how to use them at all. She smiled softly and demonstrated, like this.
"See?
Isn't it very easy?" Su Lai copied her, trying to pick up some food, but it felt awkward. After several attempts, he couldn't pick anything up. He almost wanted to throw them away. But he didn't want his daughter to think he was useless, so he tried hard to learn. After trying a few more times, he realized the cleverness of this method. It was more hygienic than using his hands and wouldn't burn him. However, it still felt awkward and unfamiliar. He tasted every dish and found that the flavors were excellent, completely surprising his taste buds. His eating speed increased rapidly, and he couldn't stop. He devoured the food like a starving ghost.
Chu Youyou.
She twitched the corner of her mouth, her face dark with frustration. Inside, she was speechless. Father, you are the leader of our clan. Can't you pay attention to your image? You're really embarrassing yourself like this. Su Lai also noticed that his eating manner was a bit ugly. His face turned slightly red, and he awkwardly put down the stone plate, clearing his throat to cover his embarrassment. He looked at Su Xia with a softer gaze and praised, Yuer, the food you made is very delicious. It has truly opened my eyes. This daughter was originally lazy and greedy, but in recent days, she has changed a lot, to the point that he couldn't believe she was his daughter. Su Xia smiled softly. Father likes it, that's good. When I have free time, I will often cook for you. She paused, then tentatively asked, Father, what do you think of Mia? When Su Lai heard her mention Mia, his eyebrows raised slightly, and he looked at her, thinking Mia was bullying her. He took it as her coming to complain. He immediately said in a serious tone, What? Did Mia bully you? Su Xia knew that her relationship with Mia wasn't good, and they often had conflicts. However, as a junior, as long as it didn't get too serious, he usually wouldn't interfere much. In his view, it's normal for young people to play around and fight sometimes. They are busy most of the time, so they don't pay much attention to small matters. Su Xia was stunned instantly. She didn't expect Su Lai to think that way, but recalling how the original owner often complained to him before, she found it both funny and a bit helpless. She quickly waved her hands to explain, Father, you misunderstood. Mia didn't bully me. Besides, I have awakened special abilities now. If she dares to bully me, I won't be easy to deal with. Hearing this, Su Lai's expression softened slightly. Then he looked at her with some doubt. If that's the case, why did you suddenly mention her today? She lowered her eyes and said half-truthfully, Oh, it's nothing much. I just noticed that Auntie really likes Mia, treats her better than she treats me, her own daughter. Several times, she questioned me over Mia. People who don't know might think Mia is her biological daughter, and I'm just adopted. When Su Lai heard this, his face immediately darkened. Mu Qing didn't like Yuer, he knew that. In the past, Yuer was unruly and Mu Qing didn't like her, so he didn't say much. But no matter how much he disliked her, Yuer was still his biological daughter. No one could change that blood relation. But to bully his own child just because of someone else's kid, there's something wrong with that, isn't there? His face looked very grim, and a cold aura radiated from him, clearly angry. Su Xia observed his expression and saw that Su Lai was displeased. She knew her words had worked, so she pressed on. Father, although Mia's mother died early, she was very kind and took good care of her. It's understandable. But her mother repeatedly sent meat and animal skins to Mia, which is a bit excessive. Besides, Mia has 7 powerful beast husbands, so she doesn't really need her mother's care. It seems Mia is truly favored by her mother. She made her point very clear, and now it was up to Su Lai whether he would think in that direction. She didn't want to interfere too much, but Mu Qing kept causing trouble again and again, so she couldn't help. Su Lai's face was dark and serious. He was not a foolish man, and quickly understood Yuer's hidden meaning. He knew that Mu Qing liked Mia, and was very close to her. But he didn't mind much, thinking that Mia was beautiful, sweet-tongued, and it was normal for Mu Qing to like her. However, it was strange that Mu Qing would bully his daughter for others and often send meat and animal skins. As Yuer said, Mia had 7 strong beast husbands and didn't need Mu Qing to take care of her. Perhaps because of his feelings, he suddenly remembered Mia's appearance and thought she looked quite similar to Mu Qing. He hadn't thought about this before, but now the more he thought, the more it seemed true. Thinking of this possibility, Su Lai's face turned extremely grim, and his whole aura felt cold enough to freeze people. He suddenly stood up and said coldly, Yuer, I will investigate this matter clearly.
You can go back now.
That was exactly what she wanted. She nodded politely and said, Thank you, father. She left Su Lai's residence. Su Xia's lips curled into a slight smile. feeling quite happy. She carried a basket, with a stone bowl washed clean at the bottom, filled with animal skins: tiger, purple marten, snow marten, silver fox, and raccoon dog. Various kinds, warm and valuable. These skins were given to her by Su Lai when she left. In Su Lai's words, since his belongings were secretly taken by Muing and given to others, it was better to give them to his daughter. That way, he wouldn't let others benefit. In a good mood, she hummed a little tune on the way back, attracting the attention of passing female orcs who looked at her with strange expressions. After Su Xia left, Su Lai sat alone in a stone house, his face as dark as water. After a moment, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, a tall orc stepped out from the shadows, handsome, with a beast's skin wrapped around his waist. He knelt on one knee before Su Lai and respectfully said, "What are your orders, leader?" Su Lai glanced at the orc in front of him, his expression cold. He ordered in a deep voice, "Lang Yi, I want you to investigate whether Muing and Mia have any special relationship, especially to see if Mia is Muing's daughter." Although female orcs are precious and can have multiple beast husbands, as the leader, he naturally wouldn't share his mate with others. This was also the reason he chose Muing in the first place. Muing had agreed to only have him as her beast husband. Otherwise, with so many female orcs in the tribe, why would he choose Muing? Muing was pretty, but not stunningly beautiful. "Yes, leader," Lang Yi replied respectfully. Suddenly, a figure flashed and transformed into a white wolf, then disappeared in an instant. Su Lai looked in the direction where the wolf vanished, squinting his eyes as a cold light flickered in his gaze.
He seemed to be thinking about something.
Meanwhile, Mia watched Su Xia make the pig intestines so delicious. It was strange that she couldn't do the same. She fought back her nausea and took a set of pig intestines to wash by the river at the tribe square. No matter how she washed, she couldn't get them clean, and it made her feel even more sick. Thinking it might be better to find Muing, who was her own mother and also Su Xia's mother. If Muing asked for the food that Su Xia made, that ugly girl wouldn't dare refuse? Then she could also get some to eat. Thinking this way, Mia naturally lost interest in washing the stinky pig intestines. She figured she wouldn't know how to handle them anyway. She stood up, threw the pig intestines into the river, and turned to leave the riverbank. Halfway there, she ran into Muing, who looked particularly upset. Mia was startled and hurried to approach her. "Mu, what's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy? Did someone make you angry?" When she called Muing, she looked around nervously, relieved that no one was nearby and no one heard her. She then let out a breath of relief. Although she called Muing in private, she dared not do so openly. Muing, still angry, heard Mia's voice and became even more annoyed. She stopped walking and looked at Mia, speaking irritably, "Besides your good sister, who else could it be?" She was referring to Su Xia. Mia also knew Muing was talking about Su Xia. Mia Yao was obedient and well-behaved, eager to please Muing, so she wouldn't make her angry. Her eyes flickered slightly as she comforted her. Don't be angry. Your sister is just young and naive.
Don't let her get to you."
Listening to Mia's words, Muing's expression improved a lot, but she still looked angry. She coldly said, "If only she could be as sensible as you. She wouldn't always make me mad. You look so much better than her, just seeing her makes me angry." Mia felt proud inside and thought, "Of course, that ugly girl can't compare to me. If she wasn't born by the leader, I wouldn't even bother to look at her." Though she was full of disdain, she didn't show it outwardly and instead tried to comfort her. Don't be angry. Getting sick from anger isn't good. Your sister has become diligent now. She not only awakened her special ability, but also learned to make delicious food. I heard her pig intestines today smelled so good that the whole tribe could smell it. Maybe someone will bring you something later. When that happens, please don't show any bad attitude in front of your sister, or she might get upset again. She said this on purpose to test whether Su Xia would really bring her food. Muing's face looked even worse. She had just been caught sneaking food and argued. How could that unfilial girl possibly bring her food? But in front of Mia, she didn't want to lose face and only said vaguely, "Yes, I understand." Mia's eyes twinkled as she took the opportunity to say, "Annie, when my sister brings you some good food later, can you share some with me? I want to try it too." She swallowed hard, looking eager and greedy. She was truly craving it. The delicious smell had been floating around all afternoon, making her drool. Seeing her like this, Mu Qing didn't want to refuse and could only grit her teeth and agree. "All right, when she brings it, I'll share half with you." But secretly, she wondered, would Su Xia really bring her food? Why did she always feel it was unlikely? The two of them continued talking for a while, before going their separate ways. Unnoticed, a white wolf was lurking in the shadows, eavesdropping. It was one of the wolves sent by Su Lai to investigate. The wolf's eyes flickered with thought, then quickly disappeared. Meanwhile, Su Xia returned to the cave and took out the animal skins from her basket, carefully organizing them. These skins were top quality, soft, comfortable, and warm. They would make excellent clothes or blankets. All had been processed and preserved well, ready to use. She was happy and planned to select a few suitable skins, then sew them together with fish intestine thread to make a blanket, so she wouldn't be cold at night. She also wanted to make herself 2 sets of suitable animal skin clothes. Since she had lost weight, her waist was now empty and her old animal skin skirt no longer fit. Naturally, she needed to make new ones. Making a new skirt could wait, but the blanket had to be finished quickly. That way, she could cover herself at night. Su Xia was a doer. If she wanted to do something, she would. The cave lacked bone needles and fish intestine thread, so she went to ask Yun Xiang for them. Fortunately, Yun Xiang didn't refuse and happily handed over the bone needles and thread, asking her how to process the intestines and make the thread. She wouldn't refuse. She shared the processing method and steps with Yun Xiang, telling her to try making it herself and to ask if she had any questions. Then she took the bone needles and thread back to the cave and started making the blanket. She chose several pieces of fur with similar colors and thickness, feeling their softness and comfort. Next, she used the bone needles and thread to sew them together. After sewing the pieces together, she began to use the finest stitches to sew the 2 pieces of animal hide together. She planned to make a double-sided blanket, both sides fluffy and soft to touch. These hides are very thick, and stacking them makes them even thicker. It takes a lot of effort for a sturdy bone needle and fish intestine thread to pierce through. Fortunately, Su Xia was not in a hurry, so she patiently sewed it stitch by stitch. The blanket doesn't need to be very large, just 1.5 meters by 2 meters. She intended to make 2 blankets, one for sleeping and one for covering. The sleeping blanket doesn't need to be double-sided, just a single side is enough. Even so, it requires a lot of animal hides. Luckily, she had collected quite a few hides from Su Lai today, or they might not have been enough. She sat on a stone bed, patiently making the blanket. Occasionally, she went to the cave entrance to add some fire to the stove, so it wouldn't go out when no one was watching. Then she returned to continue making the blanket. Since the stitches didn't need to be very fine, it was quick to make. By the time she finished, it was already evening outside. Su Xia set the finished blanket aside, planning to lay it on the stone bed later. She stood up and went to the cave entrance, looking at the bone and mushroom soup simmering in the stone pot. She found the fire was just right. The broth was milky white, emitting a rich aroma. The flavor of the mushrooms had also been cooked out, filling the air with a wonderful scent. She used a spoon to taste a bit of the soup, delicious, with just the right amount of saltiness. Feeling satisfied, she reduced the fire and let the soup simmer slowly. Before long, Mo Lin and the others returned. They brought back 4 tall, roughly equal-sized, flat wooden pillars, polished smooth on the surface. They still showed the natural wood grain, rugged and natural. There was also a large stone slab, similarly polished, square-shaped, with a hollowed-out corner on each of the 4 sides, forming shallow grooves. Su Xia immediately recognized this as the tabletop, and the 4 wooden pillars were probably the legs. Once assembled, it could be used. Although not very stable, as long as no one pushed hard, it could hold some things. In addition, they brought back 4 simple wooden chairs, hollowed out at the bottom, with 4 legs and a backrest for sitting. They were polished very smoothly. The style was simple but decent. In a world without tools, relying only on claws, making such items was already quite impressive. They also brought back a hunted reindeer, with no visible wounds, but with marks around its neck and throat. It was clear at a glance that Mo Lin had made the kill. Mo Lin put down the items and led the reindeer to the river to handle them. Xuanming and Yunju were also busy. They inserted 4 wooden poles into the grooves at the 4 corners of the stone slab and carefully placed them in the middle of the cave. A simple table was formed. 4 chairs were placed in their respective positions. Suddenly, the cave looked more lively and less primitive and simple. Xuanming felt happy inside. This was the first time she felt like she had a home since arriving in this world. She looked at Yunju and Xuanming and smiled, saying, "Not bad at all. I thought you might bring back something strange or useless." Yunju snorted softly, with a look of disdain. "Strange or useless? Do you think we're as clumsy as you? Such a simple thing. If we couldn't do it well, we'd be laughed at." Xuanming walked to the side alone, as if he didn't hear Xuanming's praise. To him, such praise was not worth mentioning. He preferred to prove his ability through actions rather than relying on others' words. Seeing Yunju's disdainful expression, Xuanming rolled her eyes. This sharp-tongued guy was always teasing her. She wasn't angry, smiling gently and said, "Yunju, since you're so capable, next time I'll let you do something more complicated. Let's see if you can handle it." Yunju snorted coldly and turned his head away, not saying anything further. He knew very well that this stubborn woman had her own plans. Today, he had worn out his claws making those things. It hurt a lot. He wasn't sure if it would affect their hunting tomorrow. If it weren't for the food she made, he wouldn't bother doing such things. Xuanming's gaze fell on Xuanming, and his meaning was clear. Since entering the cave, he had smelled a strong aroma of meat, which made his stomach rumble with hunger. Xuanming understood his meaning, smiled, and went to the cave entrance, bringing him a bowl of bone, mushroom, and vegetable soup. While serving, she said, "I originally made a few dishes with internal organs. I went out to fetch water in the afternoon, and when I came back, my mother had already eaten some. Although there was still a lot left, she used her hands to grab it. I think you wouldn't want to eat it either, so I took it all to my father." After speaking, she looked at Xuanming and handed him the bowl of soup. "It's freshly made. Be careful, it's hot." She also handed him a pair of chopsticks, worried he might not know how to use them, and explained how to use them. Xuanming took the soup and chopsticks with his hand. His face was calm, but a faint satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Thinking about her previous words, she casually said, "I'll set up something at the cave entrance to block it, so no one can come in." Clearly, she was unhappy about Muing secretly eating and using her hands to grab food. Xuanming felt very happy. It was just a casual remark, but unexpectedly, Xuanming took the initiative to offer to make a door for her, which was simply wonderful. She looked at Xuanming with a bright smile and said happily, "Thank you, Xuanming. There's plenty of soup in the pot. Feel free to drink as much as you want. If it's not enough, once the stone pot is empty, I will make more food for you." Xuanming responded with a faint and looked at her. His eyes seemed to say, "You're clever." Of course, the soup wasn't enough for the 3 of them. Even if it was delicious, most of it was water, and it would be gone after a quick sip. They would definitely be hungry later at night, so they needed to eat other things. He carried the bone and mushroom soup into the cave, sat on a chair, and ate, placing the bowl on the table. Although he wasn't very skilled with chopsticks, he had watched Bai Qi use them before. With Xuanming's explanation, he mimicked her, and although not very agile, he managed to use them. His eating was very elegant, unlike other beastmen who wolfed down their food. Even though the soup was very tasty, so good, he wished he could swallow his tongue. His manner was still pleasing to watch. Yunju saw this and hurried to sit down, without hesitation, asking Xuanming, "What about mine?" Xuanming glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Instead, She quickly served him a bowl of soup. Here, after you finish, you can scoop some from the stone pot. Yunju took the bowl, responded with a faint and then ignored her, focusing entirely on the bone and mushroom soup. He tried using chopsticks a few times and almost lifted his head from the bowl, almost burying his face in it, but his eating still looked decent. Mainly because he was handsome, he looked good no matter what, but unfortunately he was a bit sharp-tongued. Just then, Mo Lin returned carrying a processed reindeer. He immediately saw Xuanming and Yunju, who couldn't lift their heads while eating and felt annoyed. It wasn't because he minded they didn't wait for him. He was worried they might finish the food before he got some. The reindeer was casually thrown on the ground, and he walked straight to the stone pot. Seeing there was still a lot of soup inside, his mood improved. However, he was also confused. He remembered Xuanming said she was making internal organs for them to eat. Why was it just a soup made from 2 bones and mushrooms? This soup was watery. No matter how tasty, it wouldn't be filling. He didn't wait for Xuanming to come over. Instead, he took an empty stone bowl from the stove, scooped a full bowl of soup, which contained mostly mushrooms, and placed a bone on top of the bowl. Although I don't know what is so delicious about 2 plain bones, since Xuanming put them into stew, they must be good. When Xuanming saw this scene, her mouth twitched, and she walked over, saying, "Those bones are for making soup. They don't have much meat on the surface, but inside they contain marrow. If you them open, you can on it. It's a very nourishing and valuable thing." Mo Lin glanced at her and simply said, as a reply. He reached out to take a pair of chopsticks, carried the soup, and went into the cave to sit on the other side of the chair, drinking. The taste was exactly as he expected, really good, a kind of delicacy he had never tried before. It's hard to imagine that just 2 bones and some mushrooms boiled together could taste so fresh and delicious. It was so good that he couldn't get enough of it. Xuanming and Yunju had already finished the soup in their bowls and didn't need Xuanming's help. They went straight to the pot to refill. They kept drinking bowl after bowl, unable to stop. The mushrooms in the pot had already been picked clean, not a single one left. For the last bone, the 2 almost fought over it. It was because of Xuanming's remark that bones are good stuff, containing marrow, and very nourishing. They didn't care whether it was nourishing or not, they simply thought it was good, and even without meat, they still wanted to gnaw on it. Xuanming almost burst out laughing, but she didn't mind them. She just urged, "Hurry up and finish the remaining soup in the stone pot. I want to stew some deer meat later. If you don't want to eat, I won't bother." After saying that, she also poured herself a bowl to drink. Although she was on a diet, she couldn't resist drinking a little. Xuanming and Yunju, hearing this, stopped fighting and sped up their soup drinking. They clearly wanted to finish quickly, so Xuanming could stew the deer meat. The soup made from just a few bones and mushrooms was so tasty that they believed the deer meat would taste even better. While drinking, the 3 of them looked more expectant and hurried to finish their bowls. Xuanming drank 1 bowl of soup and then stopped, going to prepare the deer meat instead. In another part of the wolf tribe, inside Su Lai's stone house, Su Lai sat gloomily on a stone chair, his eyes sharp like blades, and in front of him knelt a wolf reporting back. "Are you sure you heard Mia call Muing aunt with your own ears?" He looked coldly at the wolf and asked in a stern voice. Feeling the cold aura from his leader, the wolf lowered his head even more and respectfully replied, "Absolutely. I heard Mia call Muing aunt," referring to her as Xuanming's sister, saying she was young and naive, and asking Muing not to be angry. Su Lai's expression grew darker, and his whole body seemed to emit an icy aura that could freeze people. He said that Muing liked Mia so much that she even bullied Yuer for her. It turns out Mia is her illegitimate child, secretly born under his watchful eye with the tribe's beast man Qingyan. Qingyan has never had a mate before. He only brought back 2 female cubs in his early years, Mia and Miao. It was said that they were born from other female tribe members, but those females died after giving birth to Mia and Miao. At that time, the beast men in the tribe didn't suspect anything. He also never doubted. He just felt sorry for Mia and Miao, so young and without a mother. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to Muqing's usual care for Mia. Now, looking back, everything seems to have a clear reason. Sulai thought of Miao. His gaze turned to Lang Yi, and he coldly ordered, "Go check Qingyan again. Find out when he started liking Muqing. Also, see if Miao is also his and Muqing's secret daughter." "Yes, leader."
Lang Yi respectfully responded.
In an instant, he transformed into a tall white wolf and disappeared as a flash of light inside the stone house, heading to carry out the leader's orders. Sulai looked in the direction where Lang Yi vanished, his face dark and frightening. Thinking that Muqing had betrayed him long ago and cheated on him made him furious enough to want to kill her. Muqing had promised him that she would only be his mate in this life, so he chose her as his partner. But it turned out she had betrayed him, not only giving birth to Mia, but possibly Miao was also her and Qingyan's daughter. It was simply too much. His face was ashen, and anger surged in his heart. As evening fell, at the entrance of Chu Youyou's mountain cave, a stone pot on the stove was simmering with deer meat, steaming and fragrant. She sat in front of the stove, holding a wooden stick, poking at the firewood in the pot little by little. Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming had already finished drinking the mushroom and bone soup, even washing their bowls thoroughly. Now they stood nearby, all looking at her, specifically at the deer meat in the stone pot. Their gazes were intense, and their throats moved as if they had just drunk a large bowl of soup, but now they looked like wolves that had been hungry for a long time. However, the deer meat had just started cooking, so it wouldn't be ready so soon. Chu Youyou's lips twitched slightly, pretending not to notice, lowering her gaze to the fire in the stove, secretly sneering. Let them look down on her before, dislike her terribly. Once they fall in love with her completely, just watch how she deals with them, making each of them sit in the corner counting tail hairs. She counted carefully before eating what I made. She happily thought this, but she didn't forget to keep stirring the fire to prevent it from burning the deer meat in the pot. Xuanming watched her slight smile, his dark eyes flickering. He knew she was feeling proud inside. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the stone pot. Even though they hadn't eaten yet, the delicious smell in the air told him the deer meat must taste very good. Thinking about the bone and mushroom soup they had just drunk, he found it very tasty and couldn't get enough. Now, as he smelled the rich aroma of the deer meat again, he felt that all the grilled meat he had eaten before was not as good. The taste couldn't compare. At the same time, he became more excited. Mo Lin and Yunju also looked at the bubbling stone pot with eager eyes, waiting anxiously for the deer meat to be ready. Susia saw them just standing there, wasting time. She decided to give them something to do. Thinking this, she said to the three of them, "The deer meat still needs some time to cook. Standing here is just wasting time. Why don't you go get some wooden bowls for me? They should be about the same size as these stone bowls. Also, bring 5 or 6 plates like the ones next to us and 2 larger soup bowls that can hold about 3 bowls of water." The stone bowls were heavy and rough, not polished, so they weren't as easy to use as wooden bowls. Although Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming didn't want to move much, they couldn't refuse because of the deer meat in the pot. Soon, they left the cave to make what Su Xiao asked for. At this time, it was completely dark outside. The sky was full of stars, and the bright moonlight shone on the land, adding a silver veil over the whole tribe, mysterious and dreamy. In the night, a big bonfire burned in the tribe's square. The flickering light danced on the faces of the beast men and females, creating a lively atmosphere. Night Ing sat alone nearby, his silver eyes reflecting the firelight, but unable to see the gloom in his heart. He held a branch in his hand, absent-mindedly drawing on the ground, feeling restless. That smell, kept lingering in his nose, as if mocking his patience. He knew it was Susia cooking, and the tempting aroma filled the entire tribe. It had been drifting from noon until now, never stopping. Is she a pig? Eating so much and not afraid of getting fat, he muttered gloomily. Deep down, he knew Susia was cooking for Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming. But he still cursed her, as if it would make him feel better. At the same time, he had to admit that the skill of that overweight woman was truly impressive, so much so that even he, who disliked her intensely, couldn't help but feel a little moved. However, feeling moved didn't mean he would go beg that ugly girl. Ling grew more annoyed inside. He looked down and saw that the wooden stick in his hand had already been crushed into pieces. He frowned, casually threw it on the ground, clapped his hands, and stood up to leave the square. Just a few steps away, Mia called out to him. "Ling, what's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy?" Ling paused, glanced sideways at Mia walking toward him, and a look of disdain crossed his silver eyes. He ignored her and simply walked on. In his view, Mia only had a pretty face, a proud and unlikable personality, and was greedy. She had 7 beast husbands, but was still not satisfied, wanting all of them to herself. She didn't even consider how busy Ling was at night. Seeing that he ignored her, Mia stepped forward and left with a very displeased look on her face. "Ling, why am I not as good as that ugly girl?"
Ugh.
She looked in the direction Ling had gone, stomped her foot in frustration, and muttered angrily. But then, smelling the delicious aroma of meat wafting through the air, her face darkened again. This scent had been drifting since noon and hadn't stopped, making her drool with hunger. Even for dinner, she had no appetite. Foods she once found delicious now tasted bland and dull. She also thought of Mu Qing, with a hint of dissatisfaction and complaint in her eyes. She had hoped to share some of the ugly girl's food with Amu, but by evening there was no sign of it. She didn't know if the ugly girl hadn't delivered the food to Amu or if Amu was secretly eating alone, hiding away and not sharing. In any case, she was feeling very annoyed now, finding everyone and everything irritating. The female members of the tribe also caught the scent and knew that Xuanming was cooking again. They felt too shy to ask for food and instead sent their beast husbands to find stone pots, hoping to try cooking themselves. Meanwhile, Ling had just left the tribe square. When passing near Xuanming's cave, he saw Mo Lin transform into a black giant snake, with his tail curled high and then striking down heavily. With loud cracking sounds, it broke the sturdy logs placed on the ground into pieces. Yunju and Xuanming, one turning into Qingyu a howling wolf and the other into a shadow dark wolf, each held a piece of wood, crouching there and using their claws to carve at the logs.
It seemed they were trying to shape them into something.
Ling was puzzled and initially didn't understand what they were doing. She stood still for a while until the objects gradually took shape, then realized they were making wooden bowls. She was stunned, not expecting these 3 guys to work so hard just to eat that fat woman's food. She felt even more annoyed, feeling isolated. With a cold snort, she turned to leave. But she saw Xuanming standing at the cave entrance, looking at her from afar, loudly saying, "Ling, if you're willing, help out with us. Let's work together to finish faster." Ling paused, looking at Xuanming with a strange expression. Helping her? That's just wishful thinking. He stared at her for a while, and maybe it was his imagination, but he felt her prominent teeth weren't as obvious, and her mouth seemed smaller. He frowned slightly, confused about what was happening. But he didn't think much of it, just assuming it was because it was dark at night. Thinking of her words earlier, he coldly said, "Why should I help you?" Xuanming wasn't surprised by his reaction. This dog man disliked her so much that it was unlikely he would agree easily. She smiled faintly and said, "Of course, you can choose not to help, but..." She deliberately stretched her voice. Ling frowned, looking at her with some displeasure. Xuanming curled her lips and continued, "However, I only give the food I make to those who help. If you don't help, when it's ready later, you won't get any." She wasn't forcing him to work. She mainly needed the dog man's attitude. Even if he only helped make 1 bowl, that would be enough. She didn't want to eat with a face that was too proud and aloof, even if he was her target. Since she was already full of disgust, she couldn't keep disliking him forever. Ling's face instantly turned ugly when he heard this. How dare this fat woman threaten him? He was not just a rare silver-mooned song wolf, a 5th-tier peak beast man, half-step 6th tier, and the strongest in the tribe besides the chief. Mo Lin was the only one who could compare with him. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Smelling the tempting aroma of meat in the air, his face grew even darker. That smell, that temptation. In the end, his pride prevailed. He snorted coldly and turned to walk away with big strides. Xia watched his back, a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, showing little reaction. That proud and stubborn dog man, with a strong sense of pride, this was a result of strength. If he failed once, then twice. If twice, then 3 times. She was patient and confident. One day, she would make this dog man willingly work for her, even falling in love with her. Moreover, she has the system as her lucky advantage, and conquering Ling is only a matter of time. Thinking this, she turned back to the cave, ready to check if the deer meat in the pot was cooked. Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming watched Ling walk away, and a shared thought crossed their minds. Are they perhaps too spineless? They worked obediently just for a piece of meat? The 3 exchanged glances, each seeing the awkwardness in the other's eyes. Especially Mo Lin, whose strength was not inferior to Ling, suddenly feeling like he was being overshadowed. Actually, it's just that their ways of getting along are different. If Mo Lin and Ling switched places, he wouldn't easily bow his head either. Mo Lin is stern and quiet. Although he's not as domineering as Ling, his pride is just as strong. Their initial ways of interacting were different. He didn't like Xia, even despised her, but there was no real conflict. He helped make things, and Xia was responsible for preparing delicious food for them. It was just a fair trade, nothing shameful or embarrassing. Thinking this, the feeling of being overshadowed and humiliated instantly disappeared, and he continued working. Meanwhile, Muing was walking back with a bad expression. The aroma had filled the whole afternoon, making her drool with hunger. Although she knew Xia wouldn't bring her food, Mia's words had made her hopeful, and she was eagerly waiting. But until nightfall, that troublemaker didn't show up or bring her anything tasty, which made her look even more displeased. This unkind thing, I've raised her all this time for nothing. If I'd known when she was born, I should have just left her in the forest to feed the wild wolves. Better than suffering today, Muing muttered as she walked. Soon, she arrived at Su Lai's place. She and Su Lai were partners and naturally lived together. But as soon as she entered the stone house, she saw Su Lai's gloomy eyes. Muing was startled by his dark gaze and felt inexplicably guilty. But thinking she had been careful and hadn't revealed anything, her guilt faded. She looked at Su Lai and asked with a frown, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face?" She reached up and touched her face. Su Lai looked at her innocent and confused expression and felt disgusted. Why hadn't he noticed before that this female was such a good actor? If he hadn't sent the wolf to check, he might never have known she had betrayed him long ago. He looked at Muing with cold eyes and asked coldly, "I heard you went to see where today?" Muing didn't know why he was asking. She was that kind, humble woman. Wasn't it normal to go see the other person? Is this worth asking about? Well, I heard she first awakened her abilities, can weave baskets, and identify mushrooms. Now she even makes delicious food. The smell floated through the whole tribe all afternoon. I went to see, and it was really tasty. When she said this, her face showed a happy smile. Yuer finally understands things. I don't know how she suddenly learned so much, but seeing her improve makes me, as her mother, feel relieved. She originally wanted to complain to Su Lai, saying Xia didn't give her good food, and even insulted and threatened her. But when she saw Su Lai's unpleasant face, she suddenly remembered that the troublemaker might have come earlier. Su Lai sneered inwardly. Yuer's food was indeed delicious. He had just eaten some in the afternoon, and now he still remembered the taste and wanted more. But, based on Muing's usual dislike and prejudice against Yuer, he wasn't blind.
How could he not see?
Thinking this, he shot a sharp look at Muing. You usually dislike Yuer the most. You don't treat her well. She's afraid of you and hides from you. She even brings you food she makes? Maybe you took it from her? Hearing this, Muing was upset. Su Lai, what are you talking about? Even if I dislike her, she's still my daughter. I am her mother. What's wrong with eating her food? This admitted she took it. But she didn't think it was wrong. After all, Yuer was her daughter by blood. No matter how badly she treated her, she still had to support her. And it was just a little food. Su Lai was amused by her confident attitude. This was Mu Qing's logic. She clearly didn't like Yuer and treated her badly, yet she blocked him from giving Yuer things. She said Yuer was lazy, greedy, and mean because he spoiled her. It was his fault as a father for not teaching her properly. He only protected her, which made Yuer more and more unruly. He admitted he had spoiled the child. He didn't argue with Mu Qing about her scolding. He just listened quietly, thinking Mu Qing was Yuer's mother and wouldn't harm her. But now, learning that Mu Qing and Qingyan were having an affair and that Mia was their child, he realized it was not that simple. Thinking of this, Su Lai's face darkened further. He looked at Mu Qing with cold eyes and said sharply, Mu Qing, what is your relationship with Qingyan? When did you get together? The topic changed too quickly and Mu Qing didn't respond right away. But after understanding Su Lai's words, her face suddenly changed. She has been with Qingyan for nearly 20 years, secretly communicating all along. Every time they meet, they hide in the woods, always cautious and careful, never being discovered. How did Su Lai find out? Did he confront her directly? Suddenly, her mind flashes with Su Xia's face. Earlier that afternoon, she questioned herself about why she kept protecting Mia. Could there be some special connection? At that moment, she felt nervous but managed to bluff her way through. Could it be that Su Xia didn't believe her and told Su Lai something? Did this cause Su Lai to become suspicious? Is he trying to trick her now? Mu Qing looked up at Su Lai, meeting his grim face. She felt a strange sense of guilt but forced herself to stay calm and said, What nonsense are you talking about? When did I get involved with Qingyan? Su Lai, if you're accusing me, you need proof.
Julie sneered coldly. Eh?
Accusing me of slander? If you have nothing to hide, why would anyone suspect you? Do you really think what you've done is flawless and nobody knows? He paused briefly before continuing. Ling Yi already told me that you had a secret meeting with him and was caught by him. Actually, this wasn't true. Ling Yi was still investigating Mu Qing and Qingyan. He was just trying to deceive her. Hearing this, Mu Qing's face turned pale instantly, and her eyes showed panic. It's over. Su Lai now knows about her relationship with Qingyan. What should she do? Su Lai is not only the beast leader of the wolf tribe, but also a powerful 6th-rank beastman. Qingyan is only a 4th rank, no match for Su Lai at all. But right now, she didn't care about Qingyan's life or death. She was only worried about her own safety. Qingyan was just one of her lovers. There was also Ling Feng from the leopard tribe, Leiwa from the wild lion tribe, and Han Xiao from the snake tribe. All her lovers, and she had children with each of them. If Su Lai found out the full truth, he would definitely devour her alive. She was panicked and confused inside but forced herself to stay composed. She tried not to show any signs of weakness and absolutely refused to admit anything. Thinking this through, she looked up at Su Lai, pretending to be angry, and said, This is complete nonsense. Qingyan and I are innocent. We rarely speak to each other. How could it be like Ling Yi said?
He's slandering me. Slandering you? Julie sneered coldly.
Ling Yi had personally heard Mia call her Amu, and Mia was Qingyan's child. Could it be that Qingyan had been raising someone else's child all these years? Is that even possible? If it weren't her own child, who would raise someone else's child? Qingyan is a 4th-level orc, so his strength is quite good. He's not foolish enough to go become a scapegoat. Moreover, orcs can sense their bloodline, which helps them determine if someone is their kin. Thinking this, he stepped forward suddenly, reaching out to grab Mu Qing's chin, forcing her to look up at him. He sneered and said, Mu Qing, do you really think I'm stupid? Would I tell you this without solid proof? Mu Qing frowned slightly. The position made her uncomfortable and felt humiliating. Her chin hurt from his grip, but she dared not move and could only endure it. She avoided eye contact with Su Lai, tilting her head slightly, and said coldly, I said before, I have nothing to do with Qingyan. We are innocent.
Ha!
Su Lai let out a short, mocking laugh, with disdain in his eyes. He sneered, "You really think I won't see through you?" After speaking, he loosened his grip and stopped pinching her chin. He snapped his fingers. Soon, a tall orc entered. He had a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, a stern face, a long scar on his left cheek, and wore a beast hide around his waist and shoulders. This was Su Lai's personal guard, Ling. As soon as he entered, he sensed the tense atmosphere, especially seeing the gloomy expression on the leader's face, which made him nervous. He quickly knelt respectfully and said, "Greetings, leader." Su Lai didn't look at him but coldly ordered, "Go and call Lang Yi back. I have something to ask him." Lang Yi was investigating Muing and Qingyan's matters and was not here. "Yes, leader." Lang Yi respectfully responded, transforming into a tall gray wolf, and quickly left the stone house, disappearing into the night. Muing watched the scene, feeling anxious and confused. It's over. This time, it's really over. From Su Lai's attitude, it was clear he had the evidence. Now, he was just waiting for Lang Yi to return and confront her. She absolutely couldn't just wait and do nothing. She had to find a way to leave and seek help from her lovers. Whether it was going to the leopard tribe to find Ling Feng, the wild lion tribe to find Lei Hua, or visiting the snake tribe to see Han Xiao, she could survive well. She could also reunite with her other children. This old man, Su Lai, was not only old, but also not as handsome as her lovers. If he weren't good at hunting and strong enough to protect her, she would have already ended her relationship with him. Now that he had discovered her, there was no point in pretending anymore. Muing made up her mind and secretly planned how to ask her lovers for help. After she left, Qingyan, Mia, and Miao Yao would be treated by Su Lai. She couldn't care less anymore. Soon, Lang Yi returned with Lang Yi. When Lang Yi entered the stone house, he felt the tense atmosphere inside. Seeing the leader's gloomy face and Muing's obvious nervousness, he immediately understood what had happened. He quickly stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said, "Greetings, leader." Su Lai looked at him without wasting words and asked coldly, "How did the investigation go? Is Mia Yao also the daughter of Muing and Qingyan?" He asked directly in front of Muing, without hiding anything. Muing's face turned pale, and she looked angry and panicked. That old man really knew everything and secretly sent Lang Yi to investigate her. Feeling the coldness radiating from the leader, Lang Yi lowered his head even more and respectfully said, "Yes, leader, Mia Yao is indeed the daughter of Muing and Qingyan. I also found out that Muing and Qingyan got together 20 years ago. Mia Yao and Mi Yao are their secret children." These pieces of information were hard-won by him. He even captured Muing's grandmother, who is Mia Yao and Mi Yao's grandmother, to ask and threaten her, which confirmed Mia Yao's identity. Su Lai's face turned ashen, like a cold wind blowing through, making the surrounding temperature drop several degrees. He suddenly turned his head sharply to Muing, his eyes as cold as a blade. "Muing, do you have anything to say?" Muing was completely panicked and knew that arguing further was useless. She looked at Su Lai and begged, "Su Lai, listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Between Qingyan and me." "Shut up." Su Lai interrupted her coldly, looking at her with icy eyes, as if he were looking at a dead person. "Muing, do you really think I am a fool? Even now, you think you can still lie your way out?" After speaking, he suddenly grabbed Muing's chin, forcing her to look up at him. His words came out slowly, like they were squeezed from between his teeth. "I, Su Lai, have been wise all my life, yet I am played by a worthless woman like you. It's laughable." Thinking about the love and trust he had given Muing over the past 20 years, only to find out she had betrayed him and even cheated on him, bearing a child with another man, he felt disgusted and furious. He even wanted to strangle her right then. But he didn't do it. Killing Muing outright would be too easy on her. He wanted this worthless woman to wish she were dead but be unable to die, so she would understand the consequences of betraying him. Thinking this, he released Muing's chin and roughly threw her to the ground. He coldly said, Take this worthless female away. Lock her in the dungeon. No one is allowed to visit without my permission. He thought of Qing Yan and continued, additionally, break Qing Yan's legs and drive him out of the wolf tribe. He actually wanted to kill Qing Yan, but since Qing Yan was a tribe member, doing so would seem cruel and cause trouble among others. So he abandoned that idea. Even so, Qing Yan's future wouldn't be much better. Without the tribe's protection, a beast man is like a stray animal. Unless they have strong power, survival is difficult. Especially with a broken leg, in a dangerous beast world, they are almost certain to die, either eaten by fierce beasts or in other deadly situations. He didn't blame Mia and Miao. To him, conflicts among elders shouldn't be taken out on children. Mostly, females are precious and naturally stay in the tribe to reproduce. When Mu Qing heard Su Lai's order, her face turned pale instantly, and her eyes filled with despair. Being locked in the dungeon, with its dark and gloomy life, made her feel terrified just thinking about it. Moreover, with Su Lai's methods, she would definitely not have a good time in the dungeon. The guards are strict, and even if she managed to inform Ling Feng, Lei Wu, Han Xiao, and others to rescue her, sneaking into the dungeon unnoticed would be very difficult. And to be taken away under Su Lai's watchful eye?
Impossible.
She was anxious and looked at Su Lai, begging, Su Lai, I know I was wrong.
Please give me a chance.
I promise I will never betray you again. I will stay obediently in the stone house and go nowhere else. Staying in the stone house is better than being in the dungeon. The guards aren't as strict, and rescuing her would be easier. Then she could go to the leopard tribe, the wild lion tribe, or even the snake tribe. Anyway, the most important thing now is to leave this place. Su Lai looked at her coldly, sneering, You should be grateful you're my partner, Su Lai. If you were with another female, you wouldn't be locked in the dungeon but thrown into the dark cave. The dark cave is where tribe females who make big mistakes are kept. The environment is cold and damp, stuffy and unventilated. The smell is terrible, naturally. They only get half a piece of meat each day, not enough to eat but not enough to starve. They can't go out casually. They are the lowest-ranked females in the tribe, the public females. As long as the tribe's unpartnered orcs, regardless of age, are adults, they can go to the dark cave to vent their feelings. Because they are females who have made mistakes, the tribe's orcs treat them without mercy, acting on their own wishes. Weak or sick females who enter there usually don't survive long. The outcome is death, dying in the most humiliating and dirty way. Females capable of bearing children are a bit better. If they give birth to an orc's child, that orc might share some meat with them for the sake of the offspring. But that's all. It's impossible for them to leave and live elsewhere. Females who have made mistakes in the tribe cannot go out without the chief's order. Their ending is just as tragic. They might at least get to eat enough. When Muqing heard the words dark cave, her body instantly stiffened, and deep fear appeared in her eyes. Though she is not very old, she has already passed the age of reproduction. If she were thrown into the dark cave, the result would be very grim. Ling Feng and the others would surely dislike her, and maybe they wouldn't even come to rescue her. If that happened, life would be worse than death. Her face turned pale, trembling and shivering. She just looked at Su Lai without saying anything extra. Soon, Wolf Air came in and took her away. She was locked in the Wolf Tribe's prison. Su Xia didn't know what was happening over there. She was now standing in front of the stove, staring at the deer meat in the pot. Seeing that the meat was almost cooked, she poked it with chopsticks, feeling it was very tender. She tasted it and found it quite good, then turned off the fire and took out the deer meat one by one. She divided the meat into wooden bowls, 8 in total, made by Mo Lin, Yunju, Xuanming, and others just now. There were also 6 wooden trays, 2 soup bowls, and 6 spoons along with many pairs of chopsticks. They looked much better and were easier to use than the ones she carved from branches before. Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming had been waiting eagerly nearby. When they saw her put the deer meat into the wooden bowls, their eyes lit up instantly. Without waiting for Su Xia to speak, they each carried their bowls to eat. They showed no politeness at all. She shook her head with a smile and didn't mind. She also poured herself a small half-bowl to eat. She had already drunk quite a bit of bone broth earlier and also had pig kidney soup in the afternoon. This small half-bowl was already her limit. If it weren't for the soup not filling her up and the fear of being hungry at night, she wouldn't even dare to eat this much. Her current weight was just too heavy. With what she ate today, she didn't know how long it would take to lose it. Sigh. In the end of the world, she was often hungry and had to face zombies every day, which was very stressful. Naturally, she couldn't gain weight. I can't understand the pain of people trying to lose weight, but now I have tasted it myself, and it really doesn't feel good. Especially when delicious food is in front of me, it becomes even harder. Xuanming thinks that if it weren't for the system, with her current body, she might never be able to lose weight. Yes, this deer meat is really good, fresh, tender, and melts in your mouth. The flavor is just amazing. She squints her eyes, looking very satisfied as she eats. She is someone who can eat while dieting, it's her style. It's no wonder she can't lose weight. Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming eat without raising their heads, almost swallowing their tongues. They have never tasted such delicious food. It's simply too tasty. Especially the broth, fresh and fragrant, really delicious. They never knew that Xuanming's cooking skills could be so good. Although she's a bit awkward, her cooking is really impressive. Looking at her, they don't find her so annoying anymore. It would be great if they could come over and eat for free in the future. This is what the three of them are thinking at this moment. Mouths full of flavor, devouring the food quickly, yet they look very graceful and pleasing to the eye. Mostly because she's handsome, which makes her look good no matter how you look at her.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host. Mo Lin's favorability has skyrocketed. It is now 0, reaching neutral. Reward: 1 weight loss pill.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host. Yunju's favorability has skyrocketed. It is now 0, reaching neutral. Reward: 1 whitening pill.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host. Xuanming's favorability has skyrocketed. It is now 0, reaching neutral. Reward: 100 packs of anti-sanitary pads from the system. Xuanming was happily eating when suddenly she heard a series of system notifications and froze in surprise. After reacting, she was overjoyed. She remembered that last time she checked the favorability, Mo Lin was at -30, Yunju at -50, and Xuanming at -20. And now it had quickly risen to 0? It was truly unexpected and incredibly exciting. Could her cooking really be that good? Good enough to make the 3 beast husbands, who originally disliked her, suddenly like her? Indeed, winning a man's heart starts with winning his stomach. Although they are now indifferent, at least they don't dislike her anymore. That's a good start. Especially the system's rewards, they hit right at her heart. The weight loss pill and whitening pill are okay, she can endure being ugly. But not having sanitary pads, she simply cannot stand it. Although female nature is animalistic, once a female becomes human, she still gets her period every month, just like humans. In the backward beast world, there are no sanitary pads. When females have their period here, they just let it flow naturally. Wherever they go, it flows. Until the period ends. Use leaves to wipe as much as possible. Even the original owner does the same. Xuanming's mouth twitched sharply. The scene was so beautiful she couldn't imagine it. She remembers that in a few days, her body will have her period, and these 100 packs of sanitary pads are just in time. There are also weight loss pills and whitening pills, which seem tailor-made as rewards for her. Even after losing 30 pounds last time, she still weighs 263 pounds, still quite overweight. With the weight loss pills, she can return to a normal weight and surprise everyone. The whitening pills are also good. Every night before her shower, she uses her powers to detox, which has made her skin lighter than before, but her natural skin tone is still dark. Detoxing mainly improves skin issues, but can't make her as white as she wants. With the whitening pills, she could become a fair and slim fairy. Do weight loss pills and whitening pills work instantly, or do they take some time to show effects? Xuanming asked the system internally. If they worked instantly, she would need to think about how to take them, If she suddenly became white and thin, it would be hard to explain. Of course, they work instantly, the system answered without hesitation. It seemed to know her concerns and suggested, if you're worried about attracting suspicion, you can split the pills and take a little at a time. The effects won't be so obvious. Only after taking all the pills will the full effect appear. Your suggestion makes sense. She nodded slightly, planning to follow the system's advice. Host, since the 3 beast husbands are present, I can't give out the rewards directly. I will store them in the system backpack for you to check later, the system added. Xuanming raised an eyebrow. She had never known about this system backpack before. It sounded pretty good, convenient for hiding things. She didn't check immediately, mainly because Mo Lin and the others were present. They had been chatting with the system for so long that it was inconvenient to keep staring. She decided to wait until they left to check it out slowly. She ended the conversation with the system and saw that Mo Lin, Yunju, Xuanming, and others had already finished eating the deer meat in their bowls, with no broth left. Then she got up to serve herself from the pot, filling bowl after bowl. She had already eaten a large pot of soup earlier, but she wasn't worried about getting full. Xuanming knew that beast men had big appetites. The stronger they were, the bigger their hunger. It wasn't that they truly needed so much food, but their bodies needed the energy from it. Higher-level prey contained more energy. For example, saber-toothed tiger, silver fire dragon, golden-headed lion, snow leopard, large one-horned rhinoceros, Bengal tiger, Kodiak brown bear, and so on. These high-level prey, a piece of meat the size of a palm, is enough to feed them. However, such high-level prey are usually very strong. Without great strength, they can't hunt, and might even become the other's food. Reindeer are just ordinary wild animals, with not much energy. But their meat is tender, and they have good blood and vitality, which makes them popular among the tribe's females. Of course, she also likes them. Just as she was about to put a piece of reindeer meat into her mouth, Yunxiang hurried over, running and shouting, "Xuanming, something bad happened. Your mother is in trouble." Xuanming was startled by her loud voice and saw her rushing straight to her. She almost dropped the wooden bowl in her hand, but managed to hold it in time. "What? My mother is in trouble? What happened?" She placed the bowl on the stove and looked at Yunxiang, asking anxiously. Actually, she guessed something was wrong. She probably guessed that what she said this afternoon to Su Lai had some effect. After she left, Su Lai must have sent beast men to check Muing. It seems they found out about Muing and Xingyan's affair. Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming listened while eating, eager to know what happened to her mother. Not only women are curious, men are too. Yunxiang took a few deep breaths before saying, "I don't know the details. I only heard that your mother was having an affair with the beast man Xingyan from the tribe. Mia and Miao are also their children. I don't know how the leader found out. He was furious and threw your mother into the dungeon. Xingyan was also beaten and had his leg broken. Now he's being driven out of the wolf tribe. The whole tribe is in an uproar. Even the priest and shaman came out. Mia and Miao cried and begged the leader. It's very chaotic outside."
Chu Youyou sighed silently.
What was destined to happen would happen. Muing's current situation was her own fault. "Let's go and see." She looked at Yunxiang and said, then stood up and left the cave. No matter what, Muing was the original owner's mother. Now that she was in trouble, it would be wrong not to go and take a look. Yunxiang saw her about to leave and quickly held her back. "You better not go. The leader is angry now. Whoever goes will be unlucky." Mia and Miao just went to beg the leader and were scolded heavily. Their beast husbands were also criticized. "You should stay out of it." She sincerely cared for Xuanming, so she warned her. Xuanming knew it was kindness, so she smiled at her and said, "Don't worry, I will just take a quick look from afar. I won't go closer." After speaking, she freed herself from the other's hold, then stepped away. Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming looked at each other, then all put down their bowls and followed. Yunxiang, feeling helpless, had no choice but to quicken her pace and follow Xuanming. The group quickly arrived at an open space in the tribe. By now, it was crowded with curious orcs who were talking and pointing at each other. Honestly, I didn't expect Mu Qing to betray the leader so early and have 2 daughters with Qing Yan. The leader loved her so much, but she's so shameless.
Exactly.
Though females can have multiple mates, they need the main mate's approval. If Mu Qing liked Qing Yan, she could have told the leader. The leader probably wouldn't have objected. But sneaking around and having 2 children, that's going too far.
Yeah.
The leader is such a strong orc, with enough food and a good position. He's no worse than Qing Yan. Mu Qing must be out of her mind. Su Xia and her group pushed through the crowd and stood at the edge. Because it was night, it was dark, with only torches burning in the middle, so visibility was poor. Through the gaps, she saw Mia and Miao kneeling on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to Su Lai, begging and crying, even bleeding from their foreheads. Mia was crying sincerely, her eyes red, tears streaming down her face, looking very distressed. Miao also begged and cried, but it seemed a bit fake, with tears forced out. Su Xia also saw Miao struggling to cry and secretly pinched her own thigh. She grimaced at the pain. Miao was really fighting hard to stay alive. Nearby, a middle-aged orc, about 40 years old, was lying down. Though older, he still looked handsome. His face was pale, with his left lower leg bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. It was Qing Yan. Su Lai's face was cold. He seemed to ignore Mia and Miao's pleas, showing no emotion. Next to them, the priest and shaman looked at each other, unsure how to advise or intervene. They really shouldn't get involved in such matters. Just as the scene fell into a deadlock, Su Xia suddenly felt a cold, sharp gaze on her. She turned her head and saw Ling standing nearby, arms crossed, with silver eyes flickering in the firelight, staring intently at her. Their eyes met. Su Xia smiled slightly at him, as a way of greeting. Ling looked at her bright smile and her increasingly less noticeable buck teeth, with a faint sparkle in her eyes. He didn't give her a cold look, just nodded slightly in response. Su Xia was a bit surprised, not expecting this dog man to respond to her. She had made him so angry during the day that his dislike level had reached the maximum. At night, she didn't give him any deer meat, thinking he would continue to dislike her. But since he responded to her, it was a good start. Thinking about the remaining deer meat in the stone pot, she wondered if she should send him some later. After all, she was the one trying to win him over. If she didn't give in, he wouldn't either. How long could they keep fighting like this? Someone had to be the first to lower their pride. It was a bit embarrassing. "Leader, please spare my father. I beg you." Mia's forehead was bloodied from the constant knocking, looking very miserable. She cried painfully while begging for mercy. Miao Yao didn't have much affection for Qing Yan, her father, but to avoid blame and not cause trouble for herself, she also begged. Ling watched as the sisters kept kowtowing and even hurt themselves, feeling very distressed. He looked at Su Lai, wanting to speak up for them several times, but he had just been scolded harshly by the leader, so he dared not speak now. He stood silently on the side. Mia and Miao Yao's other beast husbands looked the same, wanting to speak but afraid. Even if they felt pity, they could only stand there helplessly. Other tribesmen and females in the tribe seemed indifferent, acting as if they didn't care. Although they sympathized with Mia and Miao Yao, they dared not speak out. Everyone could see that the leader was angry now. Anyone who stepped forward would be unlucky. As for Mu Qing, who was imprisoned in the dungeon, and Qing Yan, who had broken his leg and was about to be expelled from the tribe, their fates were deserved. Of course, some secretly admired Qing Yan. Females were rare and precious, but he wasn't the only one, so there was no point in risking himself for Mu Qing. Wasn't that just asking for death? Trying to compete with the leader for females required real skill. Now that he had a broken leg and was expelled, it was his own fault. Su Lai looked at Mia and Miao Yao, who kept begging, with a tired expression and coldly said, "Enough. This has nothing to do with you sisters. I won't take out my anger on you. Things were the same before, and are the same now." Then he turned his gaze to Qing Yan and said with disgust, "As for Qing Yan, immediately banish him from the wolf tribe." He is no longer a member of the tribe. No beast man is allowed to support him. If anyone is caught helping him, they will face the same punishment. His last words were spoken to the orcs present, with a tone that was sharp and harsh. The orcs listening were all tense, silently looking at Qin Yan, with sympathy in their eyes. Breaking a leg and being expelled from the wolf tribe, and not allowed to receive help, it's clear that the leader wants Qin Yan to die. But this can also be understood. Although females are precious in the beast world and can have multiple mates, that is only with mutual consent. Deceiving and secretly having children over 20 years is a completely different matter. It's like treating people as fools, especially when dealing with a highly respected and powerful leader. This is absolutely unacceptable. Yiling looked at Qin Yan, who was on the ground with a broken leg and unable to move, with a calm expression, not speaking. But inwardly, he thought Qin Yan deserved it. If it had been him, not only would his leg be broken, but he would also be expelled from the tribe, whipped, or skinned. Those would be minor punishments. Mo Lin, Yunju, Baiqi, and Xuanming, who were present, shared similar thoughts with Yiling. Su Xia also watched quietly, without speaking. Mia saw that she wouldn't be blamed, and felt relieved. But when she thought about her father's broken leg, being expelled from the wolf tribe, and the leader not allowing them to help, she was overwhelmed with sadness again. Leader, my father is old and has a broken leg. If he's expelled from the wolf tribe and we're not allowed to help him, he will die, she cried loudly, very emotional. Qin Yan had loved her since she was young and treated her very well, so naturally she had feelings for him. Miao saw that the leader wouldn't blame her, so she finally relaxed. But to avoid being called cold and unkind, she also pleaded for Qin Yan, like Mia. Su Lai's brow furrowed, and a hint of impatience flashed across his face. He looked coldly at the two and said in a deep voice, "What? You want to leave the wolf tribe with him?" His voice was icy, with a hint of threat. Don't think that because she's a female, he won't punish her. If she angers him, he could throw them into the dark cave, and they would still be useful for the tribe's reproduction. Mia's face changed. She dared not continue begging, covering her mouth and silently crying. Miao was so scared she immediately fell to the ground, trembling and not daring to speak. They all regretted it now, wishing they hadn't spoken up. Just now, they almost got themselves into trouble. Su Lai looked at the two, who weren't pleading, and finally looked a bit better. He raised his hand and beckoned to the nearby orcs. Soon, two tall orcs stepped forward and dragged Qin Yan away. It was clear they were going to throw him out of the wolf tribe. Qin Yan didn't resist, letting himself be dragged away by the two orcs. He stared tightly at Su Lai, a look of crazy mockery on his face. He laughed loudly and said, "Su Lai, you were so wise in the past, but you probably never expected I've been wearing this green hat for so long. Ha ha, Mu Qing never loved you. She only wanted your status and strength. The person she truly loved was me. You are just a pitiful fool. You probably don't even know that most of the prey you hunted, the animal skins and treasures you got, were mostly sent to me and our two children. You've been making wedding clothes for us, being toyed with in the palm of our hands."
Ha ha ha.
Anyway, he was doomed. Might as well indulge himself wildly before death. He showed no concern for Mia and Miao being involved. These words were like a sharp knife stabbing straight into Su Lai's heart. His face instantly turned pale, and his aura burst out completely. His eyes, cold and sharp like blades, shot fiercely at Qin Yan, as if he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Most of his belongings were managed by Mu Qing. He didn't know exactly how much there was. This was his trust in his partner, believing Mu Qing could take good care of his assets. But unexpectedly, that vile woman secretly took them to support her lover and her illegitimate child. Being played and deceived like this, how could Su Lai not be angry? But out of respect for the leader's face and dignity, he did not attack Qin Yan directly. Qin Yan was already doomed anyway, so why dirty his own hands? Thinking this way, he felt much better. The surrounding orcs and females were stunned, staring with wide eyes. Once they reacted, they started discussing loudly. Is Qingyan crazy? Sticking it to the leader like that, does he not fear the leader will kill him? Who knows what he's thinking? Maybe he knows he won't survive, so he wants to go wild before he dies, to give the leader a thrill. TSK, he's really stupid. He's having fun, but has he thought about Mia and Miao? The leader just let them go. Qingyan's actions might drag them into trouble.
Exactly.
Qingyan is really no good. The two sisters just begged for him, even knocking their heads.
Phew.
Su Xia was also stunned, her gaze fixed on Qingyan, who had been dragged away by two orcs, looking crazy. She felt extremely speechless. Is he an idiot? Or has his brain short-circuited? At this moment, provoking Su Lai was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. She looked at Mia and Miao, who had already been frightened silly, with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Having such a father was enough. It might be better if he didn't exist. Bang! Qingyan was kicked violently by Su Mu and flew far away, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his face instantly turned pale. Father won't attack you to save face. If that's the case, I, as his son, will do it instead. Su Mu stepped forward, looking down at Qingyan, who was struggling to get up. He stomped Qingyan's chest, pressing his toes forcefully, with a cruel smile on his face. Qingyan let out a miserable cry. He felt as if a giant stone was crushing his chest, causing such pain he nearly fainted. He angrily stared at Su Mu, wishing he could transform into a wolf and bite him fiercely, his eyes full of hatred and resentment. What are you? Do you think you're worthy of insulting father?
Su Mu said coldly.
Seeing Qingyan's furious and hateful expression, his cruel smile grew wider, and he pressed his foot down even harder. Qingyan felt his chest pain worsening, and he was extremely uncomfortable, as if his heart was about to be crushed. He let out a piercing scream, his face turning pale from the pain, trembling all over. What are you trying to do? Qingyan, under his foot, felt sharp pain in his chest. He could sense his ribs breaking and his heart almost being crushed. His eyes were filled with terror. There was no longer the madness and pride from before, only fear and regret. He had only spoken recklessly earlier, wanting to discuss Su Lai and vent his anger. He thought Su Lai, as the leader, wouldn't lower himself to attack him to save face. But unexpectedly, Su Mu stepped forward to act on Su Lai's behalf. What do I want to do? What do you think? Su Mu's lips curled into a cruel, bloodthirsty smile, and he pressed his foot down even harder. Qingyan's screams continued as he felt his heart might truly explode. The pain twisted his face, and he trembled uncontrollably. Mia and Miao, the two sisters nearby, had already been frightened into silence. They crawled on the ground, trembling, not daring to lift their heads, afraid Su Mu might come over and hit or kick them. Although they cared about Qingyan, they were more afraid of being involved. Miao, who was already indifferent to Qingyan, didn't dare speak now. She could only watch helplessly as Qingyan suffered and cried, tears streaming down her face. Thinking of Qingyan's past kindness, she couldn't bear to see him like this. Unable to speak, she desperately signaled to her 7 beast husbands with her eyes, though her gestures were subtle. Wolf Fong saw Mia desperately trying to signal him. There was nothing he didn't understand, but he also didn't dare to step forward now. He looked up at the sky, down at the ground, left and right, but refused to look at Mia. The other 6 beast husbands were similar. At this moment, anyone who stepped forward would be asking for trouble. Although the leader wouldn't say anything, he would definitely remember this later, which could cause problems for them. As for whether Mia would be angry, they had no way to know, only hoping to find a way to comfort her later. Mia watched the attitude of the 7 beast husbands with anger, her face turning pale with frustration, cursing silently. Good for nothing. She no longer relied on them. The female animals around were also very frightened, stepping back several paces to avoid getting caught in the trouble. Some timid females even covered their eyes, afraid to look. The priest and the shaman exchanged glances, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew they shouldn't interfere in this matter.
Chu Youyou frowned.
Although Su Mu was acting out of anger for his father, after today, it might leave a cruel impression and harm his reputation. Su Mu was his father's only son and, according to the rules, would be the next leader of the wolf tribe. But this was not certain. It depended on his strength and the support of the tribe members. If his strength was not enough and he lacked support, it would be hard for him to become the next leader. She wanted to speak up to remind him but was afraid Su Lai would misunderstand, so she didn't say anything. Yiling looked at Su Mu with a serious expression, lost in thought. Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xuanming also had different thoughts, only they knew what they were thinking. Su Mu, I know I was wrong. Please let me go, or give me a quick death. Qingyan couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy. Instead of being tortured to death, it was better to end it quickly with one. Su Mu paused, slightly leaning forward, looking at him with a half-smile. Let you go? Or give you a quick death? Weren't you just so tough a moment ago?
What?
Are you scared now? Qingyan looked at the cold smile on his face, trembling inside, and hurriedly said, I was just talking bravely. I regret it now, really.
Huh.
Su Mu sneered coldly, increasing the force under his feet, his voice icy. Since that's the case, as you wish. With that, he suddenly exerted force, and there was a loud bang. Qingyan's heart was completely crushed, blood spurted from his mouth, his face turned even paler, and the light in his eyes quickly faded. He stared with wide eyes at Su Mu, unwilling to close his eyes in death. Su Mu watched him die, and then withdrew his foot, looking down at his body with a cold gaze. He dared to deceive his father, wear a green hat on his father, and shamelessly use his father's things. He truly sought death. The surrounding orcs looked at Qingyan's body, all silent and trembling, not daring to breathe. Their eyes also carried a hint of respect when they looked at Su Lai. The leader's son seemed even more ruthless than the leader, though he lacked strength. But Su Mu was still young and had great potential to grow. Mia looked at Qingyan's body, unable to hold back tears, but she dared not cry out loud. She covered her mouth and sniffled quietly. Although Miao didn't have deep feelings for Qingyan, he was still her father. Even though he had been unkind to her as a child, watching him die painfully before her was very upsetting. She genuinely shed a few tears. She couldn't understand why her father, whose strength was not much less than the leader's, dared to do such a thing. Throw the body out of the tribe, Su Mu said calmly. He stepped forward and stood in front of Su Lai. Immediately, an orc came forward, dragging Qingyan's body away, disappearing into the night. Su Lai looked deeply at his son but said nothing. He had always trusted the son but was not very satisfied with him. Because of the outstanding young people like Ying, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xuanming, he was naturally disappointed in his son in comparison. However, today's actions were quite in line with his wishes, almost giving him relief. So, it was not bad. His son truly was his son. Father, what about AM? And she, Su Mu, unsure of what Su Lai was thinking, tentatively asked. Although AM had done something wrong to his father, he didn't want his father to kill her. After all, she was his mother. When Su Lai heard this, his face instantly darkened, and his aura grew cold. Whenever he thought of Mu Qing, he remembered what she had done and wished he could rush to the dungeon and strangle her. Stop mentioning that vile woman to me. He coldly left those words and turned to leave. Su Mu watched his father's back and immediately understood that his father wouldn't let AM go easily. He felt very conflicted. Su Xiu saw Su Lai's attitude and knew he hated Mu Qing deeply. She probably wouldn't pass this test easily. But maybe not entirely. Besides Qingyan, Mu Qing also had several lovers in other tribes. If her guess was correct, Mu Qing would definitely try to inform those lovers to come and rescue her. She wanted to remind Su Lai, but thought about Mu Qing, who was the mother of this body. Even if she hadn't been kind to the original owner, there was no need to be harsh or kill her. It might be better to let Mu Qing leave the wolf tribe and live somewhere else. If she left, she could also have peace and quiet. However, her father might get even angrier if that happened. Xia sighed quietly, feeling conflicted and unsure whether to remind him. She didn't want to stay here any longer and was about to go back. Suddenly, Bai Qi approached her, his eyes gentle as he softly comforted her. Are you okay? Seeing her look troubled earlier, he thought Mu Qing hadn't been kind to her but was her mother and that she might feel upset about what happened. So he came over to comfort her. She looked up at Bai Qi and met his kind eyes. If she didn't know his affection level was 0, she might think he liked her. She smiled slightly. I'm fine. She had already known about it and had secretly warned Su Lai, which was why he checked.
She wasn't upset about that.
She also wouldn't plead for Mu Qing. Seeing that she didn't seem upset, Bai Qi relaxed a little and said, That's good. Xia looked at him, feeling a little moved but didn't show it. She smiled, thank you. No matter his purpose, he came to comfort her, so she should thank him. Don't mention it. After all, you're my partner, Bai Qi said softly, looking at her with gentle eyes and a serious expression. Her smile deepened. You're right. Whether Bai Qi liked her or not, they were partners and legally married. Being overly polite might seem distant. But this also showed that Bai Qi's opinion of her was changing. If it had been the original owner, Bai Qi would never say such words and would rather hide away. Bai Qi looked at her smiling face and felt a subtle change in his heart. Maybe it was just his imagination, or because it was too dark at night. He felt that her lips looked smaller and her buck teeth weren't as obvious. She looked much prettier than before. He gave a faint smile and said softly, I'll take you back. Xia was surprised. She didn't expect this man to offer to take her home voluntarily. She smiled happily and didn't refuse, okay. This was a good chance to build a relationship with the third male lead. Only a fool would refuse. The two left together, disappearing into the night. The tribe's beastmen and females saw them walking together, all looking surprised. Su Shi's reputation was very bad in the past. Even though she has changed a lot recently, awakened her special power, and improved herself, people still can't forget their first impression of her. She was lazy, greedy, ugly, mean, and overly flirtatious, truly one of the worst among the tribe. If her father weren't the leader, she might have been expelled long ago. Everyone knew how much Bai Qi disliked Su Shi before, but he had to take care of her because of his responsibilities. Now, seeing the two walking together, he looked strong and handsome, while she was not too ugly, and she didn't look so mismatched anymore. Especially Su Youyou, who no longer had that disgusting fat around her waist. Her prominent teeth were less obvious, and her mouth was smaller, making her look much better. Overall, she still looked quite a bit heavier than other females. Su Youyou didn't know what these beastmen were thinking, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. Ling watched their figures walking away side by side, his brows furrowed deeply, eyes dark and thoughtful, but he soon looked away and turned to leave. Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming also noticed Su Youyou and Bai Qi leaving together, their expressions showing some surprise. But they didn't say anything and each went back to their caves to rest. Meanwhile, Su Youyou and Bai Qi walked side by side on the way back, the evening mist casting a mysterious glow over their figures. Bai Qi was a gentle and refined male, his words and actions showing calm confidence. This was very different from the beast men she had met before. Bai Qi, did you dislike me a lot before? She asked suddenly, glancing at the man beside her. She already knew the answer, but she still wanted to hear Bai Qi say it himself. Bai Qi was slightly stunned, surprised by her direct question. He paused for a moment before slowly replying, Yes, I really disliked you before. Your behavior was intolerable, but I don't dislike you anymore, right? She interrupted with a smile, looking at him kindly. Bai Qi nodded, a hint of admiration in his eyes. You've changed a lot recently. It's impressive. He paused again before continuing, I'm curious. How do you suddenly know so much? First, you awaken your power, then you wove baskets, identified poisonous and safe mushrooms, and now you can cook delicious food. Your personality has also improved a lot. You're completely different from the old you. He stopped walking and looked at her seriously, as if waiting for an answer. He had wanted to ask these things for a long time, but had never found the right moment. Seizing the opportunity, she blurted out her question all at once. Xia looked into his curious eyes, her gaze flickering slightly, and she stopped walking. After a moment of thought, she lied casually, "My awakening of special powers was purely accidental. Even I don't understand how it happened. About 3 days ago, I had many strange dreams. The skills I have were all taught to me by an old man with a white beard in my dreams." An old man with a white beard? Bai Qi frowned, looking confused. She nodded slightly, her face serious, and said, "Yes, that old man said he is a beast god. When he saw I awaken my powers, he said I was talented and didn't want me to go astray. That's why he appeared in my dreams to teach me these things, so I could lead the tribe's beasts to a better life." She lied without blushing, looking calm, but inside, she was very nervous, afraid Bai Qi wouldn't believe her. Fortunately, in this world, people believe in beast gods, so her story didn't seem strange. Bai Qi listened and didn't show any suspicion. His gaze on her changed, now curious and inspecting. "So, the beast god himself appeared in your dreams to teach you?" Xia nodded seriously, trying to hide her smile. "Absolutely true." Worried Bai Qi might not believe her, she added, "If you don't believe it, go ask around and check." Her wood element powers came from the end of the world and had nothing to do with the beast god. It was all made up, but it was a good lie to fool Bai Qi. She wasn't worried about him checking. Where could he check? Travel back to the end of the world? That was impossible. Bai Qi didn't really plan to investigate. He didn't have the means to do so, and seeing her calm expression made him believe her a little. After all, it was unlikely for someone to suddenly know so much. The original Xia was lazy, greedy, mischievous, and knew nothing. It was impossible for her to understand all this. The only explanation was that the beast god had appeared in her dreams, giving her this knowledge. Thinking this, he felt at ease. "Well, then, it's your good fortune." He smiled faintly, not bothering to pursue the matter further. Xia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she had the beast god story. Without it, she wouldn't have a good explanation. She looked at Bai Qi, a smile appearing on her face as she tentatively asked, "Bai Qi, do you like me now?" Bai Qi seemed surprised by her question, pausing for a moment. Seeing her nervous yet hopeful eyes, he hesitated, unable to bring himself to say the rejection he was about to. Especially when thinking about her recent changes, she has become not only more diligent but also smarter and more caring, understanding how to think of others. He was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Your recent changes are really impressive and eye-opening." Before he could finish, Xia interrupted, "So, are you saying you like the new me?" Bai Qi. Seeing her smiling face, he twitched his mouth in frustration, feeling a bit speechless. He didn't think he said that, did he? Xia didn't care whether he said it or not. She took it as a yes and smiled even more brightly. "If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your approval." Bai Qi. His mouth twitched even more, showing a complicated expression. He opened his mouth to say something but, seeing her bright smile, he ultimately said nothing. Forget it, as long as she's happy. The two quickly arrived at Xia's cave. Bai Qi stopped and looked at her gently, softly saying, "You should go inside and rest early." She nodded slightly, a smile appearing on her face. "Okay, I'll go in now. You should also go back and rest early." After speaking, she turned to go inside. Thinking of something, she paused, looked back at Bai Qi, and asked, "By the way, there's a little bit of deer meat in the pot, cooked for dinner. It tastes pretty good, but it might not be hot anymore. Do you want to have some?" Bai Qi had already smelled the fragrant aroma of meat floating in the air all afternoon, making his taste buds tingle. Hearing her say that, he nodded almost without thinking, sure. Feeling a bit embarrassed afterward, as if he was too eager, he hesitated. Xia naturally didn't mind, and smiled warmly. "Then wait for me a moment. I'll go in and serve some for you." Bai Qi nodded and watched her go inside. Soon she came out again, holding a wooden bowl filled with deer meat, cut into pieces, with bright red broth and some green leaves floating on top, the aroma irresistible. Although he had already eaten leftover pig intestines and some roasted meat at noon, he wasn't hungry now, but looking at the deer meat in front of him, he couldn't help but swallow. He reached out to take it and said softly, "Thank you." Xia looked at him with a half-smile. "We are partners, no need to be so polite. Isn't that what you said?" There was only one bowl left in the pot, originally meant to be sent to Ling to ease their relationship. Now that Bai Qi was here, and bringing it to him, it was just right. Bai Qi didn't know what she was thinking, shook his head with a light laugh. "You're right. I shouldn't have said that." The two of them exchanged a few more words, then he turned around and carried the deer meat back. Soon after Xia returned to the cave, she heard the system's voice. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Bai Qi's favorability has increased by 5 points, now at 5. Keep up the good work." Hearing the system, her eyes lit up with surprise. Although 5 points isn't much, it's a positive start. Host, currently Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Yunju, and Xuanming all have their favorability levels in the indifferent zone. Only the male lead, Ling, remains. As long as his favorability is no longer negative and reaches the indifferent stage, you can unlock a side quest. Completing this side quest will give you rewards. Please try to win over Ling as soon as possible. The system's voice continued, with a hint of temptation. She raised an eyebrow at this, a look of surprise crossing her face. Winning over 5 beast husbands is a main task, but she had never heard of side quests before. The dog system hadn't told her about this before. It only said she needed to win over 5 beast husbands, and each stage would grant a reward. Maybe it was just her imagination, but she felt like the system was setting a trap, waiting for her to fall in. Despite that thought, she decided to give it a try. After all, the system's rewards were quite generous. Xia didn't know that the side quests were actually a big trap. Once she jumped in, she wouldn't be able to get out. But that's a story for later. Right now, her main focus was how to win over Ling and make his favorability reach the indifferent stage so she could unlock the side quest. She planned to find Ling first thing tomorrow morning to boost her presence. She cleaned the stone pot thoroughly and washed the dishes. Then she took a clean beast skin skirt from her backpack and left the cave, heading to the river to bathe. Before leaving, she made sure to bring her bath lotion. It was a gift from her beginner's pack, a vintage-style wooden bottle, 1,000 milliliters. She used it every night, but only a little at a time as there was no place to buy more. She still had more than half a bottle left. Holding the beast skin skirt and the lotion, she felt good as she headed to the river. Along the way, she couldn't help but hear the sounds of the tribe's beastmen and females mating, Haishio sounds that made her blush and heartbeat quicken. No matter which dark corner she turned to, she would hear such noises. Passionate and free, anytime and anywhere. She grimaced slightly, but having been in this beast world for a while, she was somewhat immune to these sounds now. It wasn't as embarrassing as when she first heard them. She just thought they were singing. The night was hazy, the moonlight like water. She moved lightly, humming a tune as she went. She arrived by the river and looked around. Seeing no one, she confidently took off her animal hide skirt, leaving only her close-fitting undergarment made from animal hide. She barefoot stepped into the cool water. The river was clear and shallow, with moonlight reflecting on the surface, creating sparkling waves that were very beautiful. Xia sat on a flat stone, squeezed some body wash into her palm, and began to wash slowly. The foam was delicate and rich, with a light fragrance, making it especially tempting on this quiet night. She was happily washing when suddenly she heard footsteps approaching. She was startled and quickly turned her head to look. A tall figure stepped out of the darkness, with silver eyes shining under the moonlight. It was Nightwing, of course. He only wore an animal hide skirt around his waist, with a strong upper body exposed, muscles smooth and powerful, radiating masculinity. The moonlight made him look like he was covered in silver, incredibly attractive. Xia was surprised to see the man suddenly appear. She accidentally touched the body wash on the nearby stone, which immediately fell into the water. She was alarmed and bent down to retrieve it, worried that if the bottle floated away, she wouldn't be able to find it again. Although she reacted quickly, the bottle floated away even faster. Anxious, she didn't think much and stepped into the river, her plump body splashing as she reached out to grab the wooden bottle. From Nightwing's perspective, her actions showed a different scene. Under the moonlight, she was wearing a tight undergarment made of animal hide, with a style he had never seen before. The clothing clung to her body, outlining her full figure, making her look irresistibly attractive. Although she was still quite overweight, the disgusting fat around her waist was gone, replaced by some curves. This made her chest and hips appear even larger, to an astonishing degree. Especially when she bent over and splashed, her flesh seemed to jump out. Nightwing's throat moved as he swallowed hard, his eyes deep. He felt his whole body boiling with heat. He had to admit, this overweight woman had indeed lost weight, and her figure seemed to have become more feminine. But then he thought of something and quickly looked away, his face darkening. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the restless feeling inside him. Xuanming was focused on the bottle of body wash and didn't notice his strange expression. Seeing the wooden bottle of shower gel drifting farther away, she became frantic. She flailed a few more times, but realized she couldn't reach it. It was too far. If she kept struggling, she would just tire herself out. Worse, she seemed to be cramping and couldn't move her legs or arms. Xuanming thought to herself that this was bad. She didn't want to drown in this river so soon after crossing over. Thinking this, she stopped struggling, relaxed her body, and floated on the water, letting the current carry her. Fortunately, she knew how to swim, so she wasn't panicked. She waited patiently for her legs and arms to recover. Ling stood on the shore, watching her suddenly go quiet and lie on the water, drifting downstream without any movement. He frowned, feeling a bad premonition rise in his heart. Could she be drowning? He kept his eyes fixed on her, worried. Seeing that she really hadn't moved, his brow furrowed even more. Without hesitation, he jumped into the river and swam toward her. Xuanming was waiting for her limbs to recover when she suddenly saw a tall figure swimming toward her. She turned her head slightly and recognized Ling, feeling stunned. What was he coming for? Could it be that this man thought she was drowning and was coming to save her? Is that possible? This man probably wanted her to drown. Before she could think further, Ling had already reached her. He slipped his hands under her armpits and lifted her out of the water.
Hey you.
She was instantly stunned, almost losing her breath. Wasn't this man supposed to dislike her intensely? The number 100 flashed brightly, almost blinding her eyes.
What was going on now?
Oh, my shower gel. Xuanming remembered something and struggled to get down from his hold. Ling looked at the chubby woman struggling in his arms, his handsome face darkening. This female, she was about to drown and still thinking about her stuff. Don't move. He growled low, his brow furrowing, his expression and tone showing impatience. At this moment, she couldn't care less if he was angry or not. Seeing the shower gel being washed away by the river, she was anxious. Quick, put me down. My shower gel is about to float away. She shouted loudly, pointing at the wooden bottle that was disappearing from her sight. Ling followed her finger and saw the wooden bottle drifting on the river, getting farther and farther away. He clenched his jaw tightly. This chubby woman was risking everything just for a bottle? It looked strange and useless, yet she treasured it so much. Be quiet. He glared at her, his voice sharp and threatening. Xuanming couldn't listen at all. Her eyes were only on the soon-to-be-lost shower gel. Suddenly, she remembered something.
Huh?
I can use my special power to bring the shower gel back? Oh no. Why am I so stupid? I got so panicked. She angrily patted her head, then thought of something. A vine from her palm flew out quickly and wrapped around the floating shower gel. She pulled it back and threw it onto the shore. She sighed in relief and smiled happily.
Huh.
My power is reliable. I finally got it back. Ling watched her, sometimes anxious, sometimes happy, looking like a fool. He was very speechless. This fat woman, does she have a problem in her head? A broken bottle, and she's so happy about it? He looked at her with disgust. Seeing she seemed to regain her strength, he naturally let go of her. Suddenly, she plopped into the water. She flailed her limbs randomly and accidentally swallowed a few mouthfuls of water.
Ah!
Yelling, "You threw me into the water." She surfaced, glaring angrily at him and shouting loudly. Water droplets slid down her face, and she didn't bother to wipe them. Right now, she just wanted to strangle this dog man. He saved her, and he also let go of her. Does this dog man have a brain problem? Ling looked at her distorted, angry face. His mouth twitched slightly, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. This fat woman was already ugly, and she looked even uglier now. He kindly saved her, but she didn't thank him and even bit back. It was simply unreasonable. Don't you have legs? He sneered coldly, with a mocking expression. His words implied that she couldn't walk herself and needed him to carry her. Hearing this, Su Xia's face darkened further. This dogman's mouth was really poisonous. She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and swam toward the shore. Forget it. A good woman doesn't fight with a man. No, a good female doesn't fight with a male. Moreover, she didn't have the strength to argue with him now. She thought she would deal with this dog man later. Thinking this, she swam faster. Fortunately, the river wasn't deep. Though she was fat, she could swim, and it wasn't hard for her to reach the shore. She pushed herself up with both hands, climbed out with a bit of effort, and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Ling cast a deep glance at her and then went downstream to wash. He didn't want to stay with this fat woman, lest he get infected with her stupidity. Su Xia saw him go downstream to wash and secretly rolled her eyes. How much did he dislike her that he specifically went downstream to wash? She felt speechless and had no desire to argue with him. After all, being disliked was not new to her. After resting for a while and feeling a bit stronger, she stood up and went to pick up her shower gel. Looking at the small wooden bottle in her hand, she smiled happily. Luckily, it's not broken. She muttered to herself, placing it carefully with her animal skin skirt. Thinking she hadn't finished her bath, she re-entered the river, standing in the water with it just covering her chest. Using the river water as cover, Su Xia took off her underwear and began to wash. She looked at the river surface, then at Ling downstream, who was already bathing, and a meaningful smile appeared on her face. She took her underwear out of the water and deliberately said loudly, "Wow, this river water is so clear and clean. It's perfect for washing my underwear, and now I won't need to wash them tomorrow." After speaking, she turned toward the dogman and began to wash her underwear leisurely. Ling, bating donstrem. Although he didn't understand what underwear and bras were, a glance told him they were the small clothes she changed out of, worn on those special parts. His movements froze, and his face darkened instantly. Is this fat woman doing it on purpose? Knowing she was bathing downstream, she still deliberately washed those things upstream. A flash of anger crossed Ling's silver eyes, but he felt helpless. This river wasn't his, and he couldn't just chase the fat woman away because of this. While washing, Su Xia secretly watched Ling's reaction downstream. Seeing him turn around, his back facing her, but his movements stiffening, she held back her laughter. She deliberately waved her underwear in her hand, ignoring whether he saw or not, and loudly said, "Wow, it's so clean and fragrant." Ling's back stiffened noticeably, and his face grew darker. This fat woman was getting more and more unreasonable. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and decided to ignore her. Su Xia fought back her laughter and started humming again, this time a cheerful and lyrical tune popular in the apocalypse. Ling had never heard it before and found it very unfamiliar, but he thought it sounded pretty good. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at her, surprised. When did this fat woman learn to sing? And she sings quite well. But her behavior was really annoying. Ding, congratulations to the host. Ling's favorability has increased by 20. Current score, -80. Keep working hard. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Su Xia's mind. She listened to the voice and was instantly stunned. She was so disgusting and mean to the dog man, yet her favorability score still increased. She blinked, feeling a small joy in her heart. Could it be that the dog man liked this kind of behavior? Does that mean she found a way to win over this dog man? If so, it would be effortless, like finding a treasure without any trouble. Thinking this, her smile grew wider, and she completely abandoned her shyness, starting to act crazy. As long as she could lower the dog's dislike level, she wouldn't mind running by the river. After all, it was dark at night, and no one could see her. Of course, this was impossible. She glanced at the dog man downstream, whose washing of his underwear became more exaggerated. He even sang loudly, oh, wash, 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 oh.
Vash, vash, vash. MMOH. Vash, vash, vash.
She tried to hold back her laughter, feeling quite happy, and deliberately waved her underwear toward Ling. Her smug expression was really annoying. Ling, half submerged in the river, watched her proud and carefree look through the shimmering water and dark night, his face growing darker. This fat woman was really getting more and more daring. He knew she was deliberately making herself sick. And singing those bizarre lyrics, who came up with such strange words? Yet, strangely, they felt somewhat fitting. He twitched his mouth fiercely, shook his head quickly, and tried to dismiss this strange feeling from his mind. He thought, I must be crazy to think this fat woman's singing is pleasant. Then he sneered coldly, turned away, and stopped watching her act crazy.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Nightling's favorability has increased by 10 points. Currently, it is -70. Please continue to act crazy to raise the favorability to 0 and unlock the side quest. The system's voice sounded again, cheerful.
Chu Youyou's mouth twitched.
What kind of words were those? Continue to act crazy. Was it really necessary to embarrass herself? No matter what, it seemed effective on the dog man. Nightling, with his bossy and proud personality, needed to be dealt with using such disgusting methods. She felt she had found a way to win over the dog man. Sure enough, she was too kind, using such a strange, disgusting approach. Oh well, she was a good person. Feeling quite happy, she didn't care if it was embarrassing or if she scared away the beast men by the river. Instead, he sang louder and more exaggeratedly, even changing the lyrics. Ling felt like there were 800 mosquitoes buzzing around his ears, humming non-stop. At first, he thought it sounded nice, but now it was just noise, and his face darkened like a pot. This fat woman was doing it on purpose, right? He grimaced as he came out of the water and went somewhere else to wash. He decided to stay away from this crazy woman. Su Xia saw him walk away and didn't care. She happily picked up her clean underwear and went ashore. Seeing no one around, she quickly hid behind a big rock and changed into a clean animal skin skirt. After changing, she washed the animal skin skirt she had left on the shore. Just as she was about to carry her things back, she saw the dogman come out of the river after bathing. Ling also saw her and paused in his steps. He thought Su Xia had left long ago, but she was still here. His face instantly darkened like a pot. That fat woman was really persistent. Are you waiting for me? He walked up to her and looked down at her as he asked. His expression was like someone owed him 800,000. Su Xia pouted. Of course, she wasn't waiting on purpose. She just took some time washing her animal skin skirt. Now, hearing his question, she thought for a moment and nodded, saying, Yes, I'm waiting to go back with you. Even though we don't live together, it's nice to walk part of the way with you. Ling frowned tightly, his dislike obvious on his face. This shameless fat woman was really straightforward. Waiting for me is useless. I won't mate with you. Get that idea out of your head. He looked at her coldly and said, Don't think he didn't know her thoughts. She just wanted to mate with him and take advantage of him. She was just a frog wanting to eat swan meat. Su Xia listened to his words and felt very speechless. Could this dogman be too confident? She wanted to mate with him? Did he think she was the original owner, willing to take the love potion just to sleep with this dogman? Just as she was about to mock him, her gaze fell on his particularly well-shaped 8-pack abs, and she swallowed her words. Cough. Although this dogman had a terrible personality, his figure was really good. In her past life, she had seen many handsome men, but few had a body as good as his. In her memory, only the man she met at the river last time, Xuanming, could compare. Of course, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, and Yunju were also not far behind. No wonder the original owner was so enchanted by a few beast husbands, drugging, spying, and doing everything possible. She is a normal woman who naturally likes beautiful things, but not as wildly as the original owner. Thinking about her recent outburst, she twitched her lips in frustration. She inexplicably felt like she was on the same level as the original owner. Ahem.
Who?
Who said they want to mate with you? Don't be so full of yourself. She snapped back to her senses, glared at him, then looked down, feeling strangely guilty. Her ears turned slightly red, revealing her little secret thoughts. Ling saw this scene, and his silver eyes showed surprise. Could this chubby woman be shy? That's really strange. He raised an eyebrow, his tone sharp. If not, then don't stand in the way. He coldly dropped the sentence, then stepped around her and walked away. His indifferent back seemed annoyed at having to say more. Xia watched him leave, pouting. This man is still as annoying as ever. She didn't mind much, holding her clean animal hide skirt, and happily walked back. Although he had just scolded her, she felt strangely good inside and hummed a little tune. No wonder. The man's favorability increased by 10 points again. Now it's at -60. Taking a bath and brushing off 40 points of favorability is good. She hopes to turn it positive soon and unlock a side quest. She happily thought, her steps becoming lighter, and she quickly returned to the cave. She hung the clean animal hides and underwear on a large stone outside to dry. Back inside the cave, it was dark, but the bright moonlight shone in, so she could see clearly. She went to the stone bed, laid out the blanket she stitched together from animal hides earlier. One side was fluffy, facing up, making it more comfortable to sleep on. There was also a double-sided quilt she made, ready to use as a blanket at night so she wouldn't be cold. Xia climbed onto the stone bed and found it warm and very comfortable, though she was a bit unaccustomed to sleeping without a pillow under her head. Thinking that she still had some animal hides in the cave, she planned to make a pillow tomorrow when she had free time, stuffing it with dry grass and sewing it all around with fish intestine thread. Xia lay on the stone bed, her mind drifting away. She remembered she hadn't checked her system backpack or rewards, and she didn't know what they looked like. She closed her eyes and silently thought, "Open system backpack." Suddenly, a game-like interface appeared in front of her, filled with many small grids. Most of the grids were empty, with only 3 containing items. The first box contains weight loss pills, with a quantity of 1 displayed below. The second box contains whitening pills, also showing a quantity of 1. The third box holds a system-produced sanitary pad, with a quantity of 100. Xia looked at the 3 items in her backpack and felt very happy. She couldn't wait to take out the weight loss and whitening pills. The weight loss pills are bright green and emit a faint, refreshing scent, like something that can cleanse the soul. The whitening pills are pure white, shining softly, giving a feeling of purity and cleanliness. Thinking about the system's advice, she split each pill into 3 parts and put 1 part in her mouth. She planned to take 1/3 every 7 days, dividing it into 3 doses. This way, the effects wouldn't be obvious all at once, and others wouldn't suspect anything. If she suddenly became whiter and thinner, it might be hard to explain. Small changes are easier for everyone to accept. She put the remaining weight loss and whitening pills back into her backpack. Now, the displayed quantity was 2/3, not just 1 pill. She then looked at the sanitary pad in the adjacent box, which showed an image of many pads. She gently clicked to select a quantity of 1 and confirmed to take it out. Instantly, a pack of sanitary pads dropped in front of her. Xia examined it and found it looked no different from the pads she saw in the apocalypse, with 30 pieces in a pack. 20 for daily use, 10 for overnight use, longer lasting, with wings for perfect coverage, preventing leaks no matter how she rolled. The scent was very pleasant, with a light, fresh fragrance. The outer packaging was a blue paper bag with no patterns or words. Xuanming took a quick look and then put it back into the system backpack. She could use it when her period came in a few days. That solved a big problem for her. Otherwise, she would have to use leaves to wipe, which was overwhelming to think about. Just as she was about to close her eyes and sleep, she suddenly remembered her teeth correction from yesterday. While bathing by the river at night, she had already noticed her prominent buck teeth were less obvious. Her mouth had also become smaller, and with her frequent use of her supernatural powers to detoxify, her acne and boils had disappeared long ago, leaving no scars. Her face looked much better than before. Although her eyes were still small, her nose flat, and her face round, her face now looked normal. Suddenly, she wanted to check if her data had changed. System, check personal data, she thought to herself. Okay, host, the system replied. Then, a transparent blue light screen appeared in front of Xuanming, displaying her information. Host, Xuanming, age, 16 charm, 45 appearance, 40 health, 75 weight, 210 gene, severely overweight, skill, wood element abilities, level 1, target and favorability, Yunju, -60, dislike, Mo Lin, 0, indifferent, Yunju, 0, indifferent by Qi, 5, indifferent, Xuanming, 0, indifferent. Xuanming quickly scanned her data and noticed all her stats had increased. Her charm rose by 10 points, from 35 to 45. Her appearance also increased by 10 points, along with a 5-point boost to health. Seeing her weight at 210 gene, she was stunned. She remembered last time it was 263 gene, right? She's been dieting but eating well, stewed soup and venison, yet she still lost 53 gene? Losing a pound or 2 or 3 or 4 would be normal, but losing 53 gene all at once. Xuanming frowned, thinking about the 1/3 of the weight loss pill she just took. Could that be the reason? The system said the pill works instantly, and she understood something. It seems taking 1/3 at a time was too much. Next time, she could take even less. She looked down at herself, using the moonlight shining through the hole, and found her arms and thighs had indeed slimmed down. She pinched her arm and noticed her muscles felt tighter, no longer loose and greasy like before. She also touched her chin and realized she could feel her neck. Before, her chin and neck were connected and indistinguishable, showing how effective the weight loss pill was. This was just 1/3 of the effect. Imagine if she took a whole pill, she might slim down like a flash of lightning. System, if I eat the whole weight loss pill, how much will I slim down? Xuanming couldn't help but ask. Being too thin wouldn't look good. Around 100 gene would be just right. The host, eating the entire weight loss pill will help you achieve your most perfect body shape, the system answered softly. She raised an eyebrow at this. The most perfect body shape? How much would that be in gene? Just as she was about to ask, the system's voice sounded again. Everyone's body is different. The most perfect body shape isn't fixed in a certain weight. The weight loss pill will adjust to the most suitable body shape based on the host's condition. The host can rest assured and take it. Hearing this, she felt a little more at ease. In her previous life, her weight stayed around 98 gene, neither too high nor too low, just right. But she didn't know what the perfect weight for her current body was. However, she didn't care exactly how many pounds she lost, as long as she looked normal. She reached out and pinched her face, noticing that the flesh on her cheeks had become much less, no longer chubby like before. The weight loss pill really worked very well. Not only did she lose weight, but her skin also became a shade whiter and smoother. Xuanming felt happy and continued to look down, focusing on her supernatural ability level. Seeing the level 1 indicator, she frowned deeply. Since coming here, she had been busy searching for supplies and improving her living conditions. In the evenings, she used some time to detox and sleep, leaving no time for practicing her supernatural ability, so it stayed at level 1. Thinking that it was still early, She decided to dismiss the page, sit cross-legged on the stone bed, and begin practicing her ability. In this beast world, spiritual energy was abundant, especially the wood element, which was very rich. Her training was very smooth, much easier than in the apocalypse. As she entered her training state, the surrounding wood spiritual energy flooded into her body, which she quickly absorbed and transformed into her own power. She didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, she felt a warm current flowing inside her, and her level 1 ability unexpectedly advanced to level 2. She was a little happy, surprised that she had broken through so quickly. Indeed, the spiritual energy in this beast world was plentiful. Raising her level in the apocalypse was extremely difficult, but here it was much easier. Of course, it wasn't easy, but it was definitely simpler than in the apocalypse. Feeling the fullness of the wood element ability inside her, she smiled happily. Reaching level 2 in her wood ability meant she was now equivalent to a level 2 beast person. However, her wood ability was mainly healing, so her attack power was weak. Even at level 2, her fighting strength was still poor. But that was okay, having healing abilities was enough. In this dangerous beast world, everyone could get injured at some point. As long as she was hurt, she could be useful. As her ability level increased, her healing power also grew stronger. She used to only treat minor external injuries, but now she could try to heal internal injuries or slightly more serious wounds. However, she was not a professional veterinarian. She didn't fully understand the anatomy of beast people, so she needed to explore what kinds of internal injuries she could treat. Anyway, upgrading her ability was a good thing. Xuanming felt quite happy and looked outside the cave, only to realize it was already dawn. She was surprised. Had she really practiced all night? Fortunately, she is a wood-type psychic, so even after a night without sleep, she remains energetic and does not feel tired. She gets out of bed, tidies herself up, and thinks about the reindeer that Mo Lin brought back yesterday. Last night, she only cooked about a third of it, and Mo Lin didn't take any. Most of it is still here. Luckily, the temperature at night is low, or it might have gone bad. She walks over to where the reindeer meat is placed, simply throws it on the ground, with a large leaf underneath as a mat. Xuanming leans in to smell it and finds there is no bad odor, and it still looks quite fresh. Carefully, she uses a bone knife to cut off a piece of the reindeer meat, then washes it clean in a wooden basin. She places it on a cutting board and slices it into even pieces. She also cuts some and green onions for later use, then starts a fire, placing a clay pot to stew. She adds some salt and a suitable amount of spices. The spices were collected earlier and help remove the fishy smell and enhance the aroma. Although different from the spices in the apocalypse, their effects are quite similar. The reindeer meat in the pot gradually becomes tender, and the aroma fills the air. Xuanming scoops some into a bowl and tastes it, finding the flavor quite good. The meat is very tender, and all the flavors have been absorbed, leaving a fragrant taste in her mouth. She eats a bowl, and there is still more than half in the pot. She considers whether to send a bowl to Ling, that dog man. Although she really dislikes him, he is her task target, and she needs to quickly reduce the -60 dislike points. Otherwise, she won't be able to unlock the side quest. Xuanming fills a bowl with plenty of reindeer meat and picks up a pair of chopsticks. Just as she is about to leave, she sees Xuanming carrying a strange door made of wood, bound with fine tendrils, looking odd. Part door, part something else. She suddenly understands. Xuanming mentioned last night that he was making something to block the cave entrance, so she figures out what it is. Xuanming walks over with the strange door, expressionless. But his gaze involuntarily drifts to the fragrant bowl of reindeer meat in her hands, and his throat unconsciously rolls. The reindeer meat he ate last night left a deep impression, and he's still craving it. That's why he got up early to make the door and eagerly brought it over. Seeing his gaze fixed on the bowl, Xuanming can't help but find it amusing. You're just in time. I just stewed a pot of reindeer meat. You probably haven't had breakfast yet, right? Come and eat some with me. I can't finish it alone anyway. She smiles warmly and invites him. She plans to take the bowl of reindeer meat into the cave and place it on the table, then turns to him and says, "What are you standing there for?"
Come over and eat.
The chopsticks are on the stove side. Help yourself. If only I could use a food strategy to win over 5 male leads, I wouldn't have to worry about gaining their favor. Cooking every day and doing laundry, wouldn't that be wonderful? Of course, that's just a thought. Most males in this beast world are very proud, so making them submit with food might be difficult. A few meals now and then are okay, but over time, it probably won't work. For now, I can try to improve things a little. Xuanming listened to her words, his throat moving as the aroma made his craving grow. He looked at Su Xia and saw her smiling happily, not looking as annoying as before. Maybe it was just his feeling, but she seemed thinner than yesterday and looked paler. He was curious but thought it was because of her wood-type healing ability. He placed a wooden board at the cave entrance, just the right size to block it. Satisfied, he nodded and went to the stove, casually picked up a pair of chopsticks, and sat down to eat inside the cave. The deer meat soaked up the soup, tender and flavorful, salty and delicious, truly tasty. He had eaten once last night and thought he wouldn't be surprised again today. But unexpectedly, the taste was just as good as before. Even better than yesterday. Seeing him enjoy the food, Su Xia felt happy too. As long as she could win a man's stomach, she wouldn't worry about winning his heart. Though she wasn't particularly interested in the hearts of these beast men, she would use them when needed to complete her task. She sat opposite Xuanming, propping her chin with one hand, smiling as she watched him eat quietly, not saying a word. There was a sense of satisfaction in feeding him. Honestly, Xuanming was very handsome, tough and full of masculinity, with a wild, fierce aura that was very attractive. His untamed and rugged appearance was very alluring, practically overflowing with hormones. Although she wasn't a beauty enthusiast, she naturally appreciated beautiful things. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Xuanming felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. He looked up at her, frowned, and asked if her eyes weren't so clear and innocent now, unlike before when she was more infatuated, and if she hadn't changed a lot recently, he probably wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Su Xia paused slightly, then shook her head with a smile. No, I just think you're very handsome. Xuanming was a bit stunned. He heard this kind of compliment almost every day. The females in the tribe often looked at him with admiration, especially the one sitting in front of him. She was the most infatuated and said it the most times. Every time he heard or saw her, it made him feel very annoyed, even disgusted. But this time, Xuanming surprisingly did not feel annoyed. His gaze fell on Su Xia's face, noticing her clear eyes and bright smile, unlike her usual infatuated and annoying appearance. He slightly curled his lips into a faint, almost unnoticed smile and asked, "Really? Then who do you think is more handsome, me Ling and Mo Lin by Qi or Yunju?" Su Xia found this amusing and thought to herself, here comes that familiar tricky question. She kept a calm expression and still smiled warmly, carefully considering before replying, "All 5 of you are very handsome, each with your own charm. You're all top-notch beauties of the tribe." Xuanming raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised by her answer. He thought she would say he was the most handsome, since she had said so before.
Oh.
Then tell me, what makes each of us special? He looked at her with interest, waiting to hear her words. Su Xia thought this man was quite playful. Not only did he ask such questions, but he also kept digging for details. She seriously replied, Ling has that commanding, bossy style, and Mo Lin is the cool, aloof type. Bai Qi is like warm sunshine, gentle and inviting, making people want to get close. Yunju is a calm, fairy-like handsome man.
And you.
She deliberately stretched her tone, watching Xuanming's gradually tense expression, feeling amused inside. Then she continued, you are like a wild wind on the grassland, free, unruly, full of strength and wild beauty. Xuanming was slightly taken aback. Although he didn't understand what bossy, cool, handsome man meant exactly, he got the general idea and thought her description was very fitting. It truly matched the personalities of the 5 of them. He looked deeply at Su Xia. Was she still the same lazy, greedy, clumsy, overly infatuated female he knew. It felt like she had completely changed from the inside out. But he actually liked this change very much.
Ding.
Congratulations, the host's favorability towards Xuanming has increased by 10. Current favorability, 10. Keep up the good work, host. At that moment, the system's voice rang in Su Xia's mind. She looked at Xuanming with surprise. Complimenting him a little and gaining favorability so easily, when did it become so simple? In the past, the original owner also praised this man many times, but the effect was the opposite, making her dislike him more and more, to the point of wanting to hit him. The original owner became very afraid of him and didn't dare to get close anymore. Xuanming didn't know what she was thinking. When he saw her looking at him with surprise, he felt curious. He reached out and touched his face, asking confusedly, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face?" Su Xia snapped out of her thoughts and quickly shook her head. "No, I just think you're really good looking." I was stunned for a moment. She was generous with her praise. Who doesn't like to hear kind words? Especially about the man in front of her, who was her target for winning over. So she praised him without holding back. After all, flattering someone costs nothing. Sure enough, she heard the system's voice ring out again.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Xuanming's favorability has increased by 5 points. Current favorability is 15 points. Please continue to maintain. A happy smile appeared on her face, making her even more certain that when trying to win over men, good words cost nothing. She looked at Xuanming and said with a bright smile, "Xuanming, have you noticed? You're really handsome. So handsome it's earth-shattering. No wonder so many women in the tribe like you." Xuanming's mouth twitched fiercely from her praise, and he looked at her with a strange expression. He remembered her last night at the river, waving her underwear around, singing strange songs to bother Ling. Although it happened last night, it had already spread throughout the tribe and naturally reached his ears. He suddenly understood something. His gaze on her became even stranger, thinking she was trying to mate with him, which was why she said those things. "Don't think that if you say nice things, I'll mate with you." Xuanming's eyes flicked over her face, deep and mysterious, and he said that inexplicable sentence. Su Xia almost choked on her own saliva when she heard him. How had she not noticed before? This man's way of thinking was so strange. She just praised him a few words, and it turned into talking about mating? Even though he was her target, she didn't have any such thoughts right now. Cough. Even if she did, she wouldn't show it so obviously, right? "You're talking nonsense. Who wants to mate with you?" She rolled her eyes at him irritably and said angrily. Feeling a bit speechless inside, she wondered why all these men were so narcissistic. Ling, that scoundrel last night, was the same, constantly talking about wanting to mate with her. Although the original owner had indeed wanted to mate with them before, but she wasn't the original owner anymore. Su Xia is truly angry now and no longer wants to talk to him. She stands up and leaves the cave, picks up 2 bowls from the stove, and scoops 2 full bowls of deer meat from the stone pot. One bowl is for Ling, and the other is for Mo Lin. Since Mo Lin caught the deer, it's only right to give him a bowl. And he's her target for her plan. As for that man Ling, it's just to increase her favorability with him. The system's reward is very tempting. Even if Ling is quite annoying, she has to face him and give him food. Even if he mocks her, she takes 2 pairs of chopsticks and walks out. When Xuanming sees her carrying the 2 bowls of deer meat and leaving, he looks puzzled and can't help asking, "Where are you going?" Her steps pause, and she replies without turning back, to deliver deer meat to Ling and Mo Lin. After saying that, she walks away with the food. Xuanming watches her back, his brow furrowing deeper. For some reason, a strange feeling of irritation rises in his heart. He frowns at her figure, feeling inexplicable. But he quickly recovers and continues to eat the deer meat in his bowl. No matter who Su Xia gives the deer meat to, none of it smells as good as the one in front of him. Unaware of Xuanming's thoughts, Su Xia walks toward the mountain top with the deer meat. Ling lives at the top of the mountain, facing the south gate. Mo Lin's cave is also there, but it's at the back, facing a steep cliff, with only a narrow path leading through. If she still had her original weight, climbing to the top would probably tire her out completely. Now that she's lost weight, she's much lighter. Although she's still a bit tired, she just considers it part of her weight loss. In her mind, she secretly plans, once she has her 5 beast husbands, one will give her shoulder massages, another will give her leg massages, and one will feed her grapes. The other 2 will go hunting. Thinking about this happy life, her frustration disappears. Before long, she reaches the top of the mountain and sees a huge tree with a canopy, like an umbrella, and thick branches. There's a very large cave under the tree. Although she's never been here before, she thinks this must be the place. Xuanming steps inside and finds no one there. Her expression darkens. Could she have come to the wrong place? But besides Ling and Mo Lin, no other beast men live here. Maybe they went out, and that's why they're not here now. She places one bowl of deer meat on a stone table inside the cave, which looks similar to the one her father used to have. She also sets down a pair of chopsticks and plans to look for Mo Lin in the back cave. Just as she's about to leave, she bumps into Ling coming back. Their eyes meet. Xuanming blinks, feeling a bit awkward.
I
brought you some roasted venison, freshly cooked. Please try it, she said softly, pointing at the venison on the stone table. Her expression was very unnatural. Ling looked down at her, his silver eyes showing some surprise. This chubby woman actually brought him food? It was like the sun was rising in the west. He looked in the direction she was pointing and saw a bowl of venison on the table. The meat was cut into even pieces, with a bright red broth and a tempting aroma. The smell had been drifting from yesterday noon until now. He had been craving it all day and night. Even eating grilled meat felt bland now. His throat moved as he involuntarily swallowed saliva. Just smelling the venison in front of him, he knew it would be delicious. Yiling's silver eyes flickered slightly as he looked at her face, with a curious expression. Are you sure this meat is safe to eat? No poison, right? He didn't believe this chubby woman would be so kind as to bring him food for no reason. After all, everyone in the tribe knew how much she disliked him. Xuanming's mouth twitched harshly when she heard him. Was her reputation really that low? She was kindly bringing him food, and he was suspecting her of poisoning? Eat if you want. Don't if you don't. She rolled her eyes and turned to the stone table, pretending to take the venison away. Ling smiled and quickly reached out to stop her. Since she brought it, there was no reason to take it back. He even snatched the other bowl she was holding. Seeing both bowls of venison taken from her, Xuanming was stunned. Isn't this dogman usually so proud? He's actually learned to food? Isn't that shameless? Where's his integrity? She realized what was happening and hurriedly said loudly, one of the bowls belongs to Mo Lin. You can't have both. Ling raised an eyebrow at her words, a half-smile on his face. Why give it to him? Didn't he already eat last night?
These are all mine.
After saying that, he carried the 2 bowls of venison to the stone table, sat down and started eating directly, with no intention of returning them. Xuanming's mouth twitched again, feeling speechless. This dogman still wants to eat alone? No, one bowl is yours, and the other belongs to Mo Lin. The reindeer was hunted by him yesterday. How can you eat it all? She reached out to try to grab one of the bowls. Ling casually pulled her aside, feeling the weight in his hand, and was instantly stunned. Why did this chubby woman feel lighter? He stared at her carefully, and only then noticed she had become thinner. Not only her arms and legs had slimmed down, but her neck was also more visible. Her once round face had become smaller, making her eyes look larger than yesterday. He frowned, thinking about how she looked quite plump by the river last night. How could she have lost so much weight overnight? Not only was she thinner, but her skin had also become fairer. Still, she looked better now, finally having a somewhat normal feminine appearance. Ling was surprised inside, but didn't show it. He sneered, just a reindeer, I'll hunt a fierce beast for you later. After saying this, he ignored her and started eating the venison with his chopsticks, savoring the flavor with his mouth full. so much so that he couldn't lift his head. Yesterday, he saw Bai Qi using chopsticks. He wasn't very used to it, but could manage to pick up food. As the venison entered his mouth, he felt it was tender and flavorful, bursting with freshness. It was so delicious, he almost wanted to swallow his tongue. The fat woman's cooking skills were quite good. No wonder Mo Lin and the others would work hard for a bite of food. If he could eat such tasty food every day, he wouldn't mind helping her out. Xia was pulled aside, feeling like a chick being carried, and she felt very annoyed. That dogman, so what if he was strong? But then, her expression turned strange. Although she had lost a lot of weight, she still weighed around 210 jin, yet she was effortlessly lifted aside. It seemed that the dogman's strength was extraordinary. She glared at him fiercely, but didn't try to back her food, planning to tell Mo Lin that her meal had been taken. As soon as she stepped out of Yiling's cave, she bumped into Mo Lin. Ouch, my nose. She covered her nose, tears welling up from the pain. Looking up, she saw it was Mo Lin. She scolded him with annoyance. Can't you walk quietly? You almost flattened my nose. His chest was hard like stone, really painful. Mo Lin smelled the aroma and didn't expect to meet her here. Seeing her holding her nose and crying made him feel a little guilty. But he said something quite rude. Your nose is already flat. A little more flat won't matter. Inside, he wondered why she looked even thinner and her skin seemed fairer. Hearing this, she nearly fainted from anger. That dogman, does he know how to talk? Although her nose was indeed flat, it wasn't meant to be insulted like that. If it got any flatter, it wouldn't look right at all. Xia rubbed her nose and glared at him fiercely, but she was too lazy to argue. She thought about the deer meat she had prepared for him being stolen by Ling, that shameless man, and said, Your deer meat was taken by Ling. Go, and ask him to give it back. She definitely wouldn't admit she wanted to see them fight. Both Ling and Mo Lin were at the peak of the 5th stage, almost at the 6th stage. She was really curious, who was stronger? Maybe she could also vent her frustration. So, she thought, never provoke a woman, especially a petty one. Mo Lin looked a bit stunned, as if he hadn't expected this. Why would Ling steal his deer meat? He could easily hunt his own, so why steal? Then he thought of something and looked at her with a strange expression. Did you give him the deer meat? Apart from that possibility, he couldn't understand why Ling would steal his deer meat. Yes, I cooked the deer meat and brought 2 bowls. I planned for each of you to have one, but Ling shamelessly took yours. Ling, who was happily eating, said. That fat woman dared to complain right in front of me. Her courage was getting bolder. He looked at Mo Lin with a teasing smile and said, The taste is pretty good. No wonder you work so hard for a bite to eat. Mo Lin frowned and looked at him displeasedly. Since you like it so much, you can have it all. With that, he turned to leave, showing no intention of fighting Ling for the food. 1 bowl of deer meat was already finished, and the other had been touched. It was definitely stained with Ling's saliva, which he found very disgusting, though he knew it was probably delicious. Xia watched Mo Lin's stern back and was completely stunned. He just left. He didn't even fight with Ling? She had imagined them fighting fiercely over the deer meat, but that scene never appeared. Instead, they just turned and walked away. A wave of disappointment washed over her. She looked back and glared fiercely at Ling. It was all that shameless man's fault. Ling felt her gaze and looked up, seeing her glaring at him fiercely, with a slight raise of his eyebrows. What was this fat woman glaring at him for? He curled his lips, a half smile on his face. Your cooking skills are good. From now on, you will prepare all my food. Of course, I will provide the prey. Xia's mouth twitched fiercely, annoyed by his scheming. Making her cook for him every day, what a nice idea. She rolled her eyes and said irritably, If you want to eat my food, either work for me or exchange something with me. No free meals. Nightling looked at her with a serious expression and suddenly smiled. Don't forget, you are my partner, and it's natural for you to make food for me. She almost laughed out of anger at this shameless man, sarcastically saying, Huh. Partner? Now you remember I'm your partner? You dislike the way I look so much that it's written all over your face. You even moved to the mountaintop just to avoid me, thinking I'm too fat, and that climbing up is too much trouble. Ling, I never knew you could be so shameless. Ling choked on her words, feeling a bit uncomfortable. This fat woman, how did her words become so sharp? He cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment and forced himself to say, "Wasn't that because I didn't understand you before? Besides, you were indeed fat, ugly, and silly back then. But now I see you've changed a lot. Not only are you thinner and fairer, but your temper has also improved, and you're smarter. Although she's still a bit overweight, she's much better now and doesn't look as ugly. And ignore that sharp tongue of hers." Xuanming was amused by his words. This shameless man really knew how to talk. Did he just say her temper had improved? Was that a compliment or an insult? She rolled her eyes and didn't bother to argue further, wasting her breath. This man was complimenting her, but wasn't he just trying to get her to cook for free? He wanted to treat her like a servant, no way. She turned around and left without hesitation. Ling watched her figure disappear, his brows furrowing. This fat woman. How dare she treat him like that? Her courage was getting bolder. He curled his lips into a cold smile but didn't care. Looking at the two empty wooden bowls on the stone table, he couldn't help but marvel. He never expected that this fat woman's cooking skills would be so good. Truly surprising. He touched his chin, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. This fat woman seemed to be becoming more interesting. Meanwhile, Xuanming was walking back along the road. Suddenly, a system voice sounded in her mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Ling's favorability has increased by 40 points. Currently, the favorability is -20. Keep working hard to reach neutral feelings as soon as possible. She froze in place, stunned. Did she hear that right? Just now, she was arguing with that shameless man, and his favorability shot up by 40 points? Did the shameless man have a brain malfunction? Was his thinking so strange? Thinking of the two bowls filled with venison, she suddenly understood something. No wonder everyone says that to win a man's heart, you first need to win his stomach. That saying was completely true. It seemed her cooking skills were really good. She had even managed to impress that shameless man. She was in a good mood and walked home more happily. When she returned to the cave, she found that Xuanming had already left. The dishes she had used were just left there, not washed. The man was really rude, acting like he was the boss. She muttered to herself, feeling a bit annoyed. She went to the stove and looked into the stone pot, only to see it was almost empty. She remembered leaving some food when she left, but now there was no soup left either. Xuanming's mouth twitched again, feeling too tired to complain. Luckily, she was in a good mood now and didn't want to bother with such small things. She quietly washed the dishes and scrubbed the pot clean. Then she saw the female members of the tribe come over to find her. Yunju and Muing were there. She immediately knew they came to learn how to weave baskets and identify mushrooms. Maybe they also wanted to learn cooking from her. However, Miao and Mia were not there. The secret about Qingyan and Mu Qing's affair had been exposed, and their father was furious. Qingyan was even beaten to death by her brother on the spot. The two sisters were busy grieving and handling the funeral, so they naturally wouldn't come over. Moreover, she didn't get along well with the two sisters. As she was thinking about these things, Yunju happily walked over and said, "Xia, are you at home? We came to find you earlier, but you weren't here, so we left first. We thought we'd come back later, but I didn't expect you to really be back." "Yes, I just went out and just got back." Xuanming looked at Yunju and smiled as she replied. She didn't mention that she had gone to the mountaintop to deliver deer meat to Ling, to avoid being secretly laughed at. Unbeknownst to her, the story of her last night's madness at the riverbank, where she acted strangely and disgusted Ling, had already spread throughout the tribe. The females present had all heard about it. Although they secretly mocked Xuanming, they didn't bring it up now. They were here to learn, not to cause trouble. If Xuanming got upset and refused to teach them how to weave baskets, identify mushrooms, or cook, what would happen? You said yesterday that you're willing to teach us how to weave baskets and identify mushrooms. Is that true? When can we start learning? Muing stepped forward shyly and asked first. Maybe it was her imagination, but she felt that Xia looked much thinner and paler than yesterday. Even her buck teeth didn't seem as obvious. But she didn't ask about it. Right now, she just wanted to learn. Especially about weaving baskets and cooking, those were the most practical skills. Xia glanced at Xuanming and then looked at the females present. Seeing everyone looking at her with anticipation, she smiled lightly. It's true. I can teach you how to weave baskets right now. We also need to go into the forest to find vines, and I can show you how to identify mushrooms at the same time. That's great. Thank you, Xia, Xuanming said happily, feeling relieved. Although Xia had promised to teach everyone before, no one knew if she might change her mind. Now that she agreed, everyone was very pleased. Yunxiang and the other females also felt happy and kept talking excitedly. Hey, Xia, I noticed you've lost some weight again, and your skin looks much fairer. Your teeth seem normal now too.
Wow. How did you do it?
I'm so jealous. Yesterday, you didn't look like this at all, Yunxiang said, leaning in to look her over. Xia's features were plain, she was not tall, and she was a bit chubby, so her looks weren't very attractive. But compared to her old self, she looked much better. Now, she even looked a bit whiter and taller than Yunxiang. Yes, Xia, you've really changed a lot. Not only do you look prettier, but you also seem smarter.
You know so much now, someone else said.
That's right. You look much better now. Even your teeth are less prominent, so they don't stand out so much, another added. Oh, Xia, how did you do it? I really envy you. I want to become whiter and thinner too. Is there a secret?
Someone asked.
The females around were chatting excitedly, all looking at her with envy. In the past, Xia was lazy and not pretty, and her personality wasn't likable. Even though she was the daughter of the leader, people looked down on her a little. Some even secretly spoke badly of her or excluded her, especially because she had a powerful father and 5 top mates, which made others very jealous. But now, they gathered around her as if nothing had changed. They wanted to learn what she knew and also find out how she became so fair and slim. Even her prominent teeth had disappeared. Xia simply smiled faintly. She understood what these females were like. The only ones who were genuinely kind were Yunxiang and Xuanming. Everyone stopped joking. I don't have any secret. I just lost weight. I was so fat before, with my features all squished together, so I looked naturally ugly. She glanced at the females present, smiled, and continued, as for my skin turning whiter, you all know I awakened a special ability. My power is a wood-based healing ability. Every night before I sleep, I use my power to detoxify myself. Maybe the toxins in my body are being expelled, which makes my skin look clearer and whiter. Her explanation was partly true and partly false, but she wasn't wrong. Her wood-type ability does have some effect. The females present looked surprised and thought her words made sense. She used to be very fat, with a face full of flesh, and her features were squished together, making her look naturally unattractive. Plus, her face was covered in pimples and boils, making her look even uglier. Now, she has become more delicate and fair, and she has lost weight, so she looks much better. As for her teeth, everyone also attributed their condition to her wood-based healing ability. They only knew that Xia's ability was wood-type, but they didn't realize it was also a healing ability. A wood-type healing ability. Wasn't that similar to a tribal shaman's power? Xia, since your ability is a wood-type healing power, does that mean you can also heal injuries? Xuanming was the first to react, her eyes shining as she looked at Xia and asked. Yunxiang and the other females also turned their attention to her. If Xia really could heal injuries, then in the future, everyone with problems might come to her for help. But they knew that tribal shamans were very busy. Unless injuries were severe or someone held a high status, they wouldn't usually use their abilities lightly. Most of the time, they would just glance at you, gather some herbs, and let you treat yourself.
Chu Youyou frowned slightly.
Her ability could indeed heal wounds, but if everyone started coming to her with minor issues, she wouldn't be able to handle it. She thought for a moment and said, "My ability does have self-healing powers, but I just awakened it, and my rank isn't high yet. I can only treat simple injuries and only a limited number of times." Everyone listened and understood. Xu Xia's ability had only recently awakened, and her rank was low, so her limited healing capacity was normal. Moreover, even a shaman who has awakened their ability for decades can only treat relatively serious injuries and problems. They can't bring people back from the dead. Xu Xia had just awakened her ability, so she could only heal minor wounds, but that was already very rare. A few females secretly rolled their eyes, thinking she was bragging, but they didn't say it aloud. They chatted for a while longer, and then went together to the nearby Moonlight Forest. Moonlight Forest is near the tribe. To keep the tribe's orc members safe, large wild beasts inside have long been cleared out, leaving only some animals that are not very dangerous. Female members of the tribe sometimes go to the forest to gather supplies. They often go in and out without much risk. A group of people walk and talk happily, all centered around Xu Xia, chatting cheerfully and flattering her. Mia stands at the cave entrance, watching from afar as the tribe's females gather around Xu Xia, smiling and chatting. Her expression is cold and jealous. In recent days, she and Miao Yao have been dealing with the aftermath of Qing Yan's death. They simply dug a good spot, buried the body to prevent wild animals from digging it up and eating it. They placed some weapons and jewelry that her father used when he was alive as burial items, filled the grave with soil, and marked it with a stone. That was all. Now Mia looks at how the tribe's females are surrounded by Xu Xia, feeling insanely jealous. She is the most beautiful female in the tribe. These females should be around her. Xu Xia, this despicable female, is just the daughter of the leader. She looks so ugly but has 5 top-level beast husbands and has awakened special abilities. Now she looks much better and knows many things. It makes Mia crazy with envy. No, she absolutely cannot let this despicable female continue to be so proud. Thinking of this, Mia's expression turns colder, with a hint of resentment. She snorts coldly and turns back to the cave. She needs to think carefully about how to make this despicable female lose everything she is now. It would be best to make her ugly again, so Ling and Mo Lin, the 5 top-level orcs, would dislike her and pursue Mia instead. Lost in thought, Mia begins to imagine. She imagines Ling, Mo Lin by Qi, Qingzhu, and Xuanming, all top-level orcs, kneeling before her, looking at her with deep affection, saying they like her, love her, and want to mate with her. She would proudly enjoy all of this, choosing whom to indulge in each night.
Ha ha ha.
Thinking of this, Mia laughs happily, feeling very free and joyful. At this moment, Langya walks over. Seeing her so happily smiling, he feels confused. Qing Yan just died, brutally killed in front of the entire tribe by Su Mu, suffering a tragic death. As her daughter, shouldn't Mia be very sad? Why is she smiling so happily? Mia, why are you laughing so happily? Langya stops in front of her, staring at her with a puzzled look, asking. Mia's laughter suddenly stopped. Her smile vanished instantly. Her expression turned cold as she looked away and coldly asked, "What do you want?" Just thinking about Qing Yan being cruelly killed in front of the entire tribe of beastmen by Su Mu made her furious. She had asked Langya for help, but he pretended not to see, which made her very angry. Even after several days, she still couldn't let go of her anger. Seeing her attitude, Langya understood the reason and felt helpless. But he couldn't be blamed for what happened. If he had dared to speak up for Qing Yan at that time, it wouldn't have helped, and he might have even been hated by the leader. He looked at Mia with a complicated expression and explained, "Mia, I am also very sad about what happened to your father. But I am powerless to change it. Your father did something that even a strong male can't tolerate, let alone the leader. You know the leader's temper. Back then, anyone who stepped forward wouldn't have a good outcome." Mia's face remained cold and indifferent, and she said disdainfully, "Langya, Do you think I believe your lies? You're just a coward who is afraid of trouble and only cares about saving your own skin. Saying you're powerless is just an excuse for yourself. After speaking, she didn't want to waste more words with Langya and simply walked past him and left. Langya watched her back as she left, opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Inside the dungeon, it was cold, dark, damp, and filled with a rotten, moldy, foul smell that was extremely unpleasant and made people gag. Muing was locked in the innermost cell, her hands tightly bound with flexible beast tendons. She was hanging from a wooden frame, barely able to touch the ground with her toes. Her hair was messy, her face pale, her eyes hollow. Her once delicate beast skin dress was now torn and covered with dust and bloodstains. In just a few days, she had endured torture, whipping, bone needle, water imprisonment. She looked like neither human nor ghost. She desperately wanted to ask Ling Feng, Levo, Han Xiao, and others for help. But the guards of the dungeon were strict and airtight, and no one could pass her any message. Mia, that unfeeling girl, hadn't come to see her either. She felt betrayed, remembering how she had been so kind to Mia before, secretly giving her all her good things and defending her. She really is heartless, Muing cursed angrily. Thinking of Xia, her face grew even more grim. She had always suspected that this despicable woman was the one who betrayed her. It had to be her. It must have been her who told Su Lai about this. Otherwise, how could Su Lai, who had kept the secret for over 20 years, suddenly suspect that she and Xing Yan were having an affair? Muing did not know how Xia discovered this matter, but she did not bother to hide her resentment and curses. Her mouth kept spewing harsh words and curses, without stopping. She completely forgot that Xia was also her own daughter. At this moment, Su Lai appeared outside the cell with a cold expression. Listening to the curses and insults about Yuer, his face grew even colder. He ordered the beast men to open the door of the cell and stepped inside. He looked at Muing with icy eyes, and seeing her miserable state, there was no sympathy or pity in his eyes, only intense anger and disgust. In the past few days, he had uncovered many things. It turned out that this vile woman had more than one lover. Ling Feng from the leopard tribe, Leiwa from the wild lion tribe, and Han Xiao from the snake tribe all secretly had dealings with her. Even more, this vile woman had given birth to 2 children for each of them. He had been kept in the dark about all this until Wolf, the son of the wolf tribe, investigated carefully. Just thinking about sharing his partner with other beast men made Su Lai want to strangle Muing. He stepped forward and grabbed her chin tightly, sneering, "How does it feel these days?" Muing was forced to look up at him, her eyes full of hatred and anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "Su Lai, you old fool, if you know what's good for you, release me quickly. Otherwise, when my other lovers find out and attack together, the wolf tribe will be finished." She wasn't afraid for Su Lai to learn the full truth. The torture over these days made her realize that Su Lai would never let her go. Su Lai looked at her with mockery and sneered, "Your lovers? Are you talking about Ling Feng, Leiwa, and Han Xiao? Just a few 4th-rank beastmen with average strength and status. Do they even have the ability to attack the wolf tribe? Moreover, the leaders of the leopard tribe, Tu Ci, the wild lion tribe, Li Yan, and the snake tribe, Feng Sun, all had good relations with him. What are these few lovers of this vile woman not daring to come? Even if they did, he could easily defeat them with a single hand." Muing's face changed suddenly, surprised that Su Lai would say such things. She didn't expect him to look down on Ling Feng and the others so much. She was angry inside, but couldn't argue back, because what Su Lai said was the truth. That's also why she initially chose to stay with Su Lai. He was the strongest and the leader of the wolf tribe. Following him meant better survival and no worries about freezing or starving in winter. As for why she betrayed Su Lai, it was simply because she was not willing to accept it. Why can other females in the tribe have multiple mates, but she can only cling to a tree and wait? She can't do it openly, so she secretly steals. She never expected that after 20 years of hiding, she would be seen by that wicked female Su Xia and secretly told to Su Lai. Thinking of this, she grits her teeth in hatred. She wishes she had never been born or had strangled that wicked female. Su Lai saw her changing expressions and finally saw her full of resentment and hatred. He understood what she was thinking and sneered inwardly. He tightened his grip on her chin and coldly said, "What? Not talking now?" Mu Qing's chin was pinched painfully, almost making her cry out, but she held back. Her expression grew more resentful, and she looked at Su Lai with hatred, wishing she could bite this old man to death. "Su Lai, you'd better pray you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will make you pay."
Ha!
Su Lai let out a short, cold laugh and sneered. "Fall into your hands? You don't deserve it." With that, he suddenly applied more force. There was a cracking sound as Mu Qing's jaw was directly broken.
Ah!
Mu Qing screamed in pain, her eyes full of terror. She looked at Su Lai in shock. She never expected this old man to break her jaw directly, nor did she expect him to be so ruthless. Although she had wronged Su Lai, they had been partners for over 20 years, and she had even given birth to 2 children for him. This beast was truly heartless and unfaithful, with a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. Seeing her terrified gaze, Su Lai sneered inwardly. She was so clueless about the situation and couldn't control her mouth. Why hadn't he noticed how stupid Mu Qing was before? He also felt he had been blind back then, choosing her as a partner. Now, thinking about it, it made him feel sick. "Just enjoy everything that comes next," Su Lai coldly said, then turned and left the cell. He didn't even spare her a glance. Mu Qing stared at Su Lai's back as he left, a fear she had never felt before rising in her heart. She knew very well that Su Lai had completely abandoned her. He even wanted to torment her to death. What should she do? Was she really going to die here? No, she didn't want to die.
She still wanted to live.
A strong desire to survive and deep resentment towards Su Lai appeared in her eyes. This old man, she would never let him go. And that wicked female Su Xia, she would never let her go either. When she got out, she would definitely kill these 2 wicked women. Su Xia didn't know what was happening in the dungeon, or that Mia was jealous of her. Today, she is with the female members of the tribe in the forest, looking for vines and teaching everyone how to identify mushrooms. Brightly colored mushrooms that look very beautiful are usually poisonous and should not be eaten, while those that look more ordinary and have dull colors are safe to eat. She holds up 2 types of mushrooms for comparison. One is brightly colored and looks very pretty, but is toxic. The other is dull colored and looks plain, but is edible. Yunxiang, Suehua, and the other females gather around to look. They listen carefully to her explanation and keep nodding while looking at the mushrooms in her hand. "Oh, I see. So, poisonous mushrooms are usually so brightly colored and beautiful?" Not always. Some poisonous mushrooms look similar to regular ones, but they have certain clear features, like this one. Su Xia glances at the female speaking and patiently explains the characteristics of each mushroom, including how to tell if they are poisonous or safe. Everyone listens carefully, worried about mistaking them and accidentally eating a poisonous mushroom. This is very important because it concerns everyone's safety, so they must be careful. From time to time, the females ask questions or show her mushrooms they have collected that she doesn't recognize. She patiently answers each question. Besides teaching how to identify mushrooms, she also shows them some edible wild vegetables and fruits, as well as special seasonings with unique functions, explaining their uses whenever she sees them. Alright, I think everyone now has a basic understanding of mushrooms. Next, I will teach you how to weave baskets. Su Xia claps her hands to get everyone's attention. Everyone gathers around, watching her closely so as not to miss any detail. They also listen carefully with their ears perked up. She bends down and starts searching the nearby bushes for suitable vines. After a while, she quickly finds some. She gently pulls out a vine and breaks off the root. Then she holds it up and shows everyone. First, we need to choose vines that are both tough and elastic. Look, baskets woven from such vines will be strong and durable. After speaking, She begins working on the vine, removing excess leaves and small branches, leaving only the smooth main stem. Why do we use vines to weave baskets? She continues explaining as she works. Because vines are very flexible and elastic, able to bear heavy loads. Baskets woven from them are breathable and durable. After finishing the vine whip, she found a nearby stone to sit on and loudly said, "Everyone watch carefully. I will demonstrate once. If you have questions later, feel free to ask me." She skillfully flicked her fingers, intertwining the vines to form a strong, round base. While weaving the basket, remember to keep the vines tight and neat. This will make the basket sturdy and good-looking. As she wove, she kept reminding everyone. The females present watched carefully, afraid to miss any detail. Qingzhu had just arrived at Moonlight Forest, intending to take a casual walk, but unexpectedly saw this scene. He hid behind a tree, quietly watching Su Xia with his bright green eyes and slightly raised eyebrows. Why does this chubby woman look thinner and whiter? Isn't she still a bit overweight? Yesterday, she looked quite fat and she wasn't this white. Even if she was losing weight by not eating or drinking, it wouldn't be this fast, right? Qingzhu wondered silently, but didn't go out to disturb her. Instead, he watched her quietly teach the females of the tribe how to weave baskets. Honestly, seeing Su Xia seriously teaching everyone how to weave baskets made her look more pleasing. Meanwhile, Su Xia patiently instructed everyone on weaving the baskets, unaware that Qingzhu was hiding nearby. As she wove, suddenly, a system notification sounded in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Qingzhu's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability is 10. Keep up the good work. She froze for a moment, blinking in confusion. Did that sharp-tongued guy have a sudden change of heart? Why did his favorability increase? Could he be secretly watching nearby? She looked around but didn't see Qingzhu's figure, feeling even more puzzled. Could she have guessed wrong? Is Qingzhu, that sharp-tongued guy, hiding nearby? She asked the system internally. Yes, host. He is currently hiding behind an ancient tree watching you, the system truthfully replied.
Chu Youyou's mouth twitched.
That sharp-tongued man was really secretly watching. But she didn't mind. She liked the idea of being watched. If it could help increase her favorability, that would be great. She ignored Qingzhu and continued teaching everyone how to weave baskets, explaining as she wove. Soon the basket took shape, looking very perfect. At least, much better than her first attempt. The females watching her skillfully woven basket all looked amazed. Yunxiang happily ran over, took the basket from her hand, and examined it closely. She exclaimed, "Wow, Xia, you're amazing. This basket is so beautifully woven and looks very sturdy. It must hold a lot of things." Suhua also came over, smiling and praising, "Xia, you're so clever. You thought of such a way to weave the basket. It will make gathering things much easier in the future." Other females nearby also smiled and nodded in agreement. Their previous disdain and contempt for Su Xia had turned into admiration and praise. She looked at everyone with a calm smile and said, "I never thought of these myself. It was the beast god who taught me in my dreams." This excuse had already convinced Bai Qi, who believed it completely. Now she was just repeating it again. In their world, they worshipped the beast god. Any unexplained thing could be blamed on the beast god, since no one could verify it. "Your beast god taught you?" Yunxiang paused, holding her basket, and looked at her in shock. She asked with doubt. Suhua didn't speak, but looked at her with the same surprise. The females present also showed expressions of disbelief and some awe. Hidden behind the big tree, Qingzhu was also stunned and accidentally peeled off a piece of bark. Faced with everyone's astonished gazes, Su Xia remained calm and nodded. "Yes, the beast god taught me. It was 3 days after I awakened my special power. The beast god said I have extraordinary talent, but I used to be too reckless. To prevent me from going astray, it taught me knowledge in my dreams, hoping I could help improve our tribe's life." Her explanation was perfect and reasonable. Yunxiang swallowed hard and looked at her with complex feelings.
So,
You can identify mushrooms, make delicious food, and teach us how to recognize edible plants. All of that was also taught by the beast god. Yes, if not for the guidance of the beast god in my dreams, how could I know so much? Su Xia blinked innocently, lying without shame. Everyone listening believed her confident answer. The females around looked at her with changed expressions, filled with a bit of awe. She was the only person in the wolf tribe besides the priest who had contact with the beast god.
Then,
What else did the beast god teach you in your dreams? Su Qin couldn't help but ask. Yunxiang and the other females were also very curious about this question, all eyes on her. Hidden in the shadows, Qingzhu also listened intently, ears perked up, eyes fixed on her. Many things like how to make tasty and storable food, how to build houses, and how to make clay pots. Su Xia said half-truthfully. These are the tasks she plans to do next. It's hard to burn clay bricks, but building a wooden house is no problem. Although wooden houses are not as sturdy as clay brick ones, they are still okay. Of course, if she can fire clay bricks, building with them would be better. How to do this exactly needs more research later. As for pottery, she needs to find clay, knead the clay, and then fire the pots. Oh, firing pottery also requires building a kiln. Suddenly, she realized she has many things to do. She can only take it step by step. The females present didn't know what she was thinking. They listened to her and showed longing expressions. Whether it's delicious food, stored food, or clay pots for houses, all are very precious and needed by the tribe. Everyone was curious. How did Su Xia make these things? All right, everyone stop staring. I just demonstrated how to weave a basket and explained it. I believe you all remember now. Go find some vine branches and weave as I showed.
I want to see who does it best.
She clapped her hands to remind everyone. The females snapped out of their thoughts and started looking for suitable vine branches nearby. If they didn't understand something, they asked Su Xia. Hiding behind the green bamboo, Qingzhu watched everything with a hint of surprise in her bright eyes. That fat woman really seems to have changed. Not only has she become thinner and fairer, but she also looks smarter and more capable, knowing many things others don't understand. Could it really be that the beast god taught her in her dreams? If not for the beast god's guidance, there would be no other explanation for her changes. Although this idea sounds far-fetched, she somehow found herself believing it.
Ding.
Qingzhu's favorability has increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 20. Please continue your efforts, host. At that moment, the system's voice rang in Su Xia's mind again. She paused slightly, subtly glancing around the big trees. She didn't see Qingzhu, but she knew the sharp-tongued man was nearby. For some reason, he was hiding and not coming out. But she didn't mind, let him hide. Perhaps the explanation from the beast god in her dream was heard by Qingzhu. Otherwise, her favorability wouldn't have increased for no reason. She was in a good mood. Seeing everyone busy finding vine branches to weave baskets, she couldn't help but check the favorability levels of a few beast husbands. Everyone, what are the current favorability levels of the beast husbands? She didn't bother opening the system interface and asked directly for convenience. The system quickly responded. Yiling's favorability is -20, Mo Lin's is 0, Bai Qi's is 5, Qingzhu's is 20, and Xuanming's is 15. Sun Shi's expression slightly twitched. It seems that the current favorite among the witty men is actually the most popular. Thinking about Yi Ling's -20, Mo Lin 0, she frowned slightly. It looks like she needs to quickly increase the favorability scores of these two men. Especially Yi Ling's, which must be raised to 0 as soon as possible. Not only can she get rewards, but she can also unlock side quests. Qingzhu didn't realize she had been noticed, nor did she know what she was thinking. She looked deeply at Sun Shiyu and quietly left without a sound. Meanwhile, over at the Tiger Wing tribe, things looked very different. Chu Youyou's days were not as good as she had imagined. She thought she was different from the local females and knew many modern things, so she would be highly sought after by beast men and females. But the reality was completely different. That Yunju, for some reason, looked beautiful and also knew a lot of modern knowledge. She initially wanted to teach everyone how to weave baskets to gain the tribe's approval. But Yunju seemed to have known in advance and was one step ahead, teaching everyone how to weave baskets first. She even found many edible foods and made various delicious dishes. This made the beastmen and females in the tribe admire Yunju greatly. Even the leader, shaman, and priestess praised her highly. They all believed Yunju had received guidance from the beast god. This made Chu Youyou feel very uncomfortable. Although she also created many things that didn't exist in this world and gained admiration from beastmen and females, everyone seemed to prefer Yunju, and she clearly felt much less loved. This was completely different from her expectation of being adored and worshipped by all the natives. She once suspected that Yunju was also a traveler like herself. But no matter how she tested Yunju, the other person didn't respond and looked at her with a mocking, foolish expression. Chu Youyou felt very frustrated and angry, like eating hot Chongqing hot pot but missing cold beer, so uncomfortable. She stood nearby, gloomily watching Yunju teach the tribe's females how to cook with stone pots, like chicken stew with mushrooms. In the beast world, wild chickens are called gugu chickens, which are much larger than wild chickens. The natives here used to refuse to eat them because they thought the meat was too little. She had wanted to catch one to stew and eat, but unfortunately, Yunju was faster. This Yunju must be a traveler from another time, either from the modern world or from a backward, ancient era. Chu Youyou thought to herself, her face dark as she stared in Yunju's direction. It's okay that I came from the backward ancient times, so I still have some advantages. But if Yunju is also from modern times like me, then my advantages are gone. Unbeknownst to me, Yunju isn't actually from a different time. She's reborn. All the knowledge she has is from Chu Youyou's previous life, where it was common in the beast world. This female, as if she already knew what was coming, always beats me to it, deliberately opposing me, but I just can't find a reason to trouble her. Chu Youyou grits her teeth, her face growing darker. She doesn't want to watch anymore, afraid she'll get too angry. But just as she turns around, she sees Mu Han walking over. He is wrapped in a beast hide around his waist, revealing a strong upper body with smooth, powerful muscles. The sunlight shines on his honey-colored skin, making it look like it's coated in gold. Yunju, what are you looking at here? Mu Han's voice is deep and magnetic, making Chu Youyou's heart beat faster. She looks at Mu Han, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. This man, in both looks and body, is the best she has ever seen. Mu Han, you've come back from hunting. I was watching Yunju teach everyone how to stew chicken. She tries to sound natural and calm, but her cheeks are slightly blushed. In her past life, she was just an ordinary girl. When did she ever meet such a handsome man? Yes, I just got back. When I saw you weren't in the cave, I came out to find you, Mu Han explains with a low, gentle laugh. His gaze casually sweeps over Yunju, who is teaching the females how to stew chicken and mushrooms with a somewhat complicated expression. Recently, Yunju has changed a lot, not only becoming smarter and more capable, but also less infatuated with him. She no longer intentionally approaches him or talks about wanting him to be her beast husband or to mate with him. He doesn't like Yunju. Her change is actually good for him, but somehow, it doesn't feel right inside. He can't quite explain what's wrong. He just thinks men are inherently petty. When others like you, they look down on you and dislike you in many ways. When they give up, they feel annoyed inside. Chu Youyou is very sensitive and naturally notices Mu Han looking at Yunju, so her alarm bells ring. But she keeps her expression calm and asks cautiously, Mu Han, what do you think of Yunju? She heard from the females in the tribe that Yunju used to like Mu Han a lot, even claiming she wanted him to be her beast husband. But Mu Han rejected her. Mu Han withdraws his gaze, looks at her, and his expression is a bit complicated. She has changed a lot recently. Chu Youyou felt a bit uncomfortable inside but smiled and said, really? I don't know what Yunju looked like before, but all the females in the tribe say she has changed. I think maybe the beast god favors her, so she has become smarter and more capable. Mu Han didn't reply, which was his way of agreeing with her explanation. Seeing his silence, Chu Youyou felt more uneasy and couldn't help asking, do you think I am better than Yunju? She wanted to know. In Mu Han's eyes, who was more outstanding, herself or Yunju. Muhan immediately understood she was feeling jealous. He shook his head and chuckled softly, gently holding her in his arms. She can't compare to you. In my heart, you are the most special and the best. Hearing this, Chu Youyou's bad mood instantly disappeared. She looked up at Muhan and asked, "Really? Do you truly think I am better than Yunju?" "Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" Muhan looked at her with a loving gaze. He truly felt that no matter how much Yunju changed, she could never surpass Chu Youyou in his heart. Chu Youyou was unique in his mind, with a very special aura that was completely different from the females in the tribe, and it deeply attracted him. He felt deep inside that he had found a treasure. If Su Xia knew what he was thinking, she would definitely say, "You've really found a treasure, haven't you?" If it weren't for her, he might still be fighting fiercely with Ling, Mo Lin, Qingzhu, Baiqi, and Xuanming, competing intensely just to become one of Chu Youyou's beast husbands. But now, he had simply picked her up along the way, like a big bargain. Chu Youyou didn't know what was in his mind. Hearing his words, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart and pouted playfully at him. "I knew you'd just say sweet words to coax me." "Where am I coaxing you? Everything I say is true." Muhan chuckled softly, not caring about the crowd around him, and suddenly gave her a passionate kiss. He kissed Chu Youyou until she was dizzy, her face flushed. Meanwhile, Yunju saw the two of them ignoring the setting and passionately kissing, with Muhan showing gentle affection toward Chu Youyou. Her heart ached sharply, as if countless needles were stabbing into it, making it hard to breathe. She had once dreamed of such a scene, but reality was so cruel. However, then she remembered Muhan's cold face when he had done everything for Chu Youyou in his past life. She no longer watched the passionate kiss of the two and continued teaching the females of the tribe how to cook. She wants to learn all the knowledge Chu Youyou learned in her past life and do it in advance so that the advantage of this weak female is completely gone. At the same time, she also wants to become the most important person in the tribe. Once she has enough influence, she can drive this weak female out of the tribe to wipe away the shame of her past life. Su Xia doesn't know or care about what happened in the Yihu tribe. Yunxiang happily ran over holding a basket she just wove. "Xia, look at the basket I made. How is it?" Su Xia took the basket from her and looked at it carefully. She nodded slightly and smiled, praising, "Very good. Well woven, strong, and pretty. Yunxiang, you're great." The basket is indeed well made. Although not perfect, it looks much better than the first basket she ever made. She can't help but admire how skilled females are in the beast world. Unlike herself back then, who was completely clumsy. Yunxiang was very happy to hear her words and smiled brightly. "Really? That's great. Xia, thank you for teaching me how to weave baskets." "No need to thank me. When everyone has baskets, it will be easier to carry things," Su Xia said casually. Suddenly, she remembered the upcoming trade fair, which was only a month or two away. She looked around at everyone and reminded everyone, if you have time, you can weave more baskets. After the harvest season, the trade fair will be here. These baskets are resources, and we can exchange them for supplies with other tribes. Trade fair? Yunxiang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked enlightened. "Oh right, the trade fair is coming soon. How could I forget that?" "Xia, you're right. These baskets are so useful, other tribes probably don't have them. When we trade, we can exchange them for many good things." The trade fair is a big event among the tribes, held every year after the harvest season in the Beast King City. All nearby tribes participate, and even distant tribes send people to come. It's a lively scene, a time for tribes to exchange goods and barter. Unfortunately, only the tribe's leaders usually take the elite warriors to attend, and females have never been allowed to go. First, the journey is long, and females are not capable of self-defense. What if something happens on the way? Females are very precious to each tribe. For the next generation, sometimes they even trade females. There's always a risk of being robbed on the road. For the safety of the females, the leader naturally would not agree for them to go. But it's okay. As long as they weave baskets, the tribe's orcs can exchange them for needed supplies, like valuable salt and pottery. Yes, I didn't think of that. Xuanming also came to her senses, looking surprised and grateful at Sia. Sia, thank you for reminding us. Otherwise, I would have forgotten about the trade fair. You're right. These baskets can be traded by the orcs, and we will get many good things in return. Other females nodded happily, showing excited expressions. These baskets are so sturdy, beautiful, and useful. No other tribe probably has such quality. Thinking of this, everyone felt very motivated. Some eager females had already started pulling vines nearby to weave. Yunxiang, Xuanli, and other females turned around and began weaving with vines. Seeing this, Sia smiled happily. She was not idle either. Since they planned to trade the baskets, they shouldn't be too plain in style. She continued teaching everyone how to weave more complex baskets and various types of vine containers for different uses. For example, small, delicate vine baskets with handles, suitable for holding small items or picking wild fruits. There were also larger vine baskets for carrying more items, good for transporting or storing food. Different shapes and patterns of woven vines, which were not only practical but also decorative, could be used to decorate the house. She taught each type carefully, and everyone listened very attentively, afraid of missing any detail. If anyone had questions, they asked. Sia patiently answered each one. At this moment, a tall golden lion quietly arrived in the moonlight forest. It was strong and majestic, agile and powerful, with golden mane shining in the sunlight, exuding a commanding presence. It was truly the king of the forest. This was Levo, a late-stage second-rank orc from the wild lion tribe, and one of Muing's lovers. They secretly met each other every now and then. This had been going on for nearly 20 years. But every time, it was Levo who came to the wolf tribe to meet Muing. Muing was female, so she naturally couldn't leave the tribe alone. Only Levo could come to see her. Today was their special day for a secret meeting. Levo often visited a hidden mountain cave deep in a valley in the moonlight forest, where they would meet. This cave was dug by Levo himself. On this day every month, Muing always waits here. Levo excitedly arrives at the cave but finds it empty. Muing is not there. He humanizes himself and scratches his head, speaking aloud in confusion. Could I have remembered the wrong day? Impossible. Every month on this day, I come to see Muing, and Muing knows that. How could I forget? He waits inside the cave for a while, but as noon approaches, Muing still does not appear. Levo becomes anxious, worried that something might have happened to Muing. He decides to go to the wolf tribe to find Muing and see what is going on. Although it is somewhat dangerous, he no longer cares about that now. He just wants to know why Muing didn't come today. He leaves the cave quietly, planning to sneak into the wolf tribe and go to Muing's cave to find her. Just after entering the back of the wolf tribe, he suddenly hears two females talking. Levo initially does not want to interfere, but the content of their conversation surprises him, and he stops to listen secretly behind the bushes. Through the gaps in the bushes, he sees that the speakers are two females, one beautiful and charming, the other delicate and lovely. They are Mia and Mia. Mia, should we really go CAM? Mia asks, her brows furrowed with concern. I heard she was tortured badly in the dungeon by the leader. Mia continues, her expression full of pity. Muing treats herself well, secretly sharing good things with her, and protects her fiercely. Hearing that the other was being tortured in the dungeon, she feels uneasy. She also thinks the leader is really ruthless. Allowing Su Mu to kill Mu's father is one thing, but torturing AM is another. AM is also his partner. Isn't it just an affair? To Mia, it's not a big deal. Most females have several mates, even she has 7. Why should AM stay loyal to the leader? Because the leader is strong and special, and wants to monopolize AM? Mia's heart is filled with anger and resentment as she thinks this. Levo, hiding behind the bushes, listens with his ears pricked up, muttering to himself. He thinks that females are extremely precious in every tribe, but this wolf tribe is treating their valuable females badly. imprisoning them in the dungeon and torturing them with cruel methods. Isn't that sick? Even if they made a big mistake, they could just throw them into the dark cave for the tribe's reproduction. They should be used properly. He's never heard of females being tortured in the dungeon like this. Could it be that those females are infertile? Unworthy? Levo wonders suspiciously. Mia, unaware that a beast man is secretly listening, is shocked when she hears Mia's words and looks at her in disbelief. Are you crazy? The dungeon guard was very strict. Don't say we can't get in. Even if we find a way to see Arm, we can't save her. If we're caught, we might all get into trouble. Mia thought she was crazy to have such an idea. Visiting Muing in the dungeon? That's just impossible. Anyway, she wouldn't go. Although Muing is her mother, she doesn't feel very close to her, so her emotions are not deep. She also thinks there's no need to take such risks. Mia's eyebrows furrowed even more. She knew this was true. But hearing the news that Muing was being tortured badly in the dungeon, she felt too sad to ignore it. She snapped a branch and hit the tree trunk hard, her face grim as she cursed. The leader is too harsh. Which female doesn't have a few mates? But he's different. It's not a big deal that Muing and her father are having an affair. Why does he have to be so cruel to her? Muing is his partner and even gave birth to 2 children for him. That's just too much. Lurking in the shadows, Levo Lion's face suddenly changed. If he didn't know who Muing was, he would just think she was some woman. But he knew who the leader's partner was. Wasn't it Muing? Levo looked through the bushes at Mia and Meow, thinking about how they called Muing mother. There was no confusion. Muing must have had a secret affair with another beast man and given birth to a wild child. Just like Muing secretly had 2 cubs for himself. Thinking that Muing had other lovers besides himself made him angry. But even though he was angry, he was worried about Muing being held and tortured in the dungeon by Su Lai. Levo felt anxious and wanted to rescue Muing, but didn't know how. He was a late-stage 4th-rank beast man, with decent strength, but far weaker than Su Lai. The dungeon was heavily guarded. If he was caught, he couldn't save her and might get into trouble himself. He was panicking, not knowing what to do. Mia and Meow didn't notice Levo hiding nearby. After talking for a while, they parted ways. Levo thought about going back to the wild lion tribe to ask leader Lian for help, to see if they would send troops to attack the wolf tribe. But as soon as that idea came up, he dismissed it. Leader Lian wouldn't send troops over such a small matter. He also didn't have enough influence to persuade him.
Suddenly, Levo remembered Su Lie's son, Sumu.
Su Lai hated Muing for betraying him, which was understandable. As a son, Sumu probably couldn't bear to see his mother suffering in the dungeon. He thought he could talk to Sumu. Even though it was risky, it was the best option he had now. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to go find Sumu. He wouldn't ignore her, even without considering his 20-year friendship with Muing or the fact that she had given birth to his 2 children. Seeing no one around, Levo disappeared quickly into the back mountain. Clearly, he was secretly going to see Sumu. Su Xia didn't know about what was happening here, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. Right now, she was teaching the females of the tribe to weave different kinds of vine crafts. Everyone learned quickly and was very skilled, creating all kinds of woven items. They made small, delicate baskets with handles and baskets woven from vines that could be used for carrying things. She made a few of each for herself. Looking up at the sky, she saw the sun was high noon, so she stopped weaving and prepared to leave. She then led everyone back to the tribe. On the way, she picked a few wild scallions and found a nest with 8 bird eggs. They were small, meant for her to fry for lunch. When Su Xia returned to the cave, she immediately saw a saber-toothed tiger lying on the ground at the entrance, already dead and cleaned up. She froze in surprise. Who could have done this? She looked around but saw no one. Her brow furrowed as she suddenly remembered that Ling, that reckless man, had said he would hunt a fierce beast and bring it back. At the time, she didn't think much of it, just assumed he was joking. Could it have been him? She looked down at the cleaned saber-toothed tiger, which weighed at least 400 or 500 pounds. That was a rare fierce beast, and its meat was rich in energy. It was a good thing. Usually, she wouldn't have the chance to eat such meat. But now she felt a bit troubled about how to handle it. And Mo Lin hadn't finished eating the reindeer he hunted yesterday. There was still a third left. Although she kept it cold with water, with the hot weather, if she didn't eat it soon, it might spoil. She wanted to preserve it by salting, but she didn't have enough salt. Looking at the saber-toothed tiger, she sighed. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes lit up. Noshal? She could smoke the meat. Smoking could keep the meat for a long time, and the flavor and texture after smoking would be even better. Su Xia was a doer, she decided quickly. She put the vine crafts she made in the moonlight forest into the cave. Then she built a simple smoking rack outside the cave entrance. Using a bone knife, she cut the saber-toothed tiger meat into pieces suitable for smoking. The bone knife was not very good. It took a lot of effort to cut a piece of meat. She sighed inwardly. Truly a beast's meat. If only she had a kitchen knife here. Unfortunately, she could only think about it. But she had time to look for iron later. For now, the most important thing was to smoke all this meat so it wouldn't spoil. She spent nearly half an hour cutting the tiger meat into even strips. She drilled a hole at the top of each with a bone knife and threaded a vine through to tie them. Finally, she cleaned everything and hung the strips on a rack to smoke. Her actions immediately attracted the attention of the tribe's orcs and females, who gathered around curiously to see what she was doing. Nightwing, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Yunju, and Xuanming also watched closely. They stared at the smoking rack, which looked like roasting meat, but wasn't quite the same. An orc, curious, stepped forward and pointed at the rack, asking, Su Xia, "What are you doing? It looks like you're roasting meat, but it doesn't seem like it." Su Xia looked up at him and saw it was Manhwa, a fourth-rank orc from the tribe, one of Yunxiang's mates. She smiled and explained, "I'm making smoked meat. It helps preserve the meat longer and gives it a unique, tasty flavor." Manhwa's eyes widened. "Smoked meat? What's that? Is it tasty? Is it really true that it can last a long time like you said?" Not only him, but all the watching orcs and females showed surprise. Nightwing, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Yunju, and Xuanming also looked surprised, each with different expressions. In this era, food preservation was a big problem, especially in hot seasons when meat spoiled easily. If Su Xia's method really worked, it would be a great blessing for the tribe. Everyone could hunt more during harvest time, then smoke and store the meat for winter. With enough food, they wouldn't have to worry about starving in winter. Su Xia knew how important food storage was. She looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Of course it's real. As for whether it's tasty, that depends on personal taste. Once the smoking is done, I'll let everyone try it." Anyway, she liked it quite a bit. The orcs listening to her didn't care much about the taste. As long as it could be stored for a long time and used in winter, even if it wasn't delicious, they would eat it. Better than starving. The females nearby also gathered around, chatting eagerly about wanting to learn how to smoke meat. Su Xia happily agreed and explained the process carefully while smoking. Everyone listened attentively, watching her every move closely. Ling stood among the crowd, looking at Su Xia with complicated eyes. He had to admit that this chubby woman was becoming more capable. Not only was her skill good, but she also understood many new things. According to the females of the tribe, she received guidance from the beast god in her dreams. Although this explanation sounded a bit far-fetched, he somehow believed it. Otherwise, how could someone change so much in a short time and know so much?
Ding.
Congratulations, the host. Yiling's favorability has increased by 20. Current favorability is 0, now neutral. Reward. The host gets bright, beautiful eyes, and a side quest is unlocked. At that moment, a system voice suddenly sounded in Su Xia's mind. She froze for a moment, completely stunned. Before she could react, a series of system notifications appeared in her mind. Congratulations! Mo Lin's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability is 10. Keep up the good work. Congratulations! Bai Qi's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability is 15.
Keep it up.
Congratulations! Qingzhu's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability is 30.
Keep going.
Congratulations! Xuanming's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability is 25. Keep it up. Hearing these messages, Su Xia was stunned in place. After reacting, she felt a surge of joy. She quickly opened the system interface. Host, Su Xia, age 16, charm, 55 appearance, 55 health, 75 weight, 180 gene, already overweight, skills, wood element supernatural power, level 2, target and favorability levels, Ling, 0, neutral, Mo Lin, 10, neutral, Qingzhu, 30, neutral, by Qi, 15, neutral, Xuanming, 25, neutral. Su Xia quickly scanned her data and found that all her stats had increased. Her charm went from 45 to 55, and her appearance also increased from 45 to 55. Her weight decreased again from 210 gene to 180 gene. In a few days, she might be able to slim down to a normal figure. By then, her appearance would be acceptable. She felt happy and continued to look further. Her wood element supernatural power was now level 2, and the favorability of her 5 beast husbands had all increased. Even Ling, that scoundrel, had become indifferent. He no longer disliked her. Thinking about the reward of bright, beautiful eyes from the system, she ignored the curious glances from the other orcs and females around her. She quickly got up and ran to the water bucket, which was filled with clear water. She looked at herself in the water. Her original eyes were not very attractive, very small, and her face was quite fat, all squeezed together, almost just a slit. Now, her eyes had grown larger, looked more moist, and were a standard peach blossom shape. When not smiling, her eyes appeared dreamy and charming, with a smile making her eyes look like curved moons, very captivating. She felt very happy. These eyes were so beautiful that they greatly improved her overall presence. She turned to look at the confused beast man and female who were staring at her. A thought came to her, and she blinked at everyone. Everyone felt a tingling sensation all over their bodies, as if electric currents were flowing through them, making them feel numb and tingly. They couldn't help but admire her, as if her lively eyes were pulling them in. These eyes, they thought, are truly beautiful. But then they suddenly wondered, had Su Xia's eyes ever been this lively before? Even Ling, Mo Lin by Qi, Qingzhu, and Xuanming all had a moment of feeling like they'd been shocked, and they looked at her a few more times, feeling a little nervous. Ling remembered his reaction just now, and his handsome face darkened. This chubby woman was getting more and more strange. Mo Lin, by Qi, Qingzhu, and Xuanming also looked uncomfortable. They quickly looked away, avoiding her gaze. This female was suspicious. It was better not to look too much. Su Xia noticed the 5 beastmen's eyes and actions. She curled her lips and cursed silently. All dog men. She was about to continue smoking her sword-teeth tiger meat. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in her mind again. Congratulations to the host for starting a side mission. Within 1 month, the host must mate with any one of the 5 beastmen. Completing the mission rewards 50 packs of toilet paper, each pack with 10 rolls. Hearing this task, she staggered and almost fell. She pressed her forehead, her face dark with frustration. What kind of strange task was this? Mating with any one of the 5 beastmen? System, are you sure you're not joking with me? How could such a task appear for someone like me? A pure and innocent girl. She shouted inwardly, but a suspicious blush appeared on her face. She secretly glanced at the 5 beastmen nearby. Each of them was stunning, with excellent figures. But thinking about deeply interacting with any of them made her heart race and left her feeling at a loss. Ling, that dog man, was the most handsome, but also the most difficult to handle. Seeing his aloof and domineering attitude, and his sense of superiority, she thought that if she took the initiative, he might kick her away in the next second. What about Mo Lin? It seems indifferent, but perhaps deep inside, there is a passionate heart. However, she doesn't want to take any risks. Bai Qi is so handsome, so beautiful that she feels inferior next to him. Mating with him? She's afraid she would feel too insecure. Yunju, the sharp-tongued man, if she dares to get close, he would probably mock her mercilessly. Xuanming is quite wild, but he also resists her approaching him. This morning, he warned her not to think about mating with him. Angering this man could lead to him hitting her. She doesn't want to get hit, so Xuanming is instantly put on her blacklist. Xia wails internally. Everyone, are you sure you're not joking?
Host, this is a side quest.
You can choose to accept or refuse. But the reward is quite generous. 50 packs of toilet paper, 10 rolls each, enough for a long time. The system's voice is tempting. She bites her lip in hesitation, torn inside. Toilet paper. This era doesn't have it at all. Usually, they use leaves, which is very inconvenient. Having toilet paper means she won't have to use leaves anymore. Her quality of life will greatly improve. She feels conflicted. After a moment, she finally nods and agrees. All right, I accept the task. Thinking of something else, she adds, if I don't complete it, will there be a punishment? If there's punishment, she definitely won't do it. Rest assured, failing the task won't result in punishment, but you won't receive the toilet paper reward, the system replies. Xia breathes a sigh of relief. No punishment is good. She looks at the others who are staring at her strangely and gives a shy smile. Then she casually returns to the smoked sword-toothed tiger meat rack, intending to prepare the smoked meat. But she finds that because she was distracted, all the sword-toothed tiger meat hanging on the rack has been smoked black, like pieces of charcoal. She looks at the hanging blackened meat on the rack and grimaces. Oh my god. Can it still be eaten? The beast men and females present don't know what smoked deer meat looks like. Even though they see it turn black, they don't care. They think that's just how it is. Is this the smoked meat you mentioned? Ling stands coldly, his silver eyes glancing at her, pointing at the blackened meat on the rack, mockingly speaking. If smoked meat is like this, he'd rather go hungry than eat it. Xia looks at the blackened smoked meat on the rack, feeling awkward. Although she felt a little annoyed by the dogman's teasing, she explained, the smoked meat isn't like that. The beast god taught me in a dream, but this is my first time doing it, so I'm not very skilled. Before she finished, Ling interrupted, so you mean we all have to try this dark stuff you made? He raised an eyebrow, and his charming voice carried a teasing tone. Is this dogman doing it on purpose? Xia felt annoyed and shot him a sharp look. She said impatiently, isn't this just a mistake? Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Besides, I didn't say I wouldn't keep trying. Why are you in such a rush? Ling was choked by her retort. Is this fat woman getting more sharp-tongued? He snorted softly, turned his head away, and stopped looking at her, as if even glancing would hurt his eyes. Xia couldn't be bothered with him and started to handle the remaining saber-toothed tiger meat again. With her previous experience, she was more careful this time, paying close attention to the heat and smoking time. The other orcs and females gathered curiously, watching her skillful movements and serious expression, and began to discuss. Will Xia succeed this time? Not sure, but she looks so focused, so maybe there's hope. If she succeeds, can we learn to do it too? Amid their chatter, she finally finished the second batch of smoked meat. Although she successfully smoked the saber-toothed tiger meat, it still needed to be stir-fried in a pot before eating. Smoked meat stir-fried with chili is the tastiest, but unfortunately, there are no chilies now. She could only stir-fry the 8 bird eggs she found on the way back. Stir-fried smoked meat with bird eggs is also possible. She sliced the smoked meat into evenly sized thin pieces and carefully cracked the bird eggs into a bowl to set aside. She also chopped some scallions and garlic for later. Then she lit a fire, heated the pot, and added some beast oil. Once the pot was hot, she added the scallions and garlic to sauté. She poured the beaten eggs into the pan evenly and started to fry them. Then she added the smoked meat slices, stirring quickly. The meat changed color rapidly and emitted a tempting aroma. She added some seasonings and kept stir-frying. Soon, a fragrant pot of smoked meat and bird eggs was ready. Everyone gathered around, curious, inspecting the golden-colored, aromatic dish in the stone pot. Su Xia served the cooked dish into wooden bowls. There wasn't much, so everyone could only taste a bit. Ling, Mo Lin by Yunju, and Xuanming looked at their respective bowls filled with smoked meat and scrambled bird eggs, each showing different expressions. They had already tasted Su Xia's cooking before and knew she was very skilled. They believed this smoked meat and scrambled eggs would taste just as good. The delicious smell made it obvious. The beastmen and females present all picked up their chopsticks, grabbing pieces of smoked meat to eat. Those who couldn't use chopsticks simply used their hands, ignoring cleanliness, their faces showing amazement as they ate eagerly, even lifting their heads in enjoyment. Wow, this is so delicious. The smoked meat has a unique flavor, salty, savory, and chewy. The bird eggs are fresh and tender. When paired with the smoked meat, it's extremely tasty. It's a pity there's so little. If there were more, it would be even better. Listening to everyone praise the food, Su Xia felt very happy, but she wasn't surprised. She looked at the 5 men and saw they were also eating happily, which made her even more satisfied. Especially Ling, though he still had a blank expression. She noticed he was eating more than anyone else, even licking the bottom of his bowl clean. Humph, this man is really two-faced. The females present eagerly asked her how to make this dish. She only shared the detailed steps because the bird eggs had run out and she couldn't demonstrate. Everyone listened carefully, and since they had seen her cook just now, they understood everything after her explanation. They were eager to go home and try making it themselves. Later, the females also asked her how to cook stewed deer meat and stir-fried pig intestines. Su Xia generously shared detailed instructions for those as well. She explained that the cooking steps are quite similar. As long as they grasp the key points, it's easy to learn. Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. They couldn't wait to try it immediately, hoping to make delicious food for their males and show off their skills. After chatting for a while, everyone dispersed. Ling, Mo Lin, by Yunju, and Xuanming also prepared to leave. Wait, Su Xia suddenly called out to them. The 5 paused and looked back at her, puzzled. She felt awkward, but remembered the 50 packs of toilet paper she had and forced herself to speak.
Do you
have free tonight? I'd like to treat you to some good food. As soon as she finished, the 5 men looked at her in surprise. What does this fat woman mean? Asking them to eat good food? Has the sun risen from the west? This chubby woman is very particular. She only acts if she wants something. To get her to cook something tasty, you have to make her work. The 5 of them exchange glances, their expressions playful. Ling raises an eyebrow and looks at her with a half-smile, saying, "You're inviting us to eat good food? Are you sure?" Su Xia looks at him with a slightly awkward smile. If it weren't for the task, she wouldn't invite them to eat. Catching fish with a net, inviting all 5 at once, is just to see who can get closer later. She clears her throat and pretends to be calm, saying, "What? Can't I? Or are you guys busy tonight?" Mo Lin glances at her and replies calmly, "We are free tonight." No matter what her plan is, as long as she takes the initiative to cook, he's happy. "Yes, we're all free." Bai Qi grins and agrees, a clever glint in his eyes. Thinking of the deer meat and stir-fried pig intestines she made before, which tasted so good, he still salivates at the thought. Yunju and Xuanming don't speak, but not to show they're available tonight. Of course, who would refuse a free meal? Seeing everyone agree, Su Xia breathes a sigh of relief. She smiles at them and says, "All right, come over when the sun sets. I'll prepare in the afternoon." Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Yunju, and Xuanming all nod and leave one after another. Watching their backs, Su Xia's lips curl into a sly smile. She plans to make a big dinner night. She first goes to the tribe square and brings back a pig's large intestine, then picks out 2 bones. Back at the cave, she processes the remaining deer meat and pig intestines separately. She plans to make braised deer meat and stir-fried pig intestines. She also prepares a vegetable stir-fry and smoked meat with mushrooms. Since there are no bird eggs, she uses mushrooms instead. She then goes to the back mountain and catches a wild chicken, preparing to make mushroom stew with the chicken. Finally, She throws 2 large bones into a stone pot to make soup. The 5 men are big eaters, so she makes plenty. The bowls can't hold it all, so she uses a wooden basin. With some time left, she catches a few fish from the river to roast. She also presses the wild fruits she collected into juice to serve as drinks. As the sun sets, Ling, Mo Lin by Chi, Yunju, and Xuanming arrive at Su Xia's cave as scheduled. As soon as they arrive, they are stunned by the rich, delicious food in front of them. Braised venison, stir-fried pig intestines, smoked meat with fragrant mushrooms, mushroom stew with chicken, a large bowl of bone soup, along with a bunch of golden roasted fish and wild fruit juice. Today, this generous woman really went all out. Ling and the other 4 exchange surprised glances, each seeing the other's astonishment. "Why are you just standing there? Sit down and eat," Su Xia said, suppressing her natural enthusiasm, inviting them to sit and pouring each of them a glass of wild fruit juice. The 5 of them sat down eagerly, eyes shining at the delicious food on the table. Ling looked at her and raised an eyebrow. "Why are you so generous today? Are you treating us to good food?" If this generous woman had no purpose, he wouldn't believe it. But he wondered what her real goal was, given all her effort. Su Xia rolled her eyes and decided not to bother with him. That man, he always hits the sore spot. She did have a purpose, but how could she say it? She couldn't just say, "I invited you to eat because I want to mate with one of you." It was so awkward, it was embarrassing. Fortunately, Ling didn't dwell on this. Seeing her silent, he didn't ask further and picked up his chopsticks to enjoy the meal. Mo Lin, by Chi, Yunju, and Xuanming, though curious about her goal, were too hungry to ask and started eating quickly, afraid they might miss out. Bai Chi had already tasted the stir-fried pig intestines once and still found them delicious. In fact, he thought they tasted even better than before and couldn't stop eating. Ling, Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming all had happy mouths and shared the same thought. Finally, they got to eat the stir-fried pig intestines. Last time, they could only watch Bai Chi eat, and it was so frustrating. Some of them, perhaps intentionally, would reach over and grab the chopsticks to take the pig intestines whenever Bai Chi tried to get some. After a few times, Bai Chi got annoyed and looked at the 4 of them, saying in dissatisfaction, "Is this going too far?" Ling snorted softly. "You're slow, what can I do?" Bai Chi was so angry, he clenched his teeth and glared at him, then gave up on the pig intestines and started eating other dishes. There was plenty of good food on the table, all delicious, so there was no need to obsess over the pig intestines. Seeing this, Ling, Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming felt secretly pleased. They let Bai Chi eat alone last time, but this time, they wouldn't let him have any. Su Xia noticed this scene and couldn't help but feel amused. She realized that these 5 men could sometimes be quite childish. She cleared her throat and said, "Everyone, don't argue or fight. There's enough for all of us." The 5 of them looked at her at the same time, each with different expressions. Ling raised an eyebrow and said, "You're acting very strange today. Not only strange, but also very odd." She twitched the corner of her mouth and rolled her eyes. "You can't even keep your mouth shut when you eat. It's always the same with him, he always hits the nerve." Ling chuckled softly and didn't say anything else, continuing to eat quietly. Su Xia didn't just stand by and watch. She also went to get some food. But she didn't sit down to eat with them. Instead, she followed the hungry ghosts, afraid she wouldn't even get a crumb. There was still a lot left in the pot, so she scooped some casually and sat at the cave entrance to eat. While eating, she secretly observed them, thinking about who she should target first. After a while, she noticed Bai Chi was the most gentle and easiest to approach, so maybe she could start with him. Plus, Bai Chi was so handsome. Mating with him wouldn't be a loss. Yes, he was the one. Su Xia made up her mind and secretly planned how to win Bai Chi over. As long as she completed the task of mating with any of the beast husbands, she would get 50 packs of toilet paper. Just thinking about it made her excited. Finally, she wouldn't have to use leaves to wipe anymore. At that moment, a voice from the system suddenly rang in her mind. Host has identified Bai Qi as the target. Please complete the task quickly. Upon completion, you will receive 50 packs of toilet paper. She was startled but relieved that only she could hear the system's voice. She took a deep breath and couldn't help but shout internally, "System, are you sure you're not putting a surveillance device in my brain?" Knowing her thoughts, there was no privacy at all. The system chuckled twice. "Rest assured, host, the system has not installed any surveillance in your brain. It analyzes data based on your emotional fluctuations."
Chu Youyou.
All right, maybe she was thinking too small. After finishing the meal, Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Yunju, and Xuanming all stood up and prepared to leave. The scene was a mess: plates, basins, wooden tubs, all empty, with not a drop of soup left. Xuxia's mouth twitched fiercely. They really were a bunch of hungry ghosts reincarnated. She pointed to the messy table and said, "You guys clean up your dishes." Thinking of something, she added, "Bai Qi doesn't need to clean up because I need to talk to him." Since Bai Qi was the confirmed target, the other 4 men were useless. Of course, if she was going to eat, she had to do some work. White Qi listened, and his beautiful fox-like eyes flickered slightly, showing a hint of surprise. He didn't know why she had come to see him alone. Xuxia smiled at him and said, "Follow me. I will tell you everything soon." Although White Qi was full of questions, he still agreed, "Okay." The 2 of them left the cave one after the other, heading toward the back mountain. Ling, Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming exchanged glances, each seeing curiosity and amusement in the other's eyes. This chubby woman was inviting them to eat again today, and had also come to see White Qi alone. They wondered what she was planning, but it didn't matter to them as long as there was food. The 4 of them carelessly tidied up the dishes, showing no sense of responsibility as beastmen. It was as if cleaning up was just what they were supposed to do. If they dared to refuse or ignore it, they probably wouldn't get to eat Xuxia's cooking again. Even the proud and domineering Ling was now obediently working alongside Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming. "Ling, do you think that chubby woman is trying to mate with White Qi?" Yunju suddenly asked, with a hint of sarcasm. Ling coldly glanced at him. "I don't know." Yunju looked at him steadily, then wisely closed his mouth and said no more. Mo Lin and Xuanming also stayed silent, quietly tidying up, lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Xuxia and White Qi walked one behind the other along a small path toward the back mountain. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if nature was playing music for them. White Qi. She broke the silence first, speaking awkwardly. White Qi turned to look at her, with a puzzled expression. "What do you want to tell me?" Seeing his handsome, androgynous face, she cleared her throat and, with a bold face, asked, "White Qi, what do you think of me?" White Qi's beautiful fox-like eyes flickered slightly, surprised. "You're pretty good." Then, as if he remembered something, he added, "And your cooking is very tasty."
Youyou's mouth twitched.
That wasn't the answer she wanted. Just as she was about to say something, she heard voices of beastmen nearby. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" Sumu looked alert as he stared at the young lion beast man in front of him. He didn't recognize him, but it was clear he was a golden lion. It was obvious he was from the wild lion tribe, but Sumu didn't know why they were looking for him. Lao looked at the young beast man in front of him, knowing this was Mu Qing and Su Lai's son. Although he felt anxious inside, he kept a calm face and said, "I am Levo, from the wild lion tribe." He paused, noticing Sumu staring at him steadily, and continued, "I'm looking for you because of your AM." When Sumu heard about AM, his eyes sharpened immediately. "You know about my AM?" The secret about AM and the beastman Qing Yan's affair was well kept, and it hadn't reached other tribes. How did the wild lion tribe find out? And what is the relationship between this man named Levo and AM? Why does he care so much about AM? Levo looked awkward and hesitated before saying, "I heard that something happened to your AM. I thought, since she's your AM, you wouldn't want her to suffer in the dungeon, so I wanted to ask for your help to rescue her." Sumu looked at him steadily. Of course, he didn't want AM to suffer in the dungeon either, and he was already planning to rescue her. He had been quietly making arrangements over the past few days, but hadn't taken action yet. Now, this beast man had come to him. Whether I rescue her or not is my decision.
Who are you?
Why are you so concerned about my AM? His eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous aura radiated from him.
Because
I am your AMs. Friend, Levo hesitated for a moment before choosing that word. He had seen the consequences of Mu Qing and Qing Yan's affair. He didn't want to become the second. Naturally, he couldn't admit it now. Admitting it would only make things more complicated. Sumu stared at Levo closely, as if judging whether his words were true. After a moment, he slowly said, "Fine, I will help you. But if you dare to lie to me, I will make you regret it." Whether this guy was telling the truth or not, given the current situation, AM really shouldn't stay in the wolf tribe. If he continued to stay, he would only be tortured to death by his father. Moreover, the concern in Levo's eyes didn't seem fake, and he risked his safety to enter the wolf tribe to rescue her. If AM followed him, maybe she could have a chance at survival. Actually, he preferred to think that Levo was Am's lover, just like Qing Yan. Though he thought this in his heart, he didn't expose it. Levo nodded happily. "Don't worry, I only speak the truth. As long as I rescue your AM, I will take him back to live in the wild lion tribe." Worried that the other might object, he added, "You also know that your AM is no longer suitable to stay in the wolf tribe. Going back to the wild lion tribe with me is the best choice." Sumu naturally understood this and nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Then, the two began to discuss the detailed rescue plan. Sumu was very familiar with the terrain and guard situation of the wolf tribe, but each checkpoint was guarded by orcs. At that time, he only needed to pretend that a father's order allowed those orcs to let them pass. As for what a father would do after finding out, Sumu didn't care much anymore. He was a father's only son. Even if a father was angry, he would probably just punish him physically, not take his life. Su Xia and Bai Qi had just arrived at the back mountain when they accidentally overheard the scene. They exchanged glances, both surprised by what they saw in each other's eyes. They didn't speak, but quietly moved to the nearby bushes and hid, listening carefully. It wasn't until Levo and Sumu discussed their plan for the evening and didn't set a meeting point that they parted ways. Su Xia came out of the bushes, looking in the direction where Levo and Sumu left, her expression thoughtful. That Levo must be Mu Qing's lover in the wild lion tribe. She didn't expect him to find out so quickly and come to rescue Mu Qing. She felt conflicted inside, wondering whether to tell a father Su lie about this. Although she disliked Mu Qing was her biological mother. Since she ended up like this, it was her own fault, and there was no need to kill her. But if she didn't kill her outright, Mu Qing might guess that she and Su Lai had betrayed her, and she would definitely not let her go then. Bai Qi saw her frowning and silent, looking conflicted, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Su Xia looked at him and sighed softly. "I'm thinking about whether I should tell a father. You know how much a father hates Mu Qing. If he finds out she was rescued, he will be furious, and brother Su Mu will probably be punished too." She paused and continued, "But if I tell a father, Mu Qing might lose her life. I dislike her, and she's been mean to me, but she's still my mother." Bai Qi's beautiful fox-like eyes flickered as he looked at her steadily for a moment. Then he slowly spoke, "Then don't tell the leader. Anyway, Mu Qing has already been punished, and there's no need to go to extremes. But Mu Qing and Qing Yan's affair, I secretly warned a father about it." She looked conflicted, and seeing no one around, finally said this. Bai Qi was not a gossip, and even if he knew she had betrayed a secret, he wouldn't say anything. He looked at her in surprise and asked, "You're the one who betrayed the secret?" Su Xia and the others nodded. "I just told my father that Mu is being overly kind to Mia. Clearly, I am her real daughter, but she keeps protecting others. People who don't know might think Mia is her biological daughter. My father became suspicious and secretly investigated this matter." After hearing this, Bai Qi was silent for a moment. "You're probably worried that after Mu is rescued by the Lair Wolf tribe, she might find out you told on her and come back to trouble you. You want to tell the leader, but you're afraid he might misunderstand you as cold-hearted and hold a grudge. His words hit the mark. Based on what he knew about Su Xia and the situation, he believed that the mother and daughter had no real feelings for each other. Su Xia looked embarrassed, surprised that Bai Qi saw through her so clearly. She nodded slightly, which was her way of agreeing with him. Then, she brushed her hair in frustration. So now I feel really conflicted. I don't know what to do. Bai Qi's handsome fox-like eyes smiled slightly, and he spoke softly. Actually, you don't need to worry so much. When the leader finds out that Amu was taken by the beast men of the wild lion tribe, it will be very quick. It's impossible to hide. Your brother Su Mu is probably involved too. The leader is so clever, he can't miss it. So, even if you don't say anything, the leader will know. She suddenly realized. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Bai Qi, you're so smart. Indeed, foxes are the smartest, and that's true. She thought that if she ever faced uncertain decisions in the future, she could ask Bai Qi. Bai Qi smiled slightly, remembering why she had called him out originally, and continued. By the way, after you invited me to the back mountain, what was it for? When Su Xia heard this, she remembered her purpose for going to the back mountain. Her face turned slightly red. Bai Qi, actually, I asked you to come to the back mountain because I want to build a relationship with you and improve our connection. Seeing his surprised look, she continued, I know that my father forced you to marry me out of obligation, and I wasn't very likable back then. You probably felt willing. But because I owed my father a life, I had to accept it, even if I didn't want to. But I want to say that the past is the past. Can we start over? I will try my best to be a good partner and live well with you. When she said this, she looked up at Bai Qi, her expression a little nervous. This was the first time she had confessed her feelings to a man. For 50 packs of toilet paper, she was willing to take a risk. Bai Qi's beautiful fox-like eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He truly didn't expect Su Xia to say such words. If these words had come from her old self, he probably wouldn't believe a word. But at this moment, seeing her sincere and beautiful peach blossom eyes, he was moved. Maybe he could try to accept her again? At least she has changed a lot now. Not to mention her cooking skills, which make him drool. Bai Qi smiled slightly, looking gentle. Okay, we can start over. But I hope you're sincere, not just a passing fancy. Su Xia felt very happy inside. Of course, I am sincere, more genuine than real gold. Bai Qi's eyes showed a hint of doubt, not understanding what real gold meant, but he guessed it was a compliment. Looking at Bai Qi's ambiguous face, she was slightly moved, thinking about whether to take this chance to complete her task. But as soon as this thought appeared, she dismissed it. Although she really wanted to finish her task quickly and get those 50 packs of toilet paper, she knew that rushing wouldn't help. If she made any inappropriate moves now, she would definitely scare Bai Qi away. As the sky darkened, they strolled for a while on the back mountain, then each went back to their own place. Bai Qi returned to his residence to rest. Su Xia also went back to her cave. When she arrived, Ling, Mo Lin, Yunju, and Xuanming had already left, and the dishes and furniture were cleaned up neatly. Unlike last time, she didn't just leave everything there unattended. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes showed some satisfaction. Men really shouldn't be spoiled. The more spoiled they are, the more unruly. You need to keep a small whip behind them to keep them in line. After washing up, she climbed into bed to rest. Perhaps exhausted from a busy day, her body was very tired, and she quickly fell into a dazed sleep. Late at night, outside the dungeon, everything was silent, only the occasional sounds of insects, birds, and the wind rustling through the leaves. Su Mu arrived at the dungeon door. All the orcs guarding the dungeon looked at him with confusion, unsure why the leader's son was visiting the dungeon late at night. But they still respectfully saluted, "Greetings, young master." Although Su Mu hadn't officially been confirmed as the next heir of the wolf tribe, he was the leader's only son and quite capable. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he was likely to become the next leader. Su Mu glanced at the two orcs guarding the door, nodded softly, and waved his hand. Open the door. The two orcs exchanged glances. One of them hesitated and said, Young master, the leader has ordered that no one is allowed into the dungeon.
What?
You won't listen to your young master either? I'll go in and see my mother. What are you afraid of? The two orcs immediately fell silent. They naturally didn't dare offend the future leader. One orc hurriedly took out a key and unlocked the cell door. The other bowed respectfully and said, Young master, please. But the leader over there. Don't worry, I'll handle anything, Xuanming said coldly, then strode into the dungeon. The dungeon was cold, damp, and filled with the smell of blood and various other odors, which was very unpleasant and made one feel sick. Xuanming frowned and quickly walked down the long corridor. There were many cells, holding orcs and slaves who had committed serious mistakes for the wolf tribe. These orcs and slaves looked numb, and when they saw him, they climbed to the bars and reached out a hand to ask for help. Xuanming ignored them and, after finding out where Muing was held, walked in expressionlessly. Soon, he arrived at Muing's cell. He saw Muing hanging on a wooden frame, her hair messy and hanging down to cover most of her face, covered in blood and dirt, almost unrecognizable. She wore a delicate beast-hide skirt, now torn and stained with blood. Her arms and thighs were covered with whip marks, flesh torn open, revealing bones. Xuanming's brow furrowed even deeper, and his eyes showed deep compassion. Even if AM had many faults, she was still his father's partner and the mother of him and his sister, Susia. He felt that some punishment was enough for AM. Being beaten like this was a bit too much. But Su Lai was his father, and as a son, he had no reason to say anything. Still, he felt genuinely uncomfortable inside. He ordered the orcs to open the cell door. The two orcs looked at him with some doubt but didn't ask questions. They obediently opened the door. With a creak, the door swung open. Muing heard the sound but kept her head down, her messy hair covering most of her face, showing no reaction. She thought it was Su Lai, that dog, coming, and naturally didn't want to pay attention. Xuanming stepped forward and looked at Muing, who was hanging on the wooden frame, looking miserable and disheveled, with complex emotions. Mother, it's me. He stopped in front of Muing, speaking with concern. Muing heard Xuanming's voice, suddenly raised her head. Her messy hair fell aside, and her eyes widened in surprise. It's you. Her voice was hoarse, but her tone was very excited. Then she suddenly started to struggle fiercely, shouting excitedly, Muir, quickly, save Amu. Your father is going to hurt me. She just wanted to leave this terrible place as soon as possible, never thinking about the punishment she might face if Xuanming secretly helped her escape. Seeing her like this, Xuanming felt even more pity and said, Amu, don't worry, I will save you now. He reached out to untie Muing's ropes. As the ropes were loosened, Muing collapsed onto the ground, clearly exhausted. But somehow, she suddenly grabbed Xuanming's hand and urgently said, Muir, hurry, we must leave here quickly. If your father finds out, we won't be able to escape. Her eyes showed deep fear and disgust. This place was like a nightmare to her. Of course, Su Lai had also become her nightmare. Looking at her anxious and frightened face, Xuanming's expression was very complicated. He knew Amu had suffered a lot here, so he didn't say much. He bent down, carried her horizontally, and whispered, Don't worry, Amu. Your father is practicing in the stone house now, and won't come out easily. Then he carried her quickly out of the dungeon. The two orcs guarding the door saw this, and tried to stop him. But Xuanming shot them a cold, threatening look.
What?
Do you also want to taste the feeling of the dungeon? The two orcs trembled in fear and quickly waved their hands. No, we dare not. They didn't want to go to that terrible place either. Seeing this, Xuanming snorted softly and strode away with Muing in his arms. The two orcs looked at his retreating figure and exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. But after Xuanming left, they quickly went to inform Su Lai about what had happened.
Xuanming didn't know about this.
At this moment, He had already carried Muing to the agreed-upon location, a hidden valley in the moonlight forest. Levo was anxiously waiting there, looking around nervously. When he saw Mu carrying Muing, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Muing, how are you? Seeing her full of injuries and looking very miserable, he felt heartache. Muing saw Levo and burst into tears, crying, Levo, you finally came to save me.
Boo-hoo.
She cried as she spoke, looking very emotional, and struggled to get down from Mu's arms. But because she was too weak, she wobbled and almost fell to the ground. Luckily, Levo reacted quickly and caught her. Be careful. Muing leaned into Levo's arms and cried sadly, Levo, take me away. I don't want to stay here anymore. That Sulai, he actually tortured her like that. If I don't avenge this hatred, I swear I won't be human. Levo gently held her tight and softly said, Okay, I will take you back to the wild lion tribe. I will never let you suffer again. The two hugged tightly, completely forgetting about Mu nearby. Mu looked at the two embracing closely, his mouth twitching fiercely. Now he understood why Am betrayed his father. With his cold and distant appearance, his father was indeed less gentle and caring than the beast man in front of him. He felt a bit emotional but stayed focused on the important matter. He warned, we should leave quickly. If our father finds out, you might not be able to leave. Hearing this, Muing broke out in cold sweat and held Levo's hand tighter, nervously urging, Levo, Mu-er is right. That old guy is very dangerous. Let's go quickly. Levo knew it was urgent and dared not delay. He looked at Mu seriously and said, Thanks for your help this time. If you need anything in the future, come find me at the Wild Lion Tribe. Mu just looked at him steadily and said, Take good care of my Am. If I find out you've let her down or treated her badly, don't blame me for being rude to you. After speaking, he gave Muing a deep look and then turned into the dark jungle, disappearing instantly. Seeing Mu leave, Levo's body flashed with white light, transforming into a tall, majestic golden lion, impressive and shining brightly in the dark night. Muing endured the pain and climbed onto him, sitting firmly. Levo leapt into the air, carrying Muing, and quickly disappeared into the moonlit forest, heading toward the Wild Lion Tribe. Meanwhile, Susia was sleeping soundly on a stone bed inside a cave. Suddenly, she was startled awake by a sharp wolf howl. All her sleep vanished instantly, and she snapped awake. She muttered quietly, Who's so unkind? Howling at this hour?
Can I get some sleep?
She lifted the blanket, got up from the stone bed, and walked to the cave entrance. Just as she moved the door panel blocking the entrance, she was shocked by what she saw outside. What did she see? She saw all the beast men of the tribe fully transformed into their beast forms, rushing out of the tribe in unison. The scene was spectacular. They split in different directions. The leader has ordered, We must not let Muing escape. We have to catch her. The continuous howls of wolves made Susia's ears ring loudly. Until the beast men disappeared into the distance, the sounds gradually faded away. She raised her hand to scratch her buzzing ears, her brows slightly furrowed. With such a loud noise, she naturally knew that Muing had been rescued from the dungeon by Mu and probably ran away with the lover from the Wild Lion Tribe. She clicked her tongue, thinking that Muing was as selfish as ever. She had escaped, but did she ever consider the consequences if Mu, her son, let her go secretly? But, knowing Muing's selfish nature, she probably didn't think that far. After all, she had plenty of children. A hint of pity appeared in Susia's eyes. Mu was really brave. He was likely to get a harsh scolding from his father this time. Since she was not sleepy now, she decided to go out and check. Just as she took a few steps, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Ding. Hidden mission triggered. Help Muing escape successfully. Mission complete. Reward, 3 iron tools. Deadline, 3 days.
Chu Youyou.
She seriously suspected that the system was deliberately messing with her. Muing probably hated her so much she wanted to kill her, and now the system wanted her to help Muing escape? Are you all tired of my life? I reported Muing for her affair with her lover, and she probably wants to bite me to death. Now you want me to go along? She squinted, feeling dissatisfied as she spoke to the system inside. The system seemed to sense her dissatisfaction and complaints and calmly explained, "Host, this task is not without reason. Even if Muing is bad and makes many mistakes, she is still your body's mother. If she dies because of you, it will affect your luck." Su Xia sneered at the system's explanation. This dog system really liked to talk nonsense, saying that Muing's death would affect her luck. It was just trying to force her to save Muing. You say it's easy for you, but if I go now, judging by Muing's hatred for me, she'll definitely get Levo to kill me. Are you joking about my life? She expressed her dissatisfaction inwardly. The system, sensing her frustration, explained again. Host, I understand your feelings and situation. I know Muing has deep hostility towards you, but because you are mother and daughter, your fates are closely linked. If Muing dies because of you, it will create negative karma for you, which is very bad for you. Besides, I didn't tell you to go and help her escape. There are many ways to do that. The system lowered its voice to explain. Even if I don't go, what about next time? Just because we're mother and daughter, does that mean I have to keep rescuing her over and over again? It's not exactly like that. Muing can't die just because of her host. If she dies for other reasons or at someone else's hands, it has nothing to do with the host. The system patiently explains again. Hearing this, Su Xia's face doesn't look so bad. She knows the system has a reason for saying this. Although she really dislikes Muing, she can't let her luck be affected. All right, I accept this task. She pauses for a moment and finally agrees. How can I help? By now, Levo should have already escaped with Muing, right? Seeing her agree, the system breathes a sigh of relief and quickly says, Su Lai found out that Su Mu let Muing go. Furious, he first beat up Su Mu badly. Then, he quickly sent the tribe's beastmen to chase after them. After a pause, it continues, Ling is responsible for the route toward the wild lion tribe. You just need to stop him or distract him at the right time, so he doesn't find Levo and Muing. Hearing that Su Mu was beaten up, Su Xia isn't surprised. She quickly asks Tong Tong, has Ling left already? If the other side has already left, she won't be able to catch up even if she had 8 legs. Ling is at the tribe square now and is about to leave. If the host moves quickly, she should be able to catch up. The system urges her again. Hearing this, Su Xia becomes anxious immediately. She doesn't care about anything else and runs straight toward the tribe square. Now that she has successfully lost weight, her speed isn't slow. She quickly arrives at the tribe square. At this moment, many beastmen have gathered here, divided into different groups, each with 10 beastmen and a small team leader. Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Yunju, and Xuanming each lead a team, searching in different directions. Most of them have already transformed back into their original forms and are clearly about to set off. Everyone is surprised to see Su Xia appear, not understanding why she came in the middle of the night. Thinking that Muing, who is trying to escape, is her mother, they understand immediately. Su Xia ignores the surprised looks of the beastmen and directly looks at Ling, who has already transformed into a beast. He is a majestic silver wolf, tall and powerful, about 3 meters high. His fur is snow-white, shining with a captivating silver glow under the bright moonlight. His narrow wolf eyes are cold silver, sharp and fierce. Having sat on him once before, she isn't afraid anymore. She walks over directly and climbs onto his back to sit. If this dogman dares to shake her off or leave her behind, next time, she won't cook for him anymore. Ling felt the weight on his back and was instantly stunned, with a furious look in his wolf-like eyes. Although his liking for this chubby woman had increased recently, it didn't give her the right to climb onto his back and sit. He was about to get angry and shake her off when he heard a soft, gentle yet confident female voice from behind. You want to chase after my master, right? I want to go too. Take me with you. Ling. He felt very speechless inside, not understanding where this chubby woman got the courage and nerve to make such an obvious request. He thought about the delicious meal he had just given her that evening. He suppressed his displeasure and did not shake her off, only coldly saying, "Get down." Xu Xie not only refused to get down but also deliberately shifted her body to find a more comfortable position and sat down slowly. She said calmly, "I won't get down." Thinking of something, she looked at Ling, who was now his true form, with a half-smile. "What? Are you afraid? Afraid I'll cause trouble? Or afraid you can't protect me?" Hearing this, Ling suddenly became angry. When had he ever been afraid? This chubby woman dared to look down on him. He was furious but smiled bitterly, turning his head to look at her with a cold sneer. "Since you really want to go, then go. But if you encounter danger, don't blame me for not warning you." After saying this, he no longer wasted words. His limbs suddenly moved powerfully, and he shot forward like an arrow, carrying her away quickly, disappearing into the night. The beast men in the square looked at the scene, exchanging surprised glances. Did they see it wrong? Ling actually took Xu Xie to chase Muing? Wasn't that just an extra burden? Not only were they surprised, but even Mo Lin, Yunju, Baiqi, and Xuanming, the four of them, also grimaced. They secretly felt relieved that Xu Xie hadn't sat on their backs. But no one said anything. Each led their own elite team to set out quickly. Meanwhile, Xu Xie didn't know what everyone was thinking, nor did she care. She sat on Ling's back, feeling the wind whistling past her ears, watching the scenery rush by quickly. She couldn't help but marvel. This speed was even faster than driving a car in her previous life. Although she had sat on Ling's true form before, that was during the daytime. This time was at night, and it felt completely different. The surroundings were dark, and she couldn't see anything. She could only hold tightly onto Ling's neck to prevent herself from falling off. Fortunately, the dog man didn't intentionally toss her this time. When they encountered rough patches or branches, he would avoid them early on and run steadily. Although she was surprised, she wondered when the dog man had become so careful and caring. But she didn't think much of it, just attributing it to the delicious meal they had earlier. Words are cheap, and sweet food is very effective. Xu Xie silently thought to herself. She couldn't help but turn her head and see more than 10 giant wolves following behind her. Their eyes shone in the dark night, like flashlights. She felt a little scared, but since she believed these wolves were her friends and wouldn't hurt her and might even protect her, she felt more at ease. The only thing that bothered her was that she didn't know the route of the wild lion tribe at all, let alone find someone in this dark night. She thought it was necessary to ask the system, "Where are Muing and Loa now?" Just ahead, near the cliff forest. Ling and the others probably smelled the scent, or they wouldn't be following this trail. The system was honest and straightforward. Hearing this, she became anxious. How far is the cliff from here? Not far. At Yiling's speed, they should catch up in about an incense stick of time. Plus, your mother is injured, and Loa doesn't dare run too fast. They might find a place to hide. The system responded. Hearing this, Xu Xie's heart raced even more. An incense stick's time was too short. Why is this dog man so fast? How come he can catch up so quietly? But now wasn't the time to complain. She needed to think about how to lure Ling and the others away. She absolutely couldn't let Muing be caught back, otherwise, her mission would fail. Ling, I think I hear something over there. Are Muing and the others? Xu Xie sat on Yiling's back and suddenly shouted, casually pointing in a direction. Ling frowned slightly, his silver wolf eyes flashing with displeasure. He clearly smelled Muing's scent ahead and had been tracking it. How could they have gone over there?
Stop joking.
There's nothing there. Ling coldly dismissed her and continued to follow the original trail quickly. Xu Xie's mouth twitched. Seeing her plan fail, she quickly came up with another. She deliberately pretended to have a stomach ache, with a strange expression. Ling, I have a stomach ache and need to go to the bathroom. Can we stop for a bit? To buy more time, she was willing to go all out. Ling almost staggered and nearly fell to the ground at her words. He looked at her with disdain in his wolf-like eyes. This fat woman is so troublesome. She delays at the worst times, especially now when she's going to the bathroom. Why eat so much at night? Although he was annoyed, He didn't just leave her behind. Instead, he slowed down and stopped gradually. Then he turned his head and said to more than 10 companions chasing behind, "They should be ahead. You all go quickly and chase them. I'll catch up later." The 10 or so orcs behind responded quickly, rushing past him toward the cliff. Su Xia saw the orcs chasing after them and felt very anxious. She could use an excuse to delay Ling, but the orcs couldn't be stopped. Right now, she didn't know what to do and could only pray silently that Muing and the others would run faster. Ling saw her sitting still on his back and looked confused. "Aren't you going to go to the bathroom? Why aren't you getting off?" Su Xia choked at his words. She couldn't say she was just making an excuse to buy time, could she? The orcs were already chasing them, so delaying Ling wouldn't help. She forced a small laugh and shamelessly said, I suddenly don't want to go anymore. Let's keep chasing Mu and the others." Yiling's wolf eyes showed even more disgust. This fat woman is not only troublesome, but also a bother. Although he was unhappy, he didn't say anything. He used his limbs to continue chasing forward. Meanwhile, Muing was being carried by Lei Wa, running wildly. At first it was okay, but then the bumps got worse and worse. She felt like her internal organs were about to be shaken out. She didn't dare to ask Lei Wa to stop or slow down. She could only grit her teeth and endure. Lei Wa knew she was injured and didn't run too fast, but he also didn't dare to stop. He felt movement behind him. Someone was chasing them. If he guessed right, it was probably the wolf tribe's orcs. His heart raced even more. He dared not stop. Muing was being jostled so much she was dizzy, cursing Su Lai, an entire wolf tribe in her heart. She secretly vowed that once she returned to the wild lion tribe, she would have Lei Wa and her other lovers join forces to wipe this place out and avenge herself. Little did she know, that was just wishful thinking. She didn't consider that her lovers were just ordinary orcs with low status in their tribes and had no real power. As Muing cursed and was tossed around violently, she suddenly felt Lei was slow down and then stop completely. She was startled, thinking the pursuers had arrived. She turned pale with fear and trembled all over. Levo quickly explained, "Chinger, don't be afraid. It's not the pursuers. There's no road ahead." He hadn't caught up yet, but he was close. He didn't say this aloud. Muing didn't know these details and immediately relaxed, looking around. The night was hazy, and she faintly saw a deep, bottomless cliff ahead. This was truly a dead end. "It's over, Levo. Are we going to die here?"
I don't want to die.
Muing's face turned pale as she tightly clung to Levo's back, her voice trembling with tears. The worst part was that she could clearly hear the howling of wolves. It was obvious they were being chased by beast men from the wolf tribe. Thinking of this, her fear grew even more.